Min Lin and his wife Lynn, known as Lily, were doting parents, loving partners, and a hard-working couple. The pair had met in Sydney after migrating from China as students. They soon married and had 3 children, 2 sons, 12-year-old Henry and 9-year-old Terry, and an older daughter Brenda, who was 15. Brenda described her mother and father as very loving, attentive, and extremely hardworking, giving everything they could to their children. 12-year-old Henry loved sports, was a keen badminton player, and was very popular and outgoing. The youngest of the family, Terry, adored his older siblings and used to follow Brenda around everywhere. The Lynn family were very close and the siblings shared a particularly tight bond. Min and Lily worked hard to give their 3 children the best life and education they possibly could. Min set up the Epping Central News Agency in 2002, which became a fast-growing and lucrative business, turning over more than $1 million a year. The news agency was always bustling and busy, and the Lynn family quickly became very well known and respected within the local community. The family lived on Boundary Road, in a nice suburb of North Epping. Lily's sister Irene also moved into Boundary Road with them. Irene worked part-time at the news agency to help Min and Lily. Min had bought his parents, Yang Fei Lin and Fei Ching Su, a new home about a 30-minute drive away from them. Min and Lily also lived a short walk away from Min's sister Kathy, her husband, Lien Binzi, known as Robert, who was previously an ear, nose, and throat specialist in China, and their son. Both Robert and Kathy migrated to Australia in 2002. On Friday, the 17th of July, the Lynn family went to Min and Kathy's parents' house for dinner. This was a regular weekly gathering, and everyone apart from Brenda was there as she was away on a school excursion. Henry's grandmother asked him to stay over that night. However, he declined due to having plans with his uncle Robert the following day to play badminton. Min left his parents' home at around 9 p.m. to deliver some newspapers for the following morning. Eventually, the whole family headed back to their home on Boundary Road. Early the following day, chatter amongst locals started. Min's news agency was unusually closed, and the newspapers had mounted up outside the store without being taken in. It was a busy Saturday morning, and Min not opening his agency without any warning was a cause for concern. Min's sister Kathy received a phone call from a worried customer asking what was going on. Following this, Kathy and her husband Robert headed straight over to the Lynn family home, less than a 5-minute walk away. At around 9 a.m., they reached the house and found the door was unlocked. Downstairs, everything appeared as expected. Nothing was disturbed, but the house was eerily silent, and no one was responding to Kathy and Robert's heading up to the second floor. However, it was a very different story. They were met with a terrifying sight. In the master bedroom lay Lily's body. She had been bludgeoned to death and the room was full of blood. A quick note before we continue. As you know, on Uncover Eyes, we release new videos every other day. Many of you have reached out expressing a desire for daily content, so we've launched a new channel, also focused on real-life crime stories, called Secret Crime Mysteries. On the days we don't post videos on Uncover Eyes, we'll be uploading them on Secret Crime Mysteries. This means if you're looking for daily doses of astonishing real-life crime cases, don't hesitate to subscribe. Without further ado, let's dive into today's case. Upon making their way through the rest of the upstairs floor, each room had an equally horrifying scene. Irene's body was found in her room, slumped against her bed. Min and Lily's 2 young sons, Henry and Terry, were also found dead in their bedroom across the corridor. Blood completely covered the walls, floors, and ceilings in each room, and the crime scene and the murders would go down as one of the most brutal in Australian history. Min Lin, however, was nowhere to be found. Kathy dialed 000 for an ambulance. Towards the end of the call, a hysterical Kathy could be heard pleading with her husband, Robert, begging him not to leave her alone in the house. She was heard saying in Cantonese, "I am more scared than you are." But Robert insisted he had to go and pick up hers and her brother's parents, leaving a frantic Kathy in the house alone. Police and paramedics arrived on scene and were met with Kathy at the front door, screaming for help. Min was still unaccounted for, but on Kathy's advice, The police did a further search of the master bedroom and looked under the duvet. It was here that they finally found Min Lin's body. He too had met the same terrible end as his family. Robert, Kathy, Yang Fei Lin, and Feng Qingzhu were taken to hospital to be treated for shock. A short while later, Brenda, still away on her trip, decided to log into Facebook to catch up with things back home. Tragically, she learned what had happened to her family shortly after signing in. People began messaging her asking if she was okay and sending her articles that showed pictures of her house. At first, she thought they were all playing some sort of sick joke, but her school arranged for her to travel back to Sydney on the first available flight. After landing, she was met with Kathy and police officers, who confirmed the horrific news. The last time Brenda had seen her family was when her father dropped her off a few days prior to begin her school excursion. Not wanting to draw attention to anything in front of her friends, she and her father awkwardly said goodbye and parted ways. Brenda said, "To this day, my biggest regret was not hugging and telling him I loved him." Strike Force No Burn was a secret operation that was implemented to investigate the 5 murders, and pressure was on to solve a case that had become very high profile very quickly. The deaths of the Lynn family started dominating the media, with all outlets keen to get the next scoop or lead on the case. It was initially reported that it may have been a murder-suicide, and the police said this was a possibility that was being investigated. But judging by the severe injuries sustained from the lengthy attacks and the fact that the injuries were consistent across all 5 people in the house, this theory was quickly ruled out. Investigators noted several things about the crime scene. It appeared that whoever had gained access to the house knew the layout and was very comfortable with their surroundings. There were no signs of a break-in, and nothing appeared to have been ransacked or stolen. The power to the house had been cut from the outside. Police quickly determined that due to there being no signs of a forced entry, whoever the killer was most likely had a key to the property. 15-year-old Brenda's bedroom was completely untouched, and unlike the other bedrooms, which showed blood on all the door handles, her door handle was clean. This further fueled the police's theory that whoever had committed the crime knew the family and therefore knew Brenda was not there, deliberately avoiding that specific room. It was also determined that it was likely the killer had been wearing gloves due to the way the blood was smeared and spread. Officers quickly concluded that there was only one perpetrator, and although there were 24 bloody footprints found, they were all the same size and make of shoe. The prints were between a US size 8.5 and a 10. The family were all so disfigured from the attacks that forensic analysis had to be used to formally identify them. It was determined that the murders had taken place between 2 and 5:30 a.m. Police believe that Min and Lily were killed first and Irene was killed after, before the killer went into the young boy's room last. Detectives concluded that the 2 young brothers most likely woke up after hearing their parents and aunt being killed. Experts also confirmed that due to the blood splatter analysis and the position the boys were found in on the floor, they had fought for their lives with everything they had. Henry was killed with 3 blows to the head. Terry was the only one not killed instantly and potentially stayed alive for up to 2 hours after the attack, which ultimately saw him struck 6 times. Blunt force trauma was listed as the cause of death, and with 4 out of the 5 victims, asphyxiation was also a contributing factor. A distinct pattern was visible on the family's faces, and a forensic pathologist determined that a hammer-like object with a rope around it was the murder weapon they were looking for. It was likely that the killer wrapped the rope around their wrist during the attacks. Over the following days, police brought Robert and Kathy in for interviews. Robert held his head in his hands through most of the interviews, crying and staring down at the table. Through his translator, he told the police that he and his wife Kathy had left hers in Min's parents' house the previous night. When they got back home, he'd watch sports before having a bath at around 2 a.m. After this, he headed to bed. He then described the following day. 3 weeks after the family were killed, business at the Epping Central News Agency resumed. Kathy and Robert took over the ownership of the store and became Brenda's legal guardians. Robert offered to adopt Brenda a matter of hours after her parents were found. The funeral for the Lynn family was held in August. Hundreds of mourners turned up to pay their respects, including the children's school and the police looking after the investigation. The outpouring of grief was immense. A trust fund was set up to help Brenda with her future education, and the public came out in force to show their support for the family. As well as family and friends of the Lynns, the community wanted answers and justice too. Strike Force Nobun and the investigating team began to draw some conclusions. The lack of a break-in indicated the killer had a key, and the fact this person knew the layout of the house, including how to cut the power from the outside. The killer's knowledge that Brenda was not home, hence the reason her room was left undisturbed, and the shoe prints that covered the house, pointed to just one person. Robert the 000 call Kathy had made to authorities that morning also added more weight to this case. During the call, Kathy could be heard talking in Cantonese, begging Robert not to leave her alone in the house. For all anybody knew, the killer may still have been lying in wait somewhere, or may have potentially come back at any time. Despite her pleas, Robert left her for an hour to pick up her parents. Police concluded that only he would have known for definite that his wife was no longer in danger of meeting the same end as her family, hence the reason he left her. It was also alleged that when Kathy and Robert first went to the Lynn family home at 9 a.m. that morning, Robert told Kathy, "Don't look," before they could even see anything, indicating he already knew the scene that lay ahead. But police needed more before they could make an arrest. As Brenda was now living with Kathy and Robert, police set up pinhole surveillance cameras inside the couple's home. They had conducted a risk assessment to determine whether or not Robert posed any threat towards Brenda, and ultimately they determined he did not. Robert would have known Brenda's schedule and therefore could have easily waited for her to come home before carrying out the murders. But he didn't. Further analysis of the Lynn's house found that the bloody shoe prints at the scene were from a make of a 6 trainer, the same trainers that Robert could be seen wearing in old photographs. Observing more from within Robert and Kathy's home, police made another big link to the shoes in question. Robert was seen on one of the cameras talking to Kathy at the dining table. Whilst talking, he could be seen cutting a box into small pieces. He then soaked the pieces in a bucket before flushing them down the toilet. The box was an A6 trainer's shoe box, and the shoes in question were found out to be a men's US 9.5. Robert also made a curious phone call to a detective. He phoned to clarify something he may have said back when the Lynn family were discovered. He said he may have told a police officer at the scene that there were 5 bodies inside the house, but he claimed what he meant to say was that there were 4 or 5 bodies and that he was phoning to clear this statement up. This only added more to the police's case. Although Min was the last to be found inside the house, police believed it was obvious that Robert knew exactly where he was and had slipped up when he said 5 bodies, during a time when the 5th victim couldn't be accounted for. It wasn't long before police began a thorough search of Robert and Kathy's home and seized Robert's car. The couple had both confirmed in previous interviews that on the morning the family were discovered, they had both been up early. Robert told the police he had spent the morning in his garage. Knowing this, police were keen to search that particular space. During the search of the garage, a stain was found on the floor, and this was labeled up as stain number 91. Experts believe this was a transfer stain and it contained a mixture of DNA. It was quickly sent away for testing. After the results came back, it was concluded that stain 91 contained DNA from 4 out of the 5 victims. It matched 9-year-old Terry with a 1 in 50 quadrillion chance of the DNA belonging to anyone else. Following this huge discovery, at 9 a.m. on May 5, 2011, Robert Z. was arrested for the murder of his extended family. He applied for bail, but this was denied. Although Kathy had confirmed Robert's alibi for that night, saying he didn't leave their bed, it is believed that Robert sedated her before leaving early that morning, sometime after 2 a.m. He then headed over to the Lynn's house with a key that had been cut. It was also concluded that Robert killed each member of the family in the order in which they presented a threat for resistance or detention. It is thought that the 2 boys and Irene were collateral damage or secondary victims who may have woken up when Min and Lily were being killed. Police phoned Brenda's school, and she was quickly pulled into the principal's office and told the news about her uncle's arrest. Brenda's principal, Susan, said she herself had become suspicious of Robert when she witnessed him reducing Brenda to tears in the schoolyard. She said he was so physically close to her, speaking loudly, rapidly in Chinese. Brenda with her head down, tears falling down. It was clear that he was trying to get her to agree to something. I told my husband, I think I've just spent all day with a murderer. I just got a gut feeling he was dangerous and I was very worried for Brenda's safety. Susan was so concerned that she eventually persuaded Brenda to obtain a lawyer. Brenda's lawyer soon began to suspect Robert as well. At this time, Brenda did not think it was possible that her uncle could have ever been involved. For a lot of people, the motive remained unclear. It was initially thought that Robert's motive stemmed from nothing more than jealousy and greed. Since coming to Sydney, he had been virtually unemployed after a restaurant venture he had failed. Police also found no evidence to suggest that he was actually an ear, nose, and throat specialist back in China. His brother-in-law Min was a successful businessman by this point, and police believe that Robert's jealousy of Min consumed him. Robert believed he was entitled to respect and admiration from his extended family, but felt he was denied it because of the attention given to Min. In December 2012, Robert was committed to stand trial. Some of the DNA evidence was still in the process of being tested and the trial was delayed and pushed back. But in May 2014, the trial of Robert Z began. He pled not guilty. Since July 2011, Robert had been sharing details with a fellow inmate who subsequently reported this back to police. The informant took the stand to testify against Robert in exchange for a reduced sentence. The inmate, known as Witness A, said that Robert had told him he had bought a hammer, which was the murder weapon, from a $2 shop as he knew the CCTV cameras in the shop were fake. He also alleged that Robert had said he'd planned to steal a dead man's DNA from a funeral home and plant it on the murder weapon. Witness A said Robert told him that on the night of the murder, he had sedated Kathy before leaving the house. Despite Witness A pushing Robert to find out where the murder weapon was, to this day it has never been located. It is thought that on the morning Robert drove to pick up Yang Fei Lin and Feng Qingzhu, he took the murder weapon with him and disposed of it along the way. Robert's defense team stated that it would have been impossible for one person to commit all 5 murders and escape unharmed. They also argued that Robert was not the only person living in Australia that wore size 9.5 Asics trainers. They stated that there was potentially 3 different sets of shoe prints at the crime scene, not just one. During the trial, Brenda, who was faced with all of the evidence against her uncle, said she finally had to accept the reality of what he had done to her family. Brenda's identity was kept hidden during the trials. She spoke to her lawyer and gave him evidence that added even more to an already shocking story. She told her lawyer and later the New South Wales Supreme Court that Robert had sexually assaulted her on a number of occasions before the murders. After she moved in with him and Kathy, the assaults began to escalate. The Lynn family estate, which likely would have gone to Brenda, was now being controlled by Robert and Kathy, and Robert evicted Min and Kathy's parents from the home that Min had bought for them. This added more weight to the theory that he was so fixated with Brenda. He did everything in his power to make sure she would be left with no choice but to move in with him and Kathy. While observing the family through pinhole cameras, police did observe Robert touching Brenda in what they called an uncomfortable way. But police said the touching they observed didn't amount to molestation. Brenda's grandfather Yang Fei Lin told the court that he had seen Robert staring into Brenda's bedroom during the early hours one morning. The juries in all of the trials knew Brenda's evidence, but journalists could not publish anything that identified her. She was referred to as Miss AB. After Brenda told the courtroom about the abuse she had suffered, she said that her Aunt Kathy began sending Brenda messages, proclaiming that Robert had been framed by the police and that everyone had it all wrong. Brenda spoke of how disappointed she was in Kathy's reaction. After the accounts of sexual abuse were brought to light in the courtroom, Justice Johnson declared a mistrial. A new trial had to be set for August 2014. On the first day of the second trial, the prosecution presented a new theory behind Robert's motive. As well as his jealousy of Min, he evidently had a disturbing sexual obsession with Min's daughter Brenda. But unfortunately, not long into the second trial, Justice Peter Johnson fell ill, and the trial again was postponed. 6 months later, in February 2015, Robert's third trial began. Justice Elizabeth Fullerton was now presiding, and the trial went on to last for 10 months. The jury took 19 days to deliberate. However, they could not reach a unanimous verdict, and it was again declared a mistrial. Justice Fullerton granted Robert bail while he awaited his next trial. After almost 5 years behind bars without a conviction, he was fitted with an electronic monitor and allowed back home. In June 2016, the fourth and what would be the final trial began. With Justice Fullerton still presiding, and 8 months later, in February 2017, the jury had reached their verdict. Robert was found guilty by a majority verdict of 11-1. Kathy and Min's parents said they were happy with the verdict they had waited so long for. Justice Fullerton said of Brenda, "I acknowledge the profound grief she has suffered and continues to suffer. While the law does not permit a sentencing judge to take into account any additional penalty, because a family member of a murder victim has suffered through their death. In this case, the far-reaching and immeasurable harm done is also an aspect of the harm done to the community, and for that reason, I also take that into account when imposing life sentences in this case." Robert was given 5 life sentences without the possibility of parole. It would be years before the suppression order that concealed Brenda's identity was lifted, when she agreed to appear in an exclusive interview with Channel 7. Robert's wife Kathy still believes he is innocent and said that he is a caring man who would never hurt the family. Kathy and Min's parents, however, agree with the rulings and believe that Robert is now where he belongs, saying, "He is not a human being, he is a monster." Robert appealed his sentences in June 2020, but in 2021, after just 10 minutes at the New South Wales Criminal Appeals Court, 3 judges dismissed his appeal. In her interviews, Lynn said she is still trying to rebuild her life as best she can. She credits her amazing family with making her the person she is today, and she said she is forever grateful for how the community came together to help her. She wants to make sure she carries on doing all the things she knows her family would have wanted her to do, and said she hopes in the future she is able to do something to help other people and give back to everyone that supported her. Case of Asunta Case. Rosario Porto and her husband, Alfonso Case, were wealthy individuals. Rosario's father served as an influential French consul, and her mother was an art teacher. Rosario followed in his father's footsteps. She became a successful lawyer. In 1997, she was appointed French consul. She inherited this post from her father. Alfonso was a well-known journalist. He and Rosario married in 1996, and they moved to a large apartment in an upscale area of Santiago de Compostela, Spain. Rosario had lupus erythematosus, which led doctors to advise against pregnancy. They decided to adopt a child abandoned by his parents and create a loving home for him. Adoption was challenging in Spain, so when they were in their early 30s, they chose to go to China for adoption. After navigating numerous bureaucratic hurdles, they arrived at an orphanage. Rosario immediately noticed a 9-month-old girl, and within 2 weeks, they resolved all issues to officially adopt her. When returning to Spain, the child's documents named her Asunta Case. This was notable since Asunta was among the first Chinese children adopted in the area. Initially, it seemed fortunate for her to join a respected and wealthy family, but unfortunately, this joy did not last long. Asunta was a highly capable girl. She excelled academically, studied multiple languages, practiced ballet, and attended music school. It seems that Rosario and Alfonso want to give her every opportunity to develop. On July 4, 2013, Rosario and her 12-year-old daughter, Asunta, went to the beach to cool off on a hot day. Asunta told a terrifying story about a man wearing a black mask and gloves who tried to strangle her the night before. The longer the girl talked, the more she lost control, and finally her mother cried. She knew about it, she was there when it happened, but for some reason she did not contact the police. On the night of September 21, 2013, at 10:30 p.m., Rosario and Alfonso were at the police station for another reason. They reported their daughter, Asunta, was missing for several hours. Then, Rosario recounted Asunta's story of the attempted attack from 2.5 months prior. This left them fearful that the attacker had returned and something terrible might have happened to their daughter. They were terrified she had been kidnapped. Alfonso was convinced she was no longer alive. They urgently pleaded with the police to take immediate action. In the early hours of September 22nd, 2 men were driving through a forest on their way back from a bar. Suddenly, the driver stopped, saying he noticed something unusual in the forest. He didn't understand what was going on, So he turned his headlights toward the forest and mentioned to his friend that he felt like someone was watching them. Despite this, he wasn't scared, likely due to the alcohol he had consumed, so he got out of the car and walked a few steps into the forest. In the light of the car's headlights, he saw something on the ground that looked like a doll. As he approached, he realized it was a girl. She was tied up, and her clothes were dirty. He checked for a pulse and found that the girl was dead. Then they quickly contacted the police. The police identified the body as Asunta, who had died just a week before her 13th birthday. While examining the area near her body, they discovered her mobile phone, which contained some disturbing photographs. There are several photos of she wrapped tightly, lying with her eyes wide open. Some forensic experts suggested her dilated pupils indicated possible drug use. Even more distressing were photos of the girl in revealing clothing with bright makeup, fishnet stockings, and posing provocatively on a couch. Her eyes remained wide open and her pupils were dilated. These photos later appeared on the internet, were widely circulated and making people angry about how a child was treated like that. Asunta's last day was described by her parents as ordinary. However, then little girl suddenly went missing and was found dead a few hours after they reported her disappearance. On that day, the girl went to visit her father, Alfonso, at his work and then hurried back home, so she not wanting to miss The Simpsons at about 7 p.m. After she returned home, Rosario, her mother, came back from work and saw her daughter in her room, where she had her books spread out on the floor for homework. Rosario didn't notice anything unusual and left to go to their country house, which was about half an hour away, to pick up bathing suits and other items for a planned beach outing the next day. Rosario returned around 9:30 p.m., and by then, Asunta was no longer in the apartment. Rosario became worried because little girl hadn't called or mentioned any plans to go out, which was unusual for her. Thinking maybe she had gone to see friends, Rosario started calling the girl's friends and Alfonso, but nobody had seen she. Rosario was the last person to see Asunta alive, making her one of the first individuals the detectives focused on, and she was questioned at the station. During her discussion with the police, Rosario recalled the incidents of July 4th, the night of the first attack. When they returned from the store that evening, Asunta closed the front door but left the key in the lock. Her mother didn't notice, and they went to bed. Around 3 a.m., Rosario was awakened by cries for help. Rosario rushed to her daughter's room and saw a large man pinning little girl to the floor, seemingly trying to strangle her. She attacked the intruder, but he was very strong and easily threw her against the wall. Fortunately, no one was harmed, and the attacker fled. Rosario described him as a strong, middle-aged man dressed in black, wearing a mask and gloves, so it is not possible to give a more detailed description. Asunta told her friend about what happened and even sent several photos showing red marks on her neck. Asunta's father, Alfonso, mentioned that little girl had struggled with depression for a long time and was taking medication prescribed by doctors. This was confirmed because Asunta talked to friends and shared her experiences. Recently, she had been speaking more positively about her situation, saying she felt much better. However, after Asunta was first attacked, Rosario did not investigate to find out what was happening to her daughter. She cited Asunta's fragile emotional state and said she feared contacting police would upset Asunta. This explanation was not very convincing. Over the years, Asunta had been admitted to a psychiatric hospital because she often expressed her life thoughts. Besides, she is very tired because of the overload of knowledge at school and extra classes. The nanny also said that Rosario had recently become very frustrated with Asunta as little girl was no longer meeting Rosario's expectations and her academic performance had declined. She had become somewhat of a burden, prompting Rosario to consider sending her to study in Poland. However, Rosario did not mention this to the detectives, so they decided to investigate Rosario's immediately. They were particularly interested in the country house Rosario visited on the day Asunta disappeared. As it turned out, when detectives got there, they found Asunta's body lying just 4 kilometers away. Rosario appeared surprised to see them. She was furious. She quickly headed to the second floor, clearly trying to hide something. When a detective checked a nearby trash can, he found a piece of orange rope inside, identical to the one used to tie Asunta's hands and feet. There was also a black mask and gloves. All these items were collected for examination, but unfortunately, no fingerprints or DNA were found. The investigative committee conducted several autopsies. They did not measure the body temperature immediately, fearing it might compromise the evidence, so the exact time of death couldn't be determined. However, it was estimated that Asunta was killed around 8 p.m. The cause of death was suffocation. Her mouth and nose were covered with a soft object, likely a pillow, which prevented her from breathing, leading to unconsciousness and eventually death. In addition, an autopsy determined that Asunta had taken at least 27 lorazepam pills on the day of her death, 9 times the normal amount for an adult. Hair tests revealed this was not the first occurrence. Little girl had overdoses 3 months before her death, starting when the attacker first breaks into the home. It's important to note that overdoses of this drug can cause amnesia and loss of muscle control. The drug was used to treat anxiety disorders and insomnia. The police discovered that Rosario used it to combat depression, but it was not prescribed for Asunta. No one could explain why Asunta took the drug. According to Rosario, the criminals gave Asunta medicine so she wouldn't remember the incident. Detectives conducted a review of CCTV footage in the area to track Asunta's movements that day. Around 2 p.m., she visited her father, Alfonso. At 5:21 p.m., she returned home, and at 5:28 p.m. Rosario returned home. At 6:20 p.m., a gas station camera recorded a green Mercedes belonging to Rosario. She admitted the car was moving towards a house in the country. It was clear that besides the driver, there was a girl in the car identified as Asunta. They were heading in the direction where Asunta's body was later found. The new testimony completely contradicted Rosario's earlier statements, making she the primary suspect in the murder. Therefore, she was questioned again. Rosario's face showed fear and shame because she had let her adopted daughter go missing while she was responsible for taking care of the girl. Then, she offered a different version of events. According to her, they went out to get swimsuits together, but when they arrived at the country house, Asunta refused to enter with her. Asunta chose to stay in the car while Rosario took everything she needed and did some small work. However, this took longer than expected, and Asunta wanted to return home to do chores and rest. Rosario agreed and drove her daughter back. But she dropped her daughter off about a 20-minute walk from their apartment to avoid navigating the narrow streets. However, the police reviewed CCTV footage from the outskirts of Santiago, but found no evidence of Rosario taking her daughter back home. They only saw footage of Rosario leaving her country house alone around 9 p.m. Her story is full of controversial and contradictory details. She appeared to look at the detectives with arrogance, displaying coldness and showing no regret over the loss of her child. She persistently insisted that the large man in black was involved in the incident. When the police interviewed the Bot-era family's neighbors, one mentioned hearing screams at night in July when Asunta was first attacked. He also observed something unusual. Even though the attacker entered an area where dogs lived, the dogs were silent, indicating that the attacker was very familiar with them. All in all, everything seemed suspicious, making them even more suspicious that Rosario and Alfonso were involved in the murder of their adopted daughter. The police considered different theories about the first home invasion. Some thought it was fabricated by Rosario, while others suspected it was the parents' first attempt at murder. Few believed an outsider was involved. On September 24th, Rosario and Alfonso held a funeral, during which they behaved oddly, even taking a selfie in front of the coffin. Due to inconsistencies in her testimony, Rosario was arrested after the funeral. By then, detectives had discovered what might have been the motive behind the crime. Witnesses came forward with information about incident from 9 months prior to the tragedy, and this may have been the beginning of the bloody end. In January 2013, Rosario started a relationship with a realtor named Manuel Garcia, whom she hired to sell real estate. Manuel was married and made it clear he would not leave his family. He considers the relationship with Rosario to be nothing more than an affair. Rosario was fine with this, and their secret relationship continued. During this time, her relationship with her husband, Alfonso, quickly deteriorated. She finds Alfonso boring and considers him a failure who overestimates himself. She described him as insensitive, while her lover, Manuel, was the complete opposite. After Alfonso finds messages from Rosario's lover on his wife's phone, they divorced in February 2013. Rosario and her daughter Asunta continued living in the apartment. She maintained her business and visited a country house. Custody of the daughter, Asunta, was shared, and both parents have the right to see the little girl. After Asunta's parents divorced, she lived in both her father's and her mother's houses. Many observed that she was always close to her mother, while her relationship with her father was not as warm. However, her father made efforts to improve their relationship. He also repeatedly told his ex-wife Rosario that they would be forever tied together through their adopted daughter. Is it possible that because Rosario wanted to completely cut off contact with her ex-husband, so she will cause the innocent child to leave forever? It is known that earlier in the summer, Rosario had to end her relationship with her lover, Manuel. Alfonso took advantage of the opportunity, he convincing Rosario to end her relationship with Manuel in exchange for his help with their daughter while she was in the hospital. And Rosario agreed to this request. However, it was revealed that on September 21st, Rosario broke her promise. She's spending most of the day with Manuel and only returning home in the evening. This is very suspicious because soon after, Asunta was killed. During the investigation, numerous assumptions were made, including one significant point emphasized by the defense. They argued that male DNA was found on the clothes Asunta's, indicating a man's involvement. While it was considered possible that the mother was not involved in the crime, this scenario was deemed unlikely. Police have stepped up their investigation, collecting documents for analysis, focusing on identifying male DNA on Asunta's body. Several options were considered during the investigation. At first, Alfonso was suspected, but then all attention turned to Manuel. However, he had an alibi and had no motive to harm Asunta, so he was quickly dismissed as a suspect. Surprisingly, the DNA was identified as belonging to a stranger named Ramra, a Colombian citizen who lived in Madrid, about a 6-hour drive from Santiago, where the incident occurred. This may seem strange. When questioned, Ramra fervently denied any connection to the case, claiming he had never been to Santiago and had no involvement in the murder. Indeed, Ramra had an alibi. He was having dinner at a restaurant in Madrid with his girlfriend and was captured on CCTV footage there. Why had Asunta been taking prescription drugs in the months leading up to the incident without any prescription? Further examinations revealed that only a portion of the DNA traces found belonged to Ramra. The lab staff suggested that the match could be due to poor quality samples or contamination. There were even suggestions that someone might have intentionally tampered with the sample's DNA to mislead the investigation. At this stage, many questions remained unanswered and detectives considered even the most unlikely scenarios. Rosario and Alfonso seemed indifferent to what happened to their adopted daughter. Rosario was the last person to see Asunta alive, and the press speculated that she could have acted alone. Despite her fragile appearance, but investigators doubted she could physically manage Asunta's body. Using cell phone towers, police tried to determine the whereabouts of Rosario and Alfonso at the time of the incident. On that day, their phones were turned off. This makes the police even more suspicious of them. However, Rosario explained it was a coincidence, and their phones just run out of battery at the same time. They don't have any bad intentions. After talking to a local pharmacist, who was also a friend of Rosario's, they discovered that Rosario first contacted the pharmacist on July 5th, the day after an intruder broke into the house and attacked Asunta. After that, this drug lorazepam was purchased in large quantities by Rosario. Considering all the circumstances, the detectives decided to arrest Alfonso Becerra. Some of Asunta's teachers had noticed unusual behavior in her. One day, Asunta attended her violin lesson with her father, Alfonso, and she seemed unable to control herself. Alfonso explained that his daughter was just under the influence of allergy medication. The teachers observed that she was usually very reserved and did not share her problems. The drowsiness incident occurred repeatedly, but the parents always had excuses, typically citing her health condition. The teacher was suspicious and distrustful of the girl's parents. When the police interviewed Asunta's teacher, she described Asunta's symptoms and behavior, which matched many side effects of the medication. 2 days before the tragedy, the last suspicious incident happened. On that day, Rosario informed the teacher that her daughter couldn't attend class due to a severe reaction to prescribed medications. After hearing this, the detectives were convinced that the adoptive parents knew about the medications and attempted to poison Asunta. Although Rosario and Alfonso were divorced, but Alfonso was determined to reconcile with she. In June 2013, 3 months before the tragedy, Rosario experienced a nervous breakdown and was hospitalized. During this time, Alfonso moved back in, feeling optimistic as his wish to reunite with his family seemed to be coming true. During this period, Rosario ended her relationship with her lover. Alfonso visited her in the hospital and cared for her after her discharge. It seemed like family matters were improving, but later it was revealed that she had lied, she continuing her affair and meeting her lover on the day of the murder. Given the new information, the investigation believes that Alfonso sought revenge. Perhaps he wanted to cause Rosario more pain than he had to endure from her betrayal. This could explain why the orange rope ended up in the trash at the country house. It was simply tossed there by Alfonso. However, why was Rosario so alarmed when the police arrived, and why did she immediately check the trash? She likely knew about these items and was an accomplice. The police have discovered a new clue. Whenever Alfonso was at home with Rosario and Asunta, the little girl be drugged with lorazepam. However, Alfonso refused to comment on this, claiming he was not guilty. After the arrest, Rosario's behavior was unstable, alternating between hysteria and depression. Meanwhile, Alfonso remained quiet and calm. He constantly trying to reassure Rosarios by saying they just needed to love and support each other and that everything would soon be over. Despite his soothing words, the police noticed his cold demeanor. Eventually, the police found the storage media Alfonso used. It turned out that the hard drive on his laptop had been completely replaced. Experts discovered that over 500,000 photos and videos had been stored on it, likely compromising material. The police also found that he had an unhealthy interest in Asian girls on his social media page. Evidence showed he had dozens of interactions and correspondence with Asian girls, and according to investigators, the photos suggested these girls were minors. Additionally, he often showed interest in adult Asian women with very youthful appearances. Later, a woman who owned an escort agency approached the police. She confessed that Alfonso was a regular at her establishment, always requesting only Asian women and insisting they dress as schoolgirls. Even his wife was aware of this preference. Photos of the murdered Asunta in revealing clothes made the situation even more serious. The prosecutor focused on how the seemingly calm and quiet Alfonso had cruelly treated his adopted daughter Asunta. The charges suggested that Rosario and Alfonso were criminals covering for each other, with both involved the Santa's death. What could have motivated the crime? Rosario and Alfonso refused to cooperate with the investigation and wouldn't communicate without their lawyers. Later, on their attorney's advice, they completely stopped commenting on the tragedy. Forensic psychiatrists were crucial to the investigation. They analyzed Rosario and Alfonso's behavior and identified them as narcissists with personality disorders. It appeared they adopted Asunta to present a loving family image, pressured by Rosario's parents. Sadly, Asunta became a mere pawn for them, and once she was no longer needed, they first exploited her and then decided to eliminate her. A 15-year-old acquaintance of Asunta testified for the prosecution. Although Alfonso claimed he stayed home all day until the evening on the day of the murder, this was proven false. The girls saw him around 6 p.m. near Rosario's house, a fact later confirmed by camera footage. Alfonso was captured on camera at 9 p.m. after Asunta had disappeared. These conflicting details added to the evidence against Rosario and Alfonso. The trial was highly controversial, with even the judge's conduct coming under scrutiny. Many suspected he sought fame, suspicions that were later validated when he authored a book about the case after the trial concluded. Relatives and neighbors of the Bot-era family watched for years as the foster parents tried to create the best environment for Asunta. They are financially well off, ambitious, and have a tough personality, but those close to them noticed their devotion to Asunta. Many people still believe that the trial's outcome was a miscarriage of justice. In court, Rosario and Alfonso maintained their innocence. Alfonso remained calm and reasonable, while Rosario often cried, became hysterical. She puzzled in her testimony in justifying his behavior with the effects of the drug. Rosario's cousin testified at the trial and shared some new information. In 2011 and 2012, Rosario's parents both passed away suddenly at home. Their deaths were suspected to be under unusual circumstances. The cousin believed that Rosario was involved in the murders of her parents and daughter to inherit the entire property. However, the defense attorney rejected these claims. Rosario's mother passed away at the age of 77 and her father passed away at the age of 88. Both passed away peacefully from old age in their sleep in their beds. Although doctors found nothing unusual, their bodies, like Asunta's, were cremated, making it impossible to verify any unnatural causes of death. Meanwhile, the prosecutor contended that Rosario and Alfonso were true sociopaths. Alfonso was apparently a pedophile who drugged his daughter and chose to record these incidents. Asunta posed a threat of exposing them, leading to the decision to eliminate her. This theory was supported by numerous photographs and evidence indicating that Alfonso had an unhealthy obsession with young Asian girls. It is likely that Rosario was complicit in these activities or was at least aware of them but chose to protect Alfonso's wrongdoings. Alternatively, Rosario might have seen the girl as a burden and decided to eliminate little girl with the help of Alfonso. On October 30th, 2015, the court found Rosario and Alfonso guilty and sentenced each to 18 years in prison. After beginning their sentences, they both appealed, but their appeals were rejected. On November 18, 2020, Rosario was discovered dead in her prison cell with a belt around her neck. This was her third trial in her life. Alfonso remains imprisoned and maintains his innocence. Central High School, Knoxville, Tennessee. The football stadium lights up and the energy is high as everyone turns up to support their home team, the Bobcats. The marching band and cheerleaders keep the entertainment going and the energy up for the crowd. Some say the school revolves around football and the community spirit is always strong when the team plays. In the autumn of 2014, there was a new cheerleader on the team. 14-year-old Emma Walker was the only freshman to make the team that year. Described as passionate, spirited and fun with an infectious smile, Emma threw herself into cheerleading and took it very seriously. She adored being in that environment. She was kind, caring and high-achieving with hopes of one day becoming a neonatal nurse, caring for sick or premature newborn babies. One evening while Emma was cheering, she caught the attention of Central High's wide receiver, William Riley Gall, known as Riley. He spotted her from the sidelines and the attraction between the pair was instant. Riley, 2 years her senior, was also a top-performing and popular student. He was a member of the community church, loved video games, and his friends said he was a bit of a joker and not at all the stereotypical jock type. At the time, was already in a relationship, but he soon broke it off to begin dating Emma. The football star and cheerleader became the quintessential popular high school couple. Riley clicked with Emma's family. Her parents said he was like the boy next door, polite, well-mannered, and likable. But their attitude quickly changed when they found out that Riley was keeping his promise to take his ex-girlfriend to the junior year prom. And then he was taking Emma to the senior year prom. This didn't sit well with Emma's parents, and they were concerned that his priorities didn't lie with their daughter. But Emma wasn't concerned. Her social media account was often flooded with pictures of the young couple. The pair would upload loving photos and silly selfies. Emma's friends, however, said they didn't find it easy to get to know Riley, but thought this was down to him being shy and more reserved. But as time passed, friends of Emma said they stopped justifying his behavior and started to find it a bit more concerning. Many of Emma's friends said it became obvious that Riley didn't want Emma engaging with anyone that wasn't him. He became controlling, possessive, and jealous. Emma's friends voiced their concerns, but Emma brushed it off and told them they didn't need to worry. Emma's parents took away her phone in a bid to stop the toxicity, but Riley gave Emma an iPod Touch, so she was able to secretly text him through the Wi-Fi without her parents suspecting anything. For the next 2 years, Emma and Riley would be on and off numerous times, and relationship was becoming more toxic and tumultuous. Each breakup was more dramatic than the last, and the young pair would frequently get into nasty arguments. Riley would send message after message and call her constantly. He was always bombarding her, waiting outside her work for hours until she finished. He once said to her, "You're dead to me. I'll check the obituary." But for every nasty message, it would soon be followed by an apology. "I'm sorry for however I act. I love you more than words can describe," he would say. Emma's parents, Mark and Jill, said they tried to convince Emma to break off the relationship many times. Jill said he had a way of isolating her and making her think that he was the only one. The more they told Emma to break it off, the more they all butted heads. By the autumn of 2016, to everyone's unease, and Riley's relationship was still the same. Riley had graduated and was a freshman at Maryville College, about 30 minutes away, and 16-year-old Emma was in her junior year of high school. Around Halloween that year, in a desperate bid to help their daughter, Emma's parents decided to ground her, not allowing her to leave the house unless it was to go to school or cheerleading. They started monitoring everywhere she went and everyone she spoke to, and to their surprise, it seemed to have the positive effect they were hoping for. Mark said she was like her old self again. She would spend time with the family, socializing and eating dinner with everyone. Emma had even texted her friend Keegan to say that she and Riley were done for good after she had seen pictures of him with other girls at college. Keegan and other friends breathed a sigh of relief. As everyone expected, Riley did not take the breakup well. Friday, November 18th, 2016. Emma was allowed out to go to a gathering at a friend's house. At around 11:30 p.m., her friend Zach arrived at the house. He was met by Emma, who quickly pulled him inside. She told him she had been receiving strange text messages from a number she didn't know. One of the messages said, "Come outside alone if you don't want to see a loved one get hurt. Go to your car with your keys. If you don't comply, I will hurt them." Emma thought it was one of Riley's friends playing a strange prank on her. She texted back, threatening to call the police. This didn't deter anything, and the messages got more disturbing. Emma then got a message saying Riley had been dropped outside the house. Emma and Zach ran outside, and sure enough, they saw someone lying face down in a ditch near the house. It was Riley. When the pair reached him, he was holding his head and seemed confused. He said he had been kidnapped and didn't know how he got there. Emma was crying and told Riley they had broken up and he needed to leave her alone. Dejected, Riley walked off down the street alone. He then called his friend Noah, telling him he had been kidnapped. Noah didn't believe a word. Emma, feeling uneasy, stayed with her friends that night. The following morning, just after 10 a.m., she drove home with her friend Haley, who lived close to the Walkers. While driving, they spotted a man dressed all in black, walking around on Emma Street. Emma dropped Haley at her house and drove back home herself. Emma was going to meet her mom Jill and started getting ready inside, but the mystery man soon came back and started ringing the doorbell and banging on the door. Emma was frantic and texted her friends. She also messaged the one person she believed would come to her rescue, Riley. She said, "I hate you, but I need you right now." He replied saying he was speeding over to help her. When Riley arrived, the mystery man had disappeared. Emma's friend, Haley, knew who the man was. She said there was no doubt it was Riley. This was also confirmed when she saw his car parked nearby. She even texted Riley asking what he was doing lurking around near Emma's house, but Riley denied it was him. Jill Walker returned home looking for Emma. She found her daughter and Riley talking in the front yard. Jill reminded him he wasn't allowed to come near the house and told him to leave. Emma was visibly shaken and was worried it could have been a burglar. Wasn't convinced and knew this wasn't a coincidence. But Emma reassured Jill. She knew Riley had nothing to do with what happened. After this incident, Jill and Mark were so concerned for their daughter, they took her to work on her Sunday morning shift. They waited until she'd finished and drove back home with her. Sunday night, November 20th, 2016. Everything in the Walker household appeared quiet and calm. Emma spoke to her friend Keegan about an assignment that was due and then headed for bed around midnight. A few minutes past midnight, Riley, who was back in Maryville, asked to borrow his roommate's phone. Using this phone, he called Emma. Riley alleged that during this call, Emma had told him she had no interest in getting back together with him, and the conversation abruptly ended. After this, Riley sent her countless texts and called around 40 times, leaving numerous voicemails. Emma didn't respond, and Riley eventually stopped trying to make contact. During the night, Emma's dad woke up after hearing what sounded like someone in the house and a door slamming twice. He checked around, looking in Emma and her brother Evan's bedrooms, but he couldn't see or hear anything and nothing seemed disturbed. Thinking he'd just imagined the sounds, he went back to bed. Around 6 a.m., Jill went into Emma's room to wake her up for school. Jill said her name, but Emma didn't respond. She reached out and touched her leg, but Emma still didn't move. When Jill looked at Emma's face, she said she knew she needed to call an ambulance. Emma was pale and her lips were blue. Jill checked for a pulse, but felt nothing. 16-year-old Emma Walker was dead. Police soon arrived at the Walker house. A small amount of blood was near Emma's mouth and it looked as though she may have vomited, possibly due to ingesting something. However, police noticed a small hole in the wall of Emma's bedroom, which pointed them elsewhere. It was a bullet hole. Someone had shot Emma in the head through the wall while she was sleeping. 2 shell casings were found outside the home, and police needed to work out where the second shot was fired. Walking around the outside of the house, police eventually found the second bullet hole at approximately the same height as the first. This shot was also fired into Emma's bedroom just by her bed. The gunshots had been fired from as close as 4 or 5 feet from Emma's bedroom window between 2:30 and 3 a.m. One bullet had hit her behind her left ear, likely killing her instantly, and the second bullet had lodged in her pillow. Whoever the shooter was knew the layout of the room and knew the position Emma would be lying in. Hundreds of tributes came flooding in, including many from Emma's ex-boyfriend Riley. The candlelight vigil was held at Central High, and her fellow cheerleaders released balloons in her memory at that week's football game. When police started interviewing Emma Walker's friends and family, the same name kept coming up over and over: Riley Gall. Some of Riley's friends became concerned for his well-being after Emma's passing. They told detectives a secret Riley had shared the day after he claimed he was kidnapped. Riley said he was now fearing for his life and had taken his grandfather's gun for protection. He then showed the gun to his friend Alex. Another friend, Noah, told detectives that Riley had asked him how to remove fingerprints from a gun, claiming he was asking for his roommate. Just a day before Emma was shot, Riley's grandfather reported this very gun as stolen. Riley asked Noah and Alex if they would help him get rid of the gun in the Tennessee River, as he feared it may implicate him in some way, even though he claimed he had absolutely nothing to do with Emma's death. Detectives brought Riley in for questioning. Police talked to him for hours that day. The more Riley talked, the more holes appeared in his story. He was elusive and detached, and the way he spoke about Emma did not match with his previous words. He referred to Emma as the girl and wouldn't use her name. Detectives said Riley was totally emotionless and disconnected, and his whole story seemed very rehearsed. "Oh, the girl, she texted me." "Which girl?" "The one that passed away." "Okay, which one?" "Emma." Despite maintaining he'd been in Maryville at the time Emma had been killed, cell phone analysis proved this to be a lie. His phone placed him on the freeway around midnight heading back to Knoxville from Maryville. It also put Riley in the vicinity of Emma's address at around 3:45 a.m., and she had been killed between 2:30 a.m. and 3 a.m. Officers quizzed him on the gun and the information they had received from Noah and Alex. But Riley denied any of these conversations ever happened. Riley was the police's only suspect at this point, but they did not have enough to make an arrest. After he got out of the station, Riley sent Noah and Alex a text message and told them not to talk to the police again and instructed them to delete the messages from him. Little did Riley know, Alex and Noah were still talking with officers and had been the second they found out Emma had died. The pair wanted to support the investigation and knew they could retrieve the murder weapon. Police were initially hesitant and warned them about the safety risks of getting involved, but the pair were both adamant and determined to help. "I wasn't fearful of my safety. I was just fearful that maybe justice couldn't have been done if we made the wrong move," Alex said. They hatched a plan with the police to catch Riley in his own lies. Noah and Alex spoke to Riley and agreed to help him dispose of his grandfather's gun in the Tennessee River. The plan was the police would wait nearby ready to arrest Riley as soon as he pulled the gun out. The boys would text the police a code word signaling them to move in. Officers gave Noah and Alex wires and body cameras, and an intricate undercover investigation began. After this was filmed, the three made their way to the river with the gun that Riley had been hiding at his stepfather's house. When they got there, Riley took out the gun ready to throw it in. But thanks to Noah and Alex, the police were waiting. 48 hours after Emma had been found, her killer was in handcuffs. Riley Gall was charged with the murder of Emma Walker. In the boot of Riley's car, police found black clothing and shoes. The only conclusion they could draw was that it had definitely been Riley trying to get into Emma's house a few days earlier. The trial of Riley Gall began a year and a half later, and he pled not guilty. He chose not to testify, and his legal team called no witnesses to the stand. His team's line of attack was not to argue that he didn't fire the bullets, but to argue that it was a total accident that the bullets had killed her. They claimed he was just trying to scare Emma by shooting near her, without realizing the bullets would go through the wall. He wanted her to confide in him and ultimately resume the relationship. His lawyer said Emma saw Riley as her hero, and this was all part of his clumsy plan to pretend to save her, but it went horribly wrong when he accidentally killed her in the process. The defense asked the jury if they were to find him guilty of anything. It was reckless homicide, which carried a substantially lesser sentence. But the prosecution said everything pointed to this being an intentional act, and it stemmed from his anger at her not wanting to get back together with him. The jury found William Riley Gall guilty of the first-degree murder of Emma Walker, as well as stalking, theft, reckless endangerment, and being in possession of a firearm during a dangerous felony. In the state of Tennessee, a first-degree murder conviction carries an automatic life sentence. Riley was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 51 years before he could even be considered for parole. He will be in his 70s. In May 2021, was announced that Riley Gall was seeking an acquittal based on insufficient evidence. If the acquittal was not granted, he was seeking a new trial. A motion hearing was set for June 4, 2021. However, his request was denied. Riley's attorney said he plans to appeal the ruling. Emma should have graduated in May 2018. Her family accepted her diploma for her, and her cap and gown were laid out on the chair she would have been sat in. Since her death, Emma's family and friends continue to work hard to keep her legacy alive. Her high school has a scholarship in her name. Jill said Emma's love of animals and her dreams of becoming a neonatal nurse were such big parts of her character. The Walker family has since had a dog park and a neonatal intensive care unit patient room at East Tennessee Children's Hospital named after her. Jill said that she hopes people remember Emma by channeling her energy and making sure they are always kind to others. On June 5, 2002, 14-year-old Elizabeth Smart was sleeping in her bedroom in Federal Heights, Salt Lake City, Utah. She shared the room with her sister Mary Catherine, but their peaceful night was about to take a terrifying turn. A soft-spoken man armed with a knife climbed through their open window. This woke Mary Catherine, who pretended to be asleep, hoping to protect her sister. The man ordered Elizabeth to be quiet, threatening to harm her if she didn't comply. Terrified, Elizabeth put on her shoes and was taken outside. Mary Catherine waited 2 hours before waking their parents and Lois Smart. She told them someone had taken Elizabeth, but they didn't believe her at first, thinking she might be dreaming. However, after inspecting the bedroom and finding a cut window screen, they realized Mary Catherine was telling the truth. They immediately contacted the authorities, who arrived and questioned Mary Catherine about the kidnapper. Mary Catherine described the man as having dark hair on his head, arms, and hands. Although he spoke quietly, she recognized his voice as familiar, but couldn't remember where she had heard it before. The police used the Rachel alert system to broadcast information about Elizabeth's abduction to the public, seeking their help in finding her. As part of their investigation, the police looked into people who had toured the Smart family's home, which was for sale at the time. They also searched the family's computer to see if Elizabeth had interacted with anyone suspicious online. The day after the kidnapping, Ed and Lois Smart made a heartfelt appeal on national television, pleading for their daughter's safe return. The police searched all night for the suspicious individual, but couldn't find them, so they ruled out the tip as not credible. Another tip came from a milkman who claimed to have seen a man driving a gray Honda or Nissan on Elizabeth Street around the time of her disappearance. He wrote down the license plate number, but when the police checked, they couldn't find any information on it, so they dismissed the tip. Police investigation was complicated by the many people who showed up at the Smart residence soon after Elizabeth's abduction, which could have contaminated any potential evidence. They questioned a man who had contact with Elizabeth before her abduction, but he was released after they determined he wasn't involved. The search for Elizabeth continued, with over 20 volunteer pilots searching the Salt Lake area from the air, but they found nothing. Tracking dogs indicated they had smelled something in Red Butte Canyon, but the police search of that area yielded nothing. Elizabeth's father, Ed, was exhausted from the search and was hospitalized briefly, but he was determined to keep looking for his daughter. He and his wife, Lois, were barely holding on, but they believed Elizabeth was alive and would come home to them. Ed took a polygraph test to aid the investigation, and the police ruled out the possibility that Elizabeth had staged her disappearance or run away. Mark Claus, whose daughter was kidnapped and murdered, reached out to the Smart family to offer support and share his own experiences. He noted that the internet had helped spread the word about Elizabeth's disappearance, which increased the chances of finding her. The police received information about a man named Brett Michael Edmonds, who was seen in the area around the time of Elizabeth's abduction. They searched for him, but he had relocated to New Mexico and Texas. After a chase, they arrested a man they thought was Brett, but it turned out to be the wrong person. The police investigated a man who resembled a suspect in Elizabeth's case, but they determined he was not involved. Meanwhile, they found Brett Michael Edmonds in West Virginia, where he was hospitalized due to an overdose and liver failure. Despite his critical condition, was conscious and able to speak, allowing the police to question him about Elizabeth's abduction. After interviewing him, the police cleared Brett as a suspect. The police then shifted their attention to Richard Albert Ritchie, a 48-year-old man who had worked at Ed Smart's home for 2 months the previous year. Ed Smart had hired Richard and even gave him a 1990 Jeep Cherokee in exchange for his labor, unaware that Richard had a long history of criminal offenses, including burglary, robbery, and attempted murder. Richard Ritchie denied any involvement in Elizabeth's abduction and claimed to have cooperated fully with the police, providing DNA samples and sitting through 26 hours of interviews. Despite an exhaustive search of his home, the police found no evidence linking him to the abduction. As the search for Elizabeth continued, the Smart family received a promising lead when a witness reported seeing a girl matching Elizabeth's description in Nebraska. However, after investigating the report, the police found no connection to Elizabeth's case. The Smart family remained hopeful but cautious, determined to find their daughter while acknowledging the possibility of false leads. They kept an open mind, knowing that every lead, no matter how promising, had to be thoroughly investigated before they could finally be reunited with Elizabeth. Richard Ritchie was accused of burglary, a second-degree felony, and theft, a Class A misdemeanor, for stealing items from a house in Federal Heights on April 4, 2001. He was also charged with theft, a third-degree felony, for stealing jewelry and a perfume bottle, worth $3,500 from the Smart house on June 6, 2001. However, these stolen items were not related to the investigation into Elizabeth Smart's kidnapping. Salt Lake District Attorney David Yoakum announced the charges in a press conference. When Ed Smart confronted Richard Ritchie about the Smart house theft, Ritchie denied it and was subsequently fired. Unfortunately, the police investigation into Elizabeth's abduction suffered a setback in August 2002 when Richard Ritchie, their prime suspect, died from a brainstem injury that caused hemorrhaging. As Ritchie's condition worsened, he lost the ability to communicate or breathe on his own. His family eventually decided to remove him from life support to prevent further suffering. Although Ritchie's death presented a significant challenge to the investigation, the authorities continued their efforts to find Elizabeth Smart's abductor. The investigation into Elizabeth Smart's kidnapping was hindered when the prime suspect was ruled out, causing doubts about the viability of other leads. Around the same time, in August 2002, an 11-year-old girl was brutally attacked and sexually assaulted in her own bedroom. The severity of her injuries was shocking, with every bone in the middle of her face broken. She required surgery, but remained in critical condition. The police arrested a close friend of her father, Javier Sickler, and charged him with burglary, assault, and attempted murder. Sickler claimed to have knocked on the front door of the victim's home, but said he blacked out afterward. Despite initial similarities with Elizabeth Smart's abduction, the police investigated and determined that Javier Sickler was not involved in her kidnapping. As the months passed with no sign of Elizabeth Smart, the police investigating her abduction turned to unorthodox methods to find her. One approach involved consulting psychics who claimed to possess extrasensory perception that could provide clues about her whereabouts. The psychics told investigators that Elizabeth might be found in a crypt in the foothills above Salt Lake City. This lead prompted a Seattle-based company to come forward, stating that over a dozen of its members had pinpointed Elizabeth's body using a specialized psychic technique called technical remote viewing. According to the group, their psychic abilities revealed that Elizabeth had been killed shortly after her abduction. However, when officers searched the specified tomb, they found no evidence of Elizabeth's disappearance. In November 2002, Walter Kenneth Holloway was arrested after falsely claiming to be the kidnapper of Elizabeth Smart. He contacted the Smart family and the Salt Lake Police Department, demanding a $3 million ransom from Ed and Lois Smart in exchange for their daughter's safe return. Holloway threatened to harm Elizabeth if his demands weren't met. However, the police quickly discovered that Holloway was not involved in the abduction and was simply trying to extort money from the Smart family. They tracked him down to South Carolina and cleared him of any involvement in the case. Ed Smart was outraged by the extortion scheme, feeling that it wasted valuable police resources and distracted them from finding his daughter. In October 2002, Mary Catherine, Elizabeth's sister, had a sudden realization. The voice of her sister's abductor sounded like Emmanuel, a man the family had briefly hired to do some yard work and roofing a year earlier. However, the police had doubts about this lead because Emmanuel had only worked for the family for a short time. A lot of time had passed since the abduction, and Mary Catherine had only heard the abductor's voice briefly. Despite their skepticism, the family worked with a sketch artist to draw a picture of Emmanuel based on their descriptions. The sketch was finally released in February 2003 and was featured on several TV shows, including Larry King Live and America's Most Wanted. A relative of a man named Brian David Mitchell recognized the sketch and contacted the police, providing them with recent photos of him. These photographs enabled authorities to confirm that the sketch was an accurate representation of Brian David Mitchell. On March 12, 2003, two couples in Sandy, Utah spotted Brian David Mitchell with a woman and a girl. Recognizing him from news photos as Elizabeth Smart's abductor, they immediately called the police. Brian David Mitchell was accompanied by his wife, Wanda Barzy, when he was found with Elizabeth Smart. The police were quickly alerted and sent to the scene, where they safely rescued Elizabeth Smart and took Brian David Mitchell and Wanda Barzy into custody. After her rescue, Elizabeth's testimony revealed a disturbing account of her 9-month ordeal. She described being taken to a hidden encampment outside Salt Lake City, where she met Wanda Barzy, who played a significant role in her captivity. The camp was a makeshift shelter surrounded by dense foliage, carefully camouflaged to avoid detection. Elizabeth Smart described Wanda Barzy as initially caring and nurturing, offering comfort and warmth. However, as time passed, Bazzy's behavior changed, and she began to exert control over Elizabeth. She forced Elizabeth to follow their unusual religious beliefs, insisting that she pray, read scriptures, and participate in religious rituals. One of the most distressing experiences Elizabeth endured during her captivity was being forced to marry Brian David Mitchell. Bazzy threatened Elizabeth with physical harm if she refused to comply. The wedding ceremony, which Mitchell claimed was a symbol of eternal love, was actually a sham with no legal basis. It solely served as a means for Mitchell to assert his dominance over Elizabeth. After being forced into a marriage, Brian David Mitchell assaulted Elizabeth. He justified his actions by claiming to be a king, ordained to kidnap virgin brides to fight against the Antichrist. Mitchell believed Elizabeth was the first of many virgins he would abduct, and that she would join him in this fictional battle. During her captivity, Elizabeth suffered unimaginable abuse to prevent her escape. She was chained to a tree with a metal cable, restricting her movement outside her tent. This constant confinement made her feel trapped and helpless, unable to seek freedom. In addition to physical restraint, Elizabeth was also subjected to psychological manipulation. She was forced to take on a new identity, choosing the name Esther after the biblical figure. This name change symbolized the loss of her own identity and the control exerted over her by Mitchell and his accomplice, Wanda Barzee. Elizabeth suffered severe trauma during her captivity, particularly due to the frequent and repeated sexual assaults by Brian David Mitchell, which occurred multiple times a day. This abuse left her deeply traumatized and fearful. In addition to the sexual abuse, Elizabeth was forced to look at explicit materials, which further worsened her trauma and feelings of degradation. Moreover, she lived in constant fear of violence and death, as Brian David Mitchell regularly threatened to kill her. This perpetual state of fear and uncertainty amplified the abuse she endured, leaving her feeling utterly overwhelmed and powerless. To gain more control over Elizabeth, Mitchell would often force her to consume alcohol and drugs. He used these substances to reduce her ability to resist him and make her more vulnerable to his control. As a result, Elizabeth was frequently disoriented and helpless, making it easier for her abusers to commit their atrocious acts. After a lengthy legal process, Wanda Barzee admitted to her role in Elizabeth's kidnapping and was sentenced to 15 years in both state and federal prison, with the sentences to be served concurrently. In 2016, her federal sentence was terminated, and she was transferred from a Texas prison to a Utah prison to begin serving her state sentence. When Wanda Barzee was set to be released in September 2018, Elizabeth Smart, who had become a child safety advocate, strongly objected to her release. Elizabeth believed that Barzee still posed a threat to others, as she had never shown remorse for her actions or any signs of rehabilitation. Despite Elizabeth's protests, Wanda Barzee was released from prison. Elizabeth Smart's protest attracted extensive media attention and brought to light the ongoing concerns about the release of convicted criminals from prison. After a lengthy legal battle, Brian David Mitchell was finally sentenced to life in prison for kidnapping Elizabeth. At his sentencing hearing, Elizabeth took the opportunity to confront her kidnapper directly, delivering a powerful and emotional statement. In her statement, Elizabeth described the immense pain and trauma Mitchell had inflicted upon her, explaining that the 9 months she spent in captivity had stolen a part of her life that she could never recover. Despite this horrific experience, Elizabeth demonstrated remarkable resilience and determination, assuring Mitchell that she would go on to live a good life, unperturbed by the darkness he had brought into her world. The case of Richard and Carla Van Dusen. In many cases, even the most trustworthy and kind individuals who show no signs of criminal or malicious behavior can become entangled in criminal cases. Their kindness and trust are sometimes exploited by dangerous individuals in society, leading to crimes that are beyond imagination. Carla Van Dusen was born on September 20th, 1954. From a young age, she was easygoing, quiet, hardworking, and diligent in her studies. She married early, hoping for a happy family life, but her dreams of stability were shattered. Her first husband was cruel and manipulative, exerting total control over her. Carla was trapped in the relationship, unable to leave for a long time due to fear of his unpredictable and abusive behavior. When she finally managed to escape this nightmare, she was left with deep emotional scars and a lingering mistrust of others. However, one bright spot emerged from her first marriage: the birth of her son. Carla and her son shared a close and loving bond, and he became a true source of strength for her as she navigated the challenges of life. After her divorce, Carla lost interest in relationships with men and devoted herself entirely to raising her son. Years later, once her son was grown, She began to heal and decided to give her personal life another chance. This change was largely influenced by the persistence of a new suitor. Fate brought Carla together with Richard, a 55-year-old man with 2 daughters from a previous relationship. They met in 2000 when Carla was 46 years old. Their relationship progressed quickly, and within a few months, they decided to get married. For Carla, it felt like a miracle. She had nearly given up hope of finding her soulmate, but believed she had finally gotten lucky with Richard, who seemed like the perfect partner for the rest of her life. At that time, worked part-time as a court stenographer, spending most of her free time with family and volunteering. Richard's daughters and Carla's son got along well, and everything appeared to be going smoothly. On November 27, 2003, a local businessman on Old Memorial Highway encountered a disturbing scene. He noticed a suspicious car parked across from his store. At first glance, it looked as though the vehicle had been abandoned in a hurry. Inside the car, he spotted a woman's handbag carelessly thrown on the floor. The windshield on the passenger side had a circular hole, as if it had been cut. What stood out the most were small reddish spots scattered across the front seats, resembling blood. Alarmed, he immediately called the police. When officers arrived, they found the vehicle unlocked and began examining its contents. Inside the woman's purse, they found documents, money, and personal belongings, some of which were scattered on the ground near the car. A mobile phone was also discovered nearby. Using the documents in the purse and the phone records, authorities identified the vehicle as belonging to the Van Dusen couple. While contemplating their whereabouts, the officers heard someone calling for help from hundreds of meters behind the road embankment. A person was frantically signaling and urging them to contact the police. Guided by this witness, the officers followed him to the scene. On a secluded, forested dirt road a couple of kilometers from the highway, the witness had stumbled upon 2 bodies. Spotting the police, he began shouting for help. Even a cursory inspection allowed officers to identify the victims as Richard and Carla. Both had attack wounds to the head by weapon. Police immediately launched an investigation. Detectives quickly determined that both victims were respectable individuals with no ties to crime, mental illness, or dangerous addictions. They also found no evidence suggesting Richard and Carla had any enemies. The investigation faced challenges due to the abundance of clues left behind, but this offered hope for identifying the perpetrator. The case grew more complex due to the distance between the bodies and the car, which indicated a struggle had taken place. It was evident that Richard had attempted to flee from the attacker but failed. Investigators believe the assault began inside the car, suggesting the perpetrator was already present in the vehicle. Richard either ran out of the car or was pulled out, after which the attacker beat him. Relatives and friends of the victims supported this theory, as Richard and Carla had never argued, let alone become violent with each other. Forensic experts thoroughly examined the car and the condition of the bodies. Their analysis revealed that Carla was inside the car during the attack. The bullet passed through her hand and head, killing her instantly. Richard, her husband, was attacked outside on the street and attacked in the head. Carla's body was then dragged next to Richard's body. Richard and Carla was found hundreds of meters away from their family car. These findings ruled out the possibility of a self-harm or one spouse killing the other. Evidence clearly pointed to the involvement of a third party. During the investigation, police learned that the Van Dusens had lost a car. The forensic experts discovered a driver's license at the scene. It belonged to a man named Henry Sullivan, a Florida resident with a criminal record, which immediately raised police suspicions. A database search revealed that Sullivan had a history of criminal activity, including possession of controlled substances, probation violations, and 2 aggravated assaults. His violent past made detectives believe they were on the right track. Investigators decided to locate and question Henry Sullivan in person. When the police arrived at Sullivan's apartment building, they immediately noticed something unusual: a bright red Chevrolet Cheyenne parked nearby. The car stood out in the impoverished neighborhood as it was relatively new. When officers ran the license plate, they discovered the car belonged to the Van Dusens. The evidence against Sullivan seemed to be mounting. Detectives confronted him about the double homicide, catching him completely off guard. Sullivan denied any involvement, claiming he had no idea why the restored car was on his street. He even insisted he didn't have the car keys. However, he couldn't explain how his driver's license was found just meters away from the murder victims. The investigators were unsure if he was truly the killer. There seemed to be no clear motive for the crime. Carla and Richard were kind, hardworking people with no known enemies. Richard worked as a sales manager for a copier company and spent his free time restoring old cars, which he would sell before starting new projects. Carla worked as a stenographer and was deeply involved in her community. She sang in the church choir, volunteered at hospitals, and even dressed as a clown to entertain sick and injured children. Both were well-liked and respected in their city. Neither had ever been involved in violence or cruelty. The reason for such a brutal attack on these decent people remained a mystery. Sullivan claimed his license might have been stolen, explaining that he was often forgetful and had lost his expired license. When the police examined the document, they found no fingerprints on it, as if it had been deliberately cleaned. This was unusual because if Sullivan had dropped it accidentally, his fingerprints should have been present. This raised the possibility that someone had stolen Sullivan's license and planted it at the scene to frame him. The fingerprint analysis posed significant challenges. Forensic experts thoroughly searched the car, focusing on areas such as the door handles, back seat, and seat belts. But they found almost no traces of evidence. It appeared that the crime scene had been meticulously cleaned, leaving little to no clues behind. Initially, it seemed as though the killer had left no evidence at all. However, police discovered the bullet that killed Carla from a 9mm pistol. Coincidentally, Sullivan owned 2 weapons of this caliber. While one of them was inoperable, the other could have been the murder weapon. Forensic scientists examined the functional weapon in the lab, which Sullivan voluntarily handed over, claiming it would prove his innocence. A ballistic analysis was conducted to compare the bullets from Sullivan's weapon with the one recovered at the crime scene. After tests the confiscated weapon, experts concluded that it did not match the murder weapon. Nevertheless, detectives did not want to discard this option completely since Sullivan had a criminal past, including one related to violent crimes. Investigators also considered the possibility that Sullivan was being framed or that he was not directly involved in the double murder. On the day of the murder, Richard and Carla had been planning to sell one of Richard's collectible cars, the red car found near Sullivan's home. The sale of the car would have involved a significant amount of money, which could have served as a motive for the crime. Forensic experts then turned their attention to analyzing blood droplets found at the scene, hoping to identify the killer's DNA. Their analysis confirmed that Carla had died inside the car. Inside the vehicle, only Carla's blood was discovered, while outside, only Richard's DNA was present. This information helped clarify the sequence of events. Initially, no evidence of a third party was found in the collected samples. However, when forensic experts examined blood traces from the car's steering wheel, they determined that the blood belonged to a third person. This revealed that someone else had taken control of the vehicle and driven it. Investigators speculated that the perpetrator might have injured his hand during a struggle or while cutting the seatbelt, leaving his blood on the steering wheel and he without realizing it. Now Detective Sullivan and requested his DNA samples. To compare with the evidence found in the victim's car, Sullivan agreed, confident he had nothing to hide. The test results confirmed that the blood found did not belong to him. So Sullivan was removed from the list of suspects. The investigators began to suspect that the license had been deliberately faked by someone in Sullivan's close circle, a ruthless individual with a history of violent crimes. Their focus shifted to Sullivan's brother, Justin. It was soon revealed that Justin had an outstanding arrest warrant for an unrelated case. On the night of the murders, Justin was stopped by a traffic officer for a violation. To avoid arrest, he gave Sullivan's name instead of his own, knowing the officer wouldn't verify his identity. The officer let him off with just a warning. Later, Justin likely stole Sullivan's documents and planted them at the crime scene to frame him for the murders. He had ample opportunity to do so and could have bolstered the police's suspicions about Sullivan's involvement by planting Richard's car outside Sullivan's apartment. As a result, Justin became the new prime suspect and was brought in for questioning. He denied any role in the double murder and provided an alibi. Justin claimed he was at a nightclub with friends on the night of the incident, while several witnesses supported his story. Detectives suspected the friends might have lied or confused the date. The police then requested a DNA sample from Justin to compare with traces found on the car's steering wheel. However, the DNA profiles did not match. With the investigation at a standstill, detectives decided to revisit the case from the beginning, focusing more on Richard's car. While investigators were working outside, a man approached them on the street. He introduced himself as William de Pervine and claimed ownership of the car. William explained that shortly before the crime, he had purchased the vehicle from a collector. He said he had seen an advertisement for the retro car in a newspaper and went to Richard's home to inspect it. After being satisfied with the car, William paid Richard $6,500 in cash and took the car home. According to him, he had not seen the previous owners since the purchase and was unaware of anything happening to them. William did not arouse suspicion at first. He was a confident and well-educated law school graduate who even presented the contract and receipt signed by Richard. The documents clearly confirmed the car purchase. However, detectives decided to investigate further, and inconsistencies quickly surfaced. Witnesses revealed that shortly before the double murder, Richard and Carla had indeed found a buyer for the car. Richard was offered $13,500 for the vehicle, twice the amount William claimed to have paid. This made it clear that selling the car to William for $6,500 would not have been a profitable deal. With these revelations, detectives had new doubts, and William became a key suspect in this murder. He was called to the station for further questioning. William complied and admitted to meeting the Van Dussens at around 5:30 p.m. However, evidence soon contradicted his claim. Detectives discovered from phone records that Carla had spoken to her mother at 6:37 p.m. During the call, Carla mentioned they had found a buyer willing to pay a substantial amount and were planning to finalize the paperwork. Although she didn't name the buyer, she said the deal was agreed upon and they had plans to meet later. So at 5:30 p.m., it was impossible for Richard and Carla to have sold the car to William. After the phone conversation ended, Carla's mother couldn't stop wondering, why would anyone arrange to buy a car so late in the evening? The next day, Richard and Carla was found dead. Carla's mother was tormented by the thought that she might have been able to save her daughter. She was convinced the crime was connected to the car. When William was informed of this details, he appeared confused but stuck to his original account. He denied being the person Richard and Carla was supposed to meet that evening. This created a major inconsistency in his story since the timelines didn't match. Of course, the Van Dussens could not have sold the same car twice. Investigators later found that the psychological profile of William matched the description of the person who killed Richard and Carla. They also discovered that William had a history of violent crimes. At the time of the double murder, he was out on parole after serving 9 years for assault with a weapon. This criminal background further heightened the detective's suspicions about his involvement. The contract and receipt for the car sale were examined, and an expert confirmed that Richard's signature had been forged. Following this, William was asked to provide a DNA sample for analysis. However, he unexpectedly refused and invoked his rights without providing any explanation. At that point, the investigators did not have enough legal justification to forcefully obtain a DNA sample from the potential perpetrator. As a result, the detectives decided to pursue an alternative approach. That same day, a special team was assembled to monitor William's movements in hopes of finding an opportunity to collect the required DNA evidence. William was placed under 24/7 surveillance, and the police tracked his every move. This was challenging because he avoided public places like shopping centers and cafes, where it would have been easier to leave traces. His cautious behavior made the surveillance team's work even more difficult, as they had to carefully avoid detection. Being well-versed in criminal law due to his legal education, William was familiar with law enforcement techniques. During a previous term of imprisonment, he had dedicated time to studying and enhancing his knowledge of the legal system. William's university professors described him as highly intelligent, determined, and self-confident. His every action was meticulous and deliberate, reflecting a disciplined nature that aroused further suspicion. He constantly appeared tense, as though he feared being observed, which seemed to align with the theory of his involvement in the double murder. The police had been surveilling him for a long time. He followed the same schedule daily, going to work and returning home at the same times, rarely leaving his apartment. On weekends, he occasionally went to the store, but he appeared to have no friends and minimal contact with the outside world. The only social interactions he seemed to maintain were periodic meetings with his 2 daughters. His rigid routine, lack of social connections, and cautious behavior made it difficult for the authorities to collect DNA samples. After months of surveillance, detectives still lacked the crucial DNA evidence they needed. However, the suspect eventually made a critical error. During his Christmas shopping, he bought an ice cream and stopped at a shopping center food court. After finishing it, he threw the cup and stick into a trash can. Undercover officers retrieved the discarded items and secured the ice cream stick, which they sent to the lab. There, they successfully extracted a DNA sample from William. The results confirmed what investigators suspected. The genetic profile matched the blood found on Richard's car steering wheel. This proved that William was responsible for the crime. With this undeniable evidence, police arrested and charged William with 2 counts of first-degree murder. Despite substantial evidence against him, William steadfastly denied his guilt, claiming that Henry Sullivan was the true killer. During interrogation, however, his story began to shift, seemingly in an attempt to mislead the investigation. He admitted to meeting Richard and Carla the night before the murder, but claimed it was only to purchase a collector's car, after which they supposedly parted ways. Although he made slight adjustments to the timeline, his account became increasingly less credible. Despite this, William continued to insist that he did not shoot Richard and Carla, describing the car transaction as an ordinary purchase. The prosecution built its case on testimony from Carla's mother, who stated that her daughter had called her shortly before meeting William. Meanwhile, the defense lawyer argued that the genetic analysis used in the investigation had a margin of error, though it was so minimal that it did not affect the results. A second analysis was conducted, which confirmed William's involvement in the murders. Meanwhile, the defense attorney continued to focus on Sullivan, pointing out that his driver's license had been found near the crime scene. However, this line of defense ultimately failed, as no evidence, fingerprints, or other traces of Sullivan were found at the scene. The prosecutor's office presented a detailed account of the events from that tragic night. According to their findings, William met Richard and Carla and agreed to take a ride in a collectible Chevrolet Cheyenne to test its performance. He managed to lure the couple into their family car. Once there, he manipulated the situation to gain access to their vehicle. Instead of paying for the car, William pulled out a weapon and attacked Carla. Richard fled into the street, but William pursued and attacked him. After killing Richard, William cut Carla's seatbelt and dragged her body to where her husband's lay. During this process, he injured himself, leaving traces of his blood on the steering wheel. He then drove the victim's car to a store parking lot, abandoned it, and calmly returned home in the collectible Chevrolet Cheyenne. William had meticulously planned the crime, intending to frame a neighbor, Sullivan, who had a criminal record for violent offenses. Believing Sullivan's history would draw attention from the authorities, William planted Sullivan's license at the crime scene, ensuring it was wiped clean of fingerprints. However, his efforts backfired. Thanks to modern DNA evidence, William's scheme unraveled. During the trial, the prosecutor depicted the defendant as a cold and dangerous criminal who would commit double murder for just a few dollars. They described him as a serious threat to society. Despite this, the defendant adamantly claimed innocence and even requested to speak in his defense. However, the prosecutor intensified their efforts and dismantled all of his arguments. They presented extensive evidence against William, including the results of forensic examinations, DNA tests, shoe prints found near the victims' bodies, tire tracks from the red Chevrolet at the crime scene, and forged signatures on a sales contract. After deliberating for 3 hours, the jury found William de Parvin guilty of double murder. He was sentenced to death. In 2005, he was placed on death row. However, this was not the end of the case. William's lawyer filed multiple appeals and eventually identified a legal loophole. It was revealed that the death sentence had not been decided unanimously by the jury. Recent changes in Florida's criminal law required a unanimous jury vote for a death sentence to be carried out. Due to this error, a retrial was scheduled for 2022. Within weeks, the jury began deliberating the verdict. They spent time reviewing the case details. Although the prosecution recommended the death penalty, the jury failed to reach a unanimous decision. Under state law, this resulted in the death penalty being overturned. Instead, William was sentenced to 2 life terms in prison without any possibility of parole. He showed no emotion as the verdict was announced in court, while his 2 adult daughters cried. The case of Becky Friedli. On September 17, 2006, at 9:51 p.m., a passerby saw large clouds of smoke in the distance and quickly called emergency services. The smoke turned out to be a fire at the Friedli family home. Firefighters quickly extinguished the blaze, but it was too late. Vicky Friedli, 53 years old, and her husband, John Hayward, 55 years old, had died. Forensic experts later revealed that Vicky had been attacked in the head, and John had suffered injuries from being attacked in the chest. The case became even more grisly when the burned body of 18-year-old Becky Friedli, Vicky's daughter, was discovered. Her body was found in a wheelbarrow outside the house, and experts have not been able to determine the cause of her death. The house that burned down belonged to Ron, who had built it for his family, including his wife Vicky and their 3 daughters, Drew, Tanya, and Becky. He had chosen a safe and quiet location in the mountains to provide his daughters with space to play and entertain themselves. Vicky was a devoted mother, teaching her daughters to cook and assisting them with household tasks. She enjoyed gardening, sewing, and preparing delicious meals. The family seemed happy, but over time, Ron and Vicky grew apart. After 13 years of marriage, they divorced and Ron moved out, leaving the house to Vicky and their daughters. Sisters Drew and Tanya eventually moved out of their mother's house, leaving their youngest sister Becky behind. Shortly after, Vicky began a relationship with John Hayward, who also had an adult daughter. John moved into the Friedli home, and they all lived together until a tragic incident occurred in September 2006. Friends and acquaintances of the family were baffled by the crime, not knowing who could have committed it. Rumors spread throughout town, with some claiming that Ron was responsible for the fire. However, he denied any involvement and showed deep concern for Vicky and his daughter, often crying during interrogations. His older daughters, Drew and Tanya, did not believe their father could commit such a horrific act. Investigators asked Ron to take a polygraph test, which he agreed to and passed successfully. Police later reviewed Ron's phone records and determined he was about an 11-hour drive from the scene of the fire, leading them to rule him out as a suspect. Further investigation revealed that the target of the case was Becky. Her father, Ron, shared that she had been terrified of fire since she was very young. Once, while her mother was cooking soup, Becky accidentally spilled it on herself, resulting in a 3rd-degree burn that left a permanent scar. Since then, she had experienced intense fear whenever she saw fire. Becky's friend Jenny McDaniel told the police that she believed Robert Pape was responsible for the incident involving the Friedli family. Burned photographs were discovered at the scene, including one of Robert's. He was Becky's ex-boyfriend. They had a seemingly happy relationship during their 1.5 years of dating in high school. However, Robert's behavior became increasingly concerning over time. He grew excessively jealous and controlling. About 10 months before the incident, when Becky was on holiday with a friend, he would call her 20 to 30 times a night, demanding to know where she was and who she was with. In January 2006, Becky broke up with Robert. He found a new girlfriend but continued to call her to control her, which only made things worse. She told Jenny that he had come to her home 3 weeks before the tragedy and threatened her with violence. He told her that he didn't want to share her with anyone and that she should belong only to him. However, she and Jenny didn't take his statement seriously, thinking it was just a joke. After her death, Jenny informed the police about everything. But it turned out that they were already watching Robert, and he was on the list of suspects. Robert and Kristen maintained that they were not at or near Becky's house the night of the fire. However, Kristen later shared a different version of incident. They tried to stop by Becky's house, but found it closed. They then went to Kristen's house, where they spent the day playing video games. After 7 p.m., they drove to the high school to attend a game, but no one confirmed that they were there that day. According to cell phone records, at 7:13 p.m., Robert was at a different location than the one he claimed on the road leading to Becky's house. Meanwhile, Kristen's phones were turned off from 7:30 p.m. to 7:32 p.m. At the time, Robert was married to a woman named Sarah, whom he began dating shortly after his split from Becky. He was actively involved in his church, helping others, while Sarah dedicated her time to animal welfare. Kristen was also married. His father, John Smith, described him as a noble man who had served his country for 5 years in an elite army regiment. He became a hero in Afghanistan after saving the lives of 3 fellow soldiers and received an award for his bravery. He also earned a medal for injuries sustained from shrapnel during a grenade explosion, which severely damaged his arm. In 2012, Private Detective Luis Bolanos, a longtime colleague of Ron, offered to help Ron solve the case. He accepted Luis's help because he had lost faith in the police's ability to find the culprit. Detective Luis spoke with Becky's close friends and family, including her sisters and colleagues, and uncovered new crucial information. Becky's cousin, Daniela, recalled that the day before the fire, she called him to say that Robert had come to her workplace at the cafe and started bothering her. They had a fight that day, and he was even thrown out of the cafe. Detective Luis has been gathering information about Robert and Kristen. Their friends describe them as good people, but when they are together, they create a dangerous relationship. They had a particular interest in fire. One friend shared a concerning incident in which they set her mattress on fire, leaving her frightened and angry with them. Investigators discovered that Robert had sent a disturbing text message to his girlfriend, Sarah, who was in a complicated relationship with another man. In the message, he suggested that if he knew where the other boy lived, they could professionally burn his house down. Investigators suggested that Robert and Kristen intended to confront Becky, and that Vicky and John happened to be there. Evidence showed that they attacked Becky near her house, forced her into a car, and set her on fire. Police found a business card with Kristen's DNA at the location where Becky was discovered. Inside the house, they attacked and killed Vicky along with John. They then set the house on fire and fled the scene. 6 months later, the district attorney's office subpoenaed Robert Pape and Kristen Smith, charging them with the crime. However, the families of Robert and Kristen remained skeptical about their involvement and decided to advocate for their release. Robert's attorney argued that the charges against him were based on hearsay and unreliable evidence. The lawyer claimed that Daniela had lied about Robert visiting her at work the day before the incident and that they had argued. Daniela's testimony could not be verified, and Robert's text message to Sarah about burning down her friend's house was simply a joke. The attorney also claimed that he was not jealous or controlling, that they had broken up, and that he was happy in his new relationship with Sarah. Kristen Smith's attorney contended that he had no motive to commit the crime, as Becky was neither his girlfriend nor a friend, and he held no ill feelings toward her. The attorney pointed out that the fact that Robert and Kristen did not use their cell phones that evening did not prove that they were at Becky's house, since they were playing games and did not have their phones with them. However, Robert's phone was recorded by cell towers as ringing at 7:13 p.m. near Becky's home. FBI experts noted that cell phones at high altitudes, like Becky's house, can sometimes connect to different towers. But this did not matter because there was physical evidence that Kristen was near her house, a business card with his DNA on it. His attorney countered that Becky could have taken the card from Kristen earlier and suggested that she might have lost it near her house during a walk. The attorney suggested that Becky's close friend, Javier, might be responsible for the Friedel family's deaths. Javier was the first person to inform the police that Robert and Christine were going on a hike with Becky. Friends of Becky said that Javier was in love with her and wanted a serious relationship, but she only viewed him as a friend. Robert and Christine's attorneys noted that there was evidence that Javier was near Becky's house that night, as he was tracked via a phone call. Additionally, Javier's father worked as an investigator in the district attorney's office, raising concerns about bias. But they asserted that Javier was not involved in the crime. Instead, he assisted the investigation and was cooperative throughout. It was revealed that Javier was indeed in the area that evening because he intended to join Becky for the hike with Robert and Kristen. However, when he called Becky to confirm, she told him not to come. After that call, he decided to turn around and go back home. The court proceedings continued, and Robert and Kristen remained in jail. Kristen's father visited him every Saturday. Soon, Kristen became a father, but missed the birth of his daughter, Zoe. Meanwhile, a new prosecutor took over the case and urgently called for the charges against Robert and Kristen to be dropped. Just 2 hours later, they were released. Robert was greeted by his family, including his parents and wife, Sarah. A year later, by the end of 2015, Robert and Sarah divorced. In June 2016, both Robert and Kristen were arrested again for the triple murder and arson of the Friedley house. This arrest was based on a witness who claimed that Kristen had confessed to him about the crime. Years later, in January 2018, forensic experts used modern technology to match fingerprints that had not been available in 2006. The trial for the case began in April 2018, where Robert and Kristen pleaded not guilty. The court proceedings lasted about a month, and the jury deliberated for 10 days before reaching a verdict. On August 10, 2018, nearly 12 years after the Friedel family was killed, Robert Pape and Kristen Smith were found guilty of a premeditated crime, and both received life sentences without the possibility of parole. Hikers on the Pacific Crest Trail made a grisly discovery at the Los Coyotes Indian Reservation on February 16, 1986. At the edge of the campsite, a woman's body, which was partially decomposed, was found. The San Diego County Sheriff's Office arrived on the scene right away and got to work on the investigation. While at it, the San Diego County Sheriff's Office soon got a call that would completely change the situation. A man in comparable state was discovered 14 miles away from the female victim. Both murder victims were covered up in layers of clothing and heavy jackets. Because of the striking similarities between them, investigators knew they had to identify both bodies before their killer could be found. In both of these cases, law enforcement has withheld a great deal of information. To maintain the integrity of the investigation, the cause of death of the man who was discovered 14 miles away was never disclosed. Detectives had a hard time moving either of the cases forward. There was a dearth of evidence, and what little evidence the San Diego County Sheriff's Office did possess was kept from the media. Before interest waned, the Jane Doe's murder was briefly covered by the media. Although the San Diego County Sheriff's Office was aware that there was a family out there looking for their loved one, the female victim's case would go unsolved for decades, until in 2023. The San Diego County Sheriff's Office began using genetic genealogy. The Jane Doe's hair was sent in for testing on websites like 23andMe and GEDmatch. Detectives were able to create family trees and locate relatives using this DNA analysis, census data, and other public information. After identifying the victim's family tree, all that remained for the investigators to do was to locate the missing link. Following the submission of her DNA, law enforcement quickly identified the Jane Doe as Claudette Jean Zabulski Powers. Claudette Jean would have been 24 years old when she was savagely murdered. Her life before her disappearance in the early 1980s was pieced together by detectives. She had been married with 2 kids. She and her husband relocated from their home in Michigan to Washington. By 1983, Claudette had filed for a divorce and had found a house in San Diego County for her and her 2 daughters. However, the death of her father in 1984 brought tragedy to the Powers family. Claudette didn't take her father's death so well. She loved her father so much that, when he died, she felt lost. According to family members, Claudette was last seen or spoken to at her father's funeral in September 1984. She completely vanished from the surface of the earth. Her family claimed that they never stopped trying to find her. When it seemed difficult to locate her, her siblings hired a private investigator to help search for her. Still, it yielded nothing. They then only hoped that one day she would come back home. She was never formally reported missing, and her family was unaware that she had passed away for all these years. Despite the fact that she has now been identified, the investigation is far from over. Authorities must now reconstruct Claudette's life from September 1984 to September 1986. According to some reports, Claudette may have worked as a waitress in Escondido, so anyone with information or who may have known her has urged to come forward. It has been extremely difficult for her family. Her sister Laura Fries told the media in a statement, "If you know of my sister, you have worked with her, you have seen her. It would have been back in 84, early 80s to 85 when she come up missing. Please contact the San Diego Sheriff's Department to tell them what you know about her. Somebody knows what happened." The investigation is still ongoing. Neither the John Doe nor Claudette's cause of death have been disclosed by the San Diego County Sheriff's Office. They have stated that Claudette died violently and that they are searching for a male suspect. Additionally, they want to find out who killed the man. They claimed that the man was about Claudette's age, in his mid-20s, and that they were both wearing thermals and other camping-appropriate attire. They had both passed away for about 2 weeks before their bodies were discovered. No other personal items or bags or purses containing camping supplies were discovered. They would have needed a vehicle to travel to the crime scene because it was far away. There are currently no John Doe sketches or other details that could be used to identify him. After Claudette Jean Zabalski-Power's DNA matched with Laura Fries, her youngest sister, who has been worried about her for years, Laura remembered her sister in an interview saying, "Claudette was a very devoted and thoughtful mother. She adored her children dearly. She cherished her family dearly." She further added that their mother can pass away peacefully when the time comes, knowing that her oldest child has been located. Right now, there is a $1,000 reward for any information that results in an arrest of Claudette's killer, so anyone with information is urged to call the Sheriff's Homicide Unit at 858-285-6330. In the last days of 1973, Deborah Kerb was a 17-year-old student at Fresno High School. Her friends and teachers described her as a cheerful and outstanding student. On December 31st, 1973, Deborah hosted a small get-together inside her family's residence located on the 4000 block of College Avenue in Fresno, California, while her parents were away in Pismo. To welcome the new year, Deborah Kerb and her friends, which included her boyfriend and another couple, engaged in puzzle solving while listening to music. When the clock struck midnight, signaling the start of the year 1974, the small party ended and the young host bid her friends farewell. Tragically, Deborah would only have a little glimpse of a potentially fruitful year. On January 1st, 1974, in the late afternoon, Deborah's parents came back home to find her lying dead with her own leotard wrapped around her neck. Tragedy was reported to the police. An investigation into the case was launched, and detectives started looking into persons who had last seen Deborah alive, specifically those who had attended her party hours earlier. A young man named James Arthur Blaylock, who was 17 years old at the time, was quickly suspected by authorities. James was one of the party attendants and had come along with his girlfriend to the gathering. He was said to have driven the others home when they left Deborah's residence. Authorities believed that James Blaylock might have committed the murder. They were of the opinion that he had gone back to the Kerb family home. Using a spare key he had known the location of to get inside and rape and kill Deborah. Unfortunately, though, that was only a theory. There was no concrete proof to convict James for the crime. In 1974, due to a lack of supporting forensic equipment, detectives were unable to prove what they so firmly felt to be true: the fact that 17-year-old James Blaylock was a deadly killer. The Deborah Kerb's case, however, slowly became cold. Many years later, in 2006, the Fresno County Sheriff's Office reopened the investigation and attempted to run some of the biological evidence collected from the crime scene through recently developed DNA technology. This time, there was a success. James Blaylock's DNA matched the sexual assault kit. To further confirm this, Deborah Kerb's body was also exhumed in 2006 so that a DNA sample from her could be obtained. The samples were then submitted to the Serological Research Institute, a non-profit forensic lab in California that soon confirmed James Blaylock as the culprit investigators have been looking for all these years. James Blaylock, who was incarcerated at the time, was subsequently interviewed by Fresno County Sheriff's detectives Marty Rivera and Jeff Kurtzen. He denied killing Deborah and having sex with her. Blaylock soon changed his account after the detectives confronted him with a DNA match of his semen. He claimed he and Deborah had consensual sex but never killed her. The case was brought by the district attorney's office, but it had to be dropped for lack of supporting evidence. The case went cold again for another 15 years. In December 2021, Sergio Toscano, a current cold case detective and former Fresno County Sheriff's officer, revisited the Deborah Curbs case and asked for a repeat DNA test on the leotard used to strangle Deborah. James Blaylock's DNA results were obtained again. His DNA was confirmed on the sexual assault kit and also appeared on the leotard. After this discovery, in 2023 detectives tried to get in touch with James Blaylock, but they soon learned that he had died in the hospital in 2022. He was 66 years old at the time. Blaylock had a significant criminal history over the course of his lifetime, which included violent crimes and becoming a registered sex offender. The case of Whitney Hostler. Dayton is a city in Montgomery County, Ohio, United States, with a population of over 137,000. On July 27th of this year, Whitney Hostler was born into a dog family of 2 sisters. However, their parents' marriage was in trouble. 2 years after Whitney was born, tensions between her parents led to their separation. Due to the mother's health problems, full custody was given to the father, resulting in little contact with her growing up. Whitney was a cheerful and sociable girl. She had a strong creative instinct and loved to draw. Recognizing her talent, her father sent her to art school to hone her skills. Whitney's creativity was evident in all aspects of her life. As an adult, she loved to experiment with makeup and fashion, and even brought her creativity to home renovations. When Whitney was 12, her mother, Kimberly, improved and decided to move back in with her family. By then, Whitney's older sister, Chelsea, had grown up, got a job, and moved out of her father's house. Whitney, the youngest daughter, continued to live with her father. Kimberly wanted her daughters to live with her. However, reconnecting with Chelsea was difficult because she had her own life and did not feel the need for her mother's presence. But Whitney was interested in the idea of communicating with her mother. They began to see each other, went out, and became close. Eventually, Whitney moved in with her. For the next few years, she lived with her mother and continued to communicate with her father. At age 15, while in high school, Whitney met a boy named Randy Ryder. They were attracted to each other and gradually developed a romantic relationship. The relationship lasted for several years before Whitney introduced Randy to her parents and attended a family dinner at Ryder's. Their relationship was strong and they became inseparable. They finished school together, started working, and made plans to attend college. In 2017, Whitney discovered she was pregnant at the age of 22. Although the pregnancy was unplanned, the couple and their families took the news positively. The couple's parents were supportive, seeing the birth of their child as an opportunity to complete their family. Randy's parents, who were recently retired and had a lot of free time, offered to help the couple with childcare. Since Whitney and Randy needed to pursue their education and build their lives, they happily accepted Randy's parents' offer. The couple soon moved to St. Paris, a small town in Ohio with less than 2,000 residents, where Randy's family lived. For the first few months after moving in, while Whitney was pregnant, they lived in a one-room apartment and worked. After their daughter was born, they decided to move into Randy's parents. This move made their lives significantly easier, allowing them to balance school and work more effectively. It was also financially beneficial, as they did not have to spend a large portion of their income on rent. In addition, the grandparents were able to spend more time with their granddaughter. In addition to Randy's parents, his younger brother lived there as well. They all lived together as a large family. The friendly family supported each other, and everything seemed perfect. On October 1st, 2020, Randy visited the police station to report his Whitney disappearance. He stated that the last time he saw her was on the evening of September 30th, following an argument between them. After the fight, he went out to meet friends. The conflict continued with his mother, Valerie, but Randy did not stay to see how it resolved. He explained that he and Whitney had planned to spend the evening together, but she decided to stay home. A few hours later, his friends were supposed to pick her up in a car to go have fun together. Randy admitted that at the appointed time, his friend came for Whitney. However, she was not waiting in the driveway as they had agreed. The friend called her several times, but Whitney ignored the calls. He waited for her in the car near the house for some time, but then concluded that perhaps someone else had picked her up or her plans had changed. So he did not waste time and went to the party where he expected to meet her. When Randy arrived at the party, Whitney had not shown up, which worried him. He tried calling her several times, but she did not answer. Randy contacted his parents, who were home. They told him that Whitney had left shortly after him, getting into a car with a friend. Randy's mother, Valerie, saw an unfamiliar car pull into the driveway and watched Whitney get into the car. However, she could not tell who was in the car or how many people were inside because the windows were tinted. Whitney stopped communicating after that and was never seen again. Randy waited another day, hoping she would be with friends. Randy tried to find out who Whitney had left with, but eventually decided to contact the police for assistance. Initially, the police were skeptical of Randy, as people close to the victim are often considered in such cases. However, Randy's story was supported by his parents and friends. Randy's parents saw him leave for the party without Whitney, and he stayed there until his mother told him that Whitney had left on her own. His mother corroborated Randy's story, verifying that he had been at the party when Whitney disappeared. The police contacted Whitney's mother to gather more information about her whereabouts. Whitney's mother insisted that Whitney wouldn't just run away, as she was a responsible mother devoted to her child and wouldn't leave for long. With this information, the case didn't seem to be a simple disappearance, leading the police to begin a search for Whitney. Then, a man noticed something unusual while hiking in the woods near Kaiser Lake in Ohio. At the bottom of a cliff, he saw a person lying face down. Thinking it might be a tourist who had fallen, he tried calling out to them but got no response. He decided not to risk climbing down the cliff and instead contacted emergency services. Emergency responders arrived quickly and used specialized equipment to descend the steep cliff. When they got to the victim, it was clear that she was dead. The victim was a young woman, and responders immediately noticed signs of strangulation on her neck and face. This ruled out a fall as a cause of death. Unfortunately, the victim had no identification on her. Police had to rely on her clothing and other identifying features, such as earrings, to try to identify her. The police reviewed recent missing person reports and quickly found a match. A forensic expert had identified the victim as Whitney. The forensic investigation confirmed that Whitney died from strangulation. Police began to investigate the circumstances surrounding her death. After examining the last hours of her life, they found that she had been in contact with her Randy, his father Rodney Sr., his mother Valerie, and younger brother Rodney Jr., who all lived in the same house. The police went to the Randy family's house but only found Randy's brother there. Rodney Jr. told them that his parents had taken their granddaughter and gone hunting. The police decided to talk to Rodney Jr. first. It was discovered that Rodney Jr. had been at work from early in the morning until late at night on the day Whitney went missing. This was confirmed by his coworkers and surveillance camera footage. When he returned home, Whitney had been dead for several hours, so Rodney Jr. was quickly eliminated as a suspect. Randy, he had been at a party during the time Whitney went missing and was not considered a suspect. However, many questions remained for Randy's parents. Randy's mother, Valerie, was the only witness to see the girl leave the house and get into an unknown car after their son left. But no one else saw this. Randy's parents returned home 6 hours later, covered in mud. They claimed they had gone deer hunting in the woods, although there was considerable doubt about this. Valerie was able to describe the car Whitney had been in before she disappeared, but they did not see the license plate or the driver and did not take it seriously. Randy's parents did not pay much attention to the car because they knew Whitney was supposed to be picked up and taken to a party. They assumed that her friends had picked her up when she calmly got into the car, suggesting that she knew the driver. Around 7 p.m., as darkness fell, the police left the Randy family home. They had not gathered any useful information from witnesses and decided to check the area of the street where Whitney had disappeared. Randy's parents reported seeing a suspicious dark burgundy car with tinted windows parked there. The car sat next to the family's white pickup truck until Whitney left the house and got into the car. Unfortunately, there were no surveillance cameras in the area. As the police passed the pickup, they accidentally noticed some suspicious items in its open bed. Inside, they found several black garbage bags with remnants of adhesive tape, along with women's gloves caked in mud. The collection of items did not resemble those typically used for hunting. The officers were aware that garbage bags and tape are often associated with covering up murders. The items appear to have been used to restrain someone and then quickly discarded. On the tape, police found several strands of hair stuck together, similar in color and length to Whitney's. There was also a large two-wheeled luggage cart that looked dirty, indicating it had been recently driven on a dirt road. Initially, police did not alert the cart's owner to their discovery. However, they began to suspect the family's involvement in Whitney's disappearance. The police calmly returned to the house and requested to inspect the Whitney room. They aimed to conduct a search and obtain her mobile phone and computer for analysis. Valerie permitted the police to enter. Police inspected the Whitney room and found the she-mobile phone, along with an almost empty roll of tape identical to the one found in the pickup truck. Hair was present on the tape. Officers reported this finding to the homeowners and requested an explanation. Randy's parents remained calm and began answering questions. They explained that Whitney had been cleaning her room and that her hair may have gotten caught in the tape while she was combing her hair. She had recently been sick, causing her hair to fall out, which everyone, including Randy, confirmed. Despite their confident statements, the police suspected that Valerie and her husband Randy were lying, and the explanation of hair falling out and getting stuck in the tape seemed implausible. The police did not notice any change in their behavior as they explained the evidence. However, after a while, Randy's father became very emotional. He was breathing heavily, could not sit still, and took a long time to answer each question the police asked. They found his behavior suspicious and decided to question him further at the police station. He was taken there and repeated the same story as his son. According to him, there had been a serious argument just before Whitney left for the party. The conflict began with Whitney and Randy arguing in their room. Randy's mother Valerie intervened when Whitney became angry, she claiming that she had evidence that Randy was cheating on her and was determined to break up with him. Not only did she intend to leave him, but she also intended to take her daughter back to her mother's house. During the argument, Valerie entered the room when she heard the commotion, trying to calm Whitney down. Meanwhile, Randy, upset about the situation, went to a party by himself. According to Valerie, after calming Whitney down, she left with her friends in an unknown car, leaving everyone uncertain about her whereabouts. Randy's father later confirmed that his son had been unfaithful and had a mistress. This came to light when the mistress reported that she was pregnant just days before Whitney went missing. Whitney believed that the child was her husband's and the mistress's, which caused her to leave him. The situation seemed suspicious, especially since Randy had withheld this information during the initial interrogation and his family had a motive for wanting to get rid of Whitney. Randy was also questioned by the police. He was asked why he had not mentioned the argument over the mistress. Randy said that he had not told the police right away because he thought it was irrelevant to the search for Whitney and did not want to incriminate himself. At the time, Whitney's death was unknown. However, the police believed that this fact, combined with the conflict with Randy's parents, sealed Whitney's fate. Randy confirmed his father's account, admitting that during the argument, he and Whitney were in his room on the second floor. Whitney initiated the argument, accusing him of cheating and declaring she would end their relationship and move out with her daughter. When his mother got involved, they continued the discussion loudly and went downstairs. Eventually, the argument subsided, but Randy heard some strange. A few minutes later, his father walked into Randy's room, clearly agitated, and made an unusual request. He asked Randy to leave the house for a few days and make public appearances so people would know where he was. Without questioning what had happened, Randy packed his things and went to see his friends. with whom he had planned to hang out that night. He never saw Whitney again. Randy's behavior seemed strange, and the police were puzzled as to why he would leave the house at his father's request without asking about the situation downstairs. Randy explained that he was upset and distracted by problems with his mistress, so he trusted his parents. He assumed that his father was asking him to take a few days off so that Whitney could cool down after their argument. But because of their conflict, Randy did not look for her and left without her. Everyone at the party assumed that Whitney was not there because of their argument. No one suspected that she might have disappeared or been harmed. The party guests noticed Randy's sadness throughout the evening. He tried calling Whitney several times, but she did not answer. He did not really know what was wrong with her and thought that she was ignoring him because of their argument. However, Randy understood that she could not have simply disappeared. Even if they split, they still have many related issues to resolve, including child custody. Finally, Randy went to the police, and Whitney's body was later discovered at the bottom of a ravine. All evidence pointed to Randy's parents as the perpetrators, having killed Whitney on the first floor and then disposing of her body to make it look like a suicide. However, experienced forensic experts and police saw through the deception. The police informed Valerie, Randy, and his family that Whitney's body was not found. This was to emotionally shock them and to see how the suspects would react. After the news of the death was announced, the police noticed how Randy's family members reacted. Randy's father immediately became concerned, but not because he was sad about Whitney's death. It was clear that he was hiding something and was afraid of being found out. In response, the police decided to make a bold move. They showed Randy's father photos of the scene where Whitney was found. Upon seeing the horrifying images of his niece's mother's body, the man broke down, revealing his guilt. This psychological tactic helped expose his involvement. The man started speaking, stating that on the day Whitney disappeared, he was napping in the bedroom on the first floor. He was jolted awake by a loud, suspicious noise. The disturbance from the next room lasted for several minutes. Concerned, he got up to see what was happening. When he entered the adjacent bedroom, he found Whitney lying motionless on the bed, face up. A bag was tightly taped around her neck. Next to the bed, Valerie stood holding a roll of adhesive tape. The man reported being in shock, with the next few hours feeling like a blur. His wife told him that she was filled with rage upon realizing she would never see her granddaughter again, which led her to instinctively strangle Whitney. The man quietly assisted his wife in disposing of the body, acting mechanically. Before this, he had sent his son away to prevent him from witnessing the incident. After the son left, the man returned to the room where Valerie was trying to place the body in large plastic bags. He described himself as being in a strange state, silently watching in pain but unable to act. He remained in a stupor until his wife asked him to bring a two-wheeled cart and a large bag. After Valerie and her husband managed to pack Whitney's body, they loaded it into the back of a pickup truck. They returned to the house and stayed there for a while as Valerie decided where to dispose of the body. She chose a cliff near the lake. Since they couldn't leave Whitney's 2-year-old daughter alone in the house, they placed her in the back seat of the truck. They arrived at the location late at night. The child was asleep and unaware that her mother's body was being disposed of at that moment. The most tragic part is that Whitney's death was caused by people she considered close and trusted. After dumping the body, the couple gathered trash bags, duct tape, a bag, and a cart intending to dispose of the evidence later. The police later discovered the evidence, and they never had a chance to dispose of it. During the interrogation, Valerie remained calm and emotionless. While she was in another room, the police interviewed each suspect separately, and Valerie did not know that her husband had confessed until the very end. She still insisted that Whitney had left in an unknown car. However, Valerie's demeanor changed dramatically when police informed her of her husband's confession from the next room. No longer needing to pretend, she admitted to strangling Whitney, corroborating her husband's as the only person present at the time of the victim's death. Valerie could finally recount what happened on that fateful evening. According to the woman, a heated argument erupted between Whitney and Randy upstairs. When Whitney threatened to leave with the child, the woman intervened. Whitney became enraged, threatening to cut off all contact between the child and her grandparents. Valerie was terrified that Whitney would follow through on her threats. The thought of losing contact with her beloved granddaughter was unbearable. In a moment of desperation, Valerie lost control and attacked Whitney, strangling her. Valerie described the incident as a moment of insanity, claiming she never intended to kill Whitney. Despite this, the physical evidence suggested otherwise, with marks on Whitney's body indicating a violent struggle. Valerie claimed that they had argued. After the bag was placed around Whitney's neck, Valerie appeared in a doorway, dazed with shock. Valerie then ordered her husband to send Randy away to provide him with an alibi. Valerie's confession matched this account. She claimed that the attack occurred while she was emotionally distressed, implying that she did not realize what she was doing. This confession was particularly disturbing to the police, as the murder was committed in front of a child and the body was disposed of with the child present. Valerie and her husband were arrested, but Randy was not, due to lack of evidence against him. This caused public outrage, as neighbors and relatives of the deceased believed that Randy was involved in the crime. They suspected that Randy's parents had covered for him so that he could retain custody of the children and remain free. Suspicions grew because Randy had left the scene of the murder and had previously concealed information from the police. Additionally, his father had advised him to have an alibi, which further cast doubt on his innocence. People questioned whether a 52-year-old woman could have overpowered the young, healthy Whitney. Despite these suspicions, Randy denied all charges and passed a polygraph test, which resulted in him being cleared of all charges. In preparation for trial in December 2020, Randy's Rodney Sr. father pursued a plea deal. In exchange for his cooperation, he received a 3-year prison sentence and was released on March 28, 2023. Valerie Ryder's trial began in February 2021, where her defense attorneys proclaimed her innocence and argued that Whitney had been abducted and killed by someone else. They also implicated Randy's father, Rodney Sr., as the real culprit. However, the prosecution effectively countered these claims by introducing DNA evidence linking Valerie to the crime. Both her husband and son testified against her, leaving little hope for the defense. Ultimately, the jury found Valerie Ryder guilty of first-degree murder and tampering with evidence and sentenced her to life in prison. She will be eligible for parole in 21 years. In 2041, Jody Meyer's family described her as someone that loved life and lived it to the fullest. Always positive and smiling, 20-year-old Jody was a doting mother to her baby boy Elijah. Those that knew her said becoming a mom was the best thing that ever happened to her, and her son was her whole world. 2-year-old Elijah's father was 29-year-old Neil Archer. He and Jody were engaged and lived together in Mannum, South Australia. Just down the road from them live Neil's mother Margaret and her husband Lawrence. August 26, 2015. Jody and Neil were invited to Jody's stepfather's birthday party. Jody spent time with her family enjoying the barbecue and campfire. But Neil never emerged from the car and refused to engage in the celebrations or accept any of the food. He just sat in the car and waited for Jody. At around 7:30, 8 o'clock, Jody joined Neil and they both drove home together. 2 days later, Lucy, Jody's mother, got a text message from Jody's phone. The message said that she had left Neil and gone to stay with some friends while she sorted everything out. But she hadn't taken Elijah with her, and Lucy knew Jody would never have left her baby boy behind. Lucy replied to the message, but got no response back. She showed the message to her eldest daughter, and her reaction was the same as Lucy's. This wasn't Jody texting. They went straight to the police with their concerns. Detectives in the team at the Major Crime Squad agreed and felt it was highly unlikely that Jody would have just upped and left, especially without her son. As word spread about Jody's strange disappearance, her fiancé, Neil, and his mother, Margaret, started making pleas for her to come home. Neil and his mother, Margaret, told the police that they had seen Jody leave in a red car with a mystery couple. They said they didn't know the couple, but they hoped that they were looking after Jody while she took some space and time for herself. News outlets circulated images of the car, hoping for it to jog someone's memory. Several weeks would pass with still no sighting of or word from Jody. Searches were being conducted throughout the town and alongside the bank of the River Murray, but no clues turned up anywhere. A small glimmer of hope came when they looked into Jody's bank records and found that $250 had been withdrawn from her account at a nearby ATM machine. This $250 was the last of her savings, and just hours later her phone suddenly had credit in it before the message was sent to her mom Lucy. Police set about obtaining any and all the footage they could from that street to see if they could spot Jody. While the police were working on this, Neil and Margaret were fast becoming a regular feature on the local news, and reporters were firing some tough questions at Neil. The more the pair spoke to the media and inserted themselves into the investigation, the more people started to question them. Jody's family had concerns about Neil from the get-go. They said he didn't fit in with the rest of the family and made no effort to do so. He never came across as someone that was a reliable and stable presence in Jody's life. Jody's brother-in-law Michael said that he was always a little off-center from everything. Jody's mother was also hesitant about the relationship from the beginning. She said she felt Jody made out to family and friends that she was happier than she actually was. At one point, Jody had said she could finally start to see what Neil was trying to do, which was take her away from her family. Neil's behavior became more controlling and manipulative. He always had to have access to her Facebook account and stopped her from going to see people without him. Neil had to know where Jody was and who she was with all the time. Another source of tension was Margaret Archer. Margaret was the mother of 4 boys. She raised her sons in Adelaide before moving to a housing estate in the small town of Manham, South Australia. Neil lived with her until his mid-20s. That was until he met Jody. Margaret adored Neil and her grandson Elijah, but she showed very little care for Jody. It's said that Margaret would often take Elijah inside and lock Jody out of the house, keeping him from her. The relationship between Neil and Jody became more and more toxic, and by early 2015, Jody confided in her family that she wanted to leave him. Neil caught wind of this and blamed Jody's family for getting involved in the relationship. Jody's brother-in-law Michael told Neil if Jody wanted to leave, he had 2 choices: fight for her and try and work through it, or just walk away and let her live her life. Neil turned to him, emotionless, and said, "I will kill her." By mid-September, Neil Archer was officially named as a person of interest. Police now had reason to believe that Jody had been met with foul play and was likely deceased. Once the CCTV near the ATM machine had been processed, police could finally see exactly who it was withdrawing the money. Margaret Archer was seen withdrawing the $250. She was wearing a gray hoodie and dark trousers, while Neil, wearing a baseball cap, leant against the wall waiting for her and keeping an eye out down the street. Footage then picked up Neil and Margaret in Neil's green Ford, driving and then parking outside a news agency. Margaret entered the news agency and bought a $10 credit voucher for a phone. After she left the shop, she headed back to the car where she and Neil waited for 6 minutes. During this time, the text that raised the red flag was sent from Jody's phone to her mother. After the message was sent, the pair drove back. Just the day after Jody was last seen, CCTV footage showed Margaret at Bunnings warehouse buying over 600 kilograms of cement, paid for with the cash she had taken from Jody's bank account. Lawrence, Margaret's husband, had been away in Tasmania when Jody disappeared, and when he returned, he was surprised to see that the shed floor had been newly concreted. Neil said they had done it as a Father's Day gift for him. Lawrence knew this was out of character, and said that Neil just wasn't the kind of guy to do something like that for somebody else. Lawrence innocently revealed all of this to the police. With all of this evidence mounting up and the police slowly closing in, it wasn't long before Neil cracked under pressure. One day with Margaret out the house, Neil decided it was time to confide in his brother Aaron. In the laundry room of the house, Neil bluntly said, "I killed her," and then quickly went to leave. But his brother stopped him in his tracks and demanded to know why he had done it. Neil said he knew Jody was about to leave him and take Elijah too. Again, after admitting this, he hastily tried to walk away, but Aaron still had no intention of letting him leave. How, he asked him. Neil told him he had strangled Jody in their home before taking her body to his mother's house and burying her under the tool shed. Aaron said his eyes were black, like nothing there. It was scary. Scared the shit out of me. Insisted Neil turn himself in, but when he didn't, Aaron decided to do it for him. Before long, police were at Margaret Archer's property and Neil Archer was charged with murder. Jody Meyer's body was discovered in a shallow grave under the concrete slab Neil had laid. This was just meters from where the pair had been courting the media and begging for Jody's safe return. It was later confirmed that Jody had been strangled with the cord from one of Neil's hoodies. Margaret Archer was later charged with helping Neil cover up the crime. Neil Archer eventually pled guilty to the murder of 20-year-old Jody Myers, sparing her family the agony of sitting through a painful trial. Under state law, he faced a non-parole period of at least 20 years, but he believed he deserved a special parole term because he had pled guilty in the first place. This came after a separate murder case upheld a non-parole period of 15 years for special reasons. Neil was hoping for the same ruling and the court heard he was actually eligible for a 30% discount. Despite this, he was sentenced to life in prison with a non-parole period of 20 years for the murder of Jody Myers. Justice Trish Kelly said applying the full discount would have been disproportionate to the seriousness of the offense, and would be so inappropriate that it would shock the public conscience. The following year, Margaret Archer also pled guilty in the district court to one count of assisting an offender. She was sentenced to 6.5 years with a minimum non-parole period of 4 years. However, her sentence was backdated to when she was taken into custody back in December 2015, which means she was eligible for parole in 2019. Despite the police and Jody's family's beliefs, Margaret still maintains she had nothing to do with the murder itself. Jody's son Elijah now lives with his grandmother Lucy. Elijah keeps a photo of Jody with him all the time so he can carry on sharing things with her. Lucy said that one Christmas Elijah got a bicycle. He took the photo of his mother out to show her his gift and then sat the photo on the table so she could watch him ride his new bike. The case of Matthew Patrick Matt Podolak. Matthew Patrick Matt Podolak, born June 10, 1975, in Ohio, USA, to Patricia Romano and Leonard Podak. In high school, Matthew was a member of the hockey team. After graduating, he enlisted in the U.S. Navy and later worked at Phoenix Industrial Finishing, a company owned by his uncle. Although this provided opportunities for advancement, but Matthew encountered difficulty to connect with his co-workers, who may have felt jealous of his privileged position. His sister, Chrissy Duca, attributed the tension was partly due to rumors of a possible promotion, which his colleagues believed he did not deserve. Outside of work, Matthew was an outdoors enthusiast who enjoyed activities such as boating, camping, and hunting. He also played softball and hockey during his free time. In 2003, Matthew met Holly McFeature, and they began dating shortly after, eventually they moving in together in Cleveland. The relationship marked a new chapter in Matthew's life. Friends said that he was eager to settle down and start a family. Matthew and Holly had 2 children together, Samantha and Josh, and also raised Holly's child from a previous relationship as part of their family. Matthew's mother, Patricia, said he loved Holly very much, and his feelings for her were sincere. Matthew's life underwent a drastic change when he transformed from a bachelor to a father of 3 in a short period. Initially, his relationship with Holly was filled with love and mutual understanding. However, by 2005, their romance had turned sour, becoming increasingly argumentative and strained. On multiple occasions, Matthew would leave home after a fight with Holly and spend the night with a friend. Friends, who had grown concerned about the relationship, advised Matthew to end things with Holly, citing her selfish behavior as a major red flag. Despite their warnings, Matthew refused to listen and continually returned to Holly. Furthermore, Matthew had taken out a life insurance policy that named Holly as the beneficiary. Despite the advice of friends to remove her from the policy, Matthew did not make any changes. During this time, Matthew's behavior was erratic, which ranged from extreme happiness to intense anger, upset, and fear. According to Matthew's best friend, Russell, he had become depressed during this time. However, he seemed overly optimistic about his future, particularly when it came to raising his 3 children, a prospect that filled him with both hope for the future. Russell advised Matthew to take precautions and remove the guns from their home due to the volatile situation they were in. After the hockey season ended in 2006, he started online gambling, which resulted in him losing a lot of money. His family and friends noticed that he was struggling with depression and advised him to see a doctor. He followed their advice and was prescribed antidepressants. By the spring of 2006, Matthew's health started to deteriorate. His condition worsened by Memorial Day weekend, causing Russell to become extremely concerned about Matthew's physical well-being. Around that time, Russell had asked he for help transferring a motor from one boat to another. However, he was no longer the strong person he once was, experiencing severe back pain and complaining of excessive sweating and a lack of strength. Russell urged Matthew to see a doctor and recommended Dr. Thomas Mandat. He scheduled an appointment with Dr. Mandat for July 26, 2006. On the day of the appointment, he called Russell to ask for directions to the doctor's office. During their conversation, Russell could hear Holly arguing with Matthew in the background. Matthew visited the doctor, complaining of back pain. After examining him, Dr. Mandat diagnosed he with kidney stones and prescribed medication to help pass the stones and alleviate the associated pain. In a phone call to his father on the afternoon of July 30th, Matthew shared his excitement about buying a new fishing rod for his daughter. He was looking forward to taking her fishing, hoping they could go together soon, along with his father. Matthew's anticipation for their upcoming family outing were evident in the conversation with his father. On the evening of the same day, Matthew attended a party with Russell. He found Matthew's health condition alarming. Matthew had gained significant weight, was sweating excessively, and struggled to walk. Matthew also complained of severe back pain. Later that evening, Matthew's condition worsened, and Holly became concerned. She called 911 and then contacted Matthew's father, informing him that something was wrong with his son. Matthew's father had a brief phone conversation with him and found he to be confused and very distressed. Matthew was rushed to the emergency room at Parma General Hospital, where doctors suspected he was experiencing organ failure. Tests revealed that Matthew's kidneys had failed and he was suffering from metabolic acidosis, a condition where the blood becomes highly acidic. Dr. Mandat, an emergency room doctor, suspected that Matthew had ingested a toxic substance, such as methanol or antifreeze. When questioned, Holly denied the possibility that Matthew had swallowed antifreeze or medical alcohol, asserting that he had not consumed anything that could have caused harm. On July 31, 2006, Matthew passed away at the hospital due to kidney failure. According to Dr. Mandat's testimony, Matthew's death was not caused by respiratory problems, as metabolic acidosis typically is. Instead, Dr. Mandat explained that ethylene glycol can also cause this condition. After Matthew's death, his family and friends were overcome with grief, but Holly seemed unaffected. In the days that followed, her friend Rebecca Vega tried to offer support and accompanied her to the funeral home. However, Vega noticed that Holly did not feel sad at all. At the wake, Matthew's father had to ask Holly to join the family in the main room to receive visitors, and even then, she appeared to be unfeeling and indifferent. Russell recalled that Holly acted like it was a normal gathering, showing no signs of grief. The day after Matthew's death was particularly telling. Holly used Matthew's bank card to withdraw money from an ATM and wrote checks in his name, draining his bank account. When Matthew's mother reported Holly's suspicious behavior to the police, Holly was arrested and charged with 2 counts of forgery. She later agreed to restitution and was placed on probation for 1 year. Holly was the beneficiary of Matthew's life insurance policy, although the policy was relatively small and she received only $10,000 after his death. 2 weeks later, her friend Rebecca visited Holly and noticed various cleaning supplies, including what appeared to be solvents, left out in the open. Since there were small children living in the house, Rebecca found this absurd and asked Holly about it. She calmly explained that one of the items was antifreeze, which Matthew used to winterize his boat. However, Russell disagreed with this and stated that Matthew's boat had not been operational since its engine broke down in 2004 or 2005. Holly's demeanor after Matthew's death raised concerns with others. For example, she had an intimate relationship with Michael Gima, a Cleveland police officer who would often visit her home for coffee. Michael had known Holly since 2002. One day, Michael called Holly to ask if he should come to her house at this time. She replied that there was no need to worry about it anymore because Matthew died last week without showing any emotion. She attributed Matthew's death to kidney issues and pain from playing hockey, but her tone came across as careless and heartless. Following Matthew's death, his belongings were removed from the house. Holly asked a friend to erase some content from Matthew's computer and then cut up his clothes to make a quilt. 6 weeks after Matthew's passing, Holly began dating Charles Liffam, a Cleveland police officer. Initially, she told Charles that Matthew had died from kidney failure. However, after the autopsy report was released in January 2007, she changed her story. The autopsy revealed that Matthew had an unusually large amount of ethylene glycol in his system, the key ingredient in antifreeze. Later, Holly told Charles that Matthew might have intentionally taken something to end his life. The autopsy report confirmed that Matthew died from chronic ethylene glycol intoxication, but the coroner was unable to determine how or why he ingested the substance. It's worth noting that Holly told Charles that she didn't know what antifreeze was. Holly also provided conflicting explanations for Matthew's death, telling friend Sean Walsh that Matthew had died in an industrial accident. She also said that one of his co-workers might have poisoned him out of envy due to his connection to the boss. However, Matthew's family suspects that the truth behind his death may have been caused by someone close to him. This skepticism is partly due to Holly's indifferent attitude at the funeral, which contrasted with claims from Holly's sister that she had been crying in the car beforehand. During the investigation, detectives discovered 2 bottles of antifreeze in the garage of the house Holly had relocated from, which they took into evidence in 2007. The findings were recorded in a police report. Later in 2007, after parting ways with Charles, Holly met Jameson Kennedy while working at a bar. As they started dating, Holly chose not to share any details about Matthew's death with Jameson. However, Jameson has a troubled past with multiple convictions and struggles with addiction. One evening in September 2008, Holly and Jameson were together, consuming alcohol and Take Action intimate. According to Jameson, Holly became emotional. She began crying and confided in him about Matthew's death. She expressed her desire to leave Cleveland and put the past behind her, confessed to putting something in Matthew's drinks that made him ill and ultimately led to his death. However, Jameson was unsure if she was telling the truth. Seeking advice, Jameson met with his friend Santiago Feliciano, a lawyer, and shared Holly's confession with him. Santiago recommended that Jameson report this information to the authorities if he believed it to be true. Jameson then called Holly to discuss her earlier confession, unaware that their conversation was being recorded. He hoped she will turn herself in and admit that she is the one who caused Matthew's death. Instead, Holly vehemently denied ever harming Matthew, claiming Jameson was misinterpreting her. The conversation between Holly and Jameson caused a rift in their relationship. Jameson began to suspect that Holly was cheating on him. On November 8, 2008, Jameson went to her house to confront her. Feeling threatened, Holly called the police. When the officers arrived, Jameson attacked them and was subsequently arrested and charged with assault. Jameson was sentenced to 10 years in prison after being found guilty of assaulting officers. Following his arrest, he informed the police about a confession he'd have heard from Holly, reportedly linking her to the death of Matthew. This added to the evidence of Holly's involvement in Matthew's death. The police initially investigated the death in 2007 after the autopsy report was released. But the case stalled for many years because they initially did not consider it an intentional act. Re-examine the case, it is essential to look at the autopsy report. Dr. Galita, an experienced forensic pathologist and medical examiner, conducted the autopsy. Then, Dr. Galita and County Coroner Dr. Elizabeth Balch released their autopsy report in January 2007. The report determined Matthew's death was caused by chronic ethylene glycol poisoning, although the circumstances surrounding it were unclear. When Matthew ingested ethylene glycol, it entered his bloodstream and was quickly broken down by his liver using an enzyme called alcohol dehydrogenase. This process converted the ethylene glycol into oxalate, which then combined with calcium to form sharp calcium oxalate crystals. A large number of these crystals accumulated in Pax's kidneys, causing a blockage that disrupted their function. According to Dr. Galita, the severe pain Matthew experienced in his side starting on May 20th, 2006, was likely caused by the crystals in his kidneys. When Dr. Galita examined Matthew's kidneys, he found two significant things. In addition to kidney damage, there are signs that the kidneys are beginning to heal. Further examination revealed the emergence of the crystals in Matthew's heart and brain, as well as severe acute myocarditis. Myocarditis is an acute inflammation of the heart muscle. The doctor stated that Matthew's myocarditis could not have been caused by an ingestion of ethylene glycol. Instead, the inflammation would have taken at least 3 weeks to develop. He also ruled out a heart attack as the cause of death. In conclusion, Dr. Galita determined that Matthew's death was the result of long-term ethylene glycol poisoning. He believed a series of but acute toxicity episodes, occurring over at least a 3-month period, ultimately led to his death. Matthew often drank iced tea at work, particularly raspberry flavor. He usually brought it in a thermos or the container. A Matthew's friend, Michael Mao, testified that Holly frequently brought Matthew lunch at work. His meal often came with a half or whole gallon container of iced tea. The police found 2 bottles of antifreeze in the garage of Holly's former home in August 2007. The bottles, one a Peak brand and the other a Saturn brand, were discovered after she had moved out. 3 years after Matthew's autopsy results were released, an report amendment was made to the report in 2010. The revised report, signed by County Coroner Dr. Frank Miller, confirmed that Matthew died from poisoning by ethylene glycol, a toxin found in antifreeze, in long-term and deemed the death a homicide. 6 years after Matthew's death, the authorities decided it was time to arrest Holly. She was formally charged in July of that year, with the serious offense of depriving Matthew of his life. Holly's charges came as no surprise to Matthew's family. According to his older brother, Mark, they suspected Holly's involvement in his younger brother's death all along. Mark stated that Holly's behavior around the time of the death raised suspicions, saying she just wasn't acting like somebody who was losing a loved one. Authorities suspected that Holly had been secretly poisoning Matthew by adding antifreeze to his cold raspberry tea for several weeks or even months. In 2013, she went to court, pleading not guilty to the charges. However, there was no direct evidence, only indirect indications of her guilt. To prove their case, the prosecution called 15 witnesses to testify. These witnesses included Matthew's family and friends, Dr. Galita, who conducted the autopsy, Dr. Thomas Mandat, who was Matthew's doctor, and several police officers who investigated the case. Witnesses focused on several key points, including Holly's suspicious actions, a phone call Matthew made before visiting the doctor, and the fact that Matthew had not owned a functioning boat since 2004, which meant he had no use for antifreeze. Holly's defense team countered by stating that Matthew's family and friends had prejudged her as guilty and then pressured law enforcement to bring charges against her following Matthew's death. The prosecution's strongest testimony came from Dr. Galita, the medical examiner in charge of performing the autopsy. Dr. Galita provided a detailed explanation for his conclusion that Matthew was the victim of chronic poisoning over a period of 3 months. He arrived at this conclusion because on the emergence of crystals in Matthew's kidneys and myocarditis, a type of inflammation of the heart muscle that can be caused by exposure to ethylene glycol. After ruling out causes other of myocarditis, such as infection, Dr. Galita emphasized that Matthew's condition could not have been the result of a single short-term exposure to ethylene glycol. Dr. Galita also clarified why the initial autopsy report, completed in 2007, did not indicate that Matthew's death was intentional. He explained that, at the time, the coroner's office did not have enough information to make this determination, which led to the manner of death being listed as undetermined. However, after further investigation, the report was revised. The testimony of other witnesses supported Dr. Galita's findings. Matthew's friends reported that his health began to decline in the spring of 2006, which was confirmed by his diagnosis of kidney stones in July 2006. The friends also described a volatile relationship between Matthew and Holly, stating that Matthew seemed fearful and had removed his firearms from the home at the advice of a friend. Holly's lawyers claimed that their client was not involved in Matthew's death, suggesting instead that Matthew's depression led him to end his life. According to the defense, Matthew was struggling with losses from online gambling, work-related issues, and difficulties communicating with his child, ultimately leading him to deliberately ingest a lethal dose of antifreeze. The defense argued that Matthew died from a single dose of antifreeze rather than from prolonged exposure over several weeks or months. In support of this theory, they brought Dr. Robert Lux to testify in court, the coroner from El Paso County, Colorado. Dr. Lux testified that Matthew's death was a result of acute poisoning due to a single ingestion of ethylene glycol, indicating a possible suicidal intent. He disputed Dr. Galita's diagnosis of myocarditis and instead believed Matthew had suffered a heart attack. Furthermore, Dr. Lux explained that myocarditis can occur independently of ethylene glycol poisoning and that flank pain is not typically a symptom of ethylene glycol poisoning. He said that there was no connection between kidney stones and ethylene glycol poisoning, a relevant detail in the case. Several key witnesses testified during the trial. One notable witness was Jameson Kennedy, a felon who had been serving a 10-year sentence for assaulting police officers. Jameson claimed that Holly had confessed to him that she had mixed something into Matthew's drinks. However, Holly denied ever making such a statement. Holly argued that Jameson's testimony was motivated by a desire for leniency in his own case or revenge against her. After 3 days of deliberation, the jury delivered a guilty verdict on all counts. On August 28, 2013, the court sentenced Holly McFeature to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. This next case will take us to the Bronx, a borough of New York that is often regarded as the birthplace of hip-hop music. It is also home to the famous Yankee Stadium and the largest urban zoo in the United States. On the flip side, the Bronx is plagued by gang-related violence. Jasmine grew up in Long Island, and according to her family, she was a very friendly individual who enjoyed having fun. She was a phenomenal singer, a professional singer. Jasmine's younger sister, Shauna Porter White, told the media. She was very outgoing, and she trusted a lot of people. Everyone was her friend. I told her everyone's not your friend, she added. By 1996, Jasmine Porter was 36 years old and a mother to a 4-year-old boy called Jeremy. She lived a peaceful life with her son in an apartment on Davidson Avenue in the Bronx. We never thought she would become a mom. Jasmine's brother Derek Porter said, "She liked to have fun. She enjoyed life. When she did get pregnant and finally had the baby, she was a great mom." According to Derek, Jasmine was studying and had dreams of one day landing an administrative job with her degree. However, Jasmine would not live long enough to see that dream fulfilled. On February 5, 1996, authorities responded to a call from Jasmine's neighbors. They were concerned that they hadn't seen her or Jeremy for some days. When neighbors didn't see him go to school that Monday, they realized something was wrong and called the police, Derek said. When authorities arrived at Jasmine's apartment, they opened the door and found her dead in the front bedroom with Jeremy beside her. Jasmine had been dead for about 2 days when her body was found. All the while, her son had stayed beside her. It was a horrible scene to behold. He locked himself in the apartment with her, tried to clean her nose, wiped the blood off her nose, Derek recalled. You know, the bond between mother and son is huge. He didn't leave her side, he added. It was discovered that Jasmine had been sexually assaulted and then strangled to death. This was obvious from the severe trauma she suffered to the neck. Authorities declared her death to be a homicide. This was corroborated by Jeremy, who had watched his mother die in front of him. The son indicated there was a man sitting on top of his mother and that the man was naked, said Detective Robert Klein, a homicide investigator that had worked on the case. He stated that he tried to help her, but the killer was too heavy and that the man yelled at him to get away. Derek also spoke about what Jeremy had told him after his mother was killed. "I picked him up and he talked to me. The person actually was going to strangle him, and he didn't." Also, at the time of Jasmine's death, she had been 6 months pregnant. Her death was a tragic loss to her family and friends, and authorities made it a priority to hunt down her killer. But after several weeks of interviewing people, the investigators found nothing. They were not closer to solving the case, and it was frustrating. The case went cold. and it seemed Jasmine's killer had gotten away with the crime for good. In early 2021, Detective Robert overheard a robbery suspect speaking about Jasmine's murder. This had been during a jailhouse call. It's unclear what the suspect had said precisely, but it was enough to spur Robert into reopening the cold case. But in the interim, I got a hold of the case file, Detective Robert said. I started tracking down people interviewed back in '96, and I also got a hold of the forensic biology report. It soon came to the detective's attention that scrapings taken from underneath Jasmine's finger had never been tested. This was because the technology to carry out such tests had not been available at the time of the murder. Detective Robert soon submitted the scrapings for analysis and patiently waited for the result. I knew there was a high probability that there would be the suspect's DNA under those nails, Detective Robert said. The first step was to obviously find that evidence, which can sometimes be tricky, but in my efforts to reach out to the office of the chief medical examiner and the people over there, they actually were able to find it. Took a while, but they found it. The DNA evidence led authorities to a man named Gregory Fleetwood. Gregory was a man with a criminal record. He had been convicted of strangling a woman to death back in 1987, and just like Jasmine, the woman had also been pregnant. For the crime, Gregory was found guilty and imprisoned. However, he served only 7 years in prison and was released in August 1994. The reason for his early release was that the murder charge had been reduced to a lighter charge of manslaughter. It was a shock that he murdered Jasmine barely 2 years after his release. Gregory's DNA was also linked to many other violent crimes of sexual assault, which took place over the years. One of these had taken place a month after Jasmine's murder, and as a matter of fact, it was right next door to where Jasmine lived. Gregory was soon arrested at his apartment in the Williams Bridge section of the Bronx and was charged with murder. After Gregory was taken into custody, he maintained his innocence by insisting that he had never met Jasmine before and had no hand in her death. He basically denied ever having known the victim, ever having interacted with her, and said that if for some reason his DNA was on her, that's a mistake that we made, Detective Robert said. The detective soon shared news of the arrest with Jasmine's family. When I called Miss Porter White and informed her, it was very emotional for her, Detective Robert said. When we got the call, it was amazing that she wasn't forgotten. It's good work. The police department doesn't always get their dues, Derek said. Derek also spoke highly of Detective Robert, praising him for his role in the case. That detective, I have tears in my eyes when I think of Detective Klein. What he did for our family, he treated Jasmine like she was his own sister. Sadly, Jasmine's mother and younger brother Jason had passed away by this time and were not around to witness the breakthrough in the case. I can't think of anything that's more gratifying than taking a case that's sort of lying dormant for so long. Justice is at least on its way to being served. It's sort of the pinnacle of my police career, Detective Robert said. As for Gregory, who is now 66 years old, he could face 25 years to life imprisonment if found guilty of Jasmine's murder. In 1980, 20-year-old Robin Brooks lived in an apartment on Tally Ho Drive in the beautiful city of Sacramento. Sacramento is a city with a rich history. It has so many nicknames, including the City of Trees. Following the discovery of gold in the area back in the 18th century, gold seekers came in large numbers to mine the precious metal. At present, Sacramento is famous for its extensive and vibrant agriculture. Robin was born in Fort Lee, Virginia, but lived most of her life in Highland, New York. She was carefree, fun-loving, and well-loved by her family. She didn't have fear, not like I had. Maria Eric, Robin's elder sister, had said. It was more anxious, a little more careful. When Robin was around the age of 19, she decided to move to Sacramento with Maria. She had always longed to experience something new, and moving to Sacramento seemed perfect. In the new city, the two sisters settled in quite nicely. At the time, Maria was romantically involved with a man named Norbert Holston. Norbert was known for his anger issues, and this ugly side of him put a strain on his relationship with Maria. It also affected his relationship with Robin, which contributed to why the two sisters chose to live separately. However, Maria wasn't comfortable with her sister living alone. She worried for her safety, But when she made her concerns known to Robin, it only led to an argument. I was the older sister, and I always felt like I was her protector. When she came out here, she was just having fun. She was 20, Maria said. Robin worked at a donut shop off Kiefer Boulevard, a few blocks from where she lived. Since she had no car, it became routine for her to walk all the way to work and back to her apartment at the end of her shift. Life in Sacramento seemed good, and Robin was enjoying every moment of it. But it wouldn't be for long. On April 24, 1980, she worked late until around midnight. There was nothing unusual about this since her shift ended around that time. Robin couldn't wait to leave work and go home. Joan Olson, a co-worker at the donut shop, had later said she was joking about having to go home and make her bed before she could crawl into it. She had stripped the bed and done the laundry before she came to work, and she was joking about how it wasn't fair to have to make a bed at bedtime, Joan had added. As soon as Robin left for work, she made her way to her apartment. That would be the last time she was seen alive by anyone. Robin had a swim date planned with a couple of friends the next day. However, she did not show up for it. Her absence did not go unnoticed. Her shift at the donut shop was slated to begin at 4 p.m., but Robin did not turn up for work. This was quite strange, and her absence worried her coworkers. When she didn't show up, some of them walked over to her apartment to find out what was wrong. On getting there, they discovered that Robin's door was locked. They banged on the door several times and called her name but got no response. Several worrying thoughts began to race through their minds. Had she left town without informing anybody? Was she asleep inside the house? They knew they had to find their way into the apartment to really know if she was inside or not. With the help of the house manager, they soon forced the front door open and stepped into a very silent house. Fearing the worst, they proceeded to the bedroom, and what they saw was too much to take in. Robin Brooks' lifeless body was right in the middle of a punctured waterbed. She had been bound and stabbed to death. It was an unsettling sight. Robin's coworkers wasted no time in letting the police know what had happened. And in a matter of minutes, detectives from the Sacramento Sheriff's Department arrived on the scene. An autopsy revealed that Robin had been sexually assaulted before she was stabbed 5 times. One of the knife blows had pierced her heart. Her killer's DNA was also found in her body. In addition to this, blood was found smeared on the wall of her apartment that was not Robin's. This made authorities infer that the killer had accidentally cut himself while assaulting Robin. Fingerprints belonging to an unidentified individual believed to be the killer were also found on the windowsill of Robin's apartment. This made detectives infer that whoever killed Robin had gotten in through the window. At the time, it seemed this evidence would be enough to quickly bring the killer to justice, but that was not the case. Authorities were handicapped by one major challenge. The technology available was not efficient enough to aid them in their investigative work. Due to this, several months and years went by without any progress being made in the case. Robin's killer continued to remain at large. Maria was hit hard by her sister's death. For a long time, she blamed herself for not being there for Robin. She was constantly depressed, and over time, she found solace in alcohol. This habit made her spiral downward, and a long battle with alcohol addiction began. In 2004, almost 24 years after Robin's brutal murder, a big break was made in the case. With advanced forensic technology, investigators were able to create a DNA profile of the killer from his blood. This new development gave investigators something more tangible to work with, and they hoped the killer would be caught in time. Several individuals believed to be the suspect's possible relatives were tested, but this yielded no result. Investigators were left even more frustrated than before. Detective Mickey Lynx, who had come out of retirement to dedicate her time to the case, had said in an interview, "It's very frustrating because we have our suspect, we have his DNA, and it's a full profile. We know who he is, we just need his name. We need to find who he is." In 2017, the case took an interesting turn. Investigators were able to get an idea of what the killer possibly looked like. This was made possible by a forensic method called DNA phenotyping. The method involves predicting the physical appearance of an unknown individual by using DNA extracted from semen, blood, or other bodily fluid. Physical features such as hair color, height, skin color, and a whole lot more can be determined using this process. In Robin's killer's case, authorities were able to create two composite sketches. One was of what he would look like at age 25 and the other was of what he would look like at age 56. These two profiles were released to the public with the hopes that someone would recognize the killer and come forward with vital information. But authorities were disappointed. Nothing came out of it. The only information authorities got was from an unnamed individual. This information was a different account of what they had initially believed happened on the day of Robin's murder. According to the informant, Robin had not gone home after leaving work. We believe she was at a party that same evening with Hiram Johnson High School students, Sergeant Paul Belly, who worked on this case, said. This party had taken place at Roseport Way, and after the party, Robin had left for home. While all these revelations were coming to light and the investigation was ongoing, Maria had also gotten her life together. She overcame her alcohol addiction and decided that it was best she lived a life that honored her sister's memory. In 2020, investigators used a DNA search technique called genetic genealogy that helped them get closer to the truth. Genetic genealogy can be used to explore family trees by cross-referencing the DNA profile of an unknown person with that of other people in a public database. This method is very efficient and has been used to bring many elusive criminals to justice. With this method, investigators were able to connect the dots and find Robin's killer. A lab criminalist called Lynx's office line to inform her about the significant discovery, but Lynx couldn't be reached. When Lynx finally called back, the words she was told were, "You found your guy." I literally hung up the phone and I jumped up and down and I was clapping my hands and I ran around the office to tell everybody. Lynx said. She informed Maria, who was also overjoyed by the news. I was always so afraid he wouldn't be alive. What's a miracle is that DNA. It gives a lot of hope for other people. I never gave up, Maria said. The individual investigators discovered to be Robin's killer was a man by the name of Philip Lee Wilson. Wilson had continued living in Sacramento since the murder. He had been right under the nose of the authorities all the while, but they had no idea. On April 23, 2020, Wilson was arrested at the age of 71 in connection with the 40-year-old murder. He was held without bail and charged with one count of murder. Wilson maintained his innocence and the case went to trial. The trial took place nearly 2 years after his arrest. Prosecutors presented evidence that Wilson's DNA was a perfect match to the blood smeared on Robin's apartment wall back in 1980. The fingerprints found on the apartment's windowsill also matched his. According to prosecutors, Wilson snuck into her apartment through a window while she was sleeping. He bound her, sexually assaulted her, and killed her with a knife. Wilson's attorney, Thomas Klinkenbeard, did not dispute that the DNA was Wilson's. However, he argued that Wilson and Robin had known each other and they had had consensual intercourse on the day of the murder. Klinkenbeard also gave a reason as to why Wilson's blood had been found in Robin's apartment. The reason he gave was that Wilson had suffered a workplace injury. In addition to all this, Klinkenbeard then blamed Robin's murder on Maria's ex-boyfriend, Norbert. He described Norbert as a volatile and hot-tempered man who Maria had been afraid of. He made it known to the court that in the days leading to Robin's murder, both Norbert and Maria had gotten into an argument, and the situation had escalated, with Norbert threatening to kill both Maria and Robin. Klinkenbeard believed that Norbert had lived up to his threat by killing Robin. Well, Maria's testimony rendered this claim invalid. She told the court that Norbert had been with her the night of the murder. Norbert himself was not available to give testimony in court because he had died many years ago. After the trial, which lasted 10 days, the case was reviewed by the jury. On March 9, 2022, which was Wilson's 73rd birthday, they reached a verdict that he was guilty of the murder charge. This decision was made after the jury had initially failed to reach an agreement. More than a month after Wilson was convicted, he was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. Maria was relieved and elated by the news. It was much needed closure after many years. I feel like I can go on with my life now. I think the case absorbed a piece of who I was, Maria said. Lynx was also one of the people happy with the outcome of the case. There is justice in the world, and he will spend all his birthdays now in prison, Lynx had said. I wish we found him earlier, but finally justice has been done, she added. Sexual violence is a major societal and health problem that continues to be on the increase globally. The lives of many men and women have been drastically affected and scarred by one ugly encounter or the other. Some don't even live to tell the tale, just like the 3 victims of today's video. What are your views on sexual violence? Do you think additional measures should be implemented to reduce or eliminate this problem? In 1980, 2 unrelated women, Sandra Day Felice and Robin Brooks, were sexually assaulted and murdered just months apart. Then in 1996, another woman, Jasmine Porter, met a similar fate. These 3 cases turned cold and remained unsolved for many years. Las Vegas is the most populous city in Nevada. What many don't know is that it was initially a small town founded in 1905. With time, it experienced a population explosion and rapid growth and development in various sectors. Today, the city is famous for its nightlife, casinos, and many points of interest, which attract tourists from all over the world. Sandra was originally from the capital city of Idaho, Boise. However, she eventually moved out of Boise with her childhood friend to Las Vegas. In Las Vegas, Sandra and her friend decided that it was best they stay together as roommates. The house they lived in was a short distance from a local park, as well as the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department's downtown command center. This proximity to a police station offered some comfort and a sense of security to the 2 friends. There was another inhabitant in the house occupied by Sandra and her friend. This was Sandra's 3-year-old daughter, who she had with her boyfriend. To make ends meet in the new city, Sandra took up a job as a waitress at a popular restaurant called Sambo's Restaurant. Life seemed to be moving at a good pace for the 25-year-old mother, but things would soon take a different and very dark turn. Sandra had no idea that her life would come to an abrupt end on December 26, 1980. Post-Christmas festivity was still in the air, and no one living within the East Las Vegas neighborhood where Sandra resided would have expected a tragedy to occur. Around 9 p.m. on December 26th, Sandra's boyfriend decided to pay her a visit. On arriving at the house, he noticed that it was unusually quiet. Not knowing what to expect, he went straight to Sandra's room and was shocked to his core by the sight that greeted him. Lying face up on the bed was Sandra. She was dead and the walls were splattered with her blood. Her agitated boyfriend immediately sprung into action and called the police to report the incident. And in a matter of minutes, police officers from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department arrived. They determined that Sandra had been sexually assaulted, stabbed, and strangled to death. Sandra's daughter, who had gone to stay with her grandparents at the time, had not been around to witness the terrible scene. Sandra's family was devastated when they were given the news of her death. Investigators immediately commenced an investigation. Sandra's roommate was questioned, and she revealed that she had seen Sandra alive barely 2 hours before her death. At the scene of the murder, investigators were able to collect several dark hairs. They had been found on Sandra's stomach and were believed to belong to her killer. Sandra herself was blonde, so the dark hairs stood out. In addition, investigators also got their hands on several other items of evidence, and one of these included a drinking glass containing Kool-Aid. Upon further analysis, a fingerprint was discovered on the drinking glass, and it was not long before a match was found. The fingerprint belonged to a man by the name of Paul Newtall. He was immediately named as a person of interest. The investigation was moving quickly, and it seemed the authorities were making headway. However, they ended up being disappointed. Paul was brought in for questioning, but there was nothing tangible detectives could use to pin him to the murder. As it turned out, Paul was a close friend of Sandra's roommate. According to the roommate's explanation to the detectives, Paul had been at their residence the morning of the murder. She further explained that Paul had asked her to let him sleep in the house because he had nowhere else to go. She had declined, and her reason was that Sandra did not know him well. However, she later invited Paul in to wait for her while she got ready for work. She had told him they would leave together when she left the house. During this time, Paul helped himself to a glass of Kool-Aid. This perfectly explained why his fingerprint had been found on the drinking glass. The roommate also said that after she had gotten ready for work, she and Paul had then left the house. With this revelation, authorities had no choice but to let Paul go. He was deemed an innocent man. Authorities had no further leads after this, and as time went by, the case grew cold. It wasn't until February 2021 that the case would be reopened again. This reopening was prompted by a call from Sandra's daughter to the police department. She had asked for an update about her mother's death, and investigators decided it was high time the case was revisited. Upon a review of that investigation in conjunction with our DNA forensics lab, they were able to determine that there was additional evidence that could be submitted for processing using new DNA technology, Lieutenant Jason Johansson, who had investigated the case, said. The additional evidence that was submitted for testing was DNA that was found under Sandra's fingernails. This DNA had never been tested, and it proved to be the clue detectives needed to crack the case. The DNA was a match to a man, and this was none other than Paul Newtall. From the beginning, detectives had had their suspicions about him, but there was nothing they could do since the technology was limited at the time of Sandra's murder. And now, with the strong evidence, authorities knew they finally had him cornered. Paul was eventually arrested on October 27, 2022, at his home in Northwest Valley, Las Vegas. After Paul Newtall was taken into custody, my cold case investigators had the pleasure of making the one phone call that every cold case detective wants to make. Lieutenant Jason said during a news conference after Paul's arrest, "I am hopeful that in some way, shape, or form, this provides some sort of closure for the family," he added. Paul, who is currently 64 years of age, was slammed with charges including murder, sexual assault with the use of a deadly weapon, and burglary while in possession of a deadly weapon. A look at Paul's criminal history revealed that he had not been involved in any other violent crime. However, he had been arrested in the past for felony and drug possession. At the moment, it's still unclear what fate awaits him since his court case is still ongoing. There is also a concern that Paul might have impaired thinking and reasoning ability. Authorities believe that this might hinder him from understanding the charges against him. Due to this, he is being made to undergo a mental health evaluation. Case of Michelle Young. Jason Young was born in 1974 in Brevard, North Carolina. Jason grew up in a typical family. After completing high school, he attended the prestigious State University in Raleigh, the state capital. Following graduation, he secured a job as a salesman at a large retail chain. Jason proved to be a valuable and reliable employee, but his friends described him as inconsistent and unpredictable in his relationships. With women, he had a reputation for being a womanizer, often changing partners. Michelle Young was born in February 1977 in New York. She was raised in a close-knit family with her younger sister, Meredith, and their devoted mother, Linda. Linda played a significant role in Michelle's early life, nurturing her passions and talents from a young age. Michelle's interests in law and economics were evident from her school days, and she dreamed of pursuing a career in this field. Michelle's academic journey led her to apply to several universities after high school, eventually gaining acceptance into a top university in North Carolina. There, she pursued her master's degree in economics. After completing her education, secured a prestigious job at a leading accounting firm in the state, rapidly establishing herself as a skilled professional. She achieved financial stability, was able to support herself fully. A chance encounter at a bar on Michelle's birthday, when Jason accidentally spilled a cocktail on her, he immediately apologized and offered to buy her another. This kind and thoughtful act caught Michelle's attention and they began chatting. As they talked, they discovered that they had a lot in common. They both went to the same college, although Jason graduated 3 years earlier. Their casual conversation quickly turned into a romantic relationship and they began dating. Although they had deep feelings for each other, they had no plans to get married or move in together. At the time, Jason still lived with his parents in Brevard, while Michelle lived in Raleigh. They would see each other on weekends or during Jason's business trips to Raleigh. During one of their meetings, Michelle dropped a bombshell. She was pregnant. This news came as a shock to both of them, as they were not yet ready to become parents. Jason and Michelle were young and focused on their careers, with no immediate plans to start a family. However, when Michelle became pregnant, she decided to keep the baby after some initial hesitation. Jason took a month to come to terms with the situation and then relocated to be closer to Michelle. After a few months, they got married, but it wasn't due to love or the pregnancy. Instead, it was because Michelle lacked health insurance and the cost of childbirth would have been prohibitively expensive. Marriage provided a solution to this financial burden. Their daughter, Cassidy Elizabeth, was born in the spring of 2004. Michelle threw herself into domestic life and family responsibilities with the help of her mother and younger sister. Although Michelle's family was wary of Jason, they tried to avoid conflicts and accepted him as part of their family. Later that year, the young family moved into a large house in a quiet neighborhood. Michelle's mother, Linda, came to visit to help with housework and noticed a tense atmosphere in the home. Jason had a bad temper and often started arguments. Michelle tried to downplay these incidents and appear cheerful. However, she confirmed with her mother the true state of their relationship, which seemed ominous. When Cassidy was just 2 years old, Michelle found out she was pregnant again. She was nervous about sharing the news with her husband, but he took it calmly and even seemed happy. The family decided to visit Jason's parents in Brevard to share the news in person. They spent the weekend celebrating with relatives, and on Monday they left Cassidy with the grandparents for a few hours and went out to dinner to celebrate the event. As they were driving home, Jason, who was driving, overturned and the car went off the road into a ravine. They were left very frightened with a few scrapes and bruises, but their lives were not in danger. However, Michelle had suffered a miscarriage, so Michelle was very worried. Jason was surprisingly calm about the accident. Before the accident, during a business trip, Jason met an old college friend, Michelle Money. She had the same name as Jason's wife, Michelle. Jason told his wife about it. They decided to invite Michelle Money to visit their home, and she agreed. During her visit, Michelle Money began to complain about her unhappy family life. At the same time, Michelle Money kept complimenting Jason and telling his wife that she was lucky to be pregnant. Michelle was not worried about Michelle Money's behavior, but she genuinely wanted to comfort her friend. Jason and Michelle Money began calling each other every day and secretly meeting each other. Jason always justified his absence with business trips, and his wife could not guess anything. Things got complicated in the summer of 2006 when Michelle found out she was pregnant. Unlike her previous pregnancies, Jason's reaction was unhappy and cold. Michelle attributed his sadness to her previous miscarriage, still not knowing the real reason for his cold behavior. In November, with Michelle 5 months pregnant, Jason embarked on a 300-mile business trip. Michelle, who was pregnant, had a lengthy phone conversation with her best friend, discussing family problems and a heated argument she had with her husband the previous night. After the call, her husband left. Jason embarked on a 300-mile business trip. Around 10 p.m., Jason arrived at a hotel, claiming fatigue from his journey. However, instead of resting, he began to carefully examine the hotel's entrances, exits, and security cameras, planning a way to leave and return undetected. He was creating a solid alibi for a crime he intended to commit. Early the next morning, Jason calls Meredith and asks for her help. He tells her that he wants to surprise his wife with a piece of jewelry for their anniversary, but accidentally sent the order confirmation to their home fax machine. Jason is worried that Michelle will see the gift and ruin the surprise. Even though Meredith doesn't like Jason, she agrees to help him. Meredith arrived at her sister's house, using a secret door in the garage that only family members knew about and that was always left unlocked. The house was unusually quiet, but Michelle's keys, wallet, and important papers were still in the hallway, suggesting she hadn't left the premises. When Meredith went upstairs, she found the bedroom door wide open, but neither Michelle nor her daughter responded to her calls. When she entered the room, Meredith was met with a horrific scene. Michelle lay on the floor by the bed, her skull fractured and her body surrounded by a large pool of blood. The walls, furniture, and floor were all stained with blood and tiny footprints were visible next to the body. Sadly, Michelle had been dead for hours. As Meredith rushed to call 911, she heard a faint noise coming from under the bed. When she looked back, she saw Michelle's young daughter, Cassidy, looking at her with a confused expression. Cassidy was unharmed. The little girl had witnessed her mother's brutal death and had spent many hours by her side. A forensic examination of Michelle's body later revealed a series of bruises, abrasions, and broken bones. Her teeth had been broken, and her skull had been fractured by a heavy object. A bloody pillow was found next to her body, with marks suggesting she had been suffocated by the pillow. The murder investigation revealed some crucial facts. First, nothing was stolen from the house, indicating that the killer's sole intention was to murder the Michelle. Furthermore, there were no signs of forced entry or broken locks, suggesting that the perpetrator had a key or knew about a secret door that only family members were aware of. Normally, Jason would be the prime suspect, but in this case, Jason seemed to have a solid alibi. He claimed to have checked into the hotel and not left until the morning, then attended a business meeting. Hotel records confirmed that he used a key card to enter and exit the room. However, upon closer inspection, investigators discovered several irregularities in Jason's alibi. A hotel employee found the fire escape open and propped up with a rock. When investigators reviewed surveillance footage to determine who had propped up the rock, they discovered that the camera had been deliberately disabled on the night of the murder. Jason's room was last recorded about half an hour after he checked in. The strange events continued. Later that night, a man resembling Jason stopped at a gas station between the hotel and the crime scene. When asked to show identification as required by the station's rules, he refused, paid with cash, and hastily left without waiting for his change. The on-call attendant identified Jason, but he denied any involvement, claiming that he had spent the night in the hotel room. His actions, however, raised suspicion. On the day before the tragedy, Jason had made more than 24 calls to his wife, Michelle, and 5 more to his mistress, Michelle Money, each lasting less than 15 seconds, suggesting he was in a state of panic. Notably, these calls were made outside the hotel, contradicting his claim that he had been in the room all night. Additionally, Jason was late for a scheduled business meeting with his partners and appeared distracted. While these incidents were suspicious, they did not prove his guilt, so Jason was able to maintain his normal life for nearly 3 years. He even won custody of his young daughter, which was a huge blow to Michelle's family. Jason's case was reopened in 2012 with new evidence. Witnesses reported seeing his distinctive white car near his home on the night of the murders. A child psychologist testified about Jason's daughter, reenacting a disturbing scene with her doll, and Jason's former mistress, Michelle Money, revealed Jason's mood swings and violent outbursts, and that he had confided in her about his marital woes. Testimony helped convict Jason of brutally assaulting his pregnant wife, and he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. As a result of Jason's actions, his daughter, Cassidy, was left without parents. Her mother was murdered, and her father is in prison for the crime. Cassidy is now being cared for by her aunt and maternal grandparents. The 4 young women all had similar profiles and all worked as sex workers at the time of their murders. The bodies were found packaged into various types of receptacles and dumped across the region. These women were all allegedly picked up from a stretch of Cherokee Street in St. Louis, Missouri, referred to by sex workers as the South Side Stroll. 19-year-old Robin J. Milhan had just given birth to her second child 2 weeks prior to her disappearance. Her brother Tom described her as a fun-loving young woman full of life. Unfortunately, she developed an addiction to crack cocaine like so many others during the 90s. She'd given birth to 2 children. The second child, the one she'd had just before her disappearance, was put up for adoption. The older child was living with her uncle, Tom Meehan, who was struggling with his own addiction to crack. Robin was a troubled kid caught in the cycle of poverty and addiction. She turned to sex work and frequented the Cherokee Street Stroll. That's also where she was reportedly last seen on March 22, 1990, by another sex worker. The police later confirmed that she was picked up from there and taken to the killer's residence where she was murdered. Her family reported her missing, and her body was discovered 4 days later around 60 miles northwest of St. Louis in a rural town. Her body was found wrapped between two mattresses held together by coat hangers on Highway E in Silex, Missouri. Her head was wrapped in a shirt which had sweat marks on it. There were also traces of dog hair, but DNA evidence couldn't be extracted at that time as the technology was still in its infancy. The investigators determined that she had been strangled. There was also a condom wrapper found with the body. Tom tries to block the dark memory and describes his sister as a good person. He says he just misses her now as he looks at her daughter, whom he raised. Brenda Jean Pruitt, 27, was the mother of a young child. She lived just a few blocks from the Cherokee Stroll. Brenda was reported missing by her family on May 9, 1990, just 48 days after Robin's disappearance was reported. For 10 months after her disappearance, there were no answers. Brenda had a troubled past, with multiple charges of burglary and suspected robbery against her in the same year and in 1985. She was found on October 4th of that same year. However, her body was so badly mutilated and decomposed that she remained unidentified for 5 months until March 5, 1991. A jogger on Boston Drive in Maryland Heights complained of a foul smell emanating from among the weeds. Workers searched the area and found the decomposing body in a 33-gallon plastic trash bin amidst other trash. Her murder was instantly linked to two already open cases, Robin Meehan and Donna Rietmeyer. Both women were sex workers, and the Major Crimes Division investigation moved in the direction of a serial killer targeting prostitutes in that area. Donna Rietmeyer, 40, was the mother of 3 young girls, ranging in age between 13 and their late 20s at the time. A known sex worker and addict, she was reported missing by her friend Sheila Leach. As per Leach's account, Rietmeyer and she had been dropped off at the Stroll together, and later Donna left to meet a client. They were supposed to meet up later that night, but Donna never showed up. Leach inquired about her at her house, but found that she hadn't been there either. Donna was reported a month after Brenda's disappearance, and like Brenda's, her body was found in a rubber trash can on June 11, 1990. Her daughters Juanita Zills and Rhonda Sullivan were just teenagers about the time and did not quite understand their mother's struggle with addiction. Both girls have very distant yet fond memories of their mother. They remember her as a kind and beautiful soul who was always loving to them and helpful to whomever she met. Donna had her first child when she was 15, and after was married to her 17-year-old high school boyfriend. She moved out after 2 years and started another family. Rhonda continued to live with her father. Zills was also brought up by her father and her mother's family from the age of 6. She describes her as a giving person. Zills has a similar account of some motherly advice on regular moisturizing when she once visited her in jail. They also remember her addiction. Zills had just reconnected with her mother before her death, and she was devastated with her passing. Dawn, her third child, refused to speak out. A fourth disappearance of a young mother followed just 3 months later. Sandy Little, a 21-year-old mother of 1. Sandy had a tough childhood bouncing between foster homes, as her mother could not take care of her. She rebelled against any kind of authority and could not keep a job. Her aunt, Diane Little, got custody of Sandy when she was just 15 or 16. Her stepsister, Barb Stutt, remembers Sandy as a fun, loud, and extremely lively person. According to Diane, Sandy only spent a year with her before she fell into a bad crowd and started using drugs. When she turned to prostitution to support her habit, she had to move out. She disappeared for a bit, and when she came back on the radar, she had a baby. After she gave birth to her child, she lived with her boyfriend on top of an antique shop and worked the Stroll as a prostitute. The antique shop owner remembered her vividly and said she was a very sweet girl and that she would never have left her child. She went missing on September 4, 1990. Her body was found on February 17, 1991 by a driver on his way to work just west of Highway 79 on the shoulder of Interstate 70. Her remains were packed into a wooden drawer with a wool cap pulled over her face. Her body had to be identified by comparing the remains of an old X-ray of a fractured arm that she had sustained while alive. She was buried in an unmarked grave donated to the family because they could not afford to bury her. She remains in that unmarked grave to this day. This solidified the fact that the St. Louis police had a serial killer on their hands and that he or she lived in the St. Louis area. The FBI got involved in the case as early as June 1991 and confirmed the work of a serial killer. They profiled the package killer then as a sexual sadist who goes after younger women he can control. They also surmised that he would be a loner, divorced, working menial jobs, and with a poor work record. Joe Burgoon, a veteran St. Louis homicide sergeant, was one of the earliest investigators on the case, and he had observed the pattern where the killer dumped the bodies in the night, and also made a point to do so across police jurisdictions. There was to be one final victim that would finally put this killer away for life: Kenneth Dog Atchison. Atchison was a construction worker who was out of work due to bad arthritis. He started doing odd jobs around town. The killer hired him for a project at his home. Both men were regulars at the Overland Diner and knew each other well, even sharing meals together. The two were said to have had a small altercation over the dimensions of the materials purchased, and Atchison left without doing the job. This left the killer miffed. Later, he lured Atchison in with the sale of a Cadillac for an amount of $6,000. The family reported that Atchison, 57, left to meet his murderer at his Bell Ridge home on February 8, 1993, driving to it in his 1987 Chrysler. Atchison planned to exchange his Chrysler and the money for the Cadillac. His family later reported him missing. The police did not take the reporting seriously as they believed Atchison had fled with the money. The family, especially Atchison's brother Vernon, did some sleuthing of his own. They found the Chrysler being driven by women who had connections to the suspect. Also, the family time and again requested the Overland police to search the house he'd been headed to, but to no avail. 6 weeks later, Atchison's body was recovered from the basement of the house in a makeshift coffin. This was 2 years and 5 months after Little went missing. Each crime was followed by its own trail of reporting, finding, and identification, but the killer himself remained a mystery, hidden behind a nickname, the Package Killer. Even when the disappearance of Atchison happened, it could not in any way be connected back to the previous 4 homicides. Atchison's case was investigated as a solitary crime. Since the family found no cooperation with the Overland police, they got the St. Louis police involved. Overland Police Chief Eddie Williams maintains that the case was investigated as a suspicious disappearance, and they had questioned the suspect. They found minimal evidence for a search warrant. On March 25, 1993, the police got a tip-off from an informant which led to a search of the house. As Jones recounts, it was a 45-day ordeal, which ended in the recovery of her father's body in a makeshift coffin in the killer's basement. Ron Solanskis was a security guard at the Overland Diner the killer frequented. He later went on to testify that the killer approached him to move a box in his basement. But when he arrived there, he noticed Atchison's shoe sticking out. He left in a hurry and did not report this for the fear of being arrested for murder. The body of Atchison was later found in the box. He'd been strangled, battered, and finally shot. 3520 East Edgar Drive at Bell Ridge was home to Gary Muehlberg, and was also the place where he butchered all of his victims. One of 3 children, Muehlberg had a history of violence from a very young age. He was born in St. Louis, but his family moved to Kansas at some point. He married and had 1 child there. Later, in 1972, he was charged with kidnapping, battery, and rape. This was followed by a series of other offenses. As Weber, the chief investigator on this case, states, her effort to understand the killer took her down a very dark road. According to a report Weber pulled from Salina, Kansas, Muehlberg once tied up and gagged a 14-year-old babysitter while she was on the job. He apparently did this with an intention to rob the house, but left quite abruptly, leaving her bound and gagged. He did time in prison for this. Associates also described Muehlberg as a twice-divorced narcissist. He studied psychology at the Central Methodist University and also completed graduation at Central Missouri State. There was a brief phase of stability where he married again and moved back to St. Louis with his wife's family. The marriage eventually failed and 2 kids from the marriage passed away. The neighbors remember him as a nasty know-it-all who always gave out evil vibes. Some of them said they were surprised at the revelation and say they knew Atchison was not his only victim. There's one neighbor who remembers him standing through a fence as construction work was going on next door and giving the workers instructions. He behaved like he knew better than anyone else. Detective Sergeant Jody Weber of O'Fallon Police Department reopened the case in 2008. In 2003, when Jody Weber was a newbie detective, she heard stories about the Sandy Little case. Weber was very interested in solving cold cases, and she pored over this one and read about its connection to the 3 other cases. She saw the pictures and simply could not get them out of her head. She understood that none of the cases were DNA tested because such tools were not available to the police in the early 90s. A determined Weber traveled between the stations to collect evidence from the Meehan and Pruitt cases as well. Weber pulled evidence bags and sent them to Missouri Highway Patrol Lab for DNA testing. She was determined to find answers for the family. Unfortunately, in 2008, when the results came in, no match was found in the database. Weber had no intention of quitting, though. She and her fellow detectives interviewed and re-interviewed witnesses, families, and acquaintances. She once again sent the evidence to be DNA tested, and this time it was to the St. Charles County Crime Lab. The lab was eventually able to get a partial DNA profile off the condom found with the body of Robin Meehan. The profile was not substantial enough to be entered into the CODIS, the FBI's combined DNA index system, but it was used to rule out suspects. Due to the backlog of cases in the lab, and also with priority given to newer cases, this took 14 years of patient waiting to resolve. Finally, after 32 years, there was a match. Gary Muehlberg. Weber searched through the history of the killer. She found everything fit in like a puzzle coming together. Muehlberg was serving life for Atchison's murder. The similarities between all the murders was startling. Atchison's body was found in a makeshift coffin just like the girls, whose bodies were all packaged. Muehlberg kept Atchison's body with him for around 6 weeks, and as it turns out, he'd also kept the bodies of the girls in the basement of his home before disposing of them. Weber, along with Mark Harvey, an investigator for the prosecutor's office of St. Charles County, finally came face to face with the killer in person. They showed him the crime scene pictures, to which he faked shock and disdain. He denied having anything to do with it at first. A month later, Weber, together with 4 prosecutors this time, met Muehlberg once again. At this time, they came to an agreement. There would be no change to his condition in jail. They would not seek the death penalty so long as he cooperated. She just wanted the truth. Muehlberg then confessed to all the crimes one by one. The second interview was pretty powerful, Weber said. She added, he said he's thought a lot about these cases. He said his remaining time in prison would be easier getting this off his chest. He admitted to being lost and said that he did not really understand why he did what he did during that dark phase of his life. Additionally, Muehlberg confessed to another murder of a still unidentified woman, whom he claims to have left in a metal barrel outside of a car wash. He has not been charged with that murder. When asked if he thought the prostitutes deserved such an end, he said that he had acquaintances with other prostitutes whom he had not killed. He simply couldn't explain why he chose those particular women. He was quoted as saying, "No matter how these victims choose to make a living, they should not have had their lives taken in such a dark way." Gary Muehlberg, now 73, remains in prison serving a life sentence and is suffering from kidney failure. As Robin Meehan's brother Tom put it, "What I'm most happy about is that the man has been incarcerated since 1993. The families are trying to find comfort in the fact that he was not able to harm anyone else since his incarceration." Why do you think it took 32 years for the dots to finally be connected? Was it because the women were all sex workers and drug addicts? Who was the unknown woman left at the car wash? Are there any more women who remain unknown or unfound? The case of Susan Wright. Susan Lucille Wright was born on April 24, 1976, in Houston, Texas, to parents Velma Sue and Jimmy Lawrence Wright. She was the eldest of 2 children and had a biological sister named Cindy. As a child, Susan was active, sociable, and creatively talented. During her school years, she developed a passion for dancing and aspired to become a choreographer. With her bright and attractive appearance, as well as her slender figure, she drew many admirers and being the center of attention. After completing high school, Susan tried but was unsuccessful in getting into college. To raise funds for her future education, she decided to take some time off. During this period, she found work as a dancer at a well-known nightclub, performing partially nude on stage. She decided to leave her job and use her savings to enroll in evening courses at a nursing school. To support herself and maintain her independence, Susan took a job as a waitress at a restaurant while pursuing her studies. However, she soon discovered that medicine was not her real passion and had trouble paying for her studies. Consequently, she stopped attending her classes to concentrate on her job. In the summer of 1997, 21-year-old Susan met her future husband, Jeffrey Andrew Wright, at the Galveston restaurant where she worked. He was immediately drawn to her beauty and radiant smile, becoming a regular customer and leaving generous tips. After some time, Jeffrey mustered the courage to ask Susan for her phone number. He would call her daily, sometimes multiple times a day, to arrange romantic dates and surprise her with small gestures, such as sending flowers with heartfelt notes to her workplace. In the evenings, he would meet her and walk her home. The man was 8 years older than Susan, but she didn't consider this a significant issue. He was charming, attentive, and caring, which quickly won her over. However, it soon became apparent that Jeffrey struggled with alcohol and substance abuse. He claimed to have overcome his addiction to drugs and promised to quit drinking entirely. Susan, being young and in love for the first time, believed him. She thought that their love could conquer any obstacle. Shortly after, Susan discovered she was pregnant and excitedly shared the news with Jeffrey. Although he seemed pleased about becoming a father, he didn't take any decisive action, such as proposing or suggesting they move in together. Confused by Jeffrey's behavior, Susan took matters into her own hands. She insisted that their child should be born within a married family, and Jeffrey agreed to her terms. By the time they officially got married, Susan was already 8 months pregnant. They chose to have a quiet, intimate wedding without guests or celebrations, rather than a grand ceremony. Around this time, they purchased a home in a quiet area of Harris County, Texas, and moved in a couple of weeks before the birth of their child. In December 1998, they welcomed their first child, a son named Bradley, and appeared to be the perfect family. In 2001, Susan became pregnant again, and in the spring of 2002, she gave birth to a daughter named Kay. The family had a small dog named Buck, a comfortable family car. Jeffrey worked at a local construction company, and after the children were born, Susan became a stay-at-home mom by mutual agreement. She took care of the kids and created a cozy home environment. The neighbors said that Mrs. Susan was a kind person, friendly, sociable, a caring mother, and a loving wife. However, it was later revealed that the reality of their family life was far from perfect. Her husband was extremely demanding in every aspect of their lives. Susan's days were filled with cleaning, doing laundry, and cooking. Jeffrey demanded freshly cooked meals every day, prohibiting her from preparing meals in advance or reheating leftovers. Maintaining a perfect and clean home was a challenging task, especially with 2 small children. Additionally, Jeffrey required his clothes to be washed almost daily, as he refused to wear the same item twice. If Susan failed to meet these expectations, she faced insults, humiliation, and even physical abuse. Moreover, Jeffrey was extremely frugal, providing Susan with a meager weekly allowance of $100 to cover all household expenses, including cooking, childcare, and maintenance. Susan had to keep track of every expense, giving receipts to her husband Jeffrey. However, Jeffrey's behavior was a bigger issue. Despite promising to quit drinking, he continued and started using drugs, downplaying it as light doping for work stress. The substances made him aggressive, causing him to harm Susan and their son. Jeffrey denied his behavior was a problem, claiming Susan knew about his substance use before marriage. His parents sympathized with Susan, but felt powerless to intervene. After moving in together, Jeffrey's behavior became increasingly aggressive, leading to physical, emotional, and intimate abuse. He initially apologized, but the violence became regular. Jeffrey would often go to the gym 3 times a week to practice boxing as a stress relief measure. He looked forward to sharing this activity with his son when the boy was older. On January 13, 2003, Jeffrey returned home from the gym agitated and on edge. As Susan prepared dinner, he attempted to teach their 5-year-old son some boxing moves, but lost control and struck the child, causing the boy to burst into tears. Susan pretended not to notice the incident, but it was the last straw for her. Following dinner, she put the kids to bed. Meanwhile, Jeffrey stayed in the bedroom where he continued to take drugs. There are different accounts of what happened next. According to Susan, when she went into the room, Jeffrey assaulted her, attempted to rape her, and tried to stab her with a knife. She claimed she fought back in self-defense after managing to take the knife from him. The events that followed are unclear, with different accounts of what happened. According to Susan, when she entered the bedroom, Jeffrey tried to attack her, sexually assault her, and kill her with a knife. However, she claimed she managed to grab the knife and defended herself, leading to a fight. Her story changed multiple times, but the version told in court, based on the investigation, was considered more believable. Susan decided to use her dance skills to distract her husband and lower his guard. Wearing a short silk robe over her bare body, she put on a seductive show for Jeffrey. She then suggested a role-playing game that involved tying him up, which he agreed to. Using 3 of Jeffrey's neckties, she bound his hands and one leg to the bed. She used the silk belt from her robe to secure his other leg. With Jeffrey immobilized, Susan created a makeshift gag using her underwear, pretending it was part of the intimate game. To set the mood, she lit candles and turned off the lights. Jeffrey was tied to the bed with a gag in his mouth, unable to move or speak. The room was dimly lit. Jeffrey poured hot wax from a candle onto Jeffrey's chest, which was painful but initially seemed like part of a game they were playing. However, when she poured wax onto his genital area, the pain became unbearable. Jeffrey tried to free himself and scream, but he couldn't. His wife, Susan, took a small sharp knife from the kitchen and began stabbing him repeatedly, starting at his groin and moving up his body, slashing his genitals, legs, abdomen, chest, arms, neck, and face. She began slowly, expressing her grievances with each stab, recounting the insults, humiliations, and abuse she had suffered. As she continued, Susan began to cry and stab faster. Experts later counted 193 shallow knife wounds on Jeffrey's body. Most of these wounds were not fatal, and Jeffrey was conscious for most of the ordeal. Susan's actions suggested she was in a state of extreme emotional distress. Her lawyers argued that she was in a state of affect, unable to stop even when Jeffrey showed no signs of life. She had not considered what she would do next or how she would handle the body. Shallow grave in the backyard. She sat next to her husband's body on the floor for hours. Eventually, she looked around the blood-covered bedroom and knew she had to act before dawn. She carefully checked outside through the window, ensuring the coast was clear. Her gaze landed on a shallow pit in the backyard that Jeffrey had dug for a fountain over the weekend. A plan formed instantly. This pit would become her despised husband's grave. To move the body, Susan used a garden wheelbarrow. This raised questions for investigators, as a petite woman was able to single-handedly lift and transport a man twice her weight out of the house. Suspicions of an accomplice arose, but were never confirmed. Under the cover of darkness, Susan discreetly relocated the body to the pit and covered it with a thin layer of soil. She then cleaned up, removing the blood-stained curtains and bed linen, placing them in trash bags and dispersing them in different bins. The blood-soaked mattress was flipped over as Susan was unsure how to properly clean it. She spent the remaining time until dawn scrubbing blood from the floor, walls, and carpet. Scrubbing the carpet is a big deal with a large stain that couldn't be removed. In an attempt to eliminate any evidence of the violent confrontation, Susan applied bleach to the affected area, hoping the chemicals would destroy any remaining traces. Susan made a distressing call to her husband's parents in Austin, Texas. She was emotional as she recounted the events. Her husband, under the influence, had physically assaulted her and their son, spilled bleach on the carpet, and then ended their relationship before leaving. Jeffrey's parents were shocked and concerned by the news. Although they were aware that their son had his flaws, they felt genuine sympathy for their daughter-in-law. However, when they learned that he had hit their grandchild, they immediately offered for Susan and the children to come and stay with them. Despite their willingness to help, the young mother declined their offer. She added that she planned to file a police report and reveal all the incidents that had occurred at their residence. 2 days later, Susan visited the police station as her husband's sudden disappearance raised increasing concerns and action was necessary. Susan reported that she and her children had been victims of domestic violence perpetrated by her husband and required protection. She successfully obtained a restraining order against her husband, preventing him from approaching her and the children, although she was already aware that he would never be able to come near them again. As evidence, Susan presented bruises and cuts on her arms, which she alleged were inflicted by her husband using keys when she attempted to defend herself. Additionally, Susan had a small bruise on his face and corroborated that his father had struck him. At first, the tearful woman's story seemed believable and logical. She claimed her husband, under the influence of alcohol and substances, had attacked her and their young son. Then, realizing what he had done, he became scared and fled. However, over time, suspicions grew because Jeffrey had not contacted anyone. He appeared to have run away without his belongings, documents, or mobile phone. He didn't show up for work or visit his parents, and none of his friends or neighbors had seen him. It was as if he had vanished. Susan found it unbearable to stay in the house where she confronted her husband. She couldn't shake the feeling he was still alive and would rise for revenge. She was losing her grip on reality. Even their dog, Buck, sensed it, constantly barking, trying to dig up the yard where Jeffrey was buried. On January 17th, Susan went to her mother's house with her children. When her mother saw her daughter in person, she fully realized the severity of the situation, even though she had already been aware of it. Velma directly asked if she had killed her husband, and her daughter broke down in tears, nodding in admission. The daughter then confessed to the crime, revealing the location of her husband's body, and repeatedly expressed uncertainty about what to do next. Following her mother's advice, Susan reached out to lawyer Neil Davis the next day and confessed to killing her husband and attempting to cover up the crime. After gathering all the details, the experienced defense attorney considered possible scenarios and contacted the Harris County District Attorney's Office on January 19th. Davis reported Susan's confession, including the burial of her husband's body in their backyard, and stated that she was willing to provide a full statement at the police station. On January 24, 2003, Susan voluntarily went to the police station, intent on making a full confession. However, her account was disjointed with confusing details and occasional contradictions. She sometimes referred to her late husband as if he were still alive, expressed fear of him, and requested protection. Consequently, Susan underwent a psychiatric evaluation. The results revealed she had suffered a nervous breakdown and was experiencing depression. Despite this, the evaluation found that Susan was still capable of understanding the actions she had taken. When investigators uncovered the remains of Jeffrey from the makeshift grave in the backyard, they were shocked by the brutality of the scene, having never encountered. Experts counted a total of 193 knife wounds on the victim's body, distributed across various areas, including the groin, legs, shoulders, arms, abdominal area, chest, neck, and face. The majority of these wounds were superficial, meaning they were not life-threatening on their own. However, one head wound was severe enough to have caused death. The large number of superficial wounds suggests that the victim endured a prolonged and agonizing death, likely while still conscious, as his wife repeatedly stabbed him with a small knife. The victim's wrists and ankles showed deep marks from the ties and belt used to bind him. These injuries indicated that the victim had attempted to free himself but was unsuccessful. The ties and belt were still on the body when it was found. Additionally, there were traces of candle wax on the victim's chest and groin area. Susan claimed that the candle wax was an accident, resulting from her husband knocking over a lit candle. However, the prosecution argued that the hot wax was more likely used as a form of torture to inflict suffering on the bound victim. Furthermore, the victim's mouth contained his wife's underwear, which acted as a gag to prevent him from screaming or calling for help. Toxicological tests showed the deceased had alcohol and several controlled substances in his system, which could have led to aggressive and irrational behavior. Initially, the bedroom where the confrontation occurred seemed normal, except for a large bleach stain on the carpet. However, upon closer inspection using special chemical agents and equipment, it became clear that Susan had spent considerable time cleaning up the scene. Once wiped-away blood traces were revealed, the true extent of the violence became apparent. Blood was found throughout the room, including on the ceiling, and the mattress was saturated with it. The trial began in late February 2004, with Susan having already spent a year in custody. Her children were being cared for by her parents and sister Cindy. Her lawyer was well prepared, having worked extensively with Susan to build her case. During the trial, Susan frequently broke down in tears as she recounted the events of that horrific night and the abuse she suffered leading up to it. She claimed to have endured years of cruelty and violence at the hands of her husband. The defendant, Susan, claimed that on the evening of the incident, her husband returned home from training in an agitated state. He began demonstrating boxing techniques to their 5-year-old son, Bradley, and said the boy would also take up boxing. When Bradley refused, his father hit him in the face. Susan put the children to bed and then tried to have a serious talk with her husband, urging him to seek help at a clinic. However, he became angry, grabbed his keys, and tried to leave. Susan attempted to stop him, which led to a struggle that caused injuries to her palms and wrists. According to Susan, her husband then struck her, causing her to fall and momentarily lose her bearings. After regaining composure, Susan saw her husband Jeffrey holding a knife, but her testimony became inconsistent. Her lawyer argued she was in a state of affect, leading her to seize the knife and strike Jeffrey. Susan claimed she secured him to a cart with ties and a belt after the confrontation, and candle wax accidentally landed on his body. However, the defendant had no explanation for why her underwear was found in the victim's mouth. In contrast, the prosecution presented a more convincing and logical case. Expert testimony revealed that the victim's wrist and ankle wounds were inflicted before death, likely as part of a ruse to restrain the victim. This also provided a plausible explanation for the gag in the victim's mouth. Additionally, the angle of the injury suggested that the perpetrator was positioned on top of the victim rather than struggling with him, which would have resulted in different injury patterns. All the cuts on the victim were inflicted from the front, indicating that the attack occurred while he was lying on his back, unable to move. It was unclear whether Susan had planned her husband's murder in advance and intentionally used the pit he dug for a fountain as a makeshift grave. Prosecutors, however, suspected that she had carefully orchestrated the crime, motivated by the potential insurance payout. The case drew widespread media attention, with Susan being labeled the blue-eyed butcher or blonde meat grinder by the press. Jeffrey's family demanded the harshest possible sentence, while many of their neighbors felt sorry for Susan, recalling instances where she had bruises that she attributed to her own clumsiness, but which may have been signs of physical abuse. Prosecutors initially sought a life sentence for Susan, but later reduced their request to 45 years in prison. In March 2004, she was found guilty and sentenced to 25 years. She showed no emotion when the judge delivered the verdict, appearing detached from the proceedings. A year later, her lawyer's attempt to appeal the decision was rejected. In 2008, Susan and her defense team filed another appeal, which was influenced by new testimony from a previously unknown witness. Misty McHale, wife of former NFL champion Steve McHale, was a key witness. She had a lengthy relationship with Jeffrey Wright in the mid-1990s and was briefly engaged to him. However, she suffered physical abuse, humiliation, and cruel treatment from Jeffrey, leading her to end the engagement and cut ties. Following this new information in Jeffrey's testimony, Susan's prison sentence was reduced to 20 years. She became eligible for parole in 2014 at age 38 but was denied. A second denial followed in July 2017. After 16 years in prison, Susan Wright was released in the winter of 2020 at age 44. She was met by reporters and photographers, causing her to break down in tears and ask to be left alone. Her trial received extensive media coverage, including a broadcast on court TV. The case of Channon Starbuck. Channon Starbuck, a 42-year-old woman, was born on April 19, 1969, in Anderson, Indiana, as the youngest of 3 children, with 2 older brothers. After her parents divorced and formed new families, Channon gained additional siblings. On December 3, 2011, Channon was found lying on the floor of her bedroom, positioned in a sexually suggestive way. An erotic massager had been placed on her abdomen, suggesting a deliberate effort to degrade her after death. Police quickly suspected foul play because her body showed multiple bruises and abrasions. A medical examiner later determined that some of the marks were consistent with stun gun injuries, and findings indicated her body had been repositioned. Her official cause of death was ruled as strangulation. The detectives working the case faced a challenging task. They had to piece together the last hours of Channon's life and determine who was responsible. Channon, a mother of 5, had been reported missing by her ex-husband, Clay Starbuck, a day prior to the discovery of her body. Clay, 47, informed authorities that he had been unable to reach Channon since around 3 p.m. on December 1st. Channon sent a text to her daughter, explaining that she couldn't pick up the kids from school because she wasn't feeling well. She told them to wait for their father, saying she had already informed him of the change in plans. However, his phone was turned off, so he was unaware of the situation. The younger siblings, Marshall and Serena, were tired and hungry, prompting 15-year-old Logan to call their older brother, Austin, for help. She asked him to drive them to their father's house, just a few blocks away. When they arrived, Austin mentioned that he hadn't been able to reach their mother either, assuming she might have turned off her phone to rest. He then put the kids in the car and drove them to their father's house. Clay was surprised to see the children but was pleased to spend time with them. Since the older kids had been living with him after the divorce while the younger ones stayed with their mother, Clay chose to enjoy the unexpected visit and did not attempt to contact Channon. This was not the first time a situation like this had occurred with her. He had expected Channon to attend the school basketball game that evening, but she never arrived. On December 2nd, Clay took the kids to school and then went to Channon's house. The front door was locked and the blinds were drawn. Without a spare key, he was unable to enter. Clay sent a message stating that if Channon didn't show up by 7 p.m., he would contact the police. After waiting until the designated time, he went to the police station to report Channon Starbuck missing. 2 sheriff's deputies visited her home but found nothing unusual, so they returned to the station. The officer advised Clay to wait one more day, and if he still hadn't heard from Channon, he should return to the station. The next day, Clay returned to the police station, and it was then that he discovered he wasn't the only one looking for Channon. A friend and her mother had also reported being unable to contact her, which was unusual for Channon. This new information prompted the police to take the case more seriously. It had been 48 hours since Channon's disappearance, and several people were worried about her. The police visited Channon's home again. Upon entering the residence, they found no signs of forced entry or robbery. Initially, everything appeared to be in order. However, when they entered Channon's bedroom, they discovered the disturbing truth. Channon Starbuck's disappearance was a result of a brutal murder. In her room, investigators found an unmade bed with a blanket nearby, but the sheet was missing and the mattress cover had red stains. Her cell phone and diary were on the dresser. Forensic experts examined the room for fingerprints, finding 12 latent prints on the massager box and bathroom mirror, while some surfaces had been wiped clean. DNA analysis was conducted on traces found in common areas, and specialists took scrapings from under Channon's nails, face, and neck. Detectives believed the murder occurred after Channon got out of the shower, and her body was moved to the bed and then the floor. The missing sheet was found in a washing machine, suggesting the perpetrator tried to eliminate evidence. Clay arrived at Channon's house by noon to find out what had happened to his ex-wife. However, the scene at her yard was ominous, with yellow tape cordoning off the area, an ambulance, and several police cars parked near the lawn. Clay was the first to be informed of the tragic event. To gather more information about Channon and her lifestyle, the detectives questioned Clay after he had calmed down. He explained that he and his ex-wife had a morning routine where he would take the younger kids to school and she would pick them up afterwards. However, on December 1st, his car broke down a few blocks from home, disrupting their routine. Clay had texted Channon to ask her to take the kids to school. It was supposed to warm up around 11 a.m., but when he tried to start the car again, it still wouldn't start. He gave up and went back inside to take a nap. Clay slept for several hours without being disturbed, during which time his cell phone ran out of battery. To support his story, he showed the police his correspondence with his ex-wife, Channon. Initially, everything seemed to add up. Clay was cooperative, providing his cell phone, DNA, and fingerprints. He also expressed concern for Channon, explaining that their divorce had made her more vulnerable. When asked for more information, he revealed that Channon had joined a dating site after becoming single. As an attractive woman, she had many admirers. According to Clay, she might have been seeing multiple people at the same time, and one of them might have been responsible for her death. Unfortunately, he didn't have any specific names to share. During the conversation, Clay became emotional and cried, struggling to accept Channon's death. After recording his statement, the police sent him home. He had to break the news of their mother's death to their children. At the start of the investigation, the case surrounding Channon Starbuck's demise was gathering momentum. Investigators questioned the Channon family's neighbors, focusing on every detail, especially reports of unfamiliar people and vehicles in recent weeks. An autopsy revealed severe injuries, including chest trauma consistent with the use of a stun gun, 10 broken ribs, and head and body injuries likely caused by a blunt object. The severity of the injuries made it difficult to determine the exact time of death, but the expert estimated that Channon's life ended between December 1st and 2nd. Scratches on her body suggested that she had been moved, and her broken neck bone supported this theory. The medical examiner found evidence of strangulation using a soft object, possibly a hand, towel, or sheet. A breakthrough in the case came from the analysis of body samples, which revealed male DNA. This suggested that the suspect might be one of Channon's close male acquaintances, including her ex-husband or secret admirers. Clay Starbuck, her ex-husband, had cooperated fully with the investigation, including undergoing a medical examination to check for any injuries or harm. Detectives suspected that the perpetrator might have been injured during the struggle, but Clay showed no signs of injury on his hands. The investigators then examined their sons, 21-year-old Austin and 18-year-old Blake. The only issue that arose was the presence of old cuts on the older son's hands, but these were explained by his job at a window manufacturing plant. During conversations with the sons, some facts were established that would later become clearer. The children knew that after the divorce, their mother had been dating and they disapproved of it. They had seen explicit photos on their mother's laptop, leading them to wonder if she might have been targeted by an online predator. It was clear that the sons loved their mother and were deeply shaken by her death. However, they had disagreed with the changes she had been making in her life. In a subsequent interview, Clay expressed himself more clearly. He blamed Channon's behavior for his family's problems while he was away on business, especially her frequent encounters with other men. Clay even suspected that Marshall might not be his biological son, but he loved him regardless. Clay believed that after their relationship ended, Channon started to indulge excessively and not appropriately for her age. He disapproved of her dropping off the kids at his place when she went on dates. By this point, investigators had not only spoken to Clay and the children but also interviewed Channon's relatives and friends. The detectives developed a more comprehensive understanding of the deceased and her family. Channon had always dreamed of having a big, loving family. Growing up, she was a kind and modest person who loved to draw and was very good at it, winning many awards. At 20, she met 25-year-old Clay Starbuck in Florida, where she had moved with her family when she was young. Clay was on vacation from Alaska. They were introduced by friends at a party and hit it off right away. That night, Channon learned a lot about Clay. He had gone to school in Colorado to learn about diesel mechanics and later worked on the Trans-Alaskan pipeline, which paid well. However, he was already married with 2 kids. Despite his complicated past, Channon wasn't discouraged. She actually saw it as a plus, thinking it gave him valuable experience for their future together. Channon and Clay got married soon after meeting. As Clay's new wife, she moved in with her husband. At first, she struggled to adjust to her new surroundings and the weather, but she quickly settled in. Channon's married life wasn't as perfect as she had envisioned. Her husband Clay was often away, leaving her to manage the household by herself. However, her love for him gave her the strength to carry on, knowing that his work shifts would eventually end and he would return to her. In the meantime, she took on the role of mother to his children from his previous marriage and soon gave birth to their own son, Austin, followed by another son, Blake, 3 years later. In 1996, they welcomed a daughter, Logan, who was later diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. Channon accepted her daughter's diagnosis with love and care, becoming her closest companion. The family was later completed with the arrival of another daughter, Serena. Channon devoted herself to her children's well-being, education, and spiritual growth. She was also known for her cooking, crafts, and other hobbies within their community. However, she was so focused on being a caring mother and a loving wife that she didn't realize her husband was having an affair at work. When she discovered his affair, she felt deeply betrayed and shocked. This led her to file for divorce in 2000, marking the beginning of a new chapter in her life. She still had feelings for her ex-husband, so she moved to Arizona to start fresh and ease the pain of their separation. There, she attempted to start a new relationship, but it didn't work out because she realized she still loved her ex, Clay. Clay was also reaching out to her and asking her to come back, claiming he had changed. Believing him, she gave him another chance. In 2001, they had a son named Marshall, their 5th child. However, instead of strengthening their relationship, Marshall's birth created new tensions. Even when they formally remarried in 2006, their relationship remained strained. 6 months later, the family moved to Deer Park, Washington. Clay's work kept him away, leaving Channon to care for the children and manage the household. She kept her family entertained by organizing outings and parties at home. However, the frequent time spent apart put a strain on her marriage, creating doubts and mistrust that eventually led to a permanent separation in 2010. Crossing into her 40s, Channon started to rebuild her life with the hope of finding love again. She was determined not to give up or make the same mistakes as before. Even when her ex-husband Clay suffered a serious injury, Channon chose not to go back to him. However, she still provided him with support and help. In February 2011, Clay quit his job and moved to Deer Park to be closer to his children and Channon. Although he hoped Channon would take him back, she didn't feel the same way. She had finally found freedom and was enjoying it. After Clay's surgery, Austin and Blake moved in with him, enjoying more independence from their mother. Channon started a new chapter, finding a part-time job and enrolling in a dental assistant course to support her family since Clay stopped paying child support due to illness. The children stayed with Clay on Wednesdays and every other weekend. By summer's end, Channon completed her certification and was ready for her next goal. Channon Starbuck had been seeking a fresh start, creating a dating profile in hopes of meeting someone special and leaving her past heartache behind. She regretted spending her best years with a man who didn't appreciate her and was capable of deceit. Tragically, her dreams were cut short one December morning when she became the victim of a heinous crime. Her funeral, held on December 10, 2011, was attended by a large number of people, a testament to her bright and sincere personality. She was laid to rest at a cemetery in Orlando. The investigation into her death was swift, thanks to public attention. Detectives focused on her ex-husband Clay, verifying his alibi for December 1st. His fingerprints didn't match those at the crime scene, so they checked his story against databases and examined Channon's phone, laptop, and diary for other potential suspects. Detectives thoroughly examined Channon's mobile phone, leading them to add several individuals to the list of suspects. These men had been in contact with her through a dating site, raising suspicions about their potential involvement. One suspect, Tom Walker, had arranged a date with Channon for December 5th, just hours before her death. Their conversations had been candid, and they had exchanged photos. However, when Tom Walker requested that Channon take a photo using an adult toy, she declined. Notably, her body was later discovered in the exact pose that Tom Walker had mentioned. Within an hour, detectives located Tom Walker, who was shocked not only by the news of Channon's death, but also by being considered a suspect. He promptly provided an explanation for his activities on the day of her death, which was corroborated by his colleagues and surveillance footage. The next individual on the list was John Wilson, who had scheduled a meeting with Channon on December 1st. An examination of their correspondence revealed that the suitor, whose real name was John Kinlawn, had no intention of a serious relationship with Channon and had used a fake identity. He was married and worked in a different field than he claimed, which explained his secretive behavior. When questioned, Kinlawn had an alibi for the time of the crime, which was corroborated, and he was released after providing a DNA sample. The investigation was back to square one, but a breakthrough came when detectives examined Channon's mobile phone. They discovered that a 911 call had been made from the phone on the morning of December 1st, but it had been deleted from the call log. After retrieving the call, they found it contained only the sounds of sobbing and rustling before abruptly ending. Channon's phone records revealed a failed call and 11 messages sent after her death. GPS data confirmed her phone was at home, where she was killed after dropping her kids at school. The suspect tried to mislead the investigation and was found to be close to the Channon family, even using a nickname for the youngest son. After uncovering this information, Clay's statements were examined more closely. He had a clear motive for killing his ex-wife, as divorce can be difficult for some partners to accept. Additionally, he had the perfect opportunity, knowing her daily routine. As a result, authorities decided to track the suspect's car route again, this time using footage from street surveillance cameras. This is when the officers' suspicions became clearer. It turned out that Clay's car had not broken down. At the same time, results from another analysis arrived, showing that DNA material collected from Channon's body matched the suspect's samples exactly. When Channon returned home, a heated argument broke out, which ultimately led to her death. The unusual position of her body was a deliberate act of vengeance by Clay, who was enraged by her newfound freedom. After the murder, Clay stayed in the house and impersonated Channon in text messages. It became clear that his intentions to harm her may have been long-standing. A friend's conversation with detectives took on new significance, revealing that Clay and Channon's relationship was troubled. Channon had confided in friends that she was tired of Clay's controlling behavior and criticism and had feared he might harm her if she ever left him. In fact, Channon had contacted the police multiple times between June and November 2011, reporting that Clay was stalking her and making her feel unsafe in her own home. She had become so fearful that she refused to give anyone a spare key to her house. Ultimately, Channon secured a restraining order against Clay, limiting their communication to text messages. A thorough examination of her diary revealed that she not only feared her former lover, but also believed he was manipulating their children against her. Clay had been spreading vicious rumors and portraying her as promiscuous. As a result, when he was arrested on February 6, 2012, the children refused to believe he was involved. The discovery of a tracking program on Channon's laptop, a hard drive labeled Channon's desktop computer in Clay's house, and printed correspondences did not seem to disturb them. The older children questioned the authenticity of the DNA analysis, thinking the accusations against their father were unbelievable and the case was fabricated. However, law enforcement and other relatives had a different perspective. At the trial, the prosecution presented a substantial amount of physical evidence and testimonies, confidently demonstrating Clay's guilt. In June 2013, justice was served when Clay Starbuck was found guilty of first-degree deprivation of life under aggravating circumstances and disrespect to human remains. He was sentenced to life without parole. His 2015 appeal was denied. He's serving time in Spokane County. Channon's family grieves her loss, but the children siding with their father hurts more. His obsession led to revenge, leaving the children without a mother or father. Michael Wayne Jones was born on May 1, 1981, in the small town of Brattleboro, situated in Vermont, USA. While the identities of his parents remain unknown, it is evident that his family life was fraught with complexity and difficulty. From a tender age, Michael witnessed the repeated physical and mental abuse between his parents, and he too was a victim of this mistreatment. These issues seem to be a tragic and enduring legacy affecting both sides of his family. During Michael's early years, his father was incarcerated for reasons that are still unclear. This event deeply affected Michael, creating a profound sense of emptiness in his life. Seeking a fresh start, his mother remarried and had another son named Dana. Michael found some joy in having a sibling, but their home life remained far from ideal. His stepfather's inability to maintain steady employment placed the entire financial burden on his mother, who was forced to take on 2 jobs. Compounding their difficulties, Michael's stepfather exhibited aggressive behavior toward both him and Dana. The use of violent disciplinary methods created an environment of fear and oppression. If Michael arrived late to school or made a mistake, he was harshly punished, often locked in a shed and subjected to sexual abuse. Despite the harshness of his life, Michael showed a generous and protective nature. In such dire circumstances, he often took on the role of protecting Dana, sometimes enduring punishments meant for his brother to spare him the pain. This courageous and loving behavior forged a strong bond between the brothers, with Michael becoming a figure of admiration for Dana. The stepfather's control was so stringent that Michael was rarely allowed to interact with other children from school or the neighborhood. His mother, living in fear of her husband, was unable to confront or oppose him. This created an atmosphere of isolation, secrecy, and oppression within the household. Without any external support, Michael and Dana had to endure the ongoing abuse. The bleak atmosphere of their home did not go unnoticed by the neighbors, who began to suspect the presence of abuse. On one occasion, driven by desperation, Michael ran away from home. But Michael had no clear destination, so he was eventually found by the authorities. When questioned about his reasons for leaving, he shared the difficult story of his family life. However, he received no assistance regarding his situation. Despite his efforts to appear fine to those around him, Michael's true feelings were hidden beneath the surface. As he entered adolescence, his low self-esteem significantly affected him, leading to a depression that required medical treatment. The only respite from his pain was his high school. There, despite his introversion and loneliness, Michael felt somewhat at ease as responsibilities helped him forget his oppressive home life. He was fortunate to meet Dorothy, who owned a nearby business. She introduced him to her daughter, whose name remains unknown. Michael formed a friendship with the girl, which eventually turned into an on-and-off relationship. This special connection allowed Michael to reveal a kind, affectionate, and protective side of himself. Dorothy was delighted by this new facet of Michael, but was also concerned. He always seemed on edge when it was time to go home. Although Dorothy's daughter often visited him, Michael did everything he could to keep her away from his house. With so many signs, Dorothy finally decided to delve deeper into her conversations with Michael. He then confided in her about his constant worry for his mother and brother's well-being. This allowed her to glimpse the emotional burden and anguish he carried. Their friendship provided Michael with a temporary respite from his difficulties, a space where he could express his feelings. After high school, Michael made a life-changing decision by joining the United States Navy. This marked the beginning of a new chapter, providing him with a clear purpose within a highly structured environment. As he developed a deep love and attachment for the Navy, Michael realized how right his choice had been. This sense of well-being was largely due to the new friendships he formed with his fellow servicemen. Despite occasionally drinking, he always showed up for work and proved to be a calm and relaxed individual. At the time, Michael was dating a fellow service member whose name has been kept confidential. However, it became clear that the relationship was imbalanced as she was physically abusive. This revived old shadows of his family environment. When his relapse into depression became evident, he decided to leave her. He then focused on excelling in his career, which included undergoing additional training to provide medical care in combat situations. This earned him an assignment with the Marines in a medical role. During this period, Michael met a young woman named Sarah. They fell in love and eventually got married. Following their marriage, Michael left the Marines to focus on his new role as a husband. Sarah played a crucial role in Michael's life, helping to keep him on the right path. Together, they welcomed 3 children, and Michael dedicated himself to being a good father, always striving to provide them with the best upbringing possible. Although Sarah took the lead in many decisions, Michael consistently supported her choices. Around 2011, Sarah found a job in Central Florida, specifically in Orange County, and the family relocated there. She worked at Mount Dora Animal Hospital, managed by Bo Delaporte. As weeks went by and Michael struggled to find a job, Sarah persuaded Bo to hire him, recognizing his work experience. Michael quickly adapted to his new responsibilities and demonstrated remarkable dedication. He always exuded joy, and it was evident to everyone that he loved his work, caring for animals and attending to their owners. His positive attitude made him highly sought after, with pet owners preferring his services. His employers grew very fond of him, especially Bo, who, beyond their professional relationship, extended his friendship and trust to Michael. Bo even began to delegate some management responsibilities of the animal hospital to him. Everything was going smoothly, and in 2014, Bo hired a new veterinary technician, Casey. Born on December 23, 1986, in the city of Ocean, Indiana, Casey was the second daughter of Nickley and David. Her siblings were Sarah and Brandy. From a young age, Casey was undoubtedly the heart of her home, her overflowing energy lifting everyone's spirits, even beyond her family. As she grew, Casey showed great love for others, driven by a special connection to her spirituality. No matter the challenges, her strength lay in her faith and personal values. During her time at high school, Casey met Richard. Initially, their attraction was mutual. However, after dating for a few weeks, Richard began to notice certain behaviors in her. Despite her kind side, Casey also exhibited jealousy and possessiveness. Her insecurity led to an abusive side, expressed through words and actions. Nonetheless, Richard persisted, and with patience and calm, they married after completing their studies. Over time, Casey's mother decided to move to Florida, and shortly after, Sarah and Brandy followed her. Given Casey's close relationship with her family, she and Richard also relocated to the same state in 2009. As they settled in, Casey found occasional jobs as a transporter and sometimes worked as a dog groomer while learning the trade of a veterinary technician. During this period, the couple welcomed their first child, Cameron, and their happiness was evident. Casey showed immense maternal devotion, making Cameron's well-being her top priority. A few years later, their joy grew even more with the birth of their second child, Preston. The children thrived in an ideal environment, filled with laughter and the loving care of their parents. As Casey advanced in her veterinary technician career, she found a job at an animal clinic where she met Michael, who had become Bo's right-hand man. From the beginning, Michael and Casey got along exceptionally well, but Bo and his wife sensed that their apparent friendship hinted at something more. This attraction, despite being inappropriate given the circumstances, was undeniable for Michael, even at the risk of being discovered by Sarah. The inappropriate attraction affected Michael's focus at work, leading to a decline in his performance, although he was always eager to meet Casey's needs and requests. She reciprocated his attention, and it wasn't long before they embarked on an affair. Eventually, both decided to divorce their respective spouses. Sarah gained custody of their 3 children and moved to Jacksonville, while Casey and Richard agreed on shared custody with fixed schedules that Casey strictly adhered to. She took responsibility for transporting Cameron and Preston, diligently fulfilling her parental duties. Meanwhile, Bo grew increasingly frustrated with Michael's declining performance. Additionally, Michael made inappropriate advances toward other clinic employees. When Michael requested leave to travel to his hometown, claiming his mother's death, Bo later discovered it was a ruse for a beach vacation. This betrayal led Bo to terminate Michael's employment. In retaliation, Michael broke into the clinic, stealing money, computer equipment, and even a weapon. Bo identified Michael as the culprit and reported him to the police. With Casey's help, Michael fled to New Mexico but was eventually captured and brought to justice. However, after a brief stint in prison, he was released. Despite everything, Casey's trust in Michael remained unshaken. They soon moved in together, and Michael took on the role of stepfather to Cameron and Preston. By 2017, around Halloween, Michael and Casey finally tied the knot and moved into a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom trailer. Despite the limited space, the modest rent made them feel fortunate to have each other. That same year, they welcomed their first daughter, Mercalli, followed by Ayana the next year. While Michael worked as a construction laborer to support their 4 children, Casey took pride in her role as a homemaker. She cherished every stage of her children's growth and sought ways to preserve those unique moments. This led her to create a YouTube channel to share special milestones of their family. On the surface, their life seemed idyllic, with Michael exuding calmness and Casey's laughter often heard in the background of their videos. However, behind closed doors, the couple frequently clashed and their arguments had become a constant issue. Distrustful of Michael, Casey made a habit of checking his phone. She also grew suspicious whenever he worked long hours. On the night of July 10, 2019, while the children slept, a heated argument erupted between them. The trigger was Casey's discovery of a supposed infidelity on Michael's phone. The confrontation quickly escalated from verbal to physical. In a fit of rage, Casey grabbed a baseball bat and shoved Michael with it. Overcome with anger, Michael managed to wrest the bat from her and in a blind fury struck her repeatedly, ultimately killing her. Michael then placed Casey's body in a plastic bag and stored it in a closet. He attempted to clean up the scene as best as he could. The next morning, he decided to take further steps to avoid the children discovering what had happened. He loaded her remains into his car. In the following days, to avoid suspicion, Michael continued to share content on Casey's social media accounts. On July 26th, pretending to be Casey, he texted Richard asking him to take care of Preston and Cameron. He did the same with Casey's mother, instructing her to look after Mercalli and Ayana. When Richard came to pick up Cameron and Preston, he found Casey's absence strange and voiced his concerns to Michael, who brushed it off, saying she had left town for a few days. Casey's mother had a similar reaction when she came for Mercalli and Ayana. That same day, Michael called Sarah, telling her that he was separating from Casey and needed to see his children while she worked. Later, he picked them up and took them to his residence. During the drive, the children noticed a foul odor in the car, similar to rotting meat. For 2 weeks, Michael continued to drive between his home and Sarah's residence to visit his children, all while Casey's lifeless body remained in the car. As days passed without any word from her daughter, Casey's mother began to sense that something was wrong. On August 10th, Richard returned Cameron and Preston to Michael, and this time, Casey's absence caused him much greater concern. During their brief conversation, Michael apologized for being the cause of their divorce and acknowledged the challenges Richard had faced during his time with Casey. As the new school year approached, Michael realized that the absence of the children and Casey would raise questions from the elementary school staff. One night on an unspecified date, he dragged Cameron out of bed and suffocated him, then placed his body in a suitcase. The next morning, he did the same with Preston, this time putting the body in a garbage bag. A few days later, the trailer park owner served Michael an eviction notice, giving him a maximum of 2 weeks to leave. Amid this grim situation, Michael went to pick up Mercalli and Ayana. When Casey's mother saw him again, still without Casey, she had a nervous breakdown. Her mind was fixated on one question: where was her daughter? As Michael drove with the girls, he was suddenly overwhelmed with guilt. He felt he had no choice but to turn himself in at a police station. However, after lingering at the entrance for a while, he changed his mind and drove back home. Once there, he filled the bathtub with water and drowned Mercalli and Ayana. After they stopped breathing, he placed their bodies in a plastic container. By early September, the approach of Hurricane Orion led to a state of emergency being declared in Florida. Many sought refuge in public shelters to protect themselves from the impending disaster. This situation provided Michael an opportunity to flee with the 5 bodies. He loaded them into his truck and drove north, planning to stay with Sarah and his children. Despite the ongoing emergency in Florida, Sarah never saw Michael call his wife or inquire about the children. This made her uneasy, but aware of the marital issues, she chose not to ask questions. After the hurricane passed, Michael's neighbors reported a foul smell coming from the trailer to the property owner. Assuming the Jones family had already left, the owner first peeked through the windows and then entered the trailer. Aside from the furniture and personal belongings, nothing seemed amiss, but the stench was unbearable. By this time, Casey's mother, desperate to find an explanation for her daughter's absence, speculated that Michael might be in trouble with the law again and was hiding. She concluded that her daughter might be in hiding for safety reasons, but instead of staying idle, she contacted the sheriff's office to request a welfare check on Casey. When the officers conducted the welfare check, they found the house empty and seemingly recently cleaned. However, the presence of cleaning supplies near the door contrasted with the persistent smell of decomposition. Despite this, the property owner arrived and asked the officers to leave. Meanwhile, with the bodies still in his vehicle, Michael left Sarah's house and drove across the state border into Georgia. There, near a wooded area, he disposed of Cameron, Preston, Mercalli, and Ayanna. While driving on the highway and checking his GPS, Michael lost control of his vehicle and crashed. Surprisingly, he emerged unscathed, but the vehicle was completely wrecked. Police officers quickly arrived at the scene and immediately noticed the terrible odor coming from the truck. When they opened the suitcase, they were met with a horrifying sight: Casey's remains. There, on the roadside and under the shocked gaze of the authorities, Michael confessed in detail to his gruesome actions, including the location of the children. Consequently, he was taken into custody. Upon hearing the news, Casey's family felt as though their world had collapsed. In a state of shock, they could not stop asking themselves how a human being could inflict so much harm on others, especially on babies. For the first time in her life, Sarah experienced hatred towards someone, as she later stated. However, the thought that Casey might have witnessed her children's deaths caused her the most pain. Based on the findings and armed with a search warrant, the agents returned to Casey's residence. Upon entering, besides the smell, they noticed a reddish stain on the carpet. They prepared to collect evidence at the scene. Meanwhile, the autopsies were being performed. According to the forensic report, Cameron had a fractured jaw but no other visible signs of trauma. However, a towel was found in his mouth. Preston had a noose around his neck. Mercalli and Ayanna were found together in a small plastic bag containing a baby bottle labeled Ayanna and a pair of pink sandals. Both had died by drowning. As for Casey, there was crushing on the front of her skull and face, indicating a blow with a blunt object, but no other traumas were found on her body. Michael agreed to be interviewed by the officers. During the process, he remained calm and precise in his responses, making no attempt to deceive the agents. On the contrary, Michael thanked the officers for capturing him, stating that there was nothing more he could do given the circumstances. Calmly, he then recounted the events chronologically, from the night of the fight with Casey to his subsequent arrest. When asked about the motive behind his actions, Michael responded that everything had accumulated in his life to the point where it seemed like the best and only way out. Beyond the logical impact of such a tragedy on everyone involved, it was particularly hard and cruel for Sarah to accept that her own children had been exposed to and lived with a man like Michael. Understandably, after learning the facts, Sarah suffered from mental health issues. Michael was charged with second-degree murder for Casey's death and 4 additional counts of first-degree premeditated murder for the deaths of the children. He pleaded guilty. This plea avoided a trial, moving the case directly to the sentencing phase. In this phase, a jury of 12 people had to decide between life imprisonment or the death penalty. As part of their strategy, the defense focused on Michael's difficult childhood and his mental health issues, presenting various psychological disorders as mitigating factors. However, the state prosecutors argued that the undeniable brutality of the case warranted the death penalty. In January 2023, the jury unanimously recommended the death penalty in accordance with state law. During a brief 9-minute hearing, the judge sentenced Michael for his crimes. Additionally, he was given life without parole for Casey's murder. Michael's lawyer immediately filed the necessary paperwork to appeal the sentence. Despite this last effort, on Friday, April 28, 2023, the judge upheld the previous sentence. Prosecutors expressed their satisfaction with the justice served for the victims' families. As he awaits execution, Michael remains behind bars. The case of Susan Wright. Susan Lucille Wright was born on April 24, 1976, in Houston, Texas, to parents Velma Sue and Jimmy Lawrence Wright. She was the eldest of 2 children and had a biological sister named Cindy. As a child, Susan was active, sociable, and creatively talented. During her school years, she developed a passion for dancing and aspired to become a choreographer. With her bright and attractive appearance, as well as her slender figure, she drew many admirers and being the center of attention. After completing high school, Susan tried but was unsuccessful in getting into college. To raise funds for her future education, she decided to take some time off. During this period, she found work as a dancer at a well-known nightclub, performing partially nude on stage. She decided to leave her job and use her savings to enroll in evening courses at a nursing school. To support herself and maintain her independence, Susan took a job as a waitress at a restaurant while pursuing her studies. However, she soon discovered that medicine was not her real passion and had trouble paying for her studies. Consequently, she stopped attending her classes to concentrate on her job. In the summer of 1997, 21-year-old Susan met her future husband, Jeffrey Andrew Wright, at the Galveston restaurant where she worked. He was immediately drawn to her beauty and radiant smile, becoming a regular customer and leaving generous tips. After some time, Jeffrey mustered the courage to ask Susan for her phone number. He would call her daily, sometimes multiple times a day, to arrange romantic dates and surprise her with small gestures, such as sending flowers with heartfelt notes to her workplace. In the evenings, he would meet her and walk her home. The man was 8 years older than Susan, but she didn't consider this a significant issue. He was charming, attentive, and caring, which quickly won her over. However, it soon became apparent that Jeffrey struggled with alcohol and substance abuse. He claimed to have overcome his addiction to drugs and promised to quit drinking entirely. Susan, being young and in love for the first time, believed him. She thought that their love could conquer any obstacle. Shortly after, Susan discovered she was pregnant and excitedly shared the news with Jeffrey. Although he seemed pleased about becoming a father, he didn't take any decisive action, such as proposing or suggesting they move in together. Confused by Jeffrey's behavior, Susan took matters into her own hands. She insisted that their child should be born within a married family, and Jeffrey agreed to her terms. By the time they officially got married, Susan was already 8 months pregnant. They chose to have a quiet, intimate wedding without guests or celebrations, rather than a grand ceremony. Around this time, they purchased a home in a quiet area of Harris County, Texas, and moved in a couple of weeks before the birth of their child. In December 1998, they welcomed their first child, a son named Bradley, and appeared to be the perfect family. In 2001, Susan became pregnant again, and in the spring of 2002, she gave birth to a daughter named Kay. The family had a small dog named Buck, a comfortable family car. Jeffrey worked at a local construction company, and after the children were born, Susan became a stay-at-home mom by mutual agreement. She took care of the kids and created a cozy home environment. The neighbors said that Mrs. Susan was a kind person, friendly, sociable, a caring mother, and a loving wife. However, it was later revealed that the reality of their family life was far from perfect. Her husband was extremely demanding in every aspect of their lives. Susan's days were filled with cleaning, doing laundry, and cooking. Jeffrey demanded freshly cooked meals every day, prohibiting her from preparing meals in advance or reheating leftovers. Maintaining a perfect and clean home was a challenging task, especially with 2 small children. Additionally, Jeffrey required his clothes to be washed almost daily, as he refused to wear the same item twice. If Susan failed to meet these expectations, she faced insults, humiliation, and even physical abuse. Moreover, Jeffrey was extremely frugal, providing Susan with a meager weekly allowance of $100 to cover all household expenses, including cooking, childcare, and maintenance. Susan had to keep track of every expense, giving receipts to her husband Jeffrey. However, Jeffrey's behavior was a bigger issue. Despite promising to quit drinking, he continued and started using drugs, downplaying it as light doping for work stress. The substances made him aggressive, causing him to harm Susan and their son. Jeffrey denied his behavior was a problem, claiming Susan knew about his substance use before marriage. His parents sympathized with Susan, but felt powerless to intervene. After moving in together, Jeffrey's behavior became increasingly aggressive, leading to physical, emotional, and intimate abuse. He initially apologized, but the violence became regular. Jeffrey would often go to the gym 3 times a week to practice boxing as a stress relief measure. He looked forward to sharing this activity with his son when the boy was older. On January 13, 2003, Jeffrey returned home from the gym agitated and on edge. As Susan prepared dinner, he attempted to teach their 5-year-old son some boxing moves, but lost control and struck the child, causing the boy to burst into tears. Susan pretended not to notice the incident, but it was the last straw for her. Following dinner, she put the kids to bed. Meanwhile, Jeffrey stayed in the bedroom where he continued to take drugs. There are different accounts of what happened next. According to Susan, when she went into the room, Jeffrey assaulted her, attempted to rape her, and tried to stab her with a knife. She claimed she fought back in self-defense after managing to take the knife from him. The events that followed are unclear, with different accounts of what happened. According to Susan, when she entered the bedroom, Jeffrey tried to attack her, sexually assault her, and kill her with a knife. However, she claimed she managed to grab the knife and defended herself, leading to a fight. Her story changed multiple times, but the version told in court, based on the investigation, was considered more believable. Susan decided to use her dance skills to distract her husband and lower his guard. Wearing a short silk robe over her bare body, she put on a seductive show for Jeffrey. She then suggested a role-playing game that involved tying him up, which he agreed to. Using 3 of Jeffrey's neckties, she bound his hands and one leg to the bed. She used the silk belt from her robe to secure his other leg. With Jeffrey immobilized, Susan created a makeshift gag using her underwear, pretending it was part of the intimate game. To set the mood, she lit candles and turned off the lights. Jeffrey was tied to the bed with a gag in his mouth, unable to move or speak. The room was dimly lit. Jeffrey poured hot wax from a candle onto Jeffrey's chest, which was painful but initially seemed like part of a game they were playing. However, when she poured wax onto his genital area, the pain became unbearable. Jeffrey tried to free himself and scream, but he couldn't. His wife, Susan, took a small sharp knife from the kitchen and began stabbing him repeatedly, starting at his groin and moving up his body, slashing his genitals, legs, abdomen, chest, arms, neck, and face. She began slowly, expressing her grievances with each stab, recounting the insults, humiliations, and abuse she had suffered. As she continued, Susan began to cry and stab faster. Experts later counted 193 shallow knife wounds on Jeffrey's body. Most of these wounds were not fatal, and Jeffrey was conscious for most of the ordeal. Susan's actions suggested she was in a state of extreme emotional distress. Her lawyers argued that she was in a state of affect, unable to stop even when Jeffrey showed no signs of life. She had not considered what she would do next or how she would handle the body. Shallow grave in the backyard. She sat next to her husband's body on the floor for hours. Eventually, she looked around the blood-covered bedroom and knew she had to act before dawn. She carefully checked outside through the window, ensuring the coast was clear. Her gaze landed on a shallow pit in the backyard that Jeffrey had dug for a fountain over the weekend. A plan formed instantly. This pit would become her despised husband's grave. To move the body, Susan used a garden wheelbarrow. This raised questions for investigators, as a petite woman was able to single-handedly lift and transport a man twice her weight out of the house. Suspicions of an accomplice arose, but were never confirmed. Under the cover of darkness, Susan discreetly relocated the body to the pit and covered it with a thin layer of soil. She then cleaned up, removing the blood-stained curtains and bed linens, placing them in trash bags and dispersing them in different bins. The blood-soaked mattress was flipped over as Susan was unsure how to properly clean it. She spent the remaining time until dawn scrubbing blood from the floor, walls, and carpet. Scrubbing the carpet is a big deal with a large stain that couldn't be removed. In an attempt to eliminate any evidence of the violent confrontation, Susan applied bleach to the affected area, hoping the chemicals would destroy any remaining traces. Susan made a distressing call to her husband's parents in Austin, Texas. She was emotional as she recounted the events. Her husband, under the influence, had physically assaulted her and their son, spilled bleach on the carpet, and then ended their relationship before leaving. Jeffrey's parents were shocked and concerned by the news. Although they were aware that their son had his flaws, they felt genuine sympathy for their daughter-in-law. However, when they learned that he had hit their grandchild, they immediately offered for Susan and the children to come and stay with them. Despite their willingness to help, the young mother declined their offer. She added that she planned to file a police report and reveal all the incidents that had occurred at their residence. 2 days later, Susan visited the police station as her husband's sudden disappearance raised increasing concerns and action was necessary. Susan reported that she and her children had been victims of domestic violence perpetrated by her husband and required protection. She successfully obtained a restraining order against her husband, preventing him from approaching her and the children, although she was already aware that he would never be able to come near them again. As evidence, Susan presented bruises and cuts on her arms, which she alleged were inflicted by her husband using keys when she attempted to defend herself. Additionally, Susan had a small bruise on his face and corroborated that his father had struck him. At first, the tearful woman's story seemed believable and logical. She claimed her husband, under the influence of alcohol and substances, had attacked her and their young son. Then, realizing what he had done, he became scared and fled. However, over time, suspicions grew because Jeffrey had not contacted anyone. He appeared to have run away without his belongings, documents, or mobile phone. He didn't show up for work or visit his parents, and none of his friends or neighbors had seen him. It was as if he had vanished. Susan found it unbearable to stay in the house where she confronted her husband. She couldn't shake the feeling he was still alive and would rise for revenge. She was losing her grip on reality. Even their dog, Buck, sensed it, constantly barking and trying to dig up the yard where Jeffrey was buried. On January 17th, Susan went to her mother's house with her children. When her mother saw her daughter in person, she fully realized the severity of the situation, even though she had already been aware of it. Velma directly asked if she had killed her husband, and her daughter broke down in tears, nodding in admission. The daughter then confessed to the crime, revealing the location of her husband's body, and repeatedly expressed uncertainty about what to do next. Following her mother's advice, Susan reached out to lawyer Neil Davis the next day and confessed to killing her husband and attempting to cover up the crime. After gathering all the details, the experienced defense attorney considered possible scenarios and contacted the Harris County District Attorney's Office on January 19th. Davis reported Susan's confession, including the burial of her husband's body in their backyard, and stated that she was willing to provide a full statement at the police station. On January 24, 2003, Susan voluntarily went to the police station intent on making a full confession. However, her account was disjointed with confusing details and occasional contradictions. She sometimes referred to her late husband as if he were still alive, expressed fear of him, and requested protection. Consequently, Susan underwent a psychiatric evaluation. The results revealed she had suffered a nervous breakdown and was experiencing depression. Despite this, the evaluation found that Susan was still capable of understanding the actions she had taken. When investigators uncovered the remains of Jeffrey from the makeshift grave in the backyard, they were shocked by the brutality of the scene, having never encountered. Experts counted a total of 193 knife wounds on the victim's body distributed across various areas, including the groin, legs, shoulders, arms, abdominal area, chest, neck, and face. The majority of these wounds were superficial, meaning they were not life-threatening on their own. However, one head wound was severe enough to have caused death. The large number of superficial wounds suggests that the victim endured a prolonged and agonizing death, likely while still conscious, as his wife repeatedly stabbed him with a small knife. The victim's wrists and ankles showed deep marks from the ties and belt used to bind him. These injuries indicated that the victim had attempted to free himself but was unsuccessful. The ties and belt were still on the body when it was found. Additionally, there were traces of candle wax on the victim's chest and groin area. Susan claimed that the candle wax was an accident, resulting from her husband knocking over a lit candle. However, the prosecution argued that the hot wax was more likely used as a form of torture to inflict suffering on the bound victim. Furthermore, the victim's mouth contained his wife's underwear, which acted as a gag to prevent him from screaming or calling for help. Toxicological tests showed the deceased had alcohol and several controlled substances in his system, which could have led to aggressive and irrational behavior. Initially, the bedroom where the confrontation occurred seemed normal, except for a large bleach stain on the carpet. However, upon closer inspection using special chemical agents and equipment, it became clear that Susan had spent considerable time cleaning up the scene. Once wiped away blood traces were revealed, the true extent of the violence became apparent. Blood was found throughout the room, including on the ceiling, and the mattress was saturated with it. The trial began in late February 2004, with Susan having already spent a year in custody. Her children were being cared for by her parents and sister Cindy. Her lawyer was well prepared, having worked extensively with Susan to build her case. During the trial, Susan frequently broke down in tears as she recounted the events of that horrific night and the abuse she suffered leading up to it. She claimed to have endured years of cruelty and violence at the hands of her husband. The defendant, Susan, claimed that on the evening of the incident, her husband returned home from training in an agitated state. He began demonstrating boxing techniques to their 5-year-old son, Bradley, and said the boy would also take up boxing. When Bradley refused, his father hit him in the face. Susan put the children to bed and then tried to have a serious talk with her husband, urging him to seek help at a clinic. However, he became angry, grabbed his keys, and tried to leave. Susan attempted to stop him, which led to a struggle that caused injuries to her palms and wrists. According to Susan, her husband then struck her, causing her to fall and momentarily lose her bearings. After regaining composure, Susan saw her husband Jeffrey holding a knife, but her testimony became inconsistent. Her lawyer argued she was in a state of affect, leading her to seize the knife and strike Jeffrey. Susan claimed she secured him to a cart with ties and a belt after the confrontation, and candle wax accidentally landed on his body. However, the defendant had no explanation for why her underwear was found in the victim's mouth. In contrast, the prosecution presented a more convincing and logical case. Expert testimony revealed that the victim's wrist and ankle wounds were inflicted before death, likely as part of a ruse to restrain the victim. This also provided a plausible explanation for the gag in the victim's mouth. Additionally, the angle of the injury suggested that the perpetrator was positioned on top of the victim rather than struggling with him, which would have resulted in different injury patterns. All the cuts on the victim were inflicted from the front, indicating that the attack occurred while he was lying on his back, unable to move. It was unclear whether Susan had planned her husband's murder in advance and intentionally used the pit he dug for a fountain as a makeshift grave. Prosecutors, however, suspected that she had carefully orchestrated the crime, motivated by the potential insurance payout. The case drew widespread media attention, with Susan being labeled the blue-eyed butcher or blonde meat grinder by the press. Jeffrey's family demanded the harshest possible sentence, while many of their neighbors felt sorry for Susan, recalling instances where she had bruises that she attributed to her own clumsiness, but which may have been signs of physical abuse. Prosecutors initially sought a life sentence for Susan, but later reduced their request to 45 years in prison. In March 2004, she was found guilty and sentenced to 25 years. She showed no emotion when the judge delivered the verdict, appearing detached from the proceedings. A year later, her lawyer's attempt to appeal the decision was rejected. In 2008, Susan and her defense team filed another appeal, which was influenced by new testimony from a previously unknown witness. Misty McGill, wife of former NFL champion Steve McHale, was a key witness. She had a lengthy relationship with Jeffrey Wright in the mid-1990s and was briefly engaged to him. However, she suffered physical abuse, humiliation, and cruel treatment from Jeffrey, leading her to end the engagement and cut ties. Following this new information in Jeffrey's testimony, Susan's prison sentence was reduced to 20 years. She became eligible for parole in 2014 at age 38 but was denied. A second denial followed in July 2017. After 16 years in prison, Susan Wright was released in the winter of 2020 at age 44. She was met by reporters and photographers, causing her to break down in tears and ask to be left alone. Her trial received extensive media coverage, including a broadcast on Court TV. Richard Beasley was born on June 15, 1959, in Washington, D.C., United States. His mother, Carol, whose maiden name remains unknown, became pregnant at a young age. Although she later married Richard's biological father, their relationship was short-lived. Soon after, Carol met Jim Beasley. At the time, Carol worked as a secretary at a high school, while Jim was a truck driver. After a brief courtship, Jim and Carol married and later had 2 daughters. However, Jim was far from the ideal husband or father figure. He struggled with alcohol addiction, enjoyed gambling, was jealous and frequently abusive, creating a fearful atmosphere at home. Despite the hostile environment, Carol tried to instill faith in the value of charity in her children to give them hope. By his teenage years, Richard had developed a knack for smooth communication and persuasion. After graduating from high school in 1976, he spent some time in the Navy before attending trade school, where he learned machining skills. This trade allowed him to earn a living. Richard was also a motorcycle enthusiast, a passion that connected him with a girl named Tina Kern, who shared his love for the speed and culture of motorcycles. During this period, Richard began engaging in criminal activities. In 1985, after stealing a motorcycle in Texas, he was imprisoned, which temporarily ended his romance with Tina. However, after serving only 4 years, he was granted parole in 1989. At 30 years old, Richard returned to Acre and reconnected with Tina. They married, moved in together, and in 1993, they welcomed their first and only daughter, Tanya Beasley. During Tanya's early years, Richard appeared to be a hardworking man and a loving father. Tanya enjoyed outings with her father to the mall, park, or zoo, and painting together was another activity she cherished. Tina, having become a caring woman and devoted mother, longed to leave behind their past, including the motorcycle lifestyle and its associated culture. Richard did not share this desire, but kept it to himself. Despite repeatedly assuring his wife that he now led a more upright and responsible life, the truth was different. Richard soon returned to a life of crime involving drug trafficking, home invasions, and selling firearms to criminals, all while keeping his activities hidden from Tina. In the mid-90s, Richard Beasley was apprehended by agents from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. He was sentenced by an Ohio judge to 7 years in federal prison on charges of robbery and illegal arms trafficking. Due to an administrative error, Richard avoided extradition to Texas, where he was still on parole. As a result, Tina divorced him, and their daughter Tanya remained in her mother's custody. During his imprisonment, Richard found solace in his faith, claiming that God had always been the one constant in his life. Upon his release in 2003, he returned to Akron with a new sense of purpose. Determined to turn over a new leaf, he soon secured a job as a garbage truck driver. Additionally, he became a volunteer chaplain at a local church, dedicating himself to spreading the divine word and aiding the homeless. He particularly empathized with those who had made mistakes or were suffering from substance abuse. Richard became a frequent volunteer at a soup kitchen, where he formed a close bond with a boy named Brogan Rafferty. Born on December 24, 1994, Brogan was the eldest son of Yvette and Michael Rafferty, who had started their relationship at a young age. The family, later completed with the arrival of a daughter, lived in a modest home in Akron suburbs, marked by a certain dysfunctionality. Yvette's long-standing substance abuse issues worsened over time. While Michael did his best to support the family with his early morning machinist job, the situation was challenging as Yvette gradually neglected her responsibilities, leaving Brogan largely to fend for himself. Brogan also couldn't rely on his father, as Michael often resorted to physical punishment when Brogan got into trouble or displeased him. Unsurprisingly, by the age of 8, Brogan sought refuge in Richard's presence. Once, when Yvette disappeared due to her substance abuse, Brogan, feeling helpless, turned to Richard for support. From that moment, Richard took on a protective and mentoring role for the boy. Initially, Tanya felt jealous of their bond, but she eventually understood that Brogan needed a positive figure in his life. In 2005, Richard was involved in a car accident while working, resulting in significant fractures as well as head, neck, and spinal injuries. To manage his pain, he was prescribed painkillers, to which he eventually became addicted, though he kept this a secret. This addiction drastically changed Richard, making him prone to outbursts of anger over trivial matters. Despite this, his reputation as a community pillar remained intact. In 2009, using a financial settlement from his accident, Richard opened a halfway house for parolees and sex workers. Judges, lawyers, and even prosecutors believed he was genuinely committed to being a reformed man. Richard was known for his advocacy, not only for the accused and addicts, but also for his ability to persuade judges to grant their release, after which they would come under his supervision at the halfway house. There was undeniably something likable about Richard, and he possessed a remarkable talent for convincing others. During her first year of high school, Tanya wanted to follow in her father's footsteps and got involved in his charitable organization, a decision that Richard wholeheartedly supported. Together, they managed to raise significant funds for their cause. Around this time, Tanya had her first boyfriend, a boy with a troubled past who remained anonymous. He claimed to have changed, and when Richard asked Tanya if her boyfriend would be willing to work at the halfway house, she thought it could be a positive influence. However, Richard actually intended to have him sell drugs in the neighborhood. While helping Richard clean out his voicemail, Tanya stumbled upon a message from her boyfriend, revealing their secret activities. Feeling devastated and betrayed, Tanya found even the simple act of walking through the school halls and talking to friends challenging. She grew distrustful and doubted everyone's true intentions. Her relationship with Richard suffered a severe blow, and it was painful for her to distance herself from the father she once adored. Richard then grew closer to Brogan, who would do anything for him. Brogan viewed Richard as the only person who had been there for him during his troubled childhood. The kind and gentle boy Brogan once was had transformed into a dominant and assertive young man. Meanwhile, the halfway house had clearly become a front for illegal activities. Richard exploited the women he housed, keeping them in a cycle of drug addiction and forcing them into prostitution, all under constant threats. Eventually, the women had enough and reported him to the authorities. In December 2010, after a police raid on the house, they found chemicals used to manufacture drugs, prescription medications, and other substances. Richard was arrested and charged with drug trafficking and inducing prostitution. Additionally, he had violated his parole again and faced the possibility of decades in prison. In July 2011, Richard managed to post bail. With his trial scheduled for September, he was supposed to return to court in August. Desperate to avoid more prison time, he concocted a plan with Brogan to assume another person's identity, which required killing someone. They scoured the streets of Akron and eventually encountered Ralph Geiger, a disheveled 59-year-old man who was unemployed and living in a shelter, trying desperately to get back on his feet. Ralph Geiger's situation was particularly tough, as he had seen better days and always adhered to the rules. After graduating from high school in the 1970s, he moved to California and worked in an antique store with his father. When he returned to Ohio in the late 1990s, he started his own remodeling and handyman business, found considerable success even employing others. However, by the early 2000s, the economic recession and housing market collapse left him homeless. Though Ralph had no wife or children, he did have a genuine friendship with Summer Raleigh, a 26-year-old woman who saw him as a father figure. Determined to improve his circumstances, Ralph frequently used the public library's computer to search for jobs. This was where Richard approached him with an enticing job offer, taking care of a cattle ranch and handling general maintenance. The job came with a 2-bedroom mobile home, rent-free, and a salary. Seeing this as an incredible opportunity, Ralph immediately accepted. He shared the good news with Summer, but curiously did not provide details about how he found this dream job. On August 8, 2011, Ralph called Summer to tell her he was on his way to his new job. She wished him luck and asked him to stay in touch. That same day, he got into Richard's car with Brogan driving. About 90 minutes later, they stopped in a forest. Richard invited Ralph for a walk, and with Brogan by his side, he coldly murdered Ralph. They then took his documents. Brogan was tasked with the gruesome job of digging a grave to dispose of the body. On the way back, Richard threatened Brogan with a knife, warning him that if he spoke, his mother and sister would be in danger. The following week, Richard assumed Ralph's identity to secure housing and a job. When he missed his court date in August, a warrant for his arrest was issued. Richard, needing to go into hiding again, moved to another room in mid-October, this time with a man named Joe. He asked Joe to share his internet service. Richard did not completely abandon his previous hideout, thinking it would be useful to have 2 different places to take refuge. Recognizing the potential of the internet, but aware of his limitations, he turned to Tanya for help. Under a fabricated story, Richard asked his daughter Tanya to create an account on a classifieds website, and she agreed. Richard then posted the same job offer that had lured Ralph, using the pseudonym Jack. The ad sought a specific profile, a single older man, someone who might be down on his luck. In a declining economy with high unemployment rates, the responses came quickly. In mid-October, Richard responded to David Pauley, one of the applicants. David, around 50 years old and from Norfolk, Virginia, was unemployed and had divorced in 2009. He had a son, and these circumstances had left him a sad man. He spent hours aimlessly browsing the internet with little hope. His family details are sparse, but it's known he had a twin sister named Deborah. When David saw the ad, he thought it was too good to be true, but felt tempted nonetheless. Richard, while providing details about the job, also mentioned his role as a preacher. When David shared that he had many possessions to sell, Richard saw an even greater opportunity. They arranged to meet on October 23, 2011, in Marietta, Ohio. David excitedly shared the news with Deborah, feeling triumphant about securing what he considered a great job offer. He even remarked to his sister that it seemed like a divine blessing. On October 22, 2011, David prepared for his departure, calling Deborah and promising to stay in touch as much as possible given the rural setting. Meanwhile, Richard and Brogan drove to the forest where Ralph was buried, and Brogan dug a new grave. The next day, David met Richard and Brogan at a restaurant for breakfast. Afterward, they headed to the remote area where Richard claimed his property was located. Upon arriving at the site, Brogan excused himself to go to the bathroom, leaving Richard alone with David. Seizing a moment when David was distracted, Richard drew a gun and shot him. David fell to the ground, lifeless. Hearing the gunshots, Brogan ran back and found Richard rifling through David's pockets. Following Richard's orders, Brogan disposed of the body in the freshly dug grave. Acting as if nothing had happened, they returned to the restaurant in Marietta and took David's car, along with his belongings. These included tools and even Christmas decorations. They sold everything, making around $1,000. However, Richard's addiction was costly, and the money quickly vanished within just 15 days. Desperate, Richard sought a new victim from the applicants responding to his job ad. The next respondent was Scott Davis, a 49-year-old man from South Carolina. Scott was single and, despite having gardening skills, couldn't find a job. The job offer seemed attractive to him, as it would also allow him to visit his mother in Ohio. During their conversation, Richard learned that Scott owned a Harley-Davidson motorcycle and had various work tools. They arranged to meet on Sunday, November 6, 2011. On the appointed day, Richard and Brogan waited at a restaurant where security cameras captured their presence. Once Scott arrived, he had breakfast with them, and they followed their usual pattern. As they approached the remote wooded area, Richard repeated his usual story, saying they needed to stop to pick up some equipment to repair the road leading to the farm. Deep in the woods, Richard told Scott they were lost and it was time to turn back. Sensing something was off, Scott turned to look around and immediately felt uneasy. Just as he finished turning, he saw Richard pointing a gun at him. Overwhelmed with fear, Scott instinctively started running. Knowing he had to escape at all costs, he sprinted away without looking back. Richard fired, hitting Scott in the elbow. Scott fell to the ground, but before Richard could aim again, Scott got up and, with blood gushing from his injured arm, continued to run. Seeking refuge, he stumbled down a slippery slope. As he got back on his feet, another shot rang out, grazing his head, a chilling reminder of how close the danger was. Another bullet whizzed past him, dangerously close. Scott's heart raced faster than he had ever experienced before, but he ran with no trace of doubt in his body. Emerging from the dense foliage, he stopped, disoriented, but aware that danger was nearly inevitable. Meanwhile, Richard returned to the road, got into the car with Brogan, and they began searching for him. Richard even instructed the young boy to run over Scott if they spotted him on the road. Scott, however, had other plans. He decided to hide in a creek, thinking it was safer than seeking help immediately. He stayed there for 7 hours, constantly alert to any strange sounds. After that, he continued his escape until he found a house and knocked on the door. The residents were initially skeptical of Scott's story, but his bloody and desperate state convinced them to call emergency services. The response team was sent right away. When they heard Scott's story, they too were suspicious, initially thinking it might be a drug deal gone wrong. Moreover, there was no farm matching the description Scott had given. Fortunately, Scott could prove his story with the classified ad he had responded to and described his attackers. He said the older man, about 51 or 52 years old, had dark hair with some gray and went by the name Jack. The younger one, around 17 years old, and was very tall. The police shared this information with the media, hoping someone might provide a lead. Within hours, Scott's story caught the attention of local news outlets. During the investigation, the police received an unexpected call from Deborah. She recognized the similarities between Scott's ordeal and what her brother David had told her before he left. Not hearing from him, something very unusual gave her the feeling that her brother might be a victim. Focusing their search on the wooded area where Scott had hidden, authorities found a trail of blood and followed it to the attack site. There, they discovered a freshly dug empty grave, concluding it was meant for Scott and suspecting it wasn't the only one. The police withdrew to get tracking dogs, and upon returning, they combed the area and found a second grave. Inside, they found David's lifeless body. Days later, during another search of the area for clues leading to the pair of criminals described by Scott, authorities discovered a third grave containing Ralph's remains. At that time, the man's identity was unknown. Lacking the necessary resources to continue the investigation, the local police contacted the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI. The FBI took the first steps by analyzing the classified ad and identifying 2 key points: the victim's profiles and the ad's writing style. They also began tracking the advertiser's IP address. Despite the widespread attention and warnings about the fake ads, Richard still needed money and continued searching for new victims. Astonishingly, despite the widespread warnings about the fraudulent ads, Timothy Kern fell into the trap. Timothy was a father of 3. Divorced in 1997, he maintained a close relationship with his family, often through social media, where they tagged each other in photos and videos. Sharing a lot of information online, his family was well aware of his plans and activities. On November 10, 2011, Timothy posted on Facebook, announcing his decision to leave the past behind and start working on a farm near Cambridge, Ohio. He said goodbye to his ex-wife and children and packed his belongings. On the morning of November 13th, he sent a final message to one of his children. Aware that the police were on his trail, Richard altered his strategy, which effectively kept the authorities at bay. Thus, Timothy's meeting with the duo took place at an abandoned shopping center. Once there, Richard followed his usual routine. When his victim was distracted, he pulled the trigger. Brogan then dug a grave and buried Timothy on the spot. Meanwhile, the FBI's efforts to trace the ad's IP address led them to a house in Akron. The owner, named Joe, mentioned that he had rented a room to a man named Ralph, whom he described as friendly but always on his computer. This detail strongly suggested the suspect's profile. Joe provided the police with the man's phone number without any resistance. Another team of investigators retrieved surveillance footage from the restaurant where Scott had met Richard. They discovered that the man they were looking for was, in fact, Richard. To make matters worse, he was not alone, but accompanied by a young man, Brogan. The combination of the surveillance images and the phone number provided by Joe, tracked through the GPS system, allowed them to locate the main suspect. Amazingly, he was just a few blocks away. As Richard walked down the street, agents surrounded him. Without any dramatic chases or extensive operations, he was apprehended. A subsequent search of the two residences he had used revealed additional information, including documents and photos. It was finally confirmed that the second body was Ralph's. Not long after, agents arrested Brogan at his home. Thanks to his statements, the police were able to locate Timothy's body. Richard faced 25 charges, including aggravated murder, robbery, kidnapping, and identity theft. Brogan was assigned a lawyer and a plea deal was discussed on the condition that he cooperated with the investigation. However, he refused, considering it a betrayal of Richard, and resisted any deals offered to him. Thus, his trial began in October 2012. The Ohio jury, composed of 7 women and 5 men, deliberated for 20 hours. Brogan was acquitted of the identity theft charge but found guilty on all other counts. He was convicted of 3 counts of aggravated murder and 1 count of attempted murder. The jury noted that his age made the decision difficult. On November 13, 2012, Brogan was sentenced to life without parole for 70 years. In Richard Beasley's case, once the facts were established regarding the murders of Ralph Geiger, David, and Timothy Kern, the jury found him guilty in March 2013 of 26 counts, including aggravated murder, kidnapping, and aggravated robbery. They unanimously recommended the death penalty. Consequently, in April 2013, during the sentencing hearing, Richard was condemned to death. However, a procedural error in the first trial led to a reevaluation of the facts in 2020, reaffirming the sentence. Currently, while awaiting execution, Richard continues to proclaim his innocence. His daughter, Tanya Beasley, has shared on various programs that guilt plagued her for many years, feeling she might have inadvertently helped her father without knowing about his crimes. Despite this, she has strived to live her life as correctly as possible, and even met with the son of one of the victims to express her solidarity. Nadine Lott was born in the late 1980s in Arlo, a town on Ireland's southeastern coast. She was the eldest child of Claire and David Lott. She has 3 younger siblings, Phoebe, Tanith, and Kayla. By the summer of 2012, Nadine, 26 years old, had grown into a charismatic woman. She was eagerly planning a trip to Australia, looking forward to a vacation filled with exciting experiences, sports, and new friendships. Nadine stood out from her peers with her bright smile and charming personality, which drew people to her. She had a large social circle and could easily connect with anyone. However, beneath her outgoing exterior, Nadine was a sensitive and vulnerable person who always tried to see the best in others. She cherished her family, who had loved and supported her throughout her childhood. Nadine discovered a passion for photography, capturing life's fleeting moments to preserve the world's beauty. This hobby eventually turned into a career, and she became a successful beautician, helping others enhance their natural beauty. Nadine experienced some difficulties in her personal life. She wasn't eager to settle into a serious relationship, preferring to enjoy her independence and spend time with friends. This desire for freedom led her to take a trip to Australia, where she was attracted by the warm climate, stunning beaches, and exotic landscapes, finding everything fresh and romantic. Nadine met Daniel Murtaugh in Australia, and it was as if they were polar opposites. While Nadine was outgoing and lively, Daniel was quiet and reserved, with piercing eyes and a toned physique that immediately caught her attention. Despite their differences, they felt an instant and inexplicable connection, sharing common interests and a deep sense of intimacy. As they spent more time together, their days were filled with unforgettable experiences and memories. They strolled along stunning beaches, explored the crystal-clear waters, and shared their deepest dreams and secrets. Nadine was captivated by Daniel's surfing skills, and he was drawn to her carefree spirit, genuine nature, and infectious laughter. Their connection grew stronger with each passing day, unencumbered by any barriers or reservations. Daniel, a few years Nadine's senior, hailed from Dayan, a suburb of Dublin, where he worked as a window fitter and lived with his family. Nadine viewed it as a casual fling without any serious commitments. Phoebe was the first to discover Daniel. Shortly after, Claire, the mother, learned about the relationship from her child. Claire quickly suspected that this relationship may not be long-lasting. Nadine's life changed dramatically when she found out she was pregnant with Daniel's baby. A few months later, Daniel attempted to rekindle their relationship and start a family, but it ultimately didn't work out. In November 2013, Nadine gave birth to a baby girl named Kia, but Daniel was noticeably absent during this significant moment. Instead, her sister Phoebe was the one who offered emotional support and remained a constant companion. Phoebe was by Nadine's side during childbirth, took the first photo of mother and daughter, and played a vital role in helping Nadine navigate the challenges of new motherhood. Nadine's pregnancy marked a turning point in her life, as she transitioned into her new role as a mother. Despite the difficulties she faced, Nadine found solace in Phoebe's unwavering support and love. Nadine's story is a poignant reminder of the complexities of love and relationships. Although her relationship with Daniel was unfulfilling and lacked deep emotional connection, Nadine was determined to provide a stable and loving environment for her daughter. Daniel failed to take responsibility for his actions and showed no interest in being a devoted father, leaving Nadine to raise Kia on her own. Nadine had always tried to provide the best life for her daughter, Kia. In 2016, she wanted to build a home with her loved ones, so she rented a house where everyone could live together as a family. However, her hopes were crushed when Daniel, Kia's father, failed to move in with them. This realization marked the end of Nadine's. Daniel's constant absence and broken promises had left her emotionally drained, so she made the decision to end their relationship and start a new chapter in her life. Despite their separation, Nadine had held onto the hope that Kia would still be able to maintain a relationship with her father. Claire, Nadine's mother, had a more realistic view of Daniel's. His love for boxing was a higher priority for him than his family. In contrast, Nadine remained devoted to her daughter, Kia, providing her with the love, care, and support she required. As Kia grew up without her father, she had her mother as a role model, teaching her to persevere through challenges. In October 2019, Claire suggested that Nadine celebrate her birthday in Rome. During the trip, Nadine's daughter, Kia, also referred to as Nine, confided in her mother about the struggles she was facing in her life. Nadine had moved on from her relationship with Daniel and was thriving as a single mother. She enjoyed her job, took pride in her accomplishments, and was happy with her life. Her future looked promising, especially after being offered a modeling job. Her happiness was short-lived when she discovered that Daniel continued to make unfulfilled promises to visit their daughter Kia in Ireland. When Daniel requested a meeting to give Nadine money for Kia, she was skeptical, suspecting that he just wanted to see her, not their daughter. She agreed to his request, but only because she didn't want Kia to think poorly of him. Nadine still held on to the hope of creating a real family, despite the increasing impossibility of it. To shield Kia from disappointment, and Nadine made excuses for her father's absence. She wanted to protect her daughter from Daniel's irresponsibility and neglect. Meanwhile, Daniel was reluctant to let Nadine go and was fearful that she might start dating other men. As a result, Nadine felt forced to keep her personal life hidden from him to avoid his controlling behavior and threats. In 2019, Nadine Lott's life drastically changed after she ended her relationship with her partner, Daniel. She started dating a new partner from Turkey, but her attempts to keep this relationship private were unsuccessful. Daniel discovered Nadine's new partner and became furious, sparking a series of stalking incidents that caused her immense distress. On December 5th, Nadine sent a clear message to Daniel, stating that their relationship was over and demanding that he stop harassing her. She believed this would finally bring an end to the toxic relationship. However, on December 13th, Nadine asked Daniel to watch their child, Kia, while she attended her aunt's birthday celebration at a local pub. Daniel agreed to watch Kia at his home in Condon, a different location from where Nadine lived, which was in Wicklow. On the night of December 14th, Daniel repeatedly tried to contact Nadine, calling her at 5:57 and 1:26 a.m., but she didn't answer. He eventually sent her a message asking her to return home soon. Nadine returned home and changed her clothes, but the events that followed are unclear. What is known is that Daniel attacked Nadine, terrifying her 6-year-old daughter, Kia. The noise and screams caught the attention of a neighbor, Isla Klinovich, who investigated the source of the commotion. Isla saw Nadine lying on the floor in her hallway with Daniel standing over her, his face contorted with rage and panic. Horrified, Isla retreated to her apartment and quickly contacted Nadine's family. When Claire, mother of Nadine's, heard Isla's story, she felt overwhelmed with fear and anxiety. Daniel fled the scene in his Volvo, leaving behind a trail of dust and blood. When Claire rushed into Nadine's apartment, she was met with a disturbing sight. The walls and broken glass were covered in blood splatters, reflecting the horrific events that had unfolded. But the situation was far from over. It was now 9:50 a.m. Claire, Phoebe, and Kyle walked into the kitchen and were shocked by what they saw. Nadine's body was lying on the floor, brutally mutilated and showing no signs of life. Meanwhile, about 20 miles away in the town of Lar, Daniel lost control of his car and crashed into a ditch. Miraculously, he escaped with only minor scratches. John Beck Ken stumbled upon the wreckage and was shocked by the scene. A car with broken headlights, shattered glass, and a lone vehicle lying in a ditch. His initial thought was that the driver had been drinking after a Christmas party, but as he approached the car, he was surprised to find it empty. Suddenly, Daniel emerged from the fog, his eyes vacant, his body shaking, and his clothes covered in blood. Daniel confessed to the crime in a despairing tone to a witness. He was then taken to the hospital in an ambulance, repeatedly muttering that he loved Nadine, as if seeking forgiveness. Meanwhile, Nadine's apartment was in disarray. When paramedics and police officers arrived, they were met with a strong smell of blood. The walls and furniture were smeared with it, and the scene was chaotic. Paramedic Ian Clark was struck by the extent of the destruction. Broken dishes, shattered glass, and bloody footprints indicated that a violent crime had occurred. Phoebe and Kyle rushed Nadine to urgent care after a severe accident, where medical professionals were able to save her life despite her critical injuries, which had left her unconscious. Nadine was rushed to St. Vincent's Hospital, where she was admitted to the intensive care unit. Doctors documented severe injuries to her head, neck, and chest at 10:58 a.m. Her condition was critical, with 64 injuries found on her body, the cause of which was unclear. Nadine received multiple blood transfusions, but her condition remained critical. Claire hoped that Nadine would recover. Claire stayed by her daughter Nadine's side in the hospital, bringing comfort with familiar items from home like family photos, Nadine's favorite perfumes, and cherished toys. Despite the doctor's bleak outlook, Claire was resolute in her support, believing that her love and care would help Nadine navigate the challenging road to recovery. Meanwhile, Daniel was scheduled to appear in court on December 16th. The court decided to hold him in custody until his trial. On the same day, accompanied Nadine to a follow-up examination to assess the damage to her brain. Claire prayed that Nadine would find the strength to pull through. Tragically, Nadine's injuries were too severe, and she passed away on December 17th, between 3 o'clock and 4 p.m., without ever regaining consciousness. Irish Police Colonel Dean McCarthy described the violent crime as one of the most brutal he had ever witnessed. After the murder, Chief State Pathologist Dr. Linda Mogan performed the autopsy at the city funeral home on December 18th. Following the autopsy, the victim's loved ones, particularly her family, were left with many unanswered questions. Cleo was consumed by her thoughts, trying to make sense of the events that had transpired. The next day, the killer, Daniel, confessed to the heinous crime, describing how he attacked and brutally murdered Nadine. According to Daniel's account, he started by grabbing Nadine, hitting her on the head, and then repeatedly punching her with his fists. Despite her efforts to resist, Daniel continued the assault, kicking her and eventually stabbing and strangling her with a charger cord. Kia, a witness to the horrific attack, pleaded with her father to stop the assault, but her cries were ignored. Despite Nadine's desperate attempts to fight back, Daniel had remarkable physical strength and was impossible to defeat. A funeral service for Nadine was held on December 22nd at St. Mary and Peter's Church in Arlo, her hometown. The ceremony drew over 1,000 mourners, and hundreds more watched the live broadcast as they gathered to bid their final farewells. 6 people carefully carried the coffin containing Nadine, a young and beautiful girl, as if she were asleep in eternal rest. The altar was surrounded by scarlet velvet roses. Nadine's mother, Claire, sat in the front row, struggling to hold back tears as she gazed at her daughter's coffin. Her eyes shone with love and admiration for she who lay before her. Family and friends gathered nearby, overcome with grief, as they clutched handkerchiefs to their faces and openly wept. David Lott, Nadine's father, stepped forward, his voice shaking with sorrow, and tearfully placed one of Nadine's elegant handbags beside the coffin. Nadine had a remarkable ability to turn anything into a stunning fashion accessory that perfectly matched her one-of-a-kind style. Next, Kyle, a close family friend, approached the altar, holding a photograph of Nadine and Kia beaming with happiness as they hugged each other. Kia, confused and grief-stricken, clung to her mother's side, unable to comprehend the loss she had suffered. Phoebe, Nadine's sister, brought a pair of shoes to the altar, the very ones Nadine had been planning to wear to her prom. Overwhelmed with emotion, Phoebe struggled to hold back her tears. Tanith, another close friend, carefully placed a photo album on the altar, filled with cherished memories of Nadine's carefree days, joyful parties, and radiant smiles. These memories would remain with them forever, a poignant reminder of the happy times they had shared with Nadine. With genuine empathy on his face, Priest Michael Moore led the ceremony with heartfelt words of eternal life and hope that soothed the grieving family and friends. Looking directly at Kia, he voiced gratitude for the immense joy she had brought Nadine during her life, wishing that Kia's own life ahead be one rich with care, protection, and enduring love. He reassured Kia that her mother's loved ones would always be there to protect her from harm, serving as her guardian angels. Nadine's sisters, Phoebe and Tanith, tearfully bid their final farewell, overcome with grief at the loss of their beloved sister. The ceremony concluded with the playing of funeral music, after which Nadine's coffin was laid to rest in the San Gabriel Cemetery. As her loved ones said their final goodbyes, they took comfort in knowing that Nadine's soul was at peace. Abby Hernandez, who most people simply called Abby, came into the world on October 12, 1998, in Manchester, New Hampshire. Her parents, Zena and Ruben Hernandez, were thrilled to welcome her. Growing up, Abby was known for her bright personality. She was cheerful, full of energy, and got along with just about everyone. She liked to call herself a tomboy, and she totally embraced that label. Abby had a deep love for sports and a big soft spot for classic rock. Her outfits, her attitude, it all reflected that cool, laid-back style. At the time of the incident, Abby was dating a boy named Jimmy Campbell. The two were inseparable, and everyone around them could see how much Jimmy adored her. Their relationship was the kind people envied, genuine and full of affection. Life hadn't always been easy, though. When Abby was still young, her parents divorced. After that, Zinnia raised Abby and her sister Sarah on her own. Even with this big shift in their family dynamic, Abby kept her positive outlook. She didn't dwell on things she couldn't change and was known for staying optimistic no matter what came her way. But everything would take a tragic turn on what started as just another ordinary day in October 2013. October 9th, 2013 began like any other school day for Abby. She was just a few days away from celebrating her 15th birthday, something she'd been looking forward to for weeks. That morning, she chose to wear a gray sweatshirt, black yoga pants, and a brand new pair of black-heeled boots, her birthday present from her mom, which she was wearing for the first time. Anyone who's ever worn new shoes knows that first day pain, and Abby was feeling it hard. Her best friend, Miranda, noticed how she limped around school, clearly uncomfortable. Still, she made it through the day, smiling, chatting with friends, and even snapping some pictures. But that afternoon, something went terribly wrong. Zinnia expected her daughter to walk through the door after school like usual. But Abby never came home. Normally, she took the bus. But she sometimes enjoyed walking back if the weather was nice and the mood struck her. Since the walk was short, Zinnia figured maybe this was one of those days. Of course, she had no idea how painful those new boots had made Abby's walk that day. As time passed and the sky darkened, Zinnia's concern grew. She called Abby's phone, but there was no answer. Panic quickly set in. Zinnia drove to the school and spoke to the librarian, desperately asking if anyone had seen her daughter. The answer left her frozen. Abby had left school on foot hours earlier. At 7 p.m. that night, Zinnia reported her 14-year-old daughter missing. The police jumped into action right away. Conway was a small community, and news of Abby's disappearance spread quickly. Investigators reviewed security footage from the school and spotted Abby leaving the building at exactly 2:29 p.m., walking toward home just like she usually would. She had her backpack on and was still wearing the same clothes. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary. There was no sign that she had run away. Her room was untouched and none of her belongings were missing. Still, the investigators needed to ask all the standard questions. Had Abby been acting strange? Was she upset about something? Could she have been planning to leave? Everyone who knew her, friends, teachers, family, dismissed those ideas right away. Abby was excited about her upcoming birthday and had been busy planning the party down to the smallest detail. Her friends insisted she'd never just vanish like that. With no time to waste, police began canvassing the town, sharing Abby's photo with the public and organizing search efforts. Volunteers joined in, hoping to bring her home safe. The search for Abby had begun. Volunteers from all around came together in hopes of finding Abby. They searched tirelessly on foot and from the air. Even the FBI joined the case early on, bringing more eyes, expertise, and urgency. Despite all the effort, though, no trace of Abby was found. Within just a few days, the police were flooded with hundreds of tips. Investigators went through them one by one, chasing every possible lead. They also held frequent press conferences, keeping the public updated and trying to maintain hope. But as days passed without any progress, unease grew in the community. A dedicated website called Bring Abby Home was created, filled with photos and videos of Abby, keeping her story alive and urging people to help bring her back. Then came October 12th, Abby's 15th birthday. Instead of blowing out candles or unwrapping presents, her family held a candlelight vigil. Neighbors and friends gathered together, sang happy birthday, and prayed for Abby's safe return. It was a heartbreaking moment. Zinnia, her mother, was trying to stay strong, not just for Abby, but also for her other daughter, Sarah. But the weight of the unknown was crushing. Some days, hope felt impossible. Meanwhile, detectives kept at it. They pulled Abby's phone records and saw that her last location pinged about a mile from home. After that, the phone went completely dark. Text messages didn't reveal anything suspicious either. The last person Abby had messaged was her boyfriend, Jimmy, who had been taking the bus home around the same time. He was questioned, of course, but it quickly became clear. Jimmy had nothing to do with her disappearance. Their relationship had been genuine and loving. Weeks passed. On November 6, 2013, almost a month after Abby vanished, Zinnia was sorting through her mail when one envelope caught her attention. It was postmarked October 23rd, exactly 2 weeks after Abby went missing. Something about it felt significant. When Zinnia opened the letter and began to read, her heart stopped. It was from Abby. The handwriting was unmistakably hers, though the tone and wording felt off. The letter said she was safe, that she loved her family, and that she had run away. She urged her mom not to lose hope. Zinnia read the letter over and over, but something didn't sit right. It was Abby's writing, yes, but not her voice. Zinnia handed the letter over to authorities immediately. While it shocked everyone, investigators weren't convinced by its contents. To them, the message felt forced, too polished, like someone had told Abby exactly what to write. DNA testing confirmed that the letter was indeed written by Abby, but detectives believe she hadn't written it freely. They didn't buy the runaway story for a second, and thankfully they didn't stop investigating. Months went by with no sign of Abby. Then, on March 17, 2014, something unexpected happened. Roughly 30 miles from Conway, a woman was involved in a car accident. But instead of a typical exchange, the other driver pulled out a weapon and brutally attacked her. It was a terrifying encounter. The attacker was quickly arrested. At first, the incident seemed random, but investigators had a gut feeling this man might somehow be connected to Abby's case. They weren't ready to share why publicly, but something about him raised red flags. That man was 34-year-old Nathaniel Nate Kibbe. He was an odd and intense person, deeply into guns, the Constitution, and extremist political ideas. Investigators confiscated dozens of firearms from his home. He didn't put up a fight, but during the search of his remote property, police spotted a large shipping container tucked behind his house. It stood out immediately. When asked about it, Nate became defensive, insisting that the warrant only allowed them to seize his weapons, not to look elsewhere. Legally, the officers had to comply. So, after collecting the firearms, they left, completely unaware that behind that container door was Abby Hernandez. Yes, Nate was Abby's kidnapper, but how did he manage to abduct her in the first place? Let's go back to the day Abby disappeared. She had just missed her school bus by seconds. Her feet were sore from those new boots, but with no other choice, she began the short walk home. As she was texting Jimmy, a car pulled up beside her. A man in his 30s noticed her limping and offered her a ride. Tired and grateful, Abby accepted. She had no idea that choice would lead to months of terror. Rather than taking her home, the driver turned into an empty parking lot. That's when the mood shifted. Abby tried to get out, but the man pulled a weapon on her, tied her hands, blindfolded her, and forced her to crouch down in the passenger side footwell, completely hidden from view. After a long and disorienting drive, the car finally stopped. Abby was dragged out and thrown onto something soft. When the blindfold came off, she realized she was on a filthy mattress, and she was trapped. She was inside Nate's shipping container. The room where Abby was being held was small, the floor made of cold metal. The door had latches on it, and the walls were padded to keep any sound from escaping. It was a prison disguised as a storage unit. When Abby looked up, she saw her captor again. This time, he was wearing a gold Halloween mask. Nate made it clear from the start. If she tried to scream or escape, there would be serious consequences. It's impossible to put into words what Abby must have felt in that moment. Fear doesn't even begin to describe it. Almost immediately, the nightmare began. Nate, who was both cruel and twisted, started a pattern of abuse and control. Even though she was already locked away in the shipping container, he kept her tied up for days at a time. He used devices like stun guns and shock collars to hurt her, for no reason other than his own sick satisfaction, and tragically was also repeatedly assaulted. Despite everything she was enduring, Abby refused to give up. Deep down, she clung to a powerful desire to survive and to one day return home. In the early weeks of her captivity, while Abby's family and police were appearing on the news, holding out hope, Nate would use those moments to taunt her. He'd tell her how close her family was, how hard they were looking for her, then twist the knife by reminding her that she was still stuck, still unseen. It was psychological torture meant to break her spirit. But strangely, seeing her mom crying on TV didn't defeat Abby. Fueled her. It gave her a reason to keep going, a reason to fight. 2 weeks after she was taken, Nate forced Abby to write a letter to her mother, the same one Zinnia received in early November. Nate believed the letter would throw off the police, and though Abby did what he asked, she secretly scratched the words help and kidnap into the paper with her fingernails. But Nate noticed. He made her do it all over again and sent out the cleaner version. Still, the abuse continued. Months passed. At around the 6-month mark, had a realization. She had some power in this horrible situation. She noticed that if she talked to Nate like a friend, acted calm and cooperative, he let his guard down. So she started to engage him in small conversations. Over time, Nate developed a strange emotional connection to her, one that Abby quietly used to her advantage. Nate began referring to her as the closest thing he had to a daughter. He'd sit and talk for hours about his life, his conspiracy theories, his obsession with the Constitution. He even let her read books and eventually removed her blindfold, allowing her to see his face for the first time. It was then, through one of those books, a cookbook with the name Nate written inside, that Abby finally learned her abductor's real name. That was a turning point. Abby discovered more about Nate. He admired the Gadsden flag and had strong libertarian beliefs. He filled their conversations with political rants, as if he were teaching a class. She listened, quietly learning everything she could. She also learned about another part of Nate's life. He printed counterfeit money. He saw it as his way of getting back at a government he loathed. In an attempt to earn more trust, Abby even helped him with the fake bills. She figured the more useful and non-threatening she seemed, the better chance she had of surviving. Eventually, the constant abuse started to lessen, though it didn't stop completely. Around this time, Nate began hiring sex workers and paying them with counterfeit money. He wasn't just exploiting them, he was scamming them too. One of those women was 27-year-old Lauren Monday. The day after meeting Nate, she tried to use the money he'd given her and realized it was fake. Furious, she called him, threatening to go to the police. Nate hadn't given Lauren his real name, but he slipped up. His email address included his full name. On top of that, Lauren was able to give investigators a clear description of his car. This was a major break. Shortly after Lauren's call, Nate burst into the container in a panic. He was angry and unsettled, but Abby knew better than to react. She stayed calm, asked him what was wrong, and listened. She'd gotten used to his rants by now, and she knew it was safer to stay quiet and let him talk. Then something unexpected happened. Nate walked over to Abby and handed her a plastic bag containing her clothes. "I need to get you out of here," he said. Abby didn't know what that meant. Was he moving her to another location? Killing her? Letting her go? She had no idea. Her heart was racing. He put her in the car and started driving. They drove for what felt like forever, and Abby tried to read the signs. Though she had learned to anticipate Nate's moods, this was different. He seemed more erratic than usual. Then she looked out the window. Recognition hit her like a wave. Nate was driving her back to the exact spot where he'd taken her. The same place where it all started. Without another word, he pulled over, told her to get out, and then he drove off. Abby slammed the car door shut and watched as Nate drove off, disappearing down the road. She stood there, frozen in disbelief. Part of her wanted to celebrate, scream, cry, anything to release the rush of emotions surging through her. But fear lingered. What if he changed his mind? What if he came back? Still wearing the same clothes from the day she vanished 9 months earlier, Abby began the walk home. Each step was filled with uncertainty. Felt surreal, like she was dreaming. But she kept going until finally, she reached her front door. Inside, Xenia was in the living room, overwhelmed by the same sorrow that had haunted her for months. Then, Abby's voice. A soft call from the entryway. Xenia froze, thinking her mind was playing tricks on her. But when she turned around and saw her daughter standing there, alive, everything stopped. She was transported back to that awful October night when her world fell apart. And now, suddenly, the one thing she prayed for had come true. The emotions between them were indescribable. Xenia had lived every single day hoping, begging for this moment. And now, here Abby was, standing in front of her, safe, breathing. But the nightmare wasn't over. Though Abby had escaped, Nate was still out there. And opening up about what had happened was incredibly difficult for her. Just before letting her go, Nate had made one final threat. If she ever talked to the police, he would find her and her family, and it wouldn't end well. That threat was enough to silence Abby. Her instinct was to protect the people she loved, even if that meant keeping quiet about her abduction. Because of her silence, rumors spread quickly. People began questioning her story. Some accused her of lying, claiming she ran away and made the whole kidnapping up. The same community that had supported her family for months now turned their backs on them, casting doubt and judgment. It was heartbreaking, but with support from law enforcement and those who still believed in her, Abby eventually found the strength to speak the truth. She told them everything about the container, the mask, the torture, and revealed the identity of the man who had taken her. Nathaniel Kibbe. In 2014, Nate was arrested. Building the case took nearly 3 years. The charges against him were staggering, around 205 in total. They ranged from kidnapping to sexual assault to producing counterfeit currency. When the trial finally came, the verdict was clear. Guilty. Nate was sentenced to 45 to 90 years in prison. Then came May 16th. In a courtroom full of people, Abby walked in, stronger, braver, and more determined than ever. She faced Nate and delivered a powerful statement. She forgave him. She told him, calmly and clearly, that she forgave everything he had done to her because she wasn't going to carry the weight of his cruelty for the rest of her life. That moment wasn't just about closure. It was about reclaiming her power. Abby explained that her experience changed her. She no longer took the little things for granted. Sunsets, quiet mornings, laughter, freedom. The trauma she endured had reshaped her view of the world, but it hadn't broken her spirit. Today, Abby is living a quiet, peaceful life. She's a hairdresser and a devoted mother. Her days are filled with love, purpose, and healing. What Abby endured is unimaginable, but her story isn't just one of survival. It's a lesson in resilience. When faced with unspeakable horror, she didn't give up. She held on, for herself, for her mother, for her future. Abby Hernandez is a fighter. Her courage in the darkest of moments reminds us all that even when the odds feel impossible, we can still hold on. We can still survive, and we can still rise. Linda Durnall was born on April 10, 1950, in California. She married Philip LeBeau and took his last name. By 1977, the two of them divorced and Linda had a new boyfriend. She stayed with the new boyfriend in Tustin, California. On October 6th, Linda met up with Philip at a restaurant to collect money he owed her for damaging her boyfriend's car. Philip slashed her boyfriend's tires and poured sugar into the gas tank, resulting in $300 worth of damages. Witnesses reported seeing her arguing with a man believed to be Philip LeBeau at a nearby gas station, and she was never seen again. Linda's boyfriend called police to report her missing when she did not arrive back home. Investigators considered Philip a suspect, but could not prove that he had any involvement in her disappearance. In 1986, a woman's body was found down an embankment along the Ortega Highway in Lake Eisenhower by highway surveyors. Investigators determined that the victim had been shot in the head, but they could not identify the remains. In August of 2021, investigators exhumed several sets of remains trying to see if one of them matched the woman found in 1986. Linda's remains were identified as a match in January 2022, and it was confirmed that the remains belonged to her. She was just 27 years old when her life was taken. Philip LeBeau passed away in 2008, which makes it even harder to prove that he is responsible, but investigators are still working on the case. Allie Kostrel grew up in St. Louis, Missouri, but her heart was set on attending the University of Mississippi. When she finally made it there, she felt as though she had reached the height of her dreams. But her story soon took a grim turn. Investigators later remarked that there were no signs or warnings that could have prepared Allie's friends for the tragedy that unfolded on that July afternoon. Detectives at the scene were stunned that anyone could commit such a crime against a kind, easygoing student. Their focus quickly shifted to their primary suspect, another student whose hidden motives no one had seen coming. Alexandria Kostrel was born on September 11, 1997, in St. Louis, Missouri. Her family soon began calling her Allie, the nickname she would be lovingly known by for the rest of her life. She was the daughter of Cindy and Keith Kostrel and the older sister of her brother, Andrew. Even as a child, Allie displayed a strong dedication to her schoolwork and a natural athletic ability. These qualities made her shine as an exceptional high school student. Alongside her academic achievements, Allie was involved in cheerleading, track and field, and the golf team, and she was also a member of the National Honor Society. Her adventurous nature took her abroad to Peru and Africa, where she volunteered by teaching English to young children. Cindy and Keith were immensely proud of her, as Allie's warmth and bright spirit left a lasting impact on everyone she met. She adored both animals and children, often babysitting to earn extra money, and her gentle personality quickly made her a favorite among the families she worked with. Allie also loved walking dogs and was passionate about yoga and running half marathons. Her spiritual outlook and ever-present smile made her easy for anyone to approach. During this chapter of her life, she grew especially close to Maddie Norris. The two became inseparable, sharing their hopes and secrets as if they had known each other for lifetimes. Their bond felt more like a sisterhood, leading them into countless shared adventures. After graduating in 2016, Allie began her studies in business administration at the University of Mississippi. She was overjoyed to join a school steeped in tradition, history, and a vibrant football culture. Her parents loved seeing how much happiness this new phase brought her. Allie also hoped that, during her time there, she might meet a kind Southern boy and eventually build a family of her own. Even with the miles between them, her bond with Maddie stayed just as strong. Those who knew Allie weren't surprised to see her flourish both academically and socially. She quickly formed new, meaningful connections, including a close friendship with Elizabeth, whom she met at a campus party. Their shared interests helped deepen their relationship and make it an important part of Allie's college experience. In this new circle of people in her life, one person became especially significant to Allie, fueled in part by her hopeful, romantic nature. She developed an interest in Brandon Teisfeld, a young man just a year older than she was, originally from Fort Worth, Texas. Brandon was the son of Daniel Teisfeld, a medical professional, and had grown up surrounded by love and comfort. Raised in a devoted Christian household, he enjoyed a childhood full of outdoor pursuits, hunting, fishing, and exploring the wide-open spaces of Texas. As he got older, Brandon also proved to be a talented football player at his school. Like Allie, he enrolled in the University of Mississippi's business program. The two shared mutual friends and even found themselves in some of the same classes. Still, Brandon's personality contrasted sharply with Allie's. Yet, as the saying goes, sometimes opposites are drawn to one another. According to local records, Brandon was arrested in April 2017 for public intoxication and possessing a fake ID. This wasn't his only brush with the law. He was involved in another incident, though the Oxford Police Department later confirmed that the records of this case were expunged and sealed. Despite these isolated incidents and the generally good conduct Brandon displayed, there was someone who did not find him particularly likable and had reasons for such a perception. Rex Revita, another student who lived in a dormitory across the hall from Brandon during their freshman year, frequently encountered him. Rex found Brandon's behavior objectionable, considering him a spoiled daddy's boy. According to Rex, Brandon often boasted about his father's wealth and how it could get him out of any trouble, which Rex found particularly annoying. Additionally, Rex had noticed another particularly unpleasant trait in Brandon. He often treated women in a degrading manner. One night when Allie and Brandon crossed paths at a local bar, she felt an immediate attraction. It didn't take long for them to start dating occasionally, though Allie wished they spent more time together. She often brought him along as her date to most of her parties. However, to almost everyone observing their developing relationship, it was clear that Brandon wasn't as enamored with Allie as she was with him. Despite this, Allie seemed blinded by her initial impression and Brandon's good looks, never seeing through the facade. The evident disinterest from Brandon and his flaws, which were apparent to everyone else, went unnoticed by Allie. She was convinced she had found her dream man and envisioned a future with a home and family. As weeks and months passed, their relationship grew complicated. Around their second year in college, driven by her intense feelings, Allie sent Brandon numerous late-night texts while she was out partying, eager to chat with him. Without any explanation, he blocked her number. During this time, Maddie visited Oxford to see her friend and unofficial sister. Naturally, she was excited to meet the new man in Allie's life, but to her surprise, Brandon didn't show up. During that visit, Maddie became concerned about Brandon's clear detachment, despite the affection Allie lavished on him. Despite this, Allie seemed to be doing well in many other areas of her life. By her third year, she had formed a strong friendship with another university student named Morgan. It was around this time that Brandon inexplicably reappeared as if nothing had happened, seeking to reconnect with Allie. Allie interpreted this gesture as a sign of mutual romantic interest and became filled with hope. However, she was the only one who saw it that way. To everyone else, it was strange, knowing that Brandon had no genuine feelings for her. One of the most astonished by the situation was Rex. Upon learning about the supposed romance between Allie and Brandon, he believed that the young Texan was emotionally manipulating her, making her think he loved her, something Rex was sure was false. Deep down, Allie might have been aware of Brandon's lack of affection. This could explain why her closest friends and even her parents knew very little about him. References to Brandon and their relationship were quite vague. Consequently, none of Allie's close ones were aware of the emotional abuse she was experiencing. Allie often found herself in tears over the man she loved. Her roommate at the time occasionally noticed the sadness in Allie's eyes. However, as she mentioned in a later interview, Allie was a girl who radiated pure light and had the ability to appear happy even when she was sad. According to her, Allie's kindness blinded her to others' malice, making her see people as better than they actually were. In April 2019, Allie told Brandon that she was worried she might be pregnant and sent him a picture of a home pregnancy test. The results were inconclusive, but given the gravity of the situation, Allie expressed her desire to discuss it in person. Brandon's immediate response was like a cold shower. He bluntly stated he had no intention of staying with her if she was indeed pregnant. Over the next 3 months, Allie tried to meet with him to talk about it, but Brandon avoided her at all costs. Sometimes he would agree to meet and then cancel at the last minute. Other times, he simply wouldn't show up and offered no explanation afterward. Amid this emotional roller coaster, Allie continued with her life, hoping the situation would improve, and only communicated with Brandon electronically. Unbeknownst to her, Brandon was spending long hours trying to find a solution to what he saw as a major problem. He spent days researching online about medications and clinics for terminating a pregnancy. Unsatisfied with these options, he even considered more extreme scenarios, looking up how to use a weapon and hide a crime. In the midst of the uncertainty about their relationship status, the vacation period arrived. Allie decided not to travel back home to Missouri. Given that she was in her final year and had high academic ambitions, she chose to stay at the university in July to attend a summer course. Additionally, she was teaching fitness classes at the time, which motivated her to sacrifice her break to earn extra money for her expenses. However, Cindy and Keith were not willing to miss the opportunity to be with their daughter. They informed her that they would come to visit. Allie was overjoyed at the news. Once her parents arrived at her apartment, the three of them had the most wonderful days together. Allie and her mother went shopping and chatted endlessly about countless things. There was so much to catch up on that the hours seemed too short. Knowing Allie's love for the sea and the beach, Cindy gifted her several new items, all with a marine theme to reflect her interests in her home. Allie, in turn, repeatedly asked her mother to cook her favorite dishes. When it was time to say goodbye in mid-July 2019, Allie wished her parents could stay for at least one more day. As Cindy and Keith headed back home, they comforted themselves with the thought that their next reunion was just around the corner and they just needed to be patient. Shortly after, Brandon contacted Allie via text message. Just as he had done previously, disappearing and reappearing months later as if nothing had happened, this time he requested a meeting to discuss the delicate matter in person. On Friday, July 19, 2019, back in St. Louis, Cindy called her daughter to confirm everything was all right. True to her word, Allie went to a bar that night. A while later, surveillance cameras captured her leaving the place, wearing a white shirt and blue shorts, with her head down, seemingly texting. The footage shows her in front of the door, though she doesn't enter the establishment. Afterward, Allie returned home but left again without her roommate hearing. Around midnight, she finally met up with Brandon. The details of what transpired next have been elusive to the authorities. No one knows what was said or the tone of their conversation. It's assumed there were accusations and clarifications, but this remains speculative. What is certain is that Allie and Brandon met face to face at a lake, a vast area surrounded by numerous campsites and recreational spaces. Due to its size and characteristics, the Sheriff's Department has long patrolled its various nooks and crannies. During the early hours of Saturday, July 20th, 2019, the moonlight was the only illumination for the patrolling officers. The prevailing darkness was far from romantic. According to police sources, a local resident walking their dog reported hearing gunshots in the early hours of that morning between 2:15 and 2:30 a.m. The attacker fled the scene. Around 10:30 a.m., a police investigator was on patrol, not expecting to discover the lifeless body of a young woman. The discovery occurred near an abandoned fishing camp, a remote location about 20 miles from the university. Overcoming the initial shock, the police officer was able to gather some general information about the victim. This experience marked a significant turning point in his career. Allie's purse, containing her school ID and driver's license, was found nearby shortly afterward. When the police department was notified, investigators began their efforts to uncover what had happened. They attempted to trace Allie's cell phone but were unsuccessful. Meanwhile, that Saturday, Brandon spent the day with friends, behaving as if it were any other day, showing no apparent signs of distress. They went bowling and chatted normally, with none of his friends noticing anything unusual. At some point between Saturday and Sunday, Brandon wrote a letter to his parents, revealing his anguish over his actions. Though he avoided explicitly mentioning the crime, he confessed to something terrible that would likely result in his imprisonment or death. He was certain that sooner or later, the police would catch him. As investigators delved into Allie's social circle, Brandon emerged as a potential suspect. The team focused their efforts on trying to contact him, but all calls to his cell phone went unanswered. On Saturday afternoon, the police visited Allie's family to deliver the devastating news. The words hung in the air, creating a surreal sense that they were living a nightmare. Overwhelmed with grief, Cindy and Keith had to face an unimaginable reality. Allie's close friend, Maddie, struggled to make sense of what had happened. Her mind flooded with memories of the time spent with the friend she considered a sister. Meanwhile, the police continued their attempts to reach Brandon. By then, he had left his friend's house and was driving his truck. Allie's cell phone remained missing. The news of the crime shocked the university community and local residents. However, due to the ongoing investigation, the police withheld further details. As a result, it was unclear whether the attacker had killed Allie at the lake or abandoned her there afterward. The same confusion surrounded the murder weapon and the connection between the victim and the perpetrator. This changed when investigators made a crucial discovery. In Allie's room, they found her smartwatch, which turned out to be an invaluable piece of evidence. The smartwatch allowed them to uncover some of the text messages exchanged between Allie and Brandon. Realizing the urgency, the team immediately tried to contact Brandon, who this time answered their call. He apologized for not responding earlier and made excuses to avoid meeting with the officers, but promised to come to the police department first thing on Monday, July 22nd. After hanging up, fully aware of his predicament, Brandon continued to travel as far as possible. On Sunday, July 21st, 2019, he arrived at another friend's house carrying an unusual item, a firearm. He made no effort to hide it and even unloaded it in front of his host. Brandon also brought a six-pack of beer, so they sat down to drink, chat, and watch television. The next morning, he left without attending the scheduled meeting at the police department, thus becoming a fugitive. Detectives obtained an arrest warrant and began tracking Brandon's phone. Having left Mississippi, Brandon's location was soon identified as Memphis, Tennessee. Authorities issued an alert for his truck, which had a distinctive license plate. It didn't take long for the Memphis Fugitive Task Force to get a positive result. About an hour and a half later, the prime suspect, wearing a blood-stained shirt, was apprehended outside a gas station in the southwest part of the state. The operation involved at least 12 officers and 7 police patrols. Inside the vehicle, they found a firearm matching the one used in Allie's murder. Mississippi investigators were promptly notified. They headed north to pick up Brandon. Upon arrival, they found Brandon calm. They read him his rights and then transported the suspect back to Mississippi in custody. Once they reached the station, Brandon recounted his activities during the weekend of the crime, revealing that he had been roaming around Oxford from Friday to Saturday. Beyond that information, Brandon remained steadfast in his right to remain silent, refusing to provide further details to the investigators. He was detained at the county jail, and his family soon hired an attorney to handle his defense. In a statement, Brandon's father insisted that his son was not involved in the incident. He urged everyone to presume Brandon's innocence, confident that the ongoing investigation would reveal what he believed to be the truth. However, he was unprepared for what was to come. The first blow came when a university spokesperson confirmed that Brandon was suspended from the institution. Meanwhile, Allie's autopsy revealed that she was not pregnant at the time of her death, but this information was not shared with the media. Allie's funeral took place on Saturday, July 27, 2019. Friends, family, and community members left flowers and condolence notes. Despite their indescribable grief, they felt fortunate to have known such a vibrant and luminous young woman. In August of that year, Brandon was charged with first-degree murder. If found guilty, he could face the death penalty. His name made headlines. When Rex heard the news, he was initially shocked, but soon, everything seemed to make sense. He recalled all the rude and contemptuous comments Brandon had made about various women. For the prosecutors, the case became a textbook example of ignored warning signs in relationships that can lead to tragic endings. They believed that Allie's death could have been prevented. As the search for evidence continued, investigators discovered the letter Brandon had written during that weekend while searching his apartment. The COVID-19 pandemic delayed the start of the judicial process, requiring extra patience from Allie's friends and family. However, the investigators used this time to continue their work, sifting through hundreds of text messages between Allie and Brandon, a daunting task. Meanwhile, the prosecutors continued to build their case, gradually uncovering the details of an unequal love story. A series of facts, previously unknown to those close to the university student, came to light. When the case was finally presented to a grand jury in mid-2021, the evidence included photographs of the gun and bullet casings, as well as the letter. To the prosecutors, this letter was clearly a confession. However, the defense presented a completely different perspective. As Brandon pleaded not guilty, his lawyer argued that the letter was merely a farewell note, as Brandon had contemplated taking his own life at that time. To support this claim, the defense mentioned that Brandon himself had stated he was holding the gun to his head when he suddenly fainted. It was during this moment that the courtroom learned from Allie's autopsy report that she was not pregnant and had no evidence of ever having been pregnant. The revelation caused an unmistakable shock. The trial proceeded until, unexpectedly, in August 2021, just a week before the sentencing, Brandon chose to admit his responsibility for the crime. He and his legal team reached a plea agreement with the prosecution to avoid the death penalty. Instead, he received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. During the sentencing hearing, Brandon addressed Allie's family, apologizing for the immense pain he caused by taking their daughter's life. He acknowledged that his actions had permanently altered the lives of the Kostrel family and his own. He expressed a desire to turn back time and undo his actions, but knowing that was impossible, he sought forgiveness from God and hoped that one day they might find it in their hearts to forgive him. Following Brandon's statement, the victim impact statement was read aloud in court, delivered by Cindy, Allie's mother. In her letter, she expressed regret for not being able to keep her daughter away from Brandon, whom she described in stark terms as a monstrous, heartless, scheming, ungrateful, sinister, violent, and corrupt individual. Cindy also added that Brandon had every opportunity to do good in the world but chose to do evil. Because of that choice, he would spend every day of the rest of his life in prison. She reminded everyone that it was an atrocious act he committed against a sweet soul like Allie, and predicted that every time the cell door slammed shut, it would be a reminder of what he did and the life he took. Those who knew Allie hold on to the certainty that the actions of her attacker will never extinguish the sweet light she brought into the world. On the contrary, they know that her spirit will live on through the lives she touched, as Allie always strived to make the world a better place with every step she took. This story is about a woman whose life is filled with lies from beginning to end. You will learn how the unscrupulous deceiver ends up in pursuit of big money and how many human destinies it can affect. Michelle grew up in the town of Hurst in the suburbs of Dallas, Texas. She had a younger sister, Laura. The girl's mother left home in search of a better life, so the upbringing of children was the father. It was not easy for a man to raise two daughters alone. He survived on occasional earnings at a construction site and often relied on alcohol. In search of easy money, he repeatedly thought up and implemented devious plans for profit. He would take a job at one factory or another and deliberately injure himself in order to obtain insurance money compensation. The fraud scheme worked, but not for long. With the help of CCTV cameras at one of the workplaces, the scheme was uncovered and Michelle and Laura's father was sent into custody. Michelle grew up in a world of lies, deceit, and manipulation from childhood. This was her normal life, from which she wanted to escape by any means possible. But it is impossible to escape from herself, because lies have already become a part of her life, and she simply did not know how to live differently. The girl dreams of growing up faster to get out of the hated poverty. At the age of 15, Michelle looks very spectacular, a petite brunette of athletic build. She attracts a lot of interest from guys both of her own and older age. Even then, Michelle realizes that with the help of her feminine power and charm, she can easily manage to manipulate any men in her environment in order to get what she wants. So in her life begins a series of love relationships with different men. At the age of 17, Michelle drops out of school and marries for the first time to 16-year-old Kenneth O'Brien. She informs the boyfriend that she is expecting a baby. Kenneth, taking full responsibility for his young wife and future child, enlists in the army. The couple moves frequently. 2 more children are born to them in this marriage. One city is replaced by another. Temporary housing of the military was not the limit of Michelle's dreams. Such a life does not suit her, and after 5 years, she leaves, naming the reason for divorce beatings and cheating on the part of her husband. Michelle returns to her native Hurst. In front of relatives and friends, she appears as a victim of domestic violence and receives the necessary support and begins to organize her life anew. After a while, she falls in love with her former classmate, Brandon. The young man is head over heels in love with Michelle and gladly accepted her 3 children. The lovers prepare for the wedding. However, on the eve of the wedding, Michelle infuriates Brandon. It turns out that the girl did not divorce her first husband. She was very afraid to talk to him about divorce because of the abuse, so she did not send the documents. With the help of a lawyer, this issue was quickly settled and the couple was able to marry in 1994. At first, family life flowed calmly and measured. Brandon was engaged in the development of his IT company and Michelle worked as a dental assistant. A quiet family life was not the limit of Michelle's dreams. She has always needed more. She starts bringing home all sorts of dental equipment and supplies. The cash doesn't fit in her purse. Brandon suspected something wrong. Eventually, Michelle was caught stealing. It was only by luck that a trial was avoided. But Brandon's trust issues with his wife were just beginning. Responding to neighbors' reports that cars were frequently arriving at the house while he was at work, Brandon installed a tape recorder in several rooms of the house. Listening to the tape, he heard various men visiting their home throughout the day. Brandon does his own little investigation and learns that the reason for the divorce in Michelle's first marriage was her numerous infidelities, not her husband's beatings, as she told everyone. Brandon's patience broke, and he demanded a divorce. Michelle was furious that Brandon initiated the divorce, and while he was at work, she got back at him. "I had a very nice saltwater aquarium with thousands of dollars worth of fish in it," Brandon says. "She poured comat into it and killed all the fish." But Michelle didn't stop there. Brandon also had a beloved dog named Domino. Michelle stuffed the dog with sleeping pills, which led to the death of the living creature. Michelle put Domino to sleep. "If you're shocked at this point, we've only scratched the surface," Brandon says. "It was a nightmare that wouldn't stop. You can't make that girl go away." Unfortunately, Brandon learned the truth about Michelle. When his own marriage was completely destroyed, everything Michelle did with Brandon Dixon pales in comparison to her adventures with other men. It was later revealed that John Paul Ray, also a student at the high school Michelle attended in Hearst, was the father of her first child. Instead of revealing this information to John, she told Kenneth O'Brien that the child was his, forcing him to marry her. Kenneth, for 13 years, thought the eldest son was his own. John later told police that Kenneth paid child support from age 5 to 18 and did not know he was not the father. After Brandon and Michelle divorced, she moved in with John, the father of her first child. They lived in a common-law marriage for 8 years. Their relationship came to an abrupt end when John began to suspect his wife of cheating. Michelle didn't deny it. She confirmed the affair on the side. John moved out, leaving most of Michelle's possessions. Michelle's next love was Greg Williams. They were both not so young anymore. Both had a history of past marital failures. The man was married twice and had a daughter. After Greg and Katie divorced in 2003, the couple agreed to share custody of their common daughter, Taylor. However, there was no formal agreement on child support because the former spouses had a good relationship. Rich, successful, and generous Greg was a perfect match for Michelle. And Greg and Michelle had a common daughter, Michaela. A year later, they got married. Their marriage was like the American dream. Money, children, love, it was all in abundance. Michelle seemed to have made it through the thorns to the stars and got the life she had always dreamed of. Greg Williams held his family in very high esteem. He grew up in a family with fierce principles and achieved everything on his own from an early age. He loved sports and was a martial arts black belt. In addition to his love of exercise, Greg was also a fan of guns. Both he and Michelle had guns that they kept in their home in Keller. Michelle's gun, a silver .40 caliber pistol, was kept in a safe. But Greg kept his gun, a black Luber .45 caliber, always loaded in a case under his bedside table. The couple was determined to make their marriage a success. They threw birthday parties for their children from other marriages at their home in Keller. Michelle's adult children would have barbecues and swim parties. Very often the house was full of friends. But despite the picturesque suburban home and a precocious daughter, Greg and Michelle were not the classic American couple. They met through an online community for bondage, domination, sadism, and masochism, and their wild adult house parties led to numerous complaints from neighbors. Without making the matter public, couple decides to move out. The night before Michelle and Greg had been unable to sleep for a long time, they were preparing to buy a new house for $4.5 million. They emotionally discussed the upcoming event. Greg stayed in the bedroom alone. Michelle went out to her crying daughter and fell asleep with her in the room. On October 13, 2011, at 4:40 a.m., an emergency call came in. Crying woman screamed into the phone that she and her husband had been attacked by a robber. She was injured, and her husband had been shot. Within minutes, police arrived at the scene of the tragedy. Inside the home, detectives found a television on full volume and a baby sleeping on the couch. Michelle's daughter was sound asleep and unaffected in any way by the attack that occurred. The woman's behavior alerted police officers. She was behaving rather strangely and did not look like she had just experienced a burglary. Soon, the gated community was filled with police cars, detectives, and forensic experts. The lot was cordoned off, and police searched every inch of the nearly 5,000 square foot home. Michelle was fully dressed, had her hair styled, and was acting very calm. She told police she was asleep, but her clothing and demeanor said otherwise. As the only witness, Michelle was taken to the Keller Township Police Station for questioning. After several hours of talking to police and investigators, Michelle's story began to fall apart like a house of cards. According to the woman, the intruder dressed in all black hit her on the head with a wrench. She fell from the blow, but was conscious and heard a gunshot. The stranger then fled through the back door of the house. Michelle Williams' account did not match what police saw at the scene. Greg Williams was shot in the head while lying in bed. A .45 caliber handgun, presumably used by the intruder, was found near the back door next to a wrench. There were no fingerprints on either weapon. Neither was found to show any signs of forced entry. The family's valuables and money were untouched. Examined CCTV footage from a neighbor's camera showed that only one car had entered the gated community in the hours before the crime. Police confirmed that the car belonged to a newspaper delivery man. To confuse the investigation, Michelle came up with a version of the attack. She hit herself with a wrench and made their large house look like the scene of the attack. But detectives did their due diligence and noticed a number of details that didn't add up. Michelle Williams was fully dressed. Her hair was styled, and she had fresh makeup on her face. It gave the impression as if she was waiting for someone. The gun used during the crime was found in the house without any fingerprints. And the final detail that proved Michelle's lie was the $20,000 in cash that was not stolen in the robbery. Michelle had no explanation for why a successful businessman and devoted father decided to take his own life. But she was able to explain her behavior. Michelle claimed she wanted to spare their young daughter the bitter truth about her father's self-inflicted death. She admitted to police that she wiped down the gun and washed Greg's hands to cover up fingerprints, before desperately staging a home invasion and calling emergency services. As bizarre as that explanation was, it became obvious to police why no evidence was found in the house. Michelle admitted to wiping the crime scene with bleach and hitting herself in the face with a wrench to present a more realistic picture of the attack. From the beginning, Keller police doubted the credibility of Michelle's testimony, but at the time, no physical evidence was presented linking her to the crime. Michelle was arrested for perjury, but was soon released home. Around 5 p.m. on the evening of her husband's murder, Michelle went to her sister Laura's home and did not mention the late Greg's name once during the evening. Michelle cried from time to time, but it didn't seem sincere, her sister Laura Cusick said when questioned by police. The morning after the tragedy, Michelle woke up in a great mood. She was beautifully dressed, with her hair styled and makeup on. In high spirits, the recent widow went for breakfast at a famous restaurant that served the best pancakes with syrup. While the police were looking into the theory that Greg had taken his own life, struggling to find a motive and obtain credible evidence of it, Michelle herself presented the investigation with first a motive and then evidence of her guilt. Going through the documents from the first interrogation, the investigators were attracted by Michelle's words that she didn't care about a single penny, but her actions proved otherwise. After Greg's death, quickly begins liquidating assets from family companies and spending large sums of money. She cashes checks through Greg's IT company. The amount of checks cashed is not disclosed anywhere. In all likelihood, we are talking about a lot of money. After receiving cash from the sale of the Blueberries frozen yogurt store in Keller, Michelle made one of her biggest blunders. She went to the insurance company hoping to get a payout on Greg's life insurance policy. Michelle was the sole beneficiary on Greg's life insurance policy, which was taken out on August 12, 2011, almost exactly 2 months before he was killed. But one important fact the woman missed According to the terms of the insurance policy, Greg's death was not an insured event because he left his life voluntarily, and at the last moment she was denied the money. The desire to get the insured sum of $600,000 was the main motive for the crime. Later, another important fact of financial fraud comes to light that casts suspicion on the widow. Fictitious financial documents for a mortgage loan were used to purchase the house that Greg and Michelle had been preparing for on the eve of his death. The account numbers were intentionally changed, and the lender did not immediately notice the elaborate fraud. When Greg died, Michelle canceled a meeting with the mortgage company, and the fake account was not discussed until it caught the attention of the police. Michelle, confident of her impunity, writes a check for $18,000 to attorney Kenneth Wincorn and takes a week-long vacation to Grapevine with her children. During the 3-month investigation into Greg Williams' death, police were able to unravel his wife's web of deceit. An autopsy was performed on Greg, which proves that the man was shot from a range of 12 to 18 inches. Moreover, the toxicology examination conducted provided a report proving that Greg had a large dose of sleeping pills in his system at the time of his death. Also, the police determined that there was no assault on the house. Mrs. Williams sedated her husband and shot him from a foot away after turning up the volume on the television. Daughter Michelle, who was asleep in her room, did not hear anything. On November 3, 2011, based on the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's report, Greg Williams' death was officially ruled a homicide. Michelle Williams was arrested on January 9th as she was on her way to a fitness center. She was charged with murder, tampering with evidence, and making a false statement to police. Michelle was both the only witness to the crime and the only suspect. Bail was set at $522,000 to be released from custody pending a court hearing. But Michelle spent a week in custody and was released on $85,000. Dressed in gym clothes, Michelle walked out of jail with a GPS monitor and under the arm of attorney Kenneth Wincorn, who was now officially representing her. Greg's first wife, Kathy, was furious when she found out that attorney Wincorn was defending Michelle. That money she paid him was part of Greg's estate, and it should never have gone to pay the legal bills of the woman who was accused of killing him. Online court records list Kenneth Wincorn as the attorney for Katie and Greg's divorce in 2003, and Wincorn's name and signature appear on legal documents regarding the custody agreement for their shared daughter Taylor in 2008. However, Kenneth Wincorn's defense of collusion with Michelle Williams will be exonerated by providing evidence. The divorce was handled by his company, and he personally never represented Greg. Kenneth Wincorn said he first learned of Greg's murder from an IT company employee. It was very shocking, Wincorn says, adding that Michelle later sought his help. After her plot to cash in on Greg's death is foiled, Michelle Williams changes her name to Shelley and appears as a fitness guru hoping to start a new life. On Facebook, Shelley publicly announced her relationship with Gene Wallace, a friend of her oldest son, a man nearly 15 years younger than her. Shelley and Gene opened a fitness club in Bedford and heavily promoted it online. Armed with an ankle bracelet with a GPS tracker, Michelle spent the next few months enjoying her new boyfriend, fitness classes, and court hearings. She often appeared in court dressed for a night out on the town, wearing mini-skirts, knee-length boots, and deep-cut blouses. She never mourned Greg's death for a second, says Greg's ex-wife, Kathy. Rob Conover was friends with Greg Williams for more than 20 years and attended many of Michelle's hearings. He recalls how she deftly manipulated police officers at the courthouse, making them see her as an innocent woman in need of protection. On October 9, 2013, 45-year-old Michelle Williams took a plea deal with the county and pleaded guilty to tampering with evidence and deadly conduct. She will receive 18 years in prison for tampering with evidence and for deadly dangerous conduct, a third-degree felony that only exists in a few states. Although Michelle admitted that she cleaned the gun and Greg's body, the absence of her DNA at the scene raised doubts about whether the first-degree murder charge would stick. Things can go differently. Play big, win big, or lose big, Michelle said in an interview. With the plea bargain, I expect to do a couple years. And after that, I'll be out on parole. But in February 2014, Michelle Williams, in an interview, suddenly changes her testimony and says she is not guilty of the crime. The judge immediately rescinds the plea bargain and sets a date for the first trial. Opening arguments have begun in the trial of a Texas woman dubbed by the media as Keller's Black Widow, who was accused of intentionally targeting her husband in 2011 for an insurance payoff. Michelle Williams, 45, was charged with the crime. In court, prosecutors described the crime as a clearly planned scheme of acts to profit from Greg's substantial life insurance policy. In their opening statement, prosecutors told jurors that Mrs. Williams shot her husband in the head after drugging him with sleeping pills beforehand in order to collect on his life insurance policy. The motive was money, time-tested money, greed. Assistant District Attorney Jack Strickland said in court. Although Michelle admitted that she cleaned the gun and Greg's body, the absence of her DMA at the scene raised doubts about whether the first-degree murder charge would stick. In response to an interview request, Michelle's attorney released a statement on her behalf. Attorney Kenneth Wincorn described the difficulties in the case caused by the spotlessly clean crime scene. The prosecution struggled to prove a premeditated crime, disregarding the fact that there was no DMA from the suspect. In repeated searches, cleaning products were found, but it stands to reason that Michelle's fingerprints were on them, since the products were in the house where she lived and did the cleaning. If the jury concludes that Michelle tampered with evidence of Greg's death, making it look like the man had spontaneously passed away and then cleaned up the crime scene by hiding evidence and then lying about it, she will get a life sentence. But if Michelle is sentenced as scheduled on April 21st, no jury will ever get a chance to hear the whole story and decide on the appropriate punishment. Through careful questioning of the Williams couple's friends and acquaintances, information regularly emerged about the unfavorable environment that had prevailed in their family for a long period of time. According to the studied correspondence in social networks and messengers, it was found that the couple quarreled very often, and the reason was finances. At the trial, prosecutors said that in the hours leading up to the violent death, Greg Williams argued with his wife over their finances and even slapped her for spending a large amount of money that had been set aside as a down payment on a house. But Michelle Williams' defense argued that Greg Williams had taken his own life and that the successful business owner needed his wife alive, not dead. According to defense attorney Clay Graham, Greg Williams often suffered from depression and regularly used sedatives and steroids. On the eve of the crime, he was allegedly severely depressed due to the loss of his grandmother and best friend, who ironically had taken his own life. Defense counsel told the court that when Michelle Williams found her husband dead with a self-inflicted gunshot wound, she panicked and in a fit of fear began to cover up the tragedy without realizing it. She had one goal: to protect her 4-year-old daughter from psychological trauma by hiding the truth from her. Michelle Williams never once changed herself, presenting at court hearings in different images with styled hair and manicure. At one hearing, the defendant, dressed in an off-white blouse and black vest, showed little emotion throughout most of the trial, but did not forget to wipe away tears during a presentation of photographs showing images of the body of murdered Greg Williams. The court also heard testimony from Michelle Williams' adult son, Andrew O'Brien, who said his mother Michelle Williams asked him to help frame Greg Williams' ex-wife, Kathy. She planned to blame her for Greg's death using the motive of unreconciled differences over the custody of their daughter, Taylor. But that plan was a failure from the get-go. After all, there was never any disagreement between the former spouses about the custody of their daughter, and it would have been very difficult to prove otherwise. Asked about his reaction to his mother's unusual request, 26-year-old Andrew O'Brien said he was very shocked by such a proposal and thought she was having a mental breakdown. Michelle confronted her sons at the trial when they testified against her. The jury later found Michelle guilty of felony tampering with physical evidence. According to the show, she provided false information that she was pregnant with twins, hoping to delay her sentencing. But this version was not confirmed, and the verdict was announced. Michelle's acting abilities and her natural charm, which she tried her best to demonstrate during each hearing, did not spare her from a harsh sentence. Sandwiched between a scenario in which she was a cold-blooded criminal and one in which she was portrayed as a deranged wife and mother acting on impulse, Michelle chose the latter. "He did it," she said, wrapping her arms around her head. Michelle even congratulated the detective on solving the case. "I wouldn't have gotten through the day," she said. "You've won." Even before the police admitted to doubting Michelle's story, few believed Greg had lost his life. He had too much to live for, and he knew all too well how much pain an untimely death causes. Kathy Williams believes that Michelle's relationship with Gene Wallace began when Greg was still alive and may be the elusive motive for this crime. If Greg had found out she was sleeping with her little boyfriend, he would have dumped her, and she would have gotten nothing. Katie says Greg was willing to put up with a lot, but he wasn't willing to put up with cheating. She's ruined so many lives you can't even imagine. Brandon says she's a professional manipulator. If the courts had gone further and interviewed all of us, things could have gone in a different direction. Michelle was sentenced to 60 years in prison. The judge also ruled that she would have to serve a minimum of 30 years before being eligible for parole. Michelle currently remains incarcerated at Mountain View Prison in Gatesville, Texas. Michelle Williams is a felon and fraudster who is currently serving time in prison for all of her willful acts. She has never shown remorse for her actions and still refuses to take full responsibility for her crime. Rudolph Farias, known to everyone as Rudy, was born in Houston, Texas. He lived with his mother, Janie Santana, and his older brother, Charles, who was from Janie's previous relationship. Janie had been married to another man for 10 years. Rudy's father, also named Rudolph Farias, was a veteran officer from the Houston police who remained distant, having another family with 5 more children. For Rudy, his older brother was a crucial figure in his upbringing. Rudy once shared on Facebook how important Charles was to him. He recounted how, during his time at school, he was often teased for being small and skinny. But whenever things got tough, Charles would step in to defend and protect him. Charles was more than just a brother. He was Rudy's best friend and father figure. However, Rudy sometimes felt a tinge of jealousy because Charles had a good relationship with his father, who often visited and took Charles out, bringing back cool toys or Happy Meal surprises from McDonald's. According to Rudy, Charles noticed his sadness and one day talked to him, acknowledging Rudy's hurt over not seeing his father. Charles promised he would always be there for Rudy and never abandon him. The brothers grew up inseparable, relying on each other under the strict and unstable supervision of their mother, Janie. To explain Janie's instability, judicial records show she had used at least 5 different surnames over the years, including Diaz, Rodriguez, Farias, and Ortega. The records also indicate that Janie had been married several times, with at least one marriage annulled because one of her ex-partners claimed she was married to 2 other people simultaneously. She also had a history of minor criminal offenses, such as public disorder on November 22, 1994, inappropriate conduct with a loaded firearm in 1996, and driving without a license with a minor, presumed to be Rudy, in 2020. Additionally, she had been arrested for speeding and driving under the influence. Janie also created social media accounts on platforms like TikTok and Facebook using photos that were not hers. According to different sources, Janie once stole pictures of a country singer to use on a fake profile. Despite the tumultuous household, there was always pride for the eldest son, Charles. He benefited from his father's financial support, but remained humble and down to earth. Charles was an excellent brother, son, and student. He graduated from high school in 2007 and was accepted into the U.S. Marine Corps, with training set to begin on March 21, 2011. At 21, Charles dreamed of serving his country, but his life was tragically cut short in a motorcycle accident on February 13, 2011. Charles's sudden and tragic death profoundly impacted the family. Rudy, who was 13 at the time, expressed his grief on Facebook, detailing the events of that fateful day. He recounted how they woke up together that morning, and Charles asked Rudy to help him get the motorcycle out of the garage. After preparing, Charles left to meet friends, marking the last time Rudy saw his brother alive. A family friend called later that day to inform them that Charles had been in an accident and his body was lying on the pavement. Rudy and Janie rushed to the scene. Rudy recalled that at first he couldn't see his brother. Then he saw his mother on the ground, holding Charles and pleading with God to bring her son back. Rudy described how he froze, staring at his brother lifeless on the ground. This state of shock stayed with him for a long time. He told his loved ones that he found it difficult to even say the word death. He preferred to think that his brother had fallen asleep forever and often said he would soon meet Charles in heaven. At Charles's military funeral, Rudy delivered an emotional speech expressing how much he would miss his brother, who was the closest thing he had to a father. He shared that Charles taught him many things, but not how to live without him. The following years were tough for Janie and Rudy. The void left by Charles was a heavy burden to bear. Rudy began experiencing recurrent episodes of post-traumatic stress and depression. He even started self-harming, scratching his wrists with sharp objects like aluminum cans. On August 19, 2014, 3 years after his brother's death, Rudy received news that his father, aged 51, had also died tragically. The lifeless body of Rudy's father was found in his uniform inside his patrol car. He had parked in a secluded area outside Houston, where he decided to take his own life using his service weapon. The police report on the incident revealed that shortly before, he had been relieved of his duties pending an internal affairs investigation. Rudolph had been with the Houston Police Department since May 1993. A police spokesperson detailed that Rudolph was placed on administrative leave pending the investigation into criminal conduct allegations. The suspension meant he had no police duties and was assigned closely supervised desk work with little to no public contact. It is noteworthy that Rudolph was one of 4 officers under investigation for manipulating speeding tickets issued by the Houston Police Department's Traffic Enforcement Unit. There were instances, for example, of tickets being issued at the same time in different locations hundreds of miles apart. There were also questionable tickets issued late at night. Police sources explained that the motive behind these irregularities was to commit fraud to earn overtime pay. Records show that Rudolph earned $158,000 in overtime since 2012. Although Rudolph was an absent figure, his death affected Rudy, who once again expressed his feelings on Facebook. He thanked those who sent condolences for his father, even though he had never known him. Rudy acknowledged feeling pain because his father's death permanently closed any possibility of a father-son relationship. He confessed that he never expected to feel anything for his father, but in the end, he experienced pain, sadness, lethargy, and other confusing emotions. Amid the emotional turmoil, on March 6, 2015, Rudy left his house around 6 p.m. to walk his 2 dogs in northwest Houston. A few hours later, one of the dogs returned home. The second dog came back the next morning, according to a police report. On March 7, 2015, Rudy's mother reported him missing. A missing persons flyer from that year noted that Rudy had been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, and anxiety, and that he might have stopped taking his prescribed medication. The flyer described Rudy as having suffered a leg injury that caused a slight limp. Rudy's cousin told the New York Post that although Rudy was 17, his mental age was around 10. Some of Rudy's family speculated that he might have been kidnapped and sold into a human trafficking ring. 2 years after his disappearance in May 2017, authorities put up a billboard in North Houston to draw attention from local residents in hopes that someone might provide clues to find him. On March 22, 2015, a GoFundMe campaign was launched to help Janie in her search for her son, Rudy. At the time, she claimed Rudy had physical and mental disabilities. The campaign raised $2,025. In 2017, Janie told a news channel that detectives had informed her Rudy might have been kidnapped and sold to human traffickers. However, the case grew more perplexing as sightings of Rudy were reported between 2018 and 2022. In 2018, another of Rudy's cousins called Houston police, saying she had seen Rudy at Janie's house. However, when officers arrived, they found no sign of him. She also mentioned that her grandmother often said she talked to Rudy, but as she was elderly, her claims were not taken seriously. The grandmother insisted that Rudy walked around the house. During a 2020 dispute over the grandmother's guardianship, Janie's sisters accused her of forcing their mother to live in a poorly maintained house. They wanted to move the elderly woman to another home because the current one was so run down that she slept on the couch as there was no bed. Additionally, the sisters alleged that the house was filled with animal urine and feces, causing the grandmother to suffer from skin infections. Despite Janie's denials, the grandmother continued to tell the family she saw and spoke to Rudy. Around the same time, neighbors began reporting seeing a young man resembling Rudy entering and leaving Janie's house. A detective from the Houston Police Department's Missing Persons Unit said that when Janie was questioned about the young man visiting her house, she claimed he was her nephew, not her son. On June 29, 2023, around 10 p.m., a person found Rudy severely injured outside a church in southeast Houston. The young man had bruises all over his body, especially on his face. On July 3, 2023, Janie issued a statement thanking the media and the public for their support over the years. She announced that her son, Rudy, had been found after being missing for 8 years. Janie mentioned that she had no additional information at that moment, but confirmed that Rudy was found unconscious and that the police and 911 were immediately notified. She assured everyone that Rudy was receiving the necessary care to overcome his trauma, but noted that he could not communicate verbally and requested privacy during this difficult time. Adding to the dramatic turn of events, Janie mentioned that Rudy was found clutching the chain his brother Charles used to wear around his neck. She later shared a photo of Rudy in a hospital bed. Rudy's aunts, however, disputed the authenticity of the photo, stating it was taken in 2012. On July 5, 2023, Rudy and his mother met with detectives from the Houston Police Department's Missing Persons Unit at a hotel. They were joined by Quinnell X, a prominent activist and advisor for the local Black Panther movement. After the meeting, Quinnell X told the media that Rudy had confided in him about experiencing oppressive practices and significant suffering over the past 8 years. He suggested that Janie should be investigated and possibly detained as Rudy, now 25, had endured uncomfortable situations implying a degree of intimacy, but did not label them as sexual in nature. Quinnell X informed the press that Rudy had been found outside the church because he had taken his mother's car to escape, but ended up crashing it. He also mentioned that Rudy had been visiting neighbors under an alias. Following the press conference, Quinnell X retracted his statements in an interview with The Independent, accusing the police of attempting a cover-up. He recommended providing Rudy with medical and psychological help. A video of Janie in front of her house surfaced on social media, where she expressed that she expected to be arrested. The video was recorded by local residents. On July 6, 2023, the police held their first press conference since Rudy was found. They confirmed that Rudy had returned home the day after being reported missing in 2015 and that his mother had misled the police by continuing to claim he was missing, asserting that the person seen by friends and family around the house was a nephew. The police explained that the district attorney had declined to press charges at that time since being missing is not a crime. That same day, Rudy's aunt reported that she had met with her nephew. She stated that Rudy was traumatized, did not want to be near his mother, and was staying with family friends. She called her sister Janie a pathological liar who had mistreated their mother, who had since passed away. She recalled how their late mother always insisted that Rudy was living in the house, only to be dismissed as lying by Janie. Learning that Rudy had been alive and controlled by his mother for 8 years, his cousin told a reporter that she felt more concerned than relief. She found it disturbing that Janie had lied and hidden her adult son for 8 years for reasons that remained unclear. As more details of the case emerged, reporters found Janie's address and started arriving in her neighborhood. Janie became nervous and began offering money to residents, asking them to stay silent and not reveal that they had seen a young man entering and leaving the house when detectives and journalists arrived. Disturbed neighbors pointed out that the young man they now identify as Rudy had always been known to them as Dolph, Janie's nephew. Amid the media frenzy and the community's astonishment at the bizarre case, Janie's whereabouts remain unknown as she appears to have left her family home. A news media confirmed that activists and neighbors gathered on July 7th in front of Rudy's house in East Houston, demanding a thorough investigation by the district attorney and criminal charges against Rudy's mother. On July 13th, Rudy made his first public statements after spending 8 years hidden away due to his mother's actions, attracting worldwide attention. He explained how he stayed out of sight for so long out of obedience. Rudy agreed to the on-camera interview, but asked to have his face concealed because he felt overwhelmed by the attention his case had generated. He accused his mother, Janie, of brainwashing him, clarifying that he was never physically locked up or tied down. He could come and go as he pleased, but chose not to because she convinced him the world was a hostile place and they could only survive by staying together at home. The police added that although Rudy was listed as a missing person, he and his mother interacted with officers using false names and birthdays to hide their identities. During the interview, Rudy described feeling trapped in his own home for years, likening it to living in a prison. He recounted how Janie would lock him in a room whenever family members visited. He could hear them chatting and laughing, but could not join in. Rudy shared that he eventually began to yearn for freedom to have a job, live a life, love someone, and be loved. He fought to understand his emotions. Janie manipulated him into believing he had to stay silent for his own good, bombarding him with negative thoughts that made him complicit in the charade. It was a form of mental imprisonment, Rudy explained, as he could work with his mother as a security guard and roam the neighborhood, but always under her watchful eye. Following his reappearance and contact with people who clarified the situation, Rudy said his relationship with his mother felt like Stockholm Syndrome. This psychological coping mechanism involves victims developing positive feelings towards their captor to survive. Rudy expressed that his mother had psychologically imprisoned him and wielded significant power over him as his sole parental figure since childhood, alongside his late brother. Despite answering all the reporters' questions about his false disappearance, some of Rudy's explanations still leave gaps. For instance, when asked if he ever questioned Janie about why they kept pretending he was missing, he said he did not remember. Regarding the allegations by activist Quinnell X about inappropriate advances by his mother, Rudy stated that the media had twisted his words. He mentioned occasionally sleeping with his mother but did not recall why, asserting it was not intimate though he felt uncomfortable with it. Reporters also asked if his mother had ever drugged him. Rudy recalled an incident when he was about 12 years old and she gave him a bottle of Tylenol PM or sleeping pills. According to Rudy, his mother forced him to go to the hospital, making him pretend he was sick from an overdose. He couldn't remember why she did this, but suggested it might have been because she had something to do at school. He added that around the time of his supposed disappearance, he didn't know how to handle his emotions, especially since it happened right after his brother, Charles, passed away. When asked if his mother wanted him to take on a husband-like role at home, he said yes, but only in terms of shared responsibilities like cooking and cleaning, with nothing romantic or intimate involved. Rudy told the reporters that he finally decided to leave home because he wanted to end the life he was living, where his mother kept him hidden, manipulated him, and made him believe the outside world was dangerous. When asked what message he would send to his mother if she saw the interview, Rudy replied that he wanted her to leave him alone and let him live his life and be happy. Throughout the interview, Rudy's tone was marked by anxiety and distress. In response to Rudy's shocking and unexpected revelations, his Aunt Pauline spoke to the media, expressing her deep concern for her nephew and noting that Rudy was still scared. Janie's whereabouts remain unknown, but it's possible she will face legal action from GoFundMe for benefiting from the false disappearance story. The fundraising platform stated that she had been permanently banned from GoFundMe and future beneficiary opportunities after the scam came to light. GoFundMe has a zero-tolerance policy for misuse of the platform and cooperates with police investigations into alleged misconduct. The GoFundMe campaign claimed Janie was a single mother who lost her eldest son in 2011 and Rudy's father in 2014. She needed financial help as she couldn't work due to dedicating herself to searching for her missing son. Consequently, bills were piling up and her health had deteriorated mentally, physically, and emotionally. Brenda Paradise, a private investigator who worked on the case, believes resources were misused in the search for Rudy. Brenda is part of the nonprofit organization We Help the Missing. She mentioned that volunteers searched wooded areas and made exhaustive efforts to find Rudy. She shared some of her audio notes from 2015, where Janie accused a gang of Mexicans of kidnapping her son, but this alleged group never contacted her. Brenda has not ruled out filing a lawsuit for the expenses incurred by the association during Rudy's 8-year disappearance. Rudy's case highlights the vulnerability of minors under negligent or abusive parents. In 2018, approximately 9.2 out of every 1,000 children in the United States were subjected to some form of maltreatment, according to the Children's Bureau. Neglect is the most common form of maltreatment, present in 60% of cases, as reported by the same bureau. Neglect occurs when a parent or guardian fails to meet a child's basic needs, whether medical, educational, physical, or emotional. The combination of oppression and deprivation of liberty seen in Rudy's case is common in situations involving Stockholm Syndrome within controlling relationships. One way these feelings and thoughts develop is through cognitive dissonance, which explains how and why people change their ideas and opinions to endure situations that don't seem healthy, positive, or normal. August 12, 2019 started out completely normal. Teacher's assistant, Lindsay Bobek, was on vacation and she planned to spend the day with her family. She and her daughter, Sarah, shopping in Blackburn in the afternoon, and then they agreed to have a nice family evening over a cup of tea and meet her daughter's human boyfriend. They said goodbye and Lindsay returned home to change and go for her daily to the woods. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, she left the house and never came back. Let's delve into this sudden disappearance and try to figure out why this particular day tragedy happened and who was to blame. The events are set in the town of Blackburn in the county of Lancashire in northwest England. The town is located in the southern part of the county on the Blackburn River by the Leeds-Liverpool Canal at the junction of 4 roads and near rich coal mines. Blackburn is renowned for its natural environment and has 4 huge booted parks. Lindsay separated from her husband, Tim Bubek, in July 2018, but they continued to live together in Upton until March 2019. She then moved to her new home on Burnley Road in Honcote. Lindsay kept her for her 2 adult children, Thivan 20 and Sarah 17. She worked as an upper-grade teacher's aide at Attenhill Elementary School in Burnley and loved being surrounded by children. Lindsay was a talented artist who could go the extra mile to create the most amazing props for school productions and plays. On the fateful day of August 12th, she went for a walk in a wooded area known as Kappas near her home in the village of Hancote on the outskirts of Accrington, and disappeared. At the appointed time, Sarah and her boyfriend Brandon arrived at Lindsay's home, but no one answered the door. Sarah became worried, as it was out of character for her mother to forget a scheduled tea party. She tried several times to contact Lindsay, but no one answered the phone. Sarah then sent her a text message that read, "Where are you? We sat outside for an hour and called 6 times. After receiving no response, Sarah sent another text message with a series of question marks, but again received no response. After waiting outside Lindsay's house for an hour, Sarah called her father, Tim Bubek, to let him know her mom wasn't home and wasn't answering her phone. Tim took a frightened Sarah and Brandon back to his house. Near midnight, Sarah and Tim headed to Lindsay's house again, but with a set of spare keys. To their dismay, she never showed up. Inside, the house seemed quite ordinary and showed no signs of any incident. There was no note of explanation either. At 12:11 a.m. on the night of August 13th, Tim Bubek contacted police and told the dispatcher, "My ex-wife seems to be missing. We can't find her. It doesn't look like her." Lindsay Bubek was reported missing. Lindsay's disappearance shook up the community. People of the small suburb banded together and went out in search of the woman. There were hundreds of people, men and women, grandparents and people walking dogs, teenagers with bicycles and even moms with strollers. To most, Lindsay was a stranger. But that didn't matter. After days of desperate searches, social media appeals and posters, people still gathered at Compass for 2 consecutive days, in the hope of finding a vital clue that could solve the mystery of Lindsay Bubek's disappearance. After several days of fruitless searching, it was clear to everyone that the search was going to be difficult. With each passing day, the chances of finding Lindsay alive dwindled. Detectives classified Lindsay Bubek as high risk. She had never gone missing before, and her family described the disappearance as very uncharacteristic of her. Nevertheless, the search did not stop for a moment. Locals printed thousands of posters to distribute throughout the neighborhood, while a Facebook group associated with the search quickly grew to 10,000 members. A few hours after the police appeal was posted online, The first posters with Lindsay's face on them could be seen all over the neighborhood. Within a couple of days, there wasn't a lamppost, storefront, or traffic light that didn't have a poster calling for the search for Lindsay. Police launched an investigation into the disappearance from the house as extensive searches were carried out by specialist police officers, dog handlers, Lancashire Fire and Rescue Service, mountain rescue volunteers, and the city's search and rescue team. Drones and helicopters were also deployed to search the area covering Kappas and the surrounding open countryside for a considerable distance, including popular walking and running routes. For days after Lindsay's disappearance, Lancashire police released CCTV footage showing when she was last seen alive, walking along Burnley Road at 4:10 in the afternoon towards Kappas. She was wearing a purple jacket, black leggings, and dark sneakers with white soles. A week had passed since her disappearance on August 19th, and with each passing day, there was less and less hope of finding Lindsay Burback alive. Police are still no closer to the whereabouts of the mother of two, but emphasized that there was no evidence that she was the victim of a criminal act, meaning there was still a chance of finding her alive. The search for Lindsay continued. That evening, hundreds of local residents took part in the first mass public search of Kappas after a rallying call was made on social media. Things moved when a local resident's dog ran into a wooded area in Akrington Cemetery. He yelled and called her name several times, but the dog didn't respond. The dog hit its head in the bushes, sniffing and trying to dig for something. The dog's owner walked over to him, stood next to him, and was horrified to find that there was something very soft under his feet. He was frightened and bounced back. Then he smelled a horrible odor and flies were swirling around. A plastic bag and something that looked like a foot were visible from the ground. On August 24th, 12 days after Lindsay Burback disappeared, her body was found under the most horrific circumstances, buried in a cemetery. The naked body, wrapped in two clear plastic bags mixed with earth and grass, was placed across a shallow grave. The search for Lindsay Burback was considered complete. A murder investigation was officially launched. Pathologist Dr. Naomi Carter, after conducting an autopsy, determined that death was due to a broken neck. The trauma was inflicted with such force that the entire larynx had crushing injuries. The neck was most likely struck with a foot or knee. An attempt to cut off Lindsay's right leg after death was also determined, possibly with a saw, as time marks were found. A large laceration was found on the leg, which had been cut down to the bone. The injuries Lindsay suffered were catastrophic. Dr. Carter also reported that due to the poor condition of the body, it was quite difficult to determine the victim's injuries, but she did not rule out any sexual activity on the day of her disappearance, which could not be ascertained due to the level of decomposition of the body. Prior to the discovery of Lindsay's body, members of the public and police had searched the same area for several days without success. Community volunteers and a police dog handler reported seeing a blue wheelie garbage can abandoned in bushes nearby. However, at this stage of the investigation, no one was yet aware of the significance of the tank. Volunteers who searched the cemetery at 9 p.m. August 20th also found the same dumpster with a dark stain on the outside and thought it might be blood. After taking pictures of the dumpster, they called the police. 2 police officers arrived on the scene to inspect it and found a brown mark that they thought was dirt. The police said the dumpster looked brand new and there was no evidence at the time to link it to Lindsay's disappearance. Therefore, it was left in place. There were other important clues found in the cemetery that were not immediately accepted. For example, local resident Christine Alderson discovered a bloody cloth on the grass at the cemetery on August 18th, while she and her daughter were walking their dogs. She said the blood on the cloth was fresh and red, but thought it might have belonged to a homeless man who frequented the area. Another woman who walks dogs, Judith Bibby, reported seeing red clothing hanging on a barbed wire fence near the Cardle Hill Trail that was probably Lindsay's jacket. She also heard a voice, presumably a child's, but heard no struggle, yelling, or screaming. On August 25th, investigators revisited the crime scene and found a yellow-handled saw and a pair of green heavy-duty gloves near Lindsay's grave that had several traces of blood. The evidence was taken to forensic testing, and it came back positive. The gloves contained the perpetrator's DNA on the inside surfaces, and Lindsay's DNA was found on the outside surface of the left glove. A pair of her Skechers sneakers, which had been cut along the sole, were also found in a blue plastic bag, discarded in the cemetery. Examination of other evidence revealed that Lindsay's body was wrapped in some kind of plastic sheeting, and between the body and the sheeting was found foliage and grass that was not in the cemetery grounds. This led investigators to believe that the body had been moved from another location. That's when detectives remembered a blue trash can that had repeatedly caught the attention of volunteers. Police officers studying the CCTV footage soon made a startling discovery that left the investigation team baffled. Several images showed a young man pulling a blue wheelie garbage can in the Burley Road area. Over the next few days, a CCTV camera captured a certain guy returning to the cemetery 4 times. Thanks to that footage, a suspect emerged. The video of a young guy carrying a trash can down the street, possibly with Lindsay's body, became a sensation. The video was shown on the news with a plea for help identifying the man, and it worked. The boy was identified by shocked teachers and parents. The teen surrendered to police the same day. His name was withheld until sentencing due to his age. He was only 16 years old at the time of the crime. The boy in the videotape turned out to be local resident Rocky Marciano Price. Rocky Marciano Price lived with his parents and 5 siblings on Winnie Hill Road in Accrington. It had been the Price family home for about 3 decades. The young lad had an impressive array of mental health abnormalities. Rocky had suffered from autism, attention deficit disorder, and hyperactivity since childhood. His low IQ created additional learning and communication challenges. He attended an alternative school in Barnoldswick several days a week, and was described by teachers as a very quiet and non-speaking student. In 2015, a psychologist assessed Price as having a limited understanding of his own emotions and his own emotional well-being. He had pronounced impairments in understanding the connections between events and emotions. Another 2016 report described Price as unresponsive to strangers and in constant need of supervision and care. Timothy Bradley, who taught at the school for 18 months, said they were always looking for ways to involve him in education, but Price preferred practical things to academic subjects. Price hardly ever engaged in conversation, even when it came to a topic that interested him. Teachers described Rocky Price as quite strong physically and tough for his age. He went to the gym regularly, liked to tend to the chickens on the family farm, and loved watching movies and playing Xbox. The guy lived in his own world and wasn't always aware of his actions. So what drove him to attack Lindsay Bubeck? Nothing at all. She was just in the wrong place at the wrong time when Rocky Price was hunting lonely women. He was looking for a woman to kill and he didn't care who it was. This was a completely random murder at the hands of a stranger. On August 12, 2020, exactly 1 year after the crime, Price finally stood trial. Rocky Marciano Price was unanimously found guilty by a jury after an 8-day retrial and 4 hours of deliberation. Appearing via video link from Her Majesty's Prison, Weatherby Price, 17, did not react in any way when the judge read out the verdict. There was also no reaction from his parents in court. He pleaded guilty to helping dispose of Lindsay's body, but claimed he played no part in her death. Rocky Price claimed he was approached by a male stranger and asked to assist in the burial of the woman for a fee. In a prepared statement, he admitted moving the garbage can and burying the body, but said he had no involvement in Lindsay's death. However, a search of his home in Accrington revealed plastic bags that were identical to those at Lindsay's grave. A tracksuit and other clothing was also analyzed, and matched the one he was wearing on surveillance cameras on August 12, 16, and 17. Defense attorney Mark Fenhals told jurors that Price did a horrible and heinous act by burying the woman's body in the cemetery, but he was not her killer. Despite the abundance of evidence against him, Rocky Price pleaded not guilty to the crime, but admitted to moving Lindsay's body. After 2 days of questioning, Price through his attorney to explain his movements between Coppice, where police believe Lindsay was killed, and the cemetery where her body was found. But the prosecutor affirmatively stated that Rocky Price acted completely alone. The motive for the random attack on the 47-year-old mother of 2 was never revealed, as the perpetrator did not even know the victim. The judge sentenced Price to life in prison with a minimum term of 16 years. He will only be released when the parole board decides he is not a danger. The judge said the attack was swift and brutal. There was no doubt the defendant sprung with the intent to kill a woman who was walking by. Just minutes before Lindsay's incident, Zoe Braithwaite had managed to get away from a hooded teenager with her hands in her pockets, walking alone on a parallel path. Her sixth sense kicked in, and the woman was instantly wary. Zoe was confused by the guy's appearance. He looked out of place for a walk in the woods for this time of year. She quickened her step and then ran away. That probably saved the woman. If it hadn't been her, it could have been someone else. And it was Lindsay. This was a premeditated attack. After missing one woman, he didn't back off his plan to attack another lone woman. His actions after the crime clearly showed that he had the ability to plan and reason. His teachers told the court that he was much better at practical tasks than academic subjects. He used this ability to hide his body. Rocky Price was found to have made 2 return trips to Capas on the evening of August 12th. The first incident occurred at 6:55 p.m., when he was seen on CCTV cameras carrying a black rucksack. Possibly in it, he was carrying a found saw to dismember Lindsay's body. The next incident occurred at 8:28 p.m., when dog walker Anthony Dewhurst was seen pulling out an already empty garbage can. This is the same spot where his grandfather, who bears his name, and other family members are buried. Without panic or excitement, young Rocky Price, acting alone, set in motion a plan to dispose of Lindsay's body by placing it in a blue garbage can like a piece of trash, and then burying it in a shallow grave in Accrington Cemetery, wrapped in 2 plastic bags. He set in motion a plan to dispose of Lindsay's body by first hiding her in a blue wheelie garbage can and then dragging her to the cemetery. Finding a quiet and secluded spot near the railroad line, he spent over an hour burying her body before leaving the saw, gloves, and a trash can at the scene. The murder of a stranger in broad daylight, for which there is no rational explanation, is particularly horrifying to all right-thinking members of society. The random nature of the attack suggests that the accused poses a very real danger to members of the public. The stalking of another woman before he killed Lindsay Bebeck demonstrates that his crime was not caused by a sudden loss of control. 24 hours after he was found guilty of the crime, publication restrictions were finally lifted by a judge, allowing his name and picture to be made public for the first time. Rocky Marciano Price's identity was kept secret during the first and second trial. The jury was told many important details about Price, but they could not be fully disclosed because of his young age. The judge rescinded the disclosure of the restrictions after the jury unanimously found Price guilty of the crime. The defendant's mental illness cannot in any way excuse or even explain his actions. After all, it is quite obvious that he realized that it was terribly wrong to kill, but did it anyway. Although fortunately, such crimes are rare, they instill fear in society. However, the main question in this case remains unanswered. Why did the young guy needed to kill a strange woman, and for what? Only Rocky Price knows the answer, but he didn't answer it. Perhaps if it wasn't Lindsay Bebeck, it could have been someone else. Lindsay's funeral was held at St. Margaret's Church in Hampton on September 20th. More than 200 mourners gathered at the church as police stopped traffic on Manchester Road, while Lindsay's coffin with her body covered in flowers was carried into the church. Dozens of flowers from friends and family and from strangers whose hearts were touched by Lindsay's story were left at the scene. Sarah described her mom as a very optimistic and positive woman. Lindsay was making plans for the future. She was planning a trip to Glasgow with her friend Sharon. She dreamed of finding love on the Match.com dating site. Lindsay Bebeck planned a long and happy life for herself and looked forward to the future with optimism. But all those dreams were interrupted one sunny summer day. Lindsay Bebeck's family and the detectives who investigated the crime welcomed the jury's unanimous verdict, but said no court verdict could ever bring Lindsay back or spare her family and loved ones the grief of loss. In front of the courthouse after the verdict was announced, members of the defendant's family wore t-shirts that read, "Wrongfully convicted, set this boy free." The back of the t-shirts read, "The killer is still at large." Maybe Price is an aspiring maniac. He just wanted to take a man's life, to feel what it's like to watch someone die and mutilate them. Most likely in any form, it's an absolute neurodevelopmental disorder characterized by problems with social interaction, motor, and behavioral stereotypes. In translation, the word autism means a person who has gone into himself or a person within himself. Autism is still an understudied developmental disorder that can occur due to genetic or hereditary abnormalities. The exact cause is not fully understood, but in our story, the punishment most likely fits the crime. Soni Millbrook was born on February 15, 1981 in Memphis, Tennessee, USA. She was the daughter of Christine Millbrook Bennett and had 2 sisters and 3 brothers, along with a large extended family. This close-knit environment allowed her to forge a special bond with her cousin Jenny. As she entered her teenage years, Soni became a popular student at her high school. In 1998, at just 17 years old and in the 8th grade, she met a man in his 20s named Lakeith Moody, with whom she soon began a relationship. Unfortunately, Lakeith was abusive and his violent behavior left visible marks on Soni's body. Despite their tumultuous relationship, they had 4 children together, 3 girls and a boy named after his father. In 1999, Soni's mother noticed a bruise on her daughter's chest, which Soni tearfully admitted was caused by Lakeith. One of her friends also observed injuries, but Soni refused to report him. Lakeith was controlling and often tried to isolate her from friends and family. That same year, Soni moved into an apartment in the Fraser neighborhood of Memphis. One day, the apartment management notified her of a disturbance at her home. When she arrived, she found her apartment in disarray, furniture slashed, clothes missing, television destroyed, food smeared on the walls, and personal hygiene products scattered everywhere, including down the stairs. Written on the mirror in red nail polish was the message, "Kiki loves you," Kiki being Lakeith's nickname. On October 31st, 2000, Soni, her cousin Pamela, and Lakeith were at a bar called Mirage. During their time there, Lakeith slapped Soni and threw a drink in her face. Soni and Pamela left the bar and sat in the car where, according to Pamela, Soni was shaking and trembling. She asked Pamela to take her home before Lakeith arrived. Once home, Soni secured the door with locks and chains. An hour later, Lakeith arrived, yelling and banging on the door. Pamela only managed to get Lakeith to leave when she threatened to call the police. Once Soni calmed down, her cousin left her alone at home. However, later that evening, Pamela received a call informing her that Soni was in the hospital. Somehow, Lakeith had gained entry to the house. When Soni tried to end the relationship, he retaliated by tearing her clothes and beating her on the head, face, chest, arms in between her thighs. She ended up with bruises all over her body, a loose tooth, and even lost consciousness as Lakeith Moody had choked her until she passed out. Not long after, Lakeith Moody found birth control pills in Soni's apartment and assaulted her again. The next morning, Soni called Pamela, asking for a ride to the hospital due to a miscarriage. By late 2008, at the age of 27, Soni was working at a Christian academy. She was a reliable employee who always arrived on time. Therefore, when she missed work or requested time off, it was usually for significant reasons. On one occasion, she called her employer to say she couldn't come in because her face was badly bruised, and she didn't want the children to see her like that. Leslie granted her the day off. When Soni returned a few days later, her bruises were so severe that the director allowed her to wear sunglasses inside the academy. She confided in her boss about how her boyfriend had once chased her in his car, trying to force her off the road during the pursuit. Lakeith's violence wasn't limited to Soni and their children. In April 2008, he was found parked in an SUV with a firearm, despite being prohibited from possessing one as a convicted felon. He had already served 2 years in prison for theft and another 3 for drug possession with intent to sell. Despite Soni's efforts to distance herself from him, it was nearly impossible. The situation reached a critical point on October 6, 2008. That day, Soni did not show up at the academy. At 5 p.m., her boss received a text message from Soni, stating that her boyfriend was holding her hostage in her own home and had been beating her all day. She then provided her address. The The boss called the police, and 2 officers arrived at the residence. They knocked on the door, but it was locked from the inside and there was no response. They called the fire department, who broke down the door. When the officers entered, saw Lakeith jumping out of an open window at the back of the apartment. Sony stood in a hallway, crying and unable to speak due to her distressed state. Her 4 children were with her, completing a heartbreaking scene. She was covered in bruises and scratches on her face and neck. Once she calmed down, Sony explained what had happened. She and Lakeith had started arguing and he refused to let her leave the house. She informed the officers that they didn't answer the door earlier because Lakeith wouldn't allow her or the children to go near it or the windows. She mentioned that Lakeith had hurt one of their children by grabbing him and had prevented her from taking him to the hospital. Sony detailed that her boyfriend had been physically and verbally abusing her, even tying a baby blanket around her neck and choking her until she lost consciousness. During the conflict, when the police arrived, Lakeith threatened to suffocate her again, promising that next time he would make sure to kill her. The officer searched the area but could not find Lakeith. Sony left the house with her children in her car. 3 days after this incident, she applied for a restraining order against Lakeith, fearing for her life and wanting to prevent any further contact with him. However, she missed the court hearing on October 23rd, and the protection order was never granted. Nearly 6 months later, on March 10, 2009, Sony was still in contact with Lakeith. That day, he was supposed to pick up the children for a doctor's appointment, but instead he started a fight with Sony, accusing her of having a new boyfriend. The argument quickly escalated as he slapped her and pulled her hair. She managed to break free and ran out of the apartment with Lakeith yelling death threats after her. Lakeith didn't catch her, but instead grabbed their youngest child, an infant, and drove off at high speed. A police patrol, alerted to the domestic disturbance, arrived just as Lakeith was fleeing. The officers attempted to stop him, but he evaded them and escaped. By early 2010, 28-year-old Sony was studying at Southeast Tennessee Community College. Her 5th child was 9 weeks old and in such fragile health that she had to stay home to care for him. In January, Lakeith, Sony, and their children moved together into the Budget Lodge Motel in Memphis. The very day they moved in, their arguments were so loud that the motel staff had to intervene because they were disturbing other guests. Peace was elusive. Their fights were constant, annoying the neighbors and the management with the noise. On January 22nd, the hotel security guard witnessed Lakeith in a highly agitated state. He arrived at high speed in Sony's car and began shouting at her while she stood on the 2nd floor balcony with the children. In the heat of the argument, he threw a bag of groceries at her. The guard approached and told him they couldn't make so much noise or throw objects and that they needed to finish the argument inside their room. Lakeith simply told him to mind his own business. He locked the car and walked away, with the guard following him to a 3rd-floor room not registered under anyone's name. Later, the guard asked Lakeith to hand over any hotel keys he had, and to his surprise, Lakeith had keys to 3 different rooms despite not being registered as a guest. The next day, the troubled couple moved with their children to room 222. That evening, the night manager asked Lakeith to leave, and though he complied, he soon returned. The fights continued for a few more days until the same security guard, who had repeatedly warned them, asked Lakeith to leave the property for good. The receptionist tried to calm him down as he went to the parking lot, and the guard told him not to come back that night. Lakeith got into the car and drove away. On January 26th, Sony spoke with Pamela, confiding that many things were happening in her life and that she was staying at the motel. She expressed a desire to tell Pamela something important and said she would call if she left the motel or if her boyfriend left first. The next day started normally. At 7 a.m., Sony took her younger children to daycare and her eldest to school. Around 11 a.m., the housekeeping manager knocked on Sony's door, speaking to her through the window to inform her they needed to pay or leave. He returned several times that day. On one visit, around 2:30 p.m., Lakeith answered the door. The room was dark. Lakeith told the manager that his mother was on her way to bring the money. Later, the hotel security guard checked room 222 and found it empty. Children's clothes, bags, and various items were scattered on the floor and one of the beds, while the other bed was neatly made. That same day, January 27th, Sony failed to pick up her eldest daughter on time. The school secretary called Christine, the child's maternal grandmother, to come and get her. Christine tried calling Sony, but received no answer. Around 6 p.m., Christine discovered that her other grandchildren were still at daycare. Worried by the lack of response, she asked her husband to pick up the younger children from daycare while she went to the school. Convinced something was wrong, they contacted the police, who came to the house around 10:30 p.m. and filed a missing persons report. On January 28th, the housekeeping manager entered the now empty room 222 again. This time, he began cataloging and tagging the belongings left behind by the tenants who seemingly fled to avoid paying their bill. The room contained piles of clothes and a large garbage bag which were taken to the storage area. Once the room was emptied, it was cleaned and made available for new guests. The next occupants were James and Rhonda Sargent, who moved in on January 29th. The new tenants noticed a foul odor and tried to mask it with incense, but it wasn't enough. They also noticed that the previous occupants had attempted to do the same, as they found scented tissues in the tiles and ceiling vents. The smell was particularly strong when someone sat on the bed. On January 29th, officers from the Memphis Police Department's Missing Persons Unit visited the hotel to inquire about Sony's whereabouts, as it was the last place she had been seen. However, they did not enter room 222. Lakeith was found on February 2nd at around 7 p.m. inside Sony's car, parked at a shopping center. He was arrested for vehicle theft and held in police custody for 48 hours. That night, he was questioned about Sony's disappearance. He claimed the last time he saw her was on January 26th. He explained that they met around 7 a.m. in the hotel parking lot after she returned from dropping off the children at school. They went into the room, were intimate, and then went back outside. He took Sony's car keys and left the hotel. Lakeith stated that Sony planned to use her social benefits and a school loan to buy a new car, so it wasn't a problem if he kept hers. He claimed he had been living in the car since January 26th. Investigators, however, discovered that he had actually been staying at another hotel. Additionally, it was unlikely he spent nights in the car due to the snow during that period. On February 3rd, a debit card with Sony's name and several recent purchase receipts were found inside the car. That same day, the police examined the clothes placed in storage at the hotel, hoping to find DNA or other evidence, but came up empty-handed. Adding to their frustrations, Lakeith had to be released due to insufficient evidence linking him to Sony's disappearance. Meanwhile, Sony's cousin and her mother endured the painful task of going to the hotel to collect Sony's belongings. Her cousin had a terrible premonition, but found nothing to support her feelings. On February 4th, the police visited Moody's uncle's house and found a DVD player from the hotel room in Sony's wallet. Moody had given these items to his cousin. The cousin told the police that Lakeith had borrowed the DVD player on January 24th, supposedly to watch a movie, and was driving a red car that day. A few days later, the cousin saw Lakeith again and asked why he hadn't picked up the children on January 27th, but Lakeith avoided the question. When he inquired about Sony's whereabouts, Lakeith left the DVD player and wallet in a bag and left the house. As the days passed, James and Rhonda Sargent requested to be moved from room 222 due to the persistent bad odor. With no other rooms available, they moved to another hotel. Subsequent guests in room 222 also complained about the foul smell. Despite numerous cleanings and a carpet wash in early February, the odor persisted, only slightly reduced for a few days. Sony's family, especially her children, were deeply affected by her absence. Their only hope was for Sony's safe return. On February 4th, homicide detectives visited the hotel. By then, the room had been occupied and cleaned at least 3 times. The detectives did not enter the room, but asked the staff if they noticed anything unusual. All responded negatively. On February 7th, James and Rhonda returned to the hotel, changing rooms 3 times, including spending 1 night in room 222. The sergeants informed the management that the room still reeked of the unpleasant odor. In March, a more thorough cleaning was carried out, which included the carpets, bedding, bathroom curtains, and window drapes. To everyone's dismay, the smell not only persisted, but intensified. The manager discussed the issue with the security guard, and during their conversation, they recalled that the former tenant, Sony, had disappeared at the end of January. The guard remembered the events from that time and suggested that the manager inspect room 222 for blood or cleaning agents. 10 minutes later, the manager returned and asked the guard to accompany him. What they discovered was shocking. The two men entered the room, where the manager had removed the mattress from one of the beds, leaving only the frame. The lower part of the bed frame had a sort of enclosure that prevented using the space underneath as an unsightly storage area. However, lifting the box spring revealed a large empty space where anything could be hidden from view. Looking through the solid edges of the frame, they saw something unimaginable, a decomposing body. They called the police, who arrived at the scene shortly after. The bed frame had marks all over it, and there were 2 broken wooden areas. Near the head of the bed was a towel and a cloth bag between the legs of the body, which was wearing a shirt but was naked from the waist down. The forensic team's autopsy determined that the cause of death was strangulation with a coaxial cable. The cable was wrapped around the neck, went under one arm, around the chest, and ended at the back. The forensic examiner concluded that it would have taken at least 2 to 3 minutes of continuous pressure to cause death. DNA samples matched Sony's genetic profile and female markers. Male genetic material was also found on 5 parts of the cable. The main hypothesis was that Sony had already been dead when she was reported missing, and that Lacketh had used the coaxial cable from the DVD player he had borrowed from his cousin, indicating premeditation. Lacketh was found and detained by the police shortly after, not for the discovery of Sony's body but on a different charge, possessing a firearm despite a prior felony conviction. Nonetheless, at the time of his arrest, he was considered a person of interest since he was the last person seen with Sony alive. Additionally, he was again in Sony's car when he was arrested and sent to the detention facility in Mason. On March 18th, the police announced an internal investigation to determine how the case had unfolded so strangely. He stated that the family deserved answers and explained that while the officers were eager to resolve the case, they had pursued a different path that led away from the room. They also stated that they had ever encountered anything like this, noting that the discovery surpassed fiction and highlighting the drama of domestic violence. He regretted that the room had been cleaned and rented multiple times since Sony's death, complicating the police's evidence collection efforts. This explanation was met with skepticism. Shortly after, Rhonda, one of the first tenants to stay in the room where Sony's body was found, spoke to the media. She mentioned that if the officers had asked to enter the room during their January visit, they would have been allowed. She reasoned that unlike her and her husband, the officers should have recognized the smell of a decomposing body and found Sony much earlier. Finally, the time came to give Sony a loving and dignified farewell. Her funeral was held on March 24th. Sony's children were placed under the care of her sister and her husband. By April 1st, they were making efforts to obtain legal guardianship of the children. She stated that while the children were the primary victims, the lives of everyone in the family were disrupted by the tragic loss. She expressed that while she couldn't bring her sister back, she was determined to care for Sony's children, ensuring they had food, clothing, and toys, and keeping them together as a family. Sony had been a beneficiary of a social program that periodically credited funds to a card for grocery purchases. The card had been loaded shortly before the crime as part of a tax refund on her income. The police tracked the movements of this card, which was found in Lakeith's possession. This effort proved successful, revealing that the card had been used on February 1st, for days after Sony's disappearance, at a convenience store. Sony usually visited the store on the 1st of each month to withdraw cash using her electronic benefit transfer card. Officers went to the store and asked the owner for access to the footage from their 16 security cameras on the morning of February 1st. At 11:38, the surveillance system captured a man in yellow using Sony's card to buy a bottle of orange juice, withdraw some cash, and purchase a cigar. After making the purchases, he returned to a car driven by another person. With all the evidence against him, the trial for Lakeith began in the first week of February 2014, over 4 years after the crime. By then, the Budget Lodge Hotel had closed. Lakeith pleaded not guilty while the prosecutor described the situation as a very ugly and tragic end to a tumultuous relationship. In contrast, the defense attorney emphasized the lack of conclusive evidence, including witnesses or material proof. He argued that there was no evidence of premeditation, only the prosecution's speculations. He pointed out that the police had found a fingerprint on the bed frame that did not match Lakeith's. He suggested that someone else might have killed Sony, as she had been involved with other men over the years. He insisted that his client had never been arrested for domestic violence against her. Additionally, he revealed something that had not been public knowledge. Sony had moved in with Lakeith again because she had to leave a relative's house due to a rat infestation. On February 6th, the video showing Lakeith using Sony's prepaid card 4 days after her death was presented in court. The defense claimed his calm demeanor during the transaction indicated innocence, while the prosecution saw it as evidence of a cold-blooded and ruthless man unbothered by the crime he had allegedly committed. On February 7, 2014, he was found guilty of first-degree murder and was automatically sentenced to life in prison on February 10th. He appealed the sentence, arguing that the court had erred in considering past domestic violence acts and that the evidence was insufficient. On July 7, 2015, the Tennessee Court of Criminal Appeals upheld the conviction, confirming the sentences. In 2013, Jessica Herringer, a 25-year-old woman, disappeared under circumstances from her workplace. The search for her kidnapper spanned several years, during which numerous other women were affected. When the authorities finally apprehended the culprit by chance, they uncovered deeply disturbing details about him. Jessica Herringer was born on July 16, 1987, and resided in Norton Shores, Michigan. She grew up in a modest family with a sister. At 22, Jessica became a mother to a son named Zinn, fathered by her long-term partner, Dakota Quayle Dyer. They were still together in 2013, living in a leased home. At the age of 25, Jessica worked at an Exxon gas station in Norton Shores, located near Lake Michigan. Known for her warm and friendly nature as a manager, she often received praise from customers. To support her cherished 3-year-old son, she frequently took on extra hours. Jessica's diary highlighted her ambitions to learn and advance. She aspired to pursue college studies in accounting, but financial constraints hindered this goal. Dakota was unable to fully support their family, leading to frequent disputes and turmoil in their relationship. The couple was engaged, yet their marriage faced repeated delays due to various factors. On the evening of April 26, 2013, Jessica Herringer was carrying out her regular duties at the Exxon gas station. Her day began with a visit to a nearby store around 3 p.m., followed by a drive to her workplace. She arrived at the gas station around 4:35 p.m., parked her car and started her night shift, which was supposed to end at 11:30 p.m. Jessica was the sole employee on duty that night. At 11:14 p.m., a customer called emergency services reporting his experience at the Exxon station. He had entered the store to pay for his gas and cash but found it unattended. He informed the dispatcher, "I'm not sure what's going on, but there's no one at the station. The door is open and unlocked. Lights are still on, but there's no one to take my payment. There are just my car and another vehicle outside. Why isn't anyone here? It looks very odd." Police reached the Exxon gas station within 10 minutes of the 911 call. During their inspection of the premises, both inside and outside, they found no evidence of a struggle. Everything seemed orderly. Jessica's coat was in the back room, along with her purse containing $400, car and house keys. A solitary drop of blood, later identified as Jessica's, was discovered near the storage area's back door. Additionally, capped from a Walther P22 semi-automatic pistol's laser sight and 2 batteries, likely for a watch, were found on the floor. The gas station's cash register remained undisturbed with all the money intact. The last recorded transaction was at 10:52 p.m. for a lighter. The facility lacked interior surveillance cameras. Positioned next to the cash register was Jessica's pack of cigarettes, suggesting she had briefly left her station with the intention of returning soon. Her locked car was parked outside, but Jessica was nowhere to be seen. She had inexplicably disappeared. Upon discovering the station unattended, police reached out to the gas station's owner, informing them of the situation. The owner subsequently contacted another manager living close by, requesting her to secure the premises. Additionally, police notified Jessica's family of her disappearance. Her parents sought clues to her whereabouts and called her friends. One friend recalled being at the gas station between 8 and 9 p.m. that day, noting that all appeared normal then. Shortly after, a fellow employee arrived to lock up the station. This colleague recounted that around 11 p.m., she and her boyfriend had driven by the station on a motorcycle. They spotted a silver Chrysler Town and Country minivan parked near the rear service door with its back door open. Suspecting Jessica might be involved in theft from the station, they paused to observe further developments. The manager observed a young man with disheveled wavy hair near the minivan, dressed in an orange sweatshirt. She saw him repeatedly open and close the vehicle's rear door before he finally drove off. Police reviewing surveillance footage from surrounding buildings located a video showing a silver Chrysler passing by Exxon gas station at 11:02 p.m. A store employee nearby also spoke to the police, mentioning that he had seen the man in the minivan conversing with Jessica Christian. The employee initially thought the stranger was merely flirting with Jessica, given her attractiveness. He noted Jessica standing outside while the man questioned why she wasn't inside. Both Christian and Jessica's colleague, who had spotted the man by the minivan, contributed to creating a composite sketch of the unidentified individual. He was depicted as a light-complexioned young male with dark wavy hair, a stocky build, and approximately 1.82 m height. The sketch was released 3 days following Jessica's disappearance. Despite numerous calls received by police in response, no significant leads emerged from the information provided. The prevalence of the silver Chrysler minivan in the United States posed a considerable obstacle in the investigation. In Michigan alone, there were approximately 15,000 vehicles of this kind registered. Identifying the specific driver of the minivan linked to Jessica Hinger's disappearance became a daunting challenge given the vast number of identical models. Initially, Jessica's boyfriend Dakota Quayle D was a suspect in her disappearance. He acknowledged their frequent arguments, but denied ever physically harming her. Dakota actively cooperated with the investigation, informing police that he was at home with their 3-year-old son on the night Jessica vanished. Without access to a car, he couldn't have traveled to her workplace, and his phone records, once verified by detectives, confirmed his presence at home that evening. This led to his exclusion from the suspect list. The investigation revealed that Jessica had numerous admirers due to her amiable and outgoing personality, which sometimes led to misunderstandings. One such admirer was Jess Ammerman, a 37-year-old married plumber. He visited Jessica at the gas station around 9:30 p.m. on the day she disappeared and confessed his love and willingness to divorce his wife for her. However, Jessica rebuffed his advances, then left the station and called his wife. They spoke for about 50 minutes before he returned home. Following his interrogation, a polygraph test, and an interview with his wife, Jess Ammerman was also eliminated as a suspect. Rob Follett, the brother of the Exxon gas station's manager, subsequently emerged as another individual involved in this case, though context-wise specifics about Rob's involvement were not provided. Identified as the next suspect, he mentioned visiting the gas station around 9 p.m. on the day Jessica disappeared. Upon greeting her, he noticed she seemed downcast. Asking about her mood, Jessica confided in having family troubles. Rob suggested she could stay with him, but she declined. After a short while at the station and making a purchase, Rob left for a night fishing trip at the lake. Detectives checked Rob's phone records for that evening, which corroborated his account of leaving the gas station for fishing. Consequently, Rob Follett was eliminated from the suspect list. Search and rescue operations for Jessica Haringa were launched using helicopters, expertly trained canines, and extensive searches of residential and commercial properties, woods, and Lake Michigan. Despite these exhaustive efforts, no leads were found, leading to an impasse in the case. Nearly a year later, in February 2014, a similar event occurred in Michigan. A small blonde, The spectacled woman was assaulted by a man while returning home late at night. She was kidnapped, taken to his apartment, and attacked. Despite threats to her life, she was released after several hours. The perpetrator was identified as 42-year-old Brad Allen Mason. Mason was swiftly located, but resisted arrest by brandishing a fake firearm at police officers, resulting in his fatal shooting. Mason had a history of criminal activity, including a 2004 kidnapping conviction and a 2011 arrest for indecent exposure. In 2014, he resided in a dormitory opposite the Exxon gas station where Jessica worked. However, investigators found no evidence linking Mason to Jessica's disappearance. 2 years after Jessica Haringa's disappearance, in 2016, another incident involving a young woman occurred late at night. Returning from a party at a friend's house, she became disoriented on a dark street. A man in a silver minivan approached her asking if she was okay and offering her a ride. She refused but requested to use his phone instead. The man consented, but only if she entered the minivan. Once inside, he locked the door and revealed his phone battery was dead, then brandished a gun, instructing her to stay silent. These cases highlight ongoing challenges faced by law enforcement in solving abduction instances, despite rigorous investigative efforts and community cooperation. He then began driving, feeling sick and nauseated. The woman requested him to lower the window. Seizing the opportunity, she leaped out of the moving vehicle through the window and fled to a nearby house. The man sped away. The victim immediately contacted the police and described kidnapper. Through surveillance footage, the police managed to trace the license plate of the silver Chrysler Town and Country. They identified the driver as 46-year-old Jeffrey Willis. Jeffrey Willis, a factory laborer, led a secluded, modest life and had no prior legal issues. When located in his minivan, police searched and found a Walther P22 semi-automatic pistol. The gun was traced back to a colleague of Jeff, who had reported her laser-sighted gun stolen some time ago. Willis was arrested and detained. A search of his residence uncovered a box filled with various BDSM paraphernalia, including handcuffs, chains, rogues, gags, a vibrator, a video camera, and a bullet matching a Walther P22. The box also contained insulin syringes with an unidentified liquid, sedatives, Viagra, lubricant, disposable gloves, and a diagram of a woman's anatomy with marked injection sites. On his computer were numerous videos depicting appalling kidnapping scenes with young women as victims. A hidden hard drive in a ventilation duct contained footage Willis had recorded of his female neighbors swimming without their knowledge. A folder titled Victims on the computer held 2 subfolders, one named for the missing Jessica Haringa and another for a murdered woman named Rebecca. Rebecca Blech, age 36, was tragically murdered on June 29, 2014, roughly a year after Jessica Haringa vanished in an area just 20 minutes from where Jessica worked at the Exxon gas station. Rebecca went out for an evening run, but never made it back home. She was found by neighbors lying on the road with her clothing disheveled, initially leading to the belief that she was struck by a car, although unconscious. Rebecca still had a pulse when discovered. Emergency services were called, but she succumbed to her injuries before they could save her. Autopsy reports revealed she died from 3 gunshot wounds to her back and head, with multiple bruises on her wrists and legs. At the time of her death, the perpetrator remained at large. However, 2 years after Jeffrey Willis's arrest, new evidence linked Rebecca's murder to a pistol found in Willis's minivan. Willis denied any involvement, but prosecutors theorized that he had attempted to abduct Rebecca and bring her to his home. When Rebecca resisted, Willis reportedly shot her and fled. Forensic analysis later discovered Rebecca's DNA on a glove recovered from Willis's residence. Jeffrey Willis was convicted of Rebecca Blech's murder and received a life sentence. While serving his sentence, he faced additional charges related to the kidnapping of Jessica Haringa. Despite consistently denying any involvement in Jessica's disappearance, phone records showed that on the night she vanished, he was present at the Exxon gas station where she was last seen. Subsequently, he traveled to his deceased grandfather's house, which is roughly 13 minutes from the station. Upon arriving at his grandfather's residence, police encountered a heavily secured front door. Forced entry revealed an assortment of cleaning products, powders, and bleachers. In the basement, the manufacturing dates on these items aligned with early 2013, matching the time frame of Jessica's disappearance. Colleagues recalled that Jeffrey Willis was notably absent on April 27, 2013, the day following Jessica hearing his disappearance. When he returned to work a few days later, he had conspicuous deep scratches on his face and hands, raising further suspicions among those who knew him. A woman who visited the gas station on April 25th, the day before Jessica's disappearance, later contacted police. She arrived late in the evening and expressed concern about being there alone at such an hour to Jessica herself. Jessica nodded in acknowledgement, appearing anxious and somewhat scared. At that moment, an unknown man inside the station reassured the visitor by saying, "Don't worry, she has customers who look after her." He left the premises. The concerned visitor, still worried about Jessica's safety, stayed in her car outside until Jessica finished her shift and headed home. Tragically, Jessica disappeared the following day in 2016. The witness from the gas station positively identified Jeffrey Willis, recalling seeing him there. Investigators learned that Willis had frequented the Exxon gas station, interacting with Jessica Herringer on at least 15 occasions. Concurrently, 48-year-old Kevin Bloom, Willis's cousin and a prison guard, was taken into custody. Kevin's inconsistent statements during interrogation eventually led to a confession. He disclosed information about Rebecca Bletch's death that hadn't been publicly known. Kevin also confessed to assisting Jeffrey in concealing Jessica's body. He described how on April 27th, the day after Jessica's abduction, Jeffrey invited him over for a party at his house. Upon arriving at his late grandfather's residence, Kevin saw Jessica for the first time lying on the floor bound and lifeless. The cousins wrapped her body in a sheet, transported it in a car to a forest where Jeffrey had pre-dug a grave and buried her. They then returned home. When Kevin Bloom led the police to the forest to identify the burial site of Jessica Herringer's body, he spent a considerable amount of time wandering through the area. Despite his efforts, he was unable to pinpoint the precise location where they had buried the body. The trial of Jeffrey Willis commenced despite Jessica Herringer's body not being found either alive or deceased. The prosecution presented substantial evidence to charge Willis with her kidnapping and murder. Their case posited that Willis had been stalking Jessica for an extended period. On the night of April 26, 2013, he allegedly parked his vehicle near the service entrance of the gas station. Entering the premises, he is said to have struck Jessica on the head with his gun. During this assault, it's reported that the cover of the gun's laser sight fell off and Jessica's blood was spilled on the floor. Willis then purportedly dragged Jessica out through the service exit and placed her in the back seat of his car. He transported her to his late grandfather's house where he committed his most horrific acts. Forensic computer analysis revealed that Jeffrey Willis stored photographs and news articles about the search for Jessica on his computer. Following the investigation's progress, it was discovered Willis used a password displayed on the screen consisting of Jessica's initials and the date April 27, 2013, presumed to be the day she died. Willis consistently denied his guilt, insisting he was at home on the night of her kidnapping. His lawyers argued that there was no direct evidence linking him to the case. No DNA belonging to Jessica was found in Willis's house or car. The defense team suggested that her disappearance might be linked to illegal drug trafficking, since Dakota had mentioned Jessica developed a serious substance abuse problem. Despite these arguments, Jeffrey Willis was convicted of murdering Jessica Herringer and received a life sentence without parole. Throughout the trial, he displayed neither remorse nor empathy. His cousin, Kevin Bloom, was found guilty of assisting in disposing of Jessica's body. Kevin received a sentence of 2 years in prison and 5 years probation. Suspension from his role in the prison system was yet another blow to Jeffrey Willis. Years after his conviction, the narrative around him took a startling twist. He became a suspect in an older, unresolved case. On October 17, 1996, in Fruitport, Michigan, Angela Thorberg, a young woman, was found dead. Her remained at large. Ed Willis, who graduated from the same high school as Angela in 1988, found himself linked to her 1996 murder. In that year, 28-year-old Willis worked as a janitor at his alma mater. Concerns were raised when the principal noticed his excessive time spent in the computer lab during work hours. A check on his computer activities was initiated by the principal. Although the findings remain undisclosed, Willis was asked to resign immediately following the review. The investigation into Angela's murder continues to be shrouded in secrecy. A decade has passed since Jessica hearing his disappearance, and her remains are still undiscovered. This tragedy sparked a legal battle over the custody of her son Zahn, between Jessica's sister and Dakota, her partner. Ultimately, Jessica's biological family is raising Zahn. In addition to custody disputes, Jessica's parents have been key advocates for legislative changes following their daughter's disappearance. Their efforts led to the enactment of a law mandating gas stations operating at night to install surveillance cameras. The goal is to prevent similar incidents in the future. What was intended to be a joyful family camping trip, filled with laughter, s'mores, and nights under the stars, turned into an unthinkable nightmare for the Schmidt family. In the early hours of July 22, 2022, an unknown attacker brutally took the lives of 3 family members while they slept inside their tent. The shocking tragedy rippled through the community, leaving everyone grappling with the question of who could commit such a horrific act. In this video, we'll delve into the details of this devastating case and seek to understand the events that led to the loss of 3 innocent lives. This is the chilling story of the Schmidt family. Tyler Schmidt was born on November 13, 1979, in Iowa, USA, and grew up in Cedar Falls, a city recognized for hosting the University of Northern Iowa. From an early age, Tyler was involved in the Boy Scouts, ultimately earning the prestigious rank of Eagle Scout. This experience sparked a lifelong passion for nature and camping. He particularly cherished the camps organized by the Lutheran Church, which fostered family connections and communal gatherings. Although he dabbled in playing the trumpet during his free time, Tyler's true passions were adventure and sports. He competed in cross-country running and was an active member of the swim team at Northern Iowa High School in Cedar Falls. Beyond school sports, he loved canoeing, hiking, and snowshoeing. His fascination with computers eventually led him to Missouri, where he pursued a degree in computer science at Truman State University. It was there that he not only completed his studies but also met Sarah, who would later become his wife. Sarah was born on March 27, 1980, in Kansas City and spent part of her childhood near St. Louis with her siblings, Karen, Jane, and Adam. She shared Tyler's enthusiasm for the outdoors, particularly bird watching and studying insects. Like Tyler, she was a Girl Scout and achieved the organization's highest honor, the Gold Award. Sarah's adventurous nature came from her mother, with whom she went backpacking across Central America. It was clear to Tyler from the moment they met that she was his soulmate. As a student, Sarah excelled academically and also took the lead on projects designed to enhance student life at her school. Sarah's natural leadership and dedication earned her the prestigious Truman Scholarship while she was still at Washington High School in Washington, Missouri. This honor paved the way for her attendance at Truman State University, where she met Tyler. The two quickly fell in love, began dating, and Sarah happily accepted his proposal of marriage. Both families wholeheartedly supported their union, recognizing that Tyler and Sarah were perfectly matched and destined to create a loving family together. On Saturday, June 22, 2002, friends and family began arriving at St. John Lutheran Church in Cedar Falls, dressed elegantly for the special occasion. Guests took their seats according to the seating arrangements, with Tyler's parents and Sarah's mother alongside her siblings seated at the front. Tyler's uncles and cousins were nearby. Outside the church, Sarah prepared for her entrance, accompanied by her father, who was ready to walk her down the aisle and give her away to her soon-to-be husband. On that day, 22-year-old Tyler and Sarah exchanged their vows, pledging to remain together for the rest of their lives. United by their mutual love of nature, they chose the Boundary Waters, a renowned wilderness region straddling the US-Canada border between Minnesota and Ontario, as the destination for their 10-day honeymoon. A quick note before we continue. As you know, on Uncover Eyes, We release new videos every other day. Many of you have reached out expressing a desire for daily content. So we've launched a new channel, also focused on real-life crime stories, called Secret Crime Mysteries. On the days we don't post videos on Uncover Eyes, we'll be uploading them on Secret Crime Mysteries. This means if you're looking for daily doses of astonishing real-life crime cases, don't hesitate to subscribe. Without further ado, let's dive into today's case. During the first decade of their marriage, Tyler and Sarah focused on building financial stability and advancing their careers. After completing their bachelor's degrees in Missouri, they relocated to Lawrence to pursue master's degrees at the University of Kansas, where Sarah eventually found employment. Tyler, a skilled computer scientist, worked for a supermarket, a delivery company, and UPS, and spent 18 years at a firm specializing in business-to-business billing and payments. Despite their professional commitments, the early years of the Schmidts' marriage were marked by adventure and shared experiences. They made it a point to spend quality time together, exploring new natural landscapes whenever possible. Family and friends often gathered to enjoy their mutual love of board games, and the couple occasionally participated in events organized by their Lutheran church community. As devoted fans of the Kansas Jayhawks, they also supported basketball tournaments at Allen Fieldhouse. The year 2013 was bittersweet for the couple. On one hand, Sarah's father passed away from a heart attack, a significant loss for his loved ones. On the other hand, after 11 years of marriage, the couple welcomed their first child, Arlo. 3 years later, on September 17, 2015, they experienced the joy of parenthood again with the birth of a beautiful daughter, Lula Schmidt. When Arlo was 6 and Lula was 3, the family moved to Cedar Falls to be closer to Tyler's relatives. Cedar Falls welcomed them warmly, and they soon became active members of the community. Tyler continued working as a software engineer while Sarah started working as an assistant at the city's public library, and the children enrolled in Lincoln Elementary School's preschool. Tyler and Sarah were known for their kindness and willingness to help others, making everyone around them feel important. This commitment earned them the affection of their neighbors and the entire community. The same was true at the library where Sarah worked. Her warmth and friendly demeanor quickly made her well known and appreciated both inside and outside the library. The couple made sure to instill in Arlo and Lula the same passion they had for outdoor activities and nature. In 2021, they began camping with their children, and despite their busy schedules, the children loved these outings so much that the parents made time for them whenever possible. By mid-2022, Sarah was working long hours. Nevertheless, in June, she took a day off to celebrate their 20th wedding anniversary and planned to take another day in July to go on a family vacation. She had to finish a project for the library before July 26th, but was determined not to let it interfere with the family's plans. During the week of July 11th, Sarah mentioned to Katie, her brother Adam's wife, that she would be camping with the children at Maquoketa Cave State Park, a popular destination for hikers and explorers in Jackson County, Iowa, famous for its impressive caves and stunning natural landscapes. On Thursday, July 21st, the family packed their car and drove roughly 140 miles to reach Maquoketa Caves. Tyler and Sarah, both 42, along with their children Arlo, 9, and Lula, 7, arrived at the campsite before 5 p.m. The camping area was packed, so the Schmidts set up near the park's entrance. A few hours later, around 7 p.m., another family parked about 200 feet from their tent. This was Joe and Cecilia Sherwin and their 23-year-old son, Anthony Sherwin, from Nebraska. The Sherwins set up 2 tents, one for the parents and another for their son. They were on their way home after a week-and-a-half camping trip that took them to Michigan's Upper Peninsula. The journey had been enjoyable and had strengthened the bond between Joe, Cecilia, and Anthony. Anthony was always attentive to his parents' needs, and his mother often said he was the best son she could have wished for, kind, sensitive, and an exceptional student. That year, Anthony was working on a computerized system to support a business he claimed was worth millions. He mentioned that part of the profits would be used to help his parents financially. Cecilia knew little about the project because Anthony kept the details of the mysterious business to himself, only mentioning that he sent emails under strict security. As night fell at Maquoketa Caves, the campers settled into their tents. Before dawn on July 22nd, the park's visitors were jolted awake by the sound of gunshots. Just before the commotion, a man dressed in black entered the Schmidt's tent and attacked Tyler and then Sarah. Arlo, who had been asleep, woke up to the sound of his sister Lula's screams. As he turned, he saw blood inside the tent. Terrified, he managed to escape and ran to seek help. As he fled, he heard one last shot. Cecilia and Joe, in the neighboring campsite, rushed out of their tent amid the confusion. Joe searched for his son among the campers, asking if anyone had seen him. Arlo, still frantic, ran until he encountered the Sherwins. He was screaming and asking for help, saying his parents had been shot. Cecilia took his hand and ran with him to the park entrance. Once there, terrified and unsure of what had happened, she pulled out her phone and dialed 911. She was worried because her son was sleeping near the tent where the shots had come from and feared he might be among the victims. The Jackson County 911 operator understood when Cecilia reported hearing gunshots, but she struggled to pronounce the park's name, making it hard to convey the location. She also explained she was with a boy claiming his parents had been shot. The call between Cecilia and 911 lasted 23 minutes. While she answered questions, the operator relayed the attack to the police and park rangers. Although the call was briefly disconnected, Cecilia persisted and called back, only to be put on hold while the dispatcher contacted emergency responders. Despite the tension and nervousness in the park, adrenaline helped Cecilia stay calm. After providing details about their exact location, she handed the phone to Arlo. The boy explained to the dispatcher that he was in a tent with his mom, sister, and dad, and when he woke up, he saw someone dressed in black holding a gun. The 911 operator asked the child where his father was, and after a pause, he responded that he thought his father was hurt. Around 6:30 a.m., police officers and paramedics arrived at the scene and headed to the Schmidt's tent. What they found was horrifying. All the occupants of the tent were dead. The beautiful campsite had turned into a crime scene. Law enforcement immediately began searching for the shooter, knowing he could be anywhere. The tactical team quickly evacuated Asunta Case State Park and Camp Shalom, a Christian summer camp located about 1.5 miles from the site of the attack. As officials evacuated the visitors, they gathered them outside the park. Once everyone was accounted for, it was confirmed that only one person was missing, Anthony Sherwin. He was not only missing, but also armed. At 11 a.m., police officers conducting an aerial search spotted a man's body. When they reached him, they found he was deceased. It was Anthony. Although investigations were necessary, the police identified him as the suspect in the homicides. They believed he had committed the deadly attack on the Schmidts and then taken his own life. The incident led authorities to close the park, a measure that remained in effect until July 28th. The Iowa Department of Natural Resources expressed its condolences for the incident. Their spokesperson issued a statement saying she and the entire team were devastated by the event, which had shaken the tradition of enjoying the state's natural wonders. But the legacy would continue for the millions of families who recreate in Iowa's parks. Citizens of Cedar Falls heard the news. They were shocked. The atmosphere changed suddenly, as if a gray veil had covered the sky. The reactions of family, friends, acquaintances, and even those who didn't know the victims were filled with pain. Cedar Falls was in mourning. In one of the windows of the Cedar Falls Public Library where Sarah worked, a sign was placed with a message saying that Tyler, Sarah, and Lula had left too soon but would always be in their hearts. The company where Tyler worked as a software engineer issued a statement describing him as a consummate professional and a mentor to his colleagues who were devastated when they heard about the tragedy. They knew of the love Tyler had for his children and his dedication to sharing his knowledge with little Arlo. The mayor of Cedar Falls also expressed his devastation over the loss of 3 beloved community members on his Facebook wall. He knew Sarah well as they had worked together on a tech project. The mayor also urged the residents of Cedar Falls to be generous towards Arlo, the sole survivor of the family, who was safe, and he shared a GoFundMe link for those wishing to donate. Within a few days, the initiative had raised over $276,000. In response to the tragedy, the local authority ordered the closure of the library for the rest of the day out of respect for Sarah's co-workers. The tragedy also elicited reactions from other political leaders. The Iowa governor expressed her horror at the attack and sorrow for the unimaginable tragedy. And a U.S. House representative from Iowa tweeted that it was a senseless and horrific crime. Sarah's family was heartbroken. Her sister said she felt her life had been shattered, unable to believe that Sarah would no longer be just a phone call away and that she wouldn't see her niece grow up. Sarah's family traveled from North Dakota, Texas, and Michigan to join the rest of the family for the private funeral service held at Greenwood Cemetery. On August 2nd, a gathering was held to celebrate the lives of Tyler, Sarah, and Lula at the picnic area of Overman Park. More than 200 people attended. Several attendees, including Tyler's aunt and the mayor, spoke at the podium set up for the occasion, sharing their feelings and memories of the deceased. The mayor concluded the speeches by confessing that he had once envisioned Sarah with her heart dedicated to the community, representing Cedar Falls politically in the future. While the loved ones of the Schmidts dealt with their grief and tried to provide comfort and attention to Arlo, authorities continued their investigation into the horrific crime. According to information released by the Iowa Department of Public Safety based on autopsy findings, Tyler had a gunshot wound and multiple sharp force injuries. His wife Sarah had only sharp force injuries, while their young daughter had been both shot and strangled. In early August 2022, authorities released official information on the case, naming Anthony Sherwin as the person responsible for the Schmidt family's murder. According to the police, the 23-year-old, who had no prior criminal record, was the sole person involved in the incident before taking his own life. The investigation did not reveal any motive for the attack. The assistant director of the Division of Criminal Investigation stated that no connection was established between Anthony and the Schmidt family prior to that fateful day or during their time as neighboring campers. The police department in Nebraska assisted with the investigation. When officers searched the Sherwin family apartment in Nebraska, they found no suicide note or any indication that could explain why Anthony targeted the Schmidt family and himself. His Facebook page was also void of any clues, as it was completely blank. Regarding the weapons used by the attacker, the assistant director of the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation mentioned only one: a hand-assembled firearm which was recovered near Anthony's body. These types of weapons, also known as ghost guns, are built by individuals, often using parts purchased online without any restrictions. Since they lack serial numbers, they are difficult to regulate and trace. Seeking to confirm this information, the Des Moines Register contacted Anthony's parents, who confirmed that their son had built his own weapon using information found online. They explained that he did it as a challenge rather than out of a specific desire to own a gun. They also emphasized that Anthony was very responsible and had never harmed another person or animal. Cecilia asserted that their family had never owned guns and that they had decided to acquire them due to the rising crime rates in Nebraska. She added that due to their lack of experience, they even took classes to learn how to handle them. The parents explained that they brought the homemade gun on the trip for protection against crime and possibly bear attacks, as they had experienced one night while camping. They also mentioned their intention to dispose of it upon returning home. Anthony's parents set out to prove their son's innocence, convinced that he was a victim of homicide and not the killer. According to Anthony's mother, an independently obtained autopsy report indicated that he had been shot twice, not once as claimed by the police. She suspected that the first shot was meant to incapacitate him, but she could not understand how he managed to shoot himself a second time, challenging the authorities' theory of suicide. Another point they raised was the color of the clothing the attacker was wearing. Cecilia recalled telling the 911 operator that the assailant was dressed in black, which did not match what her son was wearing. Green shorts she had given him the day before the tragedy. Additionally, Cecilia and Joe reported that the police did not disclose where Anthony's body was found, or whether the weapon he allegedly used to take his own life was the same one used against the Schmidts. When they specifically asked investigators if a ballistic test had been conducted to confirm matches, they received no answers. All these concerns were outlined in an email Cecilia sent to the media. In the message, she stated that her son had too many reasons to live and she was certain he would not abandon everything in such a manner. They had not seen any signs of him planning such an attack. In her opinion, Anthony was incapable of killing and had no connection to the Schmidt family. According to the grieving mother, the investigators only responded that it was a random murder. Anthony's parents requested the final investigation report to commission an independent review, but claimed they received no response to this request. In January 2023, a media outlet reported that it had requested public records of the case, adhering to Iowa's Open Records Law and the Freedom of Information Act. The request referenced incident reports, investigation documents, crime scene summaries, and autopsy reports. Devin McClone, from the Office of the Iowa Department of Public Safety Commissioner, responded that the requested records were not public and they could only share the immediate facts and circumstances of the case, which were included in the links provided in the press release. A few days later, the media outlet sent an email to the official inquiring whether the weapon Anthony used to take his own life matched the one used in the murders. She did not respond. Unless new evidence surfaces to the contrary, the police maintained that Anthony Sherwin was a random killer who viciously shot, stabbed, and strangled 3 beloved members of a Cedar Falls family. In contrast, Cecilia and Joe believe their son, whom they described as a kind and studious individual, is innocent and another murder victim. They vowed to continue their efforts to prove his innocence. After his traumatic experience, Arlo, the only survivor of the massacre, was taken in by his family in Cedar Falls, specifically Sarah's brother. In an exclusive interview with a local newspaper, Sarah's brother stated that his nephew had been very brave and was in excellent mental health. The GoFundMe page created after the tragedy continues to receive donations to support Arlo's upbringing and to establish an educational fund for his future. Case of Alan Wade. High school sweethearts James Reggie Sooner and Carol Alford hailed from Charleston, South Carolina. They grew up together, same school, same grade, knowing each other since childhood. Over time, their friendship evolved into something deeper. By 1959, at 15 years old, they were dating. Friends often remarked on how harmonious and beautiful James and Carol seemed together. They captured these moments in photos. Young and happy, with dreams of a long and joyful life ahead. It was their first deep connection. The pair became almost inseparable, both in school and out. They seriously thought about marriage once they turned 18, a decision supported by their parents. But life had other plans. In 1962, just after graduating high school, James was drafted into military service. He and Carol decided to delay their wedding until his return, and promised to exchange letters regularly. Time moved on and separation became lengthy. By mid-60s, James found himself deployed to Vietnam, a hotspot, and all contact was lost thereafter. Had no word if her beloved was even alive. Carol faced significant challenges in her life, starting when he stopped writing to her. She chose to further her education while simultaneously securing employment at the Charleston Air Force Base. Eventually, Carol married, but this first marriage ended quickly without any children. In 1975, she entered into a second marriage with Richard Alford, and in 1977 they had a daughter named Rhonda. Unfortunately, the second marriage also proved unsuccessful due to Richard's excessive drinking and physical abuse. By the mid-1980s, Carol could no longer endure the ongoing abuse. She took her daughter and filed for divorce. However, Richard continued to harass and pursue her relentlessly. In 1987, his behavior reached a critical point. Richard purchased a handgun, consumed a large amount of alcohol, and went to confront Carol. On that fateful day, Richard rang Carol's doorbell. She unsuspectingly opened the door while Rhonda was in the room behind her. Despite his daughter's presence, Richard drew his gun and shot Carol multiple times in front of Rhonda. He then left the scene, drove to a deserted area and committed suicide by shooting himself. Carol was fortunate to survive due to neighbors hearing the gunshots and Rhonda's desperate cries for help. They promptly called for an ambulance and alerted the police. Carol was in critical condition after losing significant blood. She underwent numerous complex surgeries and blood transfusions over several days before beginning her recovery. Although she gradually regained strength, she became permanently blind in her right eye and disabled for life. Toward the late 1990s, Carol's health deteriorated seriously once more. She experienced severe weight loss along with persistent pain and weakness, which prompted a thorough medical examination at the hospital. Despite enduring these substantial physical and emotional hardships throughout her life, Carol's resilience shone through as she navigated each challenge thrown her way. In 1987, received a distressing diagnosis of liver cancer. During her treatment, she was inadvertently infected with the hepatitis C virus, which went undetected and untreated. The virus silently damaged her liver over the years, ultimately leading to cancer. However, due to appropriate treatment and supportive therapy, Carol's condition was stabilized. She was required to take her prescribed medications daily for the rest of her life and undergo regular medical checkups to make necessary adjustments to her treatment plan. Carol faced additional challenges after losing her job at the Air Force Base due to severe gunshot wounds. With the added burden of cancer, she was no longer able to perform physically demanding tasks or remain on her feet for extended periods. Consequently, she took a position as a call center operator for a cable TV company in Charleston, her hometown. On the other hand, James experienced his own set of hardships in Vietnam. He was severely wounded during the war and almost lost his leg, requiring a prolonged hospital stay. His name was mistakenly included in lists of the deceased, leading even his relatives to believe he had died. Fortunately, he survived and eventually returned home years later. By that time, he had lost contact with Carol. She had moved residences, married, and believed that James had perished in the conflict. Although James later married, severe injuries from the war led to diabetes and several chronic conditions, which prevented him from becoming a father. His marriage ended after a few years, leaving him living alone since then. He found employment as a laborer on the local railroad, but expected no further pleasant surprises from life. In fall 2000, while Carol was performing her duties at the call center, answering phones and providing customer advice, she encountered another caller whose voice sounded unervingly familiar. This voice elicited an emotional response within her that she could not ignore. Carol immediately recognized her first high school love, but she was hesitant to act on it because she believed James was dead. She answered all the customer's questions and then suddenly turned to him, saying his full name. Silence hung in the air for a moment. The man timidly asked how she knew his name. Carol began to cry and responded that she was the girl he had dated in high school, the girl he once wanted to marry. For the next few, they both cried into the phone, unable to find words. They soon discovered that they still lived in their hometown and agreed to meet the next evening. Meeting again after 38 years, according to Rhonda's recollection, her mother came home from work that day, looking excited like a schoolgirl and talking nonstop about James. The next day, Carol prepared diligently for the date, trying on dresses, doing her hair and makeup. She realized that she was no longer the young beauty James remembered, but wanted to look her best and win back his heart. Their reunion was exciting. They hadn't seen each other in 38 years. They talked endlessly about everything, the highlights and sorrows of their lives, failed marriages, work issues, and health problems. They reminisced about their happy times together. Their old feelings reignited and James and Carol were eager to make up for lost time. They began seeing each other daily and decided just a couple of weeks later to live together. 5 months later, they married and Carol moved into her new husband's home in Riverland Terrace neighborhood. Family life brought its own set of joys and challenges. The couple first resided in their native Charleston, South Carolina. In love and happy, they engaged in everyday life activities and took care of each other, especially since both were aging with health concerns. Next door lived the Cole family, a longtime acquaintance of James. Stephen Cole had also served in Vietnam, where he was severely wounded and now used a wheelchair. His wife Natalie seemed often absent due to work commitments, and preferred socializing with friends over spending time at home. In a bar somewhere, their daughter Tiffany would typically hang around on the street with nothing to do and money for even small pocket expenses. When James and Carol first started living together, Tiffany was still in high school. Good-natured Carol immediately felt a connection with the neighbor girl. She genuinely felt sorry for Tiffany, who seemed unwanted by her own mother. Over 5 years, did everything possible to support Tiffany. Carol invited her to family lunches and dinners, where delicious food was served, periodically bought clothes for the girl, and even provided small amounts of money for minor expenses. Carol treated Tiffany like she was her own daughter, surrounding her with care and attention. In 2004, the Summers decided to sell their Chevrolet Lumina minivan. Tiffany expressed interest in buying it through installments, since she had no money but needed the car desperately. The couple decided to sell it to her at a very low price and divided the payment into manageable amounts, stretched over a whole year. Early in 2005, the Sumners decided to relocate to Florida due to health issues that had significantly worsened for both spouses. Doctors advised them to move south near the ocean for better health conditions. By then, both were retired, so they chose to make this significant life change. And James sold their spacious home in Charleston and bought property in Jacksonville, the largest city in Florida, where they also purchased a new Lincoln Town car. The couple was extremely happy and settled into their new place while making plans for their future life together. Every day, Carol called her adult daughter Rhonda. She shared everything about what was going on in her life, thoughts and plans included. So when communication ceased, Rhonda was both surprised and deeply concerned. In June 2005, Rhonda became concerned when her mother failed to call her as usual and didn't answer her calls either. Initially, she pushed away negative thoughts and hoped everything was fine with her mom and stepdad. She thought they might get in touch soon. However, the following day brought no change in there. Rhonda called both her mother's and James' cell phones every half hour, but they were now unreachable and voicemail messages went unanswered. On the third day, Rhonda decided it was time to take action. She chose to drive to another state to personally check if her mother and stepfather were all right. She started early in the morning for a 5-hour drive to reach the Summers' home. Upon arrival, the first thing she noticed was that their car was missing, which seemed unusual. Approaching the front door, she found it slightly open. Inside the house was eerily quiet, despite a light being on in one of the rooms while sunlight streamed outside. Rhonda called out loudly for her mother and James, but heard nothing in response. Entering the kitchen next, she saw a table set for two with food that appeared untouched for at least 3 days. It looked like they were about to have dinner, but abruptly left it unfinished. The house itself was in disarray. Things were scattered around randomly, and some doors and cupboards were open as if someone had frantically searched through them. Rhonda's concern grew when she spotted crucial medications on a bedside table in their bedroom. Her mother's cancer pills, taken 3 times daily, and James' insulin, administered hourly, remained there untouched along with completely dead phones. Given these observations, medications left behind, and no cell phone usage, it became clear that her mother and stepfather couldn't have gone far or been away for long without these essentials. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Rhonda immediately contacted the police to report their disappearance under what seemed like strange circumstances. The couple's vehicle was promptly included on the wanted list. All bank cards belonging to Carol and James were blocked the same day. The initial days of the search yielded no significant results. It was impossible to locate either the Sumners themselves or any witnesses. However, on June 12th, several events transpired simultaneously, enabling the police to pick up the trail of the criminals. Firstly, a man phoned one of the banks, identified himself as Mr. James Sooner, and complained about his card being blocked, making it impossible for him to withdraw cash. Upon verifying the card information, the bank employee immediately suspected something amiss. The employee suggested that Mr. Sooner personally visit the nearest bank branch to resolve the issue, but the man abruptly hung up. A few minutes later, from the same number yet directed at another bank, a woman identifying herself as Mrs. Carol Sooner called and reported a similar problem with her card being blocked. When she was asked to visit the bank in person, she categorically refused, citing health reasons and emphasizing her immediate need for access to her funds. Naturally, this request was denied. The information regarding these calls and recordings of them were immediately handed over to law enforcement. The same day at the station, these recordings were played for Rhonda, who confidently stated that neither voice belonged to her mother or stepfather. This was evident from the outset as both individuals were in their 60s while the voices sounded much younger. Police promptly hypothesized that these imposters were directly connected to the disappearance of the Sumners. They suspected that either these individuals had kidnapped Carol and James and were holding them somewhere against their will, or had possibly killed them after coercing information about their bank accounts and cards. A few days later, the missing couple's car was discovered abandoned on a deserted road in a wooded area. There were no traces of blood or signs of struggle in the cabin. Experts found hair and sweat marks in the trunk, which belonged to both spouses. It became evident that the owners had been taken away in the trunk of their own car, and prospects of finding them alive were grim. Upon examining the couple's bank transactions, it was revealed that money had been withdrawn from their cards several times after they ceased contacting their daughter. Reviewing the ATM surveillance footage showed that a young man, who couldn't be identified immediately, made the withdrawals. Additionally, a request was made to trace all calls from the number used by the imposters to contact the bank. The SIM card itself was purchased with prepaid time shortly before the disappearance of the couple. Attempts to establish the buyer's identity failed. However, it was discovered that on June 6th, a call was made from this number to a car rental company. It turned out that a guest at one of the hotels rented a Mazda RX-8 under the name Tiffany Cole. This same car was subsequently driven by an unidentified young man who withdrew money from ATMs using cards belonging to the missing individuals. He withdrew $1,000 from one card and nearly $3,000 from another. Thanks to built-in location trackers in rental cars, investigators determined that this Mazda RX-8 had parked at a hotel in Charleston. A capture team was promptly dispatched and forcefully entered the room where these individuals were staying. The room was strewn with packages and receipts from various stores, including clothes, gadgets, video games, cosmetics, perfumes, and expensive alcohol. Inside were 3 individuals: 23-year-old Tiffany Cole, her 24-year-old boyfriend Michael Jackson, and 19-year-old Alan Lindell Wade. The young men appeared surprised and confused as police placed handcuffs on their wrists. All 3 individuals were taken to the police station and placed in separate rooms for questioning. Initially, they pretended not to understand the accusations against them or simply remained silent. A search of their room uncovered several items belonging to the Sumners, including their bank cards, a laptop, some of Carol's jewelry, James' expensive coin collection, keys to their Lincoln Town car, and pawn shop receipts in the name of Cole. It was discovered that part of the stolen jewelry had been pawned by Tiffany and the money spent with friends. After several hours of interrogation and upon being presented with irrefutable evidence found in the hotel room, Tiffany was the first to speak. She sobbed as she revealed that she and her friends had robbed the elderly couple, but insisted they did nothing further to them. They then fled and started spending other people's money. Tiffany also admitted that there was another accomplice, a 19-year-old named Bruce Kent Nixon, who was paid $300 for his help. They never saw him again after that. Indeed, Bruce had agreed to participate in the crime for a promised payment. Afterward, he spent all the money on illegal substances. Finding him wasn't difficult, as he lived in Charleston and had not attempted to flee or hide. He was arrested at his parents' house. A careless phrase led Bruce to realize how serious consequences could be for his involvement. Consequently, he agreed to cooperate with the authorities to avoid facing the death penalty. What he revealed was horrifying. It all started in May 2005, when Tiffany went to deliver a payment for a car bought 6 months prior from the Sumners. She often visited them personally, because hospitable Carol and James invited her to stay for a night or a few days, offered delicious food, and even gave gifts if she brought friends along. There was always space for guests in the house and at their table. This time, Tiffany showed up with her new boyfriend and were warmly invited to dinner. Since it was late, the couple ended up staying overnight at the Sumners' home. During the meal, the Sumners discussed how they had settled into their new place. Carol inadvertently mentioned that they had nearly $100,000 left after selling their house in Charleston, implying they could comfortably enjoy their retirement without any financial worries. With this revelation, Carol unwittingly sealed her, and her husbands Tiffany and Michael exchanged looks. That night, while still at the couple's house, they began plotting how to obtain that substantial amount of money. In the morning, Tiffany and Michael bid farewell and returned to South Carolina. Over the next 2 weeks, they found accomplices, assigned roles and responsibilities, and began executing their plan. On June 6th, Tiffany rented an inconspicuous car while Bruce and Alan stole 4 shovels from an unspecified location. Together, they drove to a secluded spot in the suburbs of Jacksonville and started digging a deep hole intended as the grave for the Summoners couple. On July 8th, Tiffany purchased rope and duct tape from a hardware store and handed these materials over to her accomplices. That evening, Bruce and Alan arrived at the prospective victim's home under the pretense of needing assistance and asked if they could make a phone call from inside. Despite finding them strange, decided to let them in, thinking they genuinely needed help. Once inside, Bruce and Alan immediately attacked Carol and her husband when he responded to her screams. They bound the couple's hands and feet with duct tape, blindfolded them, and demanded information about any money or valuables in the house. Under severe threats of torture and death, the Summoners provided details of their bank accounts and PIN codes for their cards in hopes of being spared. However, once this information was obtained by the intruders, 2 additional accomplices entered the house. They helped drag Carol and her husband into their backyard before stuffing them into the trunk of their family car. Alan drove their Lincoln, with Bruce seated beside him, while Tiffany and Michael followed close behind, in a rented Mazda RX-8 as part of their sinister plan. While on their way, they encountered a police patrol that might have tried to stop the car with the couple in the trunk. The second car was supposed to divert attention by speeding up or blatantly breaking rules. However, no one appeared in their path, so both cars reached the destination safely. In the trunk, James managed to free his arm. He removed the bandage and duct tape from his face, and also from his wife's face to prevent suffocation. There wasn't much more they could do. Their surprise, bewilderment, and shock were immense when the trunk lid opened, and among their captors were Tiffany and her boyfriend, who had recently visited them. The captives were led several dozen meters through the woods to a prepared grave. They were then simply pushed into it. The couple pleaded desperately for their lives, but the young criminals proceeded otherwise. They killed the couple in a brutal manner by burying them alive. According to Bruce, it took about an hour for them to cover the bound elderly people with earth, while they cried, confessed their love for each other, and said goodbye. An examination later showed that the spouses died of suffocation. Pieces of soil in which they were buried were found in their mouths, respiratory tracts, and even stomachs. After completing this gruesome act, the outlaws abandoned the Lincoln in the woods and returned to town in a rented car. They went to the Sumer house where they took valuable items and then returned to South Carolina to start spending their loot. However, after 2 days, all stolen cards were blocked. For days later, all participants in the crime were taken into custody. Bruce Nixon was the only one who fully admitted his guilt from the beginning and agreed to cooperate with investigators, hoping for leniency. He revealed where the spouses were buried and detailed everything that happened on that awful night. Tiffany claimed that her boyfriend Michael had lost his mind and initiated the crime. When he heard about the substantial amount of money retained by the Summoners after the sale of the house, her lawyer argued that the girl was an accomplice and not directly involved in the murder herself. Jackson and Lindell opted to stay silent, but they collected evidence compellingly. The jury didn't think Tiffany Cole's innocence, since she participated in creating the criminal plan, rented a car, and devised a diversionary tactic if they were chased by police. She even helped dig a grave for the spouses. Furthermore, she pawned stolen items and joyfully spent money, as evidenced by numerous photos of her in purchased clothes and in a limousine rented to celebrate their illicit success. As a result, Bruce Nixon was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. Jackson, Tiffany, and Lindell received the death penalty. Despite filing multiple appeals and grievances, all were denied, leaving the sentence unchanged. However, in 2023, 18 years after their heinous crime, that very same death sentence had yet to be carried out. Little is known about Brian's childhood because his parents and lawyers made concerted efforts to protect many of his personal details. However, by piecing together information revealed during his 2023 trial, we can sketch a rough profile. Brian was born in 2002 and exhibited an early interest in death-related topics. He had a history of animal abuse and derived pleasure from watching particularly gory content. The timeless question in such cases is this: did exposure to morbid material shape his personality, or was he inherently inclined toward darkness, with violent videos and games simply amplifying his existing tendencies? As Brian reached secondary school, certain disorders became apparent. He experienced severe mood swings and often preferred isolation when his peers were socializing. He rarely attended parties and had a notably cynical attitude. At 15, a family doctor diagnosed him with depression after a series of consultations. A few years later, he complained of severe headaches, prompting a CT scan to rule out clots, tumors, or other abnormalities. The results were normal, but the migraines persisted, causing him ongoing distress. Despite his evident frustration with these medical treatments, Brian remained cooperative, often ending each consultation with a resigned, half-hearted smile. Psychotic disorders were ruled out, but other concerning behaviors emerged. A counselor contacted by Brian's mother to help him cope with the death of an uncle observed that Brian showed little empathy for the loss. He admitted he was tired of pretending to feel sad about things that didn't affect him. Over time, Brian's counselor noted his constant questioning of why hurting or stealing was wrong, indicating a disturbing lack of moral understanding. He displayed no empathy for minorities, regarding transgender individuals as less than human. It became evident that Brian harbored a significant, concealed hatred. On multiple occasions, he was known to exploit the vulnerabilities of his peers to mock them. All these observations paint a troubling picture of Brian's mental and emotional state, despite his mother's persistent efforts to seek help for him. Before turning 18, Brian visited the Vocational Rehabilitation Division. The reason was that he claimed he couldn't comprehend how his decisions impacted his future or the lives of those around him. During this time, a third doctor met with him and asked about his future goals. Brian quickly listed his key influences: Adolf Hitler, Columbine shooters Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, serial killer Ted Bundy, and former Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin. The doctor, unfazed, took notes and quickly diagnosed Brian with a low level of autism. She requested further tests to explore his darker thoughts. However, Brian soon found a job and many of these tests were never conducted. Could these tests have predicted what Brian was about to do? That's a question that remains unanswered. Brian spent several months working various roles at a supermarket chain. One afternoon, he confided in a coworker that he believed he had no friends and never would. The coworker smiled and reassured him that everyone there was his friend. "There are only my friends out of pity," Brian replied before getting up and continuing with his tasks. In a way, his comment held some truth. Everyone around Brian felt a mix of concern and pity for him. Despite his outburst of anger, he seemed to be in emotional pain and frequently sighed. Many saw him as a ticking time bomb, though no one expected what he would eventually do. From what has been revealed, Brian's mother was particularly worried about his well-being. She constantly sought out professionals who could help him and showed concern whenever someone spoke about him. However, after the incident, many agreed that it was in the privacy of his home where Brian's cries for help were no longer heard. Brian's parents admitted that at some point, talking about crimes became an uncontrollable obsession for him. Whether during dinners, family gatherings, or outings, Brian always found an excuse to bring up the topic. He would directly and unambiguously declare that he was planning to kill someone. But Brian's parents, either out of negligence or an inability to accept the truth, convinced themselves he was joking. They even tried to reassure each other, suggesting that Brian's obsession might be the precursor to a career as a forensic investigator or police officer. In their more optimistic moments, they envisioned their son solving crimes or conducting autopsies that would uncover mysteries. However, their optimism would falter when Brian sat in front of them, grinning from ear to ear, and casually discussed ways to dispose of a body. Though his words frightened them, Brian would quickly dismiss their fears by claiming he was merely showcasing his dark sense of humor. He would then head off to work, leaving his parents with a lingering chill. That chill grew more intense as other troubling signs emerged. In the last days of February 2021, Brian's mother felt a spontaneous sense of relief. For over a week, Brian hardly mentioned anything about murders or dismemberments. He seemed more talkative about everyday matters, asking about their work and showing interest in household affairs. He even appeared enthusiastic about his future. His mother recalled the doctor's words, suggesting that Brian's fascination with death might be a phase that would suddenly vanish. But Brian's father was not so convinced. He suspected this newfound calm might be the proverbial quiet before the storm. In hindsight, he wasn't wrong. The storm was just beginning. On the last day of February, Brian's father got into the car that Brian often borrowed and found a wallet under the seat. It was clear at first glance that the wallet didn't belong to any family member. His initial thought was that it might belong to one of Brian's friends or a girl he had dated. But he knew deep down that Brian didn't socialize much and didn't have an active romantic life. With trembling fingers, he opened the wallet and found a driver's license belonging to a man named Warren Barnes, nearly 70 years old. Why was it there? With his heart pounding and fear gripping him, he nervously confronted Brian, unsure of what chilling revelation might come next. Brian calmly explained that he had found the documents on the street. Noticing his father's paranoia, Brian even joked that if he had killed Warren, he wouldn't be so foolish as to leave incriminating evidence in the car. Oddly enough, this logic seemed to make sense to his father, who reluctantly accepted the explanation. But the uneasy peace lasted only a few hours. Later, Brian's mother found a red stain on the car upholstery. Once again, Brian laughed it off, claiming it was paint from a special effects course he had enrolled in. Desperate to believe him, his parents clung to his explanation, their minds racing with doubt and fear. Were they losing their grip on reality? Were they so afraid of their son becoming a monster that they saw signs where there were none? Did that make them worse monsters than their son? They felt guilty for suspecting the boy they had raised, who clearly needed help and seemed incapable of harming anyone. Their doubts made them feel ashamed. Despite this, Brian's mother couldn't shake her instinct that something was wrong. The next day, she took advantage of his absence to enter his room, later claiming she was just trying to tidy up. Whether that was true or she was searching for secrets waiting to be uncovered, she started looking around. After checking under the bed and in drawers, she opened Brian's closet and found a plastic container with bags inside. The bags emitted a nauseating odor that filled the room, making her stomach churn. As she cautiously approached, she noticed maggots crawling out of the seams, their writhing bodies a horrifying testament to the sinister contents within. Horrified and acting on instinct, she took the bags to the kitchen sink. Fighting back nausea, she opened them with a cloth. What she saw made her nearly faint. Barely able to stand, she made 3 calls. The first was to her husband, asking him to come home immediately. The second was to Brian, telling him to come home no matter what he was doing. They needed to talk. The third call took the most time. She dialed 911 and, through sobs, told the operator she had found a head in her 19-year-old son's closet. The operator assured her help was on the way and urged her to stay calm. When the police arrived, the sequence of events that unfolded was recorded and remains chilling to those who watch it. It's just a few seconds, but enough to make many lose faith in humanity. Brian spoke about what he did with a chilling lack of emotion. That same day, he was arrested. He was brought to the police station for questioning. His mother was also subjected to interrogation. After some time, he began to reveal some horrific truths. His trial took place nearly 2 years later in January 2023. On the stand, he repeated what he had told those taking his testimony over the months. Even during his initial confession, he appeared almost happy as he recounted his crime. Brian had decided to bring his homicidal fantasies into reality and devised a plan. From reading about serial killers online, he learned the importance of choosing his victim carefully. To avoid getting caught, he needed to target someone who wouldn't be missed, reducing the risk of immediate suspicion. This led him to conclude that his best option was to kill a prostitute or a homeless person. He began patrolling his neighborhood at night, armed with a kitchen knife, driving slowly and watching intently. He studied locations, times, observed routines, and took notes. Gradually, he identified more isolated areas and the least patrolled blocks. His obsession grew, and by February 27, 2021, he had become a predator on the hunt. That night, Brian found his target, a homeless man sleeping under a bridge near Crossview Avenue. Without hesitation, Brian acted on his sinister plan. He activated the vehicle's hazard lights and stepped out with a determined stride. There was no hesitation or moment of reflection. Brian approached the man sleeping on the ground and attacked decisively, killing him with a knife. According to his account, the victim didn't even wake up. The cuts were so precise that he bled out almost immediately. Once the body stopped convulsing, Brian stood there for a few minutes, watching. As the adrenaline began to subside, doubt crept in. Had he left fibers from his clothes on the body? What if, in the frenzy of the attack, he had left fingerprints? He couldn't allow that to happen. It went against everything he had learned. Ensuring no one was watching, Brian proceeded with what seemed the most logical action in his fevered state. He decapitated the victim and severed his hands, placing these parts into bags. He then put the rest of the body into his car trunk after removing the wallet and other documents from the man's pockets. Brian attempted to sink the car in the Colorado River before returning home. It was early morning by then. He locked himself in his room, his heart still racing. The next day, his parents reported the car missing, and Brian acted as if nothing had happened. He even started showing more affection and connection with those around him, as previously mentioned. In the following days, Brian spent hours drawing math, selecting locations to dispose of the incriminating bags. But he never got the chance. His mother discovered them first. Ultimately, things didn't go as Brian had planned. Moreover, Brian had chosen his victim poorly. Despite his assumption that the man's disappearance would go unnoticed, the reality was quite the opposite. Warren Barnes, 69, was a well-known figure in that part of town, and everyone had a great deal of affection for him. His disappearance was reported on February 28th by the owner of a bookstore on Crossview Avenue between 4th and 5th Streets. Warren was known for borrowing books every morning with meticulous regularity. When he missed his routine, people became worried. "When was the last time you saw him?" "Saturday, 5 o'clock. I said, "I'll see you tomorrow, Warren." And he was like, "Okay," meaning he planned on coming down on Sunday. And then he did not show up. The Colorado Sun revealed that Warren was known in Grand Junction as the Reading Man. He was a cheerful character who always chatted with neighbors about literature, recommended authors, and engaged in debates. When he saw others feeling down, he would tell them stories to lift their spirits, always parting with a smile and a wish for a good day. Nearby cafe members frequently gave him food and hot drinks, and other shopkeepers left chairs outside their stores for him to sit and read for hours. Occasionally, he did odd jobs around the neighborhood, earning a few bills to keep himself warm when the weather turned harsh. Brian's assumption that Warren's absence would go unnoticed was gravely mistaken. Warren also loved birds and prided himself on recognizing their unique songs. His family had often tried to persuade him to leave his transient lifestyle, but Warren always appreciated their concern while insisting he was content. He enjoyed living simply, respected by everyone around him. Warren believed that despite everything, things could turn out well. He sought nothing more than to have pleasant conversations each day before losing himself in his books and stories. Warren possessed an unusual innocence for his 69 years, devoid of malice and corrosive ambition. Everyone loved Warren. That's why his absence was immediately noticed, and the police were called when he didn't show up as usual. His sister Geraldine recounted how Warren had called her just hours before his death to wish her a happy birthday. He had done so in his cheerful tone, wishing her all her dreams come true. She was the last person he spoke to before lying down under the bridge, never to wake again. During the trial, a group of neighbors requested to testify about who Warren was. They emphasized that not having a home didn't make a person any less valuable or disposable. Two Colorado state psychologists who evaluated Brian for his insanity plea concluded he wasn't insane at the time of the murder. Another psychologist assessing Brian separately for the defense argued he had experienced a psychotic episode triggered by the attack on Warren, which subsided shortly afterward. Brian's mother took the stand, expressing her condolences to Warren's family through tears. She asked that Brian's sentence include mental health treatment, insisting her son was more than the sum of his mental defects and actions. She hoped Brian still had a chance to contribute positively to society. "Brian doesn't think or feel like the rest of us," she said before leaving the courtroom, her voice trembling. A palpable tension filled the room as everyone's eyes turned to the judge. It was time for the verdict. The judge in charge, with 37 years in the judicial system, including 16 as a judge, remarked that this was one of the most horrific cases he had ever encountered. Since Brian had confessed to the crime in detail, his lawyers based their defense on his mental health. They argued that Brian's declaration of wanting to become a famous killer was a sign of his insanity. They also cited his major depressive disorder combined with environmental stressors as factors leading to temporary insanity. However, the prosecution argued the opposite. They claimed Brian had meticulously planned the murder for months, and that the dismemberment of the body to hide evidence demonstrated cold, calculated, and meticulous behavior. On February 6, 2023, 20 days after the trial began, the judge delivered a clear decision: life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Today, Brian is incarcerated at the Buena Vista Correctional Complex in Colorado. Mesa County Assistant District Attorney Trish Marr conveyed her sorrow over the brutal murder of Warren Barnes. She remarked, "Warren Barnes was taken from us in an incredibly violent manner. His friends, family, and the community deeply feel his absence. This case underscores the checks and balances of our criminal justice system. Justice was served when the jury delivered guilty verdicts, holding the defendant accountable for his atrocious crimes." Meanwhile, in November 2021, a monument was erected in Warren's memory near the main street of Grand Junction. Created by artist Tim Navin, the installation features a chair under the shade of a tree with a stack of books on the seat. Poetically, it serves as a fitting sanctuary. However, the absence of the reading man is still deeply felt in the daily life of the town, which remains shrouded in a bit more sadness following Brian's actions. Case of Jassi and Mithu. In 1994, in the month of December, in the city of Jagraon in the Ludhiana district of Punjab, a boy named Sukhender Singh Sidhu, his nickname was Mithu, after playing a kabaddi match, was standing at a rickshaw stand, waiting for a rickshaw to go back to his village. He had some friends with him who had come to support him during the match and to boost his morale. During that time in Punjab, there were some rickshaws like the ones you're seeing on your screen now. Kabaddi is a sport played between two teams in Punjab, where each player demonstrates their strength and smartness. Since Mithu was the #1 kabaddi player in his village, he was quite attractive and powerful. The rickshaw hadn't arrived at the stand yet, so Mithu and his friends were joking around. Suddenly, they noticed 3 women walking towards the rickshaw stand from the opposite road. As these 3 women approached, Mithu and his friends noticed that 2 of them were older, while the third one accompanying them was a very beautiful young girl. When the rickshaw arrived at the stand, all passengers got in and the beautiful girl sat on the back seat, while Mithu stood behind the rickshaw. During this journey, Mithu noticed that the girl kept looking at him repeatedly, and his friends also noticed this. However, Mithu couldn't talk to the girl, and as soon as she arrived in her village, she got off the rickshaw with her family. Once again, she looked towards Mithu, and for the first time, their eyes met. Besides, she smiled when she looked at Mithu, and in response, Mithu also smiled. Then both of them went their separate ways. When Mithu started doing some other work after reaching home, he heard a girl's voice screaming, "Please help. I need help." As soon as Mithu stepped out of the house, he saw that it was the same girl he had seen in the morning in the rickshaw and smiled at while she was leaving. After that, Mithu went to the girl, who had come on a scooter with her friend from her home. Here Mithu first greeted the girl with a hi, and then tried to start the scooter, but deliberately didn't start it. Then Mithu asked the girl her name and also told her his name. Actually, the girl's name was Jaswinder Kaur, but her nickname was Jassi. After that, Mithu said to the girl, "I want to talk to you." Hearing this, Jassi got confused because she didn't understand Mithu's words. So her friend who came with her translated Mithu's words into English for Jassi. Then the girl also said something in English, but Mithu didn't understand English. So Jassi's friend became a translator, and then both went to their respective homes. But from that day on, these two meet regularly. Gradually, Mithu also realizes that Jassi's maternal grandparents' house is the wealthiest home in her neighboring village. Besides, Jassi's maternal home and Mithu's small two-room house were on the border of two villages, meaning Mithu's house was right behind Jassi's maternal grandparents' house. And Mithu knows this fact. After this idea, Jassi and Mithu eloped on March 15th, 1999, avoiding the scrutiny of their families, and got married in a Gurudwara, which is a place of worship for Sikhs. After the marriage, Jassi returns home as if everything is normal, and no one suspects anything. However, the relationship that Jassi's family had been considering for her breaks down for some reason. After staying in Punjab for 2 months and marrying Mithu, Jassi leaves for Canada with her family, but before leaving, she promises Mithu that she will come back soon. After going to Canada, Jassi and Mithu start talking to each other on the phone again, and by now, Mithu's house also had a telephone line installed. Months passed by in this way, but at the beginning of 2000, some relatives of Jassi who were in India come to know about Mithu and Jassi's marriage, and they immediately inform Jassi's parents in Canada. After this, their love story takes a sharp turn. From this point, Mithu's parents start pressuring him, while on the other hand, Jassi's mother and uncle begin pressuring her to break the marriage. However, neither Mithu agrees to it, nor does Jassi consent to breaking the marriage. Although Mithu is tempted by money, and Jassi is tempted by expensive things, cars, and the lure of a luxurious lifestyle, neither of them is willing to break the marriage. One day, Jassi's mother brought documents for Jassi to sign, so that Mithu could come to Canada. Jassi signed them all, unaware that the documents claimed Mithu had forced her into marriage and assaulted her. Later, Jassi came to Canada with her family. In reality, after Jassi signs this document, her family members send it to the India Punjab police. And based on it, an FIR First Information Report is registered against Mithu for abduction, forced marriage, illegal weapons possession, etc. And he is also arrested. After the arrest, Mithu is brutally beaten in jail and stays there for several months. Meanwhile, when Jassi fails to receive any response to Mithu's letters and is unable to contact him over the phone, she finally learns from a friend that Mithu had been jailed on charges of abduction, forced marriage, and other offenses. Here, Jassi discovers that her mother, Malak Kaur, had deceived her by obtaining her signature and implicating Mithu, causing significant difficulties for his family and friends. Furthermore, the Punjab police have arrested Mithu's family members from his home and imprisoned them as well. Then, a few days later, Mithu talks to Jassi where he says to her, "If you wanted to divorce Jassi, you could have just asked me. We got married with your consent, so why did you falsely accuse me?" After this, Jassi tells Mithu the whole story of how her mother and uncle got her to sign on the wrong paper deceitfully. But now, in Canada, Jassi was kept confined in her own home by her mother and uncle. But then one day, Jassi gets an opportunity and successfully manages to come to India with the help of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Then she comes to India and testifies in court that Mithu, his family, and his friends are all innocent. After this statement, everyone, including Mithu, is released from jail. Then Jassi stays in India for some time. This time, Jassi tells Mithu that she will never go back to Canada again. It is said that along with the police, Jassi's father and brother also helped her escape from home. Jassi had come to India and started living with her husband, but both of them also knew that Jassi's family members would not remain silent. That's why as soon as Jassi arrives in India, Mithu takes her away from home and they start living in hiding. Mithu took Jassi to her hometown in June 2000 while they were living at their home. Meanwhile, on June 12th, Mithu's family had organized a party in their village for Mithu and Jassi's wedding. So on June 8th, Jassi tells Mithu that she wants to go shopping. Initially, Mithu refuses because he knew there was still danger. So leaving the house wasn't right. But then, when Jassi sits at home upset, Mithu also feels maybe he did wrong. Jassi left her home in Canada to be with him, and he couldn't even take her shopping. After that, they both leave for the market in the afternoon. It takes them a bit longer to return home, so by the time they get back, it's already evening and the sun has set. Because of this, Mithu's family starts worrying about both of them. A while later, Mithu's family begins searching for them. However, during the search, they receive devastating news that shakes Mithu's family to the core. They find out that Mithu is in a very serious condition, admitted to the hospital, while there's no trace of Jassi. When Mithu's family members rush to the hospital, they find out that Mithu's condition is extremely serious, and he is unconscious. Jassi is not there. Then, after several hours, when Mithu regains consciousness, he first inquires about Jassi. Only then do they inform Mithu about Jassi. A few days later, when Mithu recovers, he explains the reason behind his condition. Mithu says that after reaching the market, Jassi did a lot of shopping, and then they both also had coffee together. Later, as they started returning home from the market, their scooter stopped on its own 3 or 4 times. Twice he sought help from a mechanic, and once he encountered his friend on the way. However, when the scooter started for the 3rd time, they noticed that they were being followed by 2 people on another scooter. However, after following the scooter riders for some time, they went ahead. But as soon as Mithu turned towards his village, he saw a car in front of him. At first, he saw from a distance that there was no one near the car. But as soon as he approached the car, suddenly 5 to 6 men came out and stood in front of the scooter. One of them even attacked them, which caused blood to start oozing from Jassi's head. After that, Mithu held Jassi and started fighting back against those thugs. But then one thug also attacked Mithu's head with a large rod from a nearby road. After that, Mithu became unconscious and those thugs kept beating Mithu, and finally, thinking he was dead, threw him into the nearby drain. A few hours later, late at night, some laborers passing by noticed Mithu lying there, and they picked him up and took him to the hospital. After learning this story, everyone sets out to find Jassi. This information is also given to the police, and now the police also begin to search for Jassi. After filing cases of assault and abduction against unknown criminals, the next day, on June 9th, Jassi is found, but she was not alive. In fact, Jassi had also been murdered and thrown into a canal which was 45 kilometers away from her hometown. When Jassi's body is retrieved from there, it is discovered that someone had brutally strangled her to death. Additionally, Jassi's body bore dozens of deep wounds, indicating that she had been tortured cruelly before dying. When Jassi's body is found, the Punjab police also contacts Jassi's family. However, Jassi's mother Malota and uncle Surjit Singh both deny recognizing the deceased as Jassi. But Mithu and his family, along with Jassi's father and brother, confirm that the body is indeed Jassi's. Now, the key question was who had inflicted such severe beating on Mithu and who had brutally murdered Jassi. After Jassi's body was found, the charge of murder was added to the case and the police embarked on the search for the criminals. During the search, the police managed to apprehend several major criminals in the vicinity based on suspicion. The police were so alert because although Jassi was Mithu's wife, she was actually a Canadian citizen. In the case of Jassi's death, suspicions quickly arose among certain individuals, and the police soon discovered who was involved in Jassi's murder. When the police rigorously interrogated these individuals, some criminals confessed to having committed Jassi's murder themselves and admitted to brutally beating Mithu as well. However, the question remains who instigated all of this. During the investigation, when the names of certain individuals come up, nobody trusts anyone. Anil Kumar, a gangster involved in this incident, implicates Inspector Jinder Singh of the Punjab police, claiming that he had given him a contract to kill Mithu a few days earlier. Now the police immediately start searching for Inspector Jinder Singh and manage to arrest him shortly after. When questioned by the police, Jinder Singh explains that he carried out the murder because he received a phone call from Darren Singh, Jassi's other uncle who resides in Punjab. Darren Singh promised him a group of 3 lakhs to kill Mithu. Now the police ask Anil Kumar why he killed Jassi when he was given the contract to kill Mithu. Upon revealing the truth, Anil Kumar and his accomplice leave everyone astonished. Anil Kumar explains that after beating Mithu, they thought he was dead, so they threw him into the nearby drain. Then, following Dharan Singh's orders, They took Jassi to an empty farmhouse. As soon as Jassi regains consciousness upon entering the farmhouse, she begins to search for Mithu. Upon inquiry, the roughs inform her that Mithu is dead. Now he starts talking to Jassi's mother, Malia, who tells him to wait for a moment, and she will tell them what to do next. After this, Jassi's uncle and her mother have a conversation, and afterward, they called the roughs again and instruct them to beat up Jassi and threaten her, besides asking her to testify against Mithu and come back to Canada. Despite being beaten badly by the roughs, Jassi still refuses to return to Canada and testify against Mithu. After this, the roughs once again talk to Jassi's mother and tell her that Jassi is not willing to listen to them. After this, Jassi's mother tells the roughs that if Jassi doesn't listen to anything, they can kill her too. Initially, the roughs refused to do so because their deal was only to kill Mithu for 3 lakh rupees. But Jassi's uncle, Surjit Singh, says a separate 3 lakh rupees will be given to them for Jassi's murder. After that, the roughs brutally beat Jassi, attacking her body with swords, knives, and pieces of glass. Jassi is tortured badly, and finally one of the roughs strangles her to death. Jassi dies and her body is lifted and thrown into a distant canal. Following this revelation, 13 people, including Jassi's maternal uncle Darren Singh, who resides in India, are arrested in this murder case. They are charged with abduction and murder. Among other offenses, Jassi's mother, Malak Kaur, and her uncle, Surjit Singh, who live in Canada, are also considered prime suspects. Now, since the victim and the accused had relations in Canada as well, the trial of this case begins in both India and Canada. During the trial in India, it is proven that when Jassi refused to leave for Canada without Mithu, Jassi's mother, Malak Kaur, and uncle Surjit Singh, that if Mithu is killed, Jassi will surely come back. After this, Surj Singh contacts his brother Darren Singh in India and assigns him the task of getting Mithu killed. Afterward, he contacts Inspector Jenda Singh of the Punjab Police and seeks his assistance in this matter. Following this, Inspector Jenda Singh arranges a meeting between Darren Singh and a contract killer named Anil Varma. Subsequently, Anil, along with his gang, executes this incident. After a lengthy trial on October 21, 2005, the Sangur court sentences 11 out of 12 people as guilty. Among the convicted individuals are Jassi's other maternal uncle Dharan Singh, Police Inspector Joinder Singh, and contract killer Anil Varma. However, as time progresses, these individuals challenge the verdict of the lower court in the Punjab and Haryana High Court, where almost all the accused are granted bail one by one. In the end, only Jassi's other maternal uncle Darren Singh, Inspector Jenda Singh, and contract killer Anil Kumar are deemed guilty and sentenced to imprisonment. However, all the convicted individuals challenge this decision of the High Court in the Supreme Court. Subsequently, proceedings begin here as well, and on April 16, 2015, Darren Singh is acquitted and discharged. However, the rest of the defendants do not receive relief from here and their sentence remains upheld. Apart from this, before delving into what happens in the courts of Canada, let's take a step back in the case. Due to being severely injured in the attack, Mithu remains hospitalized for a long time. While staying in the hospital, Jassi's final rites are also performed. However, as soon as Mithu recovers and returns home from the hospital, a series of 7 cases are filed against him, one after another. There were some cases of illegal weapon possession with allegations of drug selling against Mithu, and pressure is also built by the police and Jassi's relatives to retract his statement and end the case. However, Mithu doesn't yield to anyone's persuasion and continues with the case. Meanwhile, in 2004, a woman accused Mithu of rape. Upon these allegations, Mithu is immediately arrested and sentenced to Lana Central Jail. Mithu stays in this jail for the next 4 years. But after 4 years, it is proven in court that the woman who accused Mithu of rape had connections with Jassi's maternal family, and she falsely accused Mithu for money. After this revelation, Mithu is released from jail after serving 4 years. However, despite this, there were still some cases pending against Mithu, and he continued to have dealings with the jail during this time. Besides Mithu, his brothers also faced different allegations, and behind these accusations was Jassi's uncle, Sarat Singh. When Mithu doesn't fear even fake cases and threats, around 2012, attempts are made to buy him off. In this case, Jassi's family offers Mithu 10 million rupees and a prime location of 14 acres of land to change their statement. However, Mithu remains steadfast and continues the fight for justice. Malik Kaur and Surjit Singh, the main suspects residing in Canada, were extradited to India for the trial of Jassi's murder case, which began on January 6, 2012 in Canada. The police in Maple Ridge arrested Jassi's mother, Mallard Kaur, and her uncle, Surjit Singh, for conspiring against Jassi and arranging her murder. After 2 years, on September 9, 2014, the Supreme Court of British Columbia approves their extradition to India. Both suspects then appeal to the Supreme Court of Canada, which stays the lower court's decision and starts a new trial. On September 8, 2017, the Supreme Court of Canada orders Mallard Kaur and Surjit Singh to be sent back to India to face the charges. After the decision of the Supreme Court of Canada, 3 police officers from Punjab immediately depart for Canada to take the accused into custody. However, in the meantime, the accused once again file a petition for review against the court's decision. As a result, the Punjab police have to return empty-handed. Although the review petition provided temporary relief for a few months, finally, on December 11, 2018, the Supreme Court of Canada rejects the review petition, leading to their definitive extradition to India. After the completion of legal formalities, both accused were repatriated to India by Canadian authorities. Lynn was born in June 1956 in Madison, the capital of Wisconsin, USA. She was the only daughter of Lorraine and Robert Hernan. Her arrival was a joyous and significant event for the newlyweds. Robert, a World War II veteran, had started his own plumbing business upon returning to the United States, while Lorraine was involved in real estate sales. Their stable financial situation allowed them to provide Lynn with abundant opportunities. Robert and Lorraine were known for their warmth, and their home was always filled with joy and the company of friends and loved ones. It was no surprise that Lynn, from a young age, exhibited an outgoing and friendly nature. Her parents owned a cabin outside the city, which quickly became her favorite place. Lynn eagerly counted down the days to spend her school vacations there. For her father, these visits were perfect for a getaway, while Lorraine loved the peaceful and beautiful surroundings filled with lakes and tranquility. As a fervent nature lover, it was there that Lynn developed a special affection for animals. It wasn't long before this fondness turned into a passion for rescuing and caring for abandoned animals, with a particular soft spot for cats, making it common for her to always have a new pet. During her high school years, Lynn's keen interest in maintaining her appearance became evident to everyone. After graduating in 1974, she chose not to pursue a conventional university education, but instead decided to become a hairdresser. Encouraged by her father, Lynn opened her own salon, and in a short time, thanks to her people's skills, she built a good clientele. During this period, she formed a close friendship with Corinne Posa. Also from Madison, Corinne was married. The two soon discovered they shared an appreciation for the simple things in life. Corinne admired Lynn's ability to think carefully about her decisions and manage her finances prudently, leading to a life without unnecessary luxuries. In 1983, Lynn started a romantic relationship with Jim Kelleher. Although few details of his biography are known, it is clear that his friends saw him as a man with a free and adventurous spirit. These qualities quickly won Lynn over. With this in mind, the couple embarked on a lifestyle that involved constantly moving, always in search of natural settings that offered the tranquility they yearned for. However, after a few years together, their relationship deteriorated, leading them to separate. Despite this, their affection for each other kept them close friends. During this time, Lynn met Jennifer Flower, a native of Franklin, Wisconsin, who was a single mother to a 9-year-old girl named Jessie Korchevsky. Lynn's kind-hearted nature led her to support both mother and daughter, taking a special interest in helping raise young Jessie, to whom she grew very fond. In 1998, Corinne gave birth to her only son, Anthony Pozo. From then on, he became a cherished member of Lynn's extended family. As he grew, Anthony enjoyed spending time with the Hernans, whether it was playing with Robert, who often shared stories about World War II, or watching classic movies with Lynn. In the summer of 2002, When Jessie graduated from high school, Lynn was bursting with pride. She would often show photos of the two of them at the graduation ceremony to visiting friends. 5 years later, when Robert passed away, the loss was so profound for Lynn that she struggled with depression. However, thanks to her unyielding spirit and optimism, she eventually overcame this tough period. Meanwhile, her beloved Jessie was having a hard time adjusting to adulthood. Deciding not to pursue a college education, she frequently changed jobs. But these were not the only troubling signs. In February 2010, seeking quick money, Jessie opened a bank account under the names of a neighbor couple and took out loans totaling $4,000. 2 months later, she committed even more serious acts of fraud, this time targeting her own mother. Without Jennifer's knowledge, Jessie took her social security card, IDs, checks, and car title and secured a loan of over $6,000. She also obtained a car title loan. When an arrest warrant was issued for Jessie, she attempted to flee and used fraudulent checks to pay for a hotel. However, the authorities caught up with her and she was arrested. Eventually, Jessie was sentenced to 2 years in prison before becoming eligible for parole. In 2013, the death of Lorraine was another significant blow for Lynn. During this painful time, the unwavering support of her friend, Corinne, along with visits from Jennifer and Jessie, who was now back on the outside after serving her sentence, were crucial in helping her heal. Lynn continued to live as she always had, focusing on saving money and enjoying the company of her beloved cats. Additionally, Lynn avoided using technology and did not own a cell phone or computer. She preferred handling her transactions with cash or checks, a method Anthony found outdated but also charming. Although she had a credit card, she used it sparingly and always tried to pay off any debt quickly. Meanwhile, Jessie had found a new job and started dating a man named Scott, who was single but had a daughter from a previous relationship. They soon decided to move in together and discovered a shared passion for casinos, visiting them twice a week. Jessie often spent all her money at these establishments. In early 2016, Lynn began experiencing various health problems, including back issues and heart and liver complications, which required constant medical attention. As a result, she spent most of her time at home. Initially, Jennifer took on the role of her caregiver, but eventually, it was her younger and more energetic daughter, Jessie, who assumed the responsibility. This gave Jessie access to Lynn's credit cards. Additionally, Lynn signed blank checks for her to assist with groceries and medications. In August 2016, when Anthony started university, he made it a habit to stop by Lynn's house on his way to campus. During their shared lunches, Lynn expressed her desire to support him financially with his studies. However, Anthony was adamant about not wanting their relationship to be seen as a ploy for financial gain. Despite this, Lynn always found a way to give him some money for his expenses. In contrast, during her frequent visits, Jessie began excessively using Lynn's credit cards, taking cash advances, making online purchases, and spending more than Lynn could afford. She squandered money in casinos and city bars, knowing Lynn did not closely monitor her finances. As Jessie's spending increased, her job performance declined and she was eventually fired. However, she kept this a secret so neither her boyfriend nor her friends knew about it. She even lied to Scott, claiming that Lynn was in intensive care due to a coma, giving herself more time to do as she pleased without being at home. Aware of her declining health and the possibility of needing to move to a nursing home, Lynn was worried about the well-being of her cats. She entrusted Jessie with their care and gave her power of attorney to manage her belongings if necessary. She also drafted her will, naming Jessie and Anthony as the main beneficiaries. She informed both of them, albeit separately, about this decision. From that moment on, Jessie focused on finding the best way to permanently remove her benefactor from the picture. The devious plan didn't take long to form in Jessie's mind. As she was responsible for administering Lynn's medications, she discovered that among them were eye drops containing tetrahydrosaline. After researching online, she learned that ingesting large amounts of this substance could be fatal. One night, after returning home visibly drunk from a bar outing with friends, Jessie told her boyfriend Scott that someone might have spiked her drink with eye drops, causing her drowsiness. It was late and Scott, also tired, dismissed her strange claim. In the last week of September 2018, Lynn was hospitalized and the medical staff recommended transferring her to a long-term rehabilitation unit. Lynn adamantly refused the suggestion, feeling ashamed of her physical condition. She forbade Jessie from mentioning her hospitalization to anyone, determined to avoid being seen in such a deplorable state. So unlike the woman she once was. That same week, remembering he had missed her birthday, Jim tried to reach out to her. However, Jessie answered Lynn's home phone and told him that Lynn was hospitalized and didn't want visitors. After being discharged from the hospital with a recommendation for home medical care, a first visit was scheduled for October 1st, 2018. However, Lynn postponed it to October 5th, choosing to remain isolated from everyone. By this time, Jessie had already spent around $144,000 from Lynn's accounts, but she wanted it all. On October 3rd, 2018, taking advantage of Lynn's negligence towards her health, Jessie visited her under the pretext of administering her medications. While preparing the usual pills, she secretly poured the contents of 6 bottles of eye drops into a glass of water and offered it to Lynn. The poison took effect, and Lynn gradually lost consciousness and died. Jessie meticulously staged the scene, spreading some crushed pills on a table near Lynn's body to give the impression of an overdose. She then called 911, reporting that she had found her friend unconscious and not breathing. When the responders arrived, they found Lynn lifeless in a reclining chair in the living room. In her statement to Officer Kelsey, Jessie explained her relationship with Lynn and her role as her caregiver, suggesting that Lynn, possibly overwhelmed by her health issues, had decided to take her own life. After transporting the body to the morgue, the police drafted a preliminary report considering the case as a possible suicide. However, during interviews with her close circle, Jim expressed shock at such a possibility. He stated that the woman he had known for many years would never make such a decision, as it simply wasn't in her nature. Anthony shared a similar view, telling investigators that despite Lynn's fragile health, he had always seen in her a strong optimism. When Anthony and Jessie met for the first time since the tragedy, Anthony couldn't help but notice the stark contrast between his own grief and Jessie's cold detachment and interest in the inheritance she was about to receive. Around this time, Jessie opened an account at a department store in Lynn's name to obtain a credit card. Shortly after, barely a week after Lynn's death, she announced a garage sale on her social media, selling Lynn's personal belongings, including her furniture. By the end of 2018, when Jessie appeared with expensive Christmas gifts, Scott became seriously alarmed. Just weeks later, the county medical examiner's office, which conducted toxicology tests on Lynn's body, found high levels of tetrahydrosaline in her blood, exacerbated by her other medications. The experts concluded that her death was not the result of self-harm or an accident, as it was impossible to ingest such a dose through normal eye use. The head of the medical examiner's office submitted the toxicology report to the authorities, prompting the sheriff's office to reopen the investigation. Once Jessie learned that the investigation had been reopened, she was keen to know the results, but the police refused to disclose them to her. In the following months, the investigation increasingly pointed to Jessie as the main suspect. On July 9, 2019, Jessie was arrested and interviewed by the police. During the interview, she tried to convince the authorities of her frustration over not knowing the cause of Lynn's death. The most striking detail was her claim that Lynn was a habitual user of both legal and illegal substances, although she was careful to note that this never prevented Lynn from being functional. Jessie alleged that while she always made sure Lynn adhered to her treatments, Lynn would abuse alcohol or pills, and during those times, thoughts of self-harm would emerge. In a subsequent interview, when questioned about her financial incentive for caring for Lynn all that time, Jessie explained that although there was never an official agreement, Lynn often gave her checks or allowed her to use her credit card. She emphasized to the agents that Lynn was always generous with her resources, a quality that stood out even more as she was aware of her impending end. During the third interview, the detectives played their strongest card, informing Jessie about the lethal tetrahydrosaline poisoning. Jesse immediately claimed that Lynn often used eye drops in large quantities, buying multiple bottles at once. The agents responded by pointing out that no such bottles were found at Lynn's residence and that the substance levels in her system were inconsistent with ocular use. Faced with the evidence, Jesse's explanations became increasingly contradictory. Although she initially found the idea of voluntary ingestion hard to believe, she then suggested that Lynn might have researched ways to end her life and settled on poisoning. Regarding the crushed pills found on Lynn's body, Jesse said that Lynn had difficulty swallowing. However, the detectives, suspecting it was a staged scene, made their thoughts clear to Jesse. In response, Jesse vehemently denied any involvement in Lynn's death, even suggesting that the toxicologist had made an error, claiming she had never heard of the lethal effect of simple eye drops. The authorities then decided to question Scott. When they mentioned that Lynn had been administered high doses of the eye drop component, Scott recalled Jesse's strange comment about someone possibly spiking her drink with eye drops, causing her drowsiness. This led to another interrogation where Jesse again denied knowing about the substance's action. However, this time she changed her initial story, alleging that Lynn had confessed to her about unsuccessfully trying to take her own life with pills. According to Jesse, Lynn began mixing the eye drops with vodka over several days, though it only caused her stomach discomfort. Jesse also claimed to have seen Lynn drinking this mixture the day before her death. She then recounted that on the morning of October 3, 2018, Lynn asked for a bottle of water that she had previously filled with the contents of 6 eye drop bottles and vodka. They argued because Jesse refused to give it to her. But eventually, thinking it wouldn't be lethal given Lynn's habitual consumption of the mixture, she relented. When confronted by investigators about why she hadn't mentioned this before and why she didn't alert anyone to prevent the fatal outcome, Jesse simply stated that if Lynn didn't want to live anymore, she had every right to act accordingly. Despite her efforts to evade responsibility and avoid charges, the review of the credit card statements revealed unusual spending patterns for someone like Lynn, who rarely left the house. There were transactions in bars and casinos, places Lynn never frequented. At this stage, Anthony's cooperation with the authorities proved invaluable as he highlighted Lynn's financial habits, which starkly contrasted with these expenditures. Jesse's criminal history of fraud and her gambling addiction further exposed her malicious intent to the police, making her motives to harm Lynn crystal clear. Consequently, she was formally charged with first-degree intentional homicide and 2 counts of grand theft, though she pleaded not guilty. She was held without bail with a bond set at $1 million. While in jail awaiting trial, formed a friendship with another inmate named Magdalena. Jesse confided in Magdalena that Lynn had died from an overdose of medications and even revealed that she had spent Lynn's money in casinos and on luxuries she otherwise couldn't afford. The process to bring Jesse to justice faced some delays, but finally commenced on October 24, 2023, after a 5-year wait. In his opening statement, the prosecutor painted an unflattering picture of the accused for the jury. In response, the defense, referring to Lynn as a mother figure to their client, countered by claiming that Lynn herself would have disagreed with the prosecution's narrative if she were present, dismissing it as an unfounded story. The attorney described Lynn as a woman with self-destructive tendencies, insisting on the theory of a consummated self-harm. However, the testimony of the medical examiner starkly contrasted with this narrative, asserting that the poisoning was undoubtedly caused by a third party. He emphasized Jesse's suspicious insistence on knowing the cause of Lynn's death. The prosecution revisited this point, suggesting that during her crime planning, Jesse hadn't anticipated a toxicology test for tetrahydrosaline on her victim. When Jim and Anthony took the stand, they both agreed that Lynn would never have allowed Jesse to squander her assets. Then an unexpected testimony emerged, further cornering the accused and solidifying the case against her. The significant revelations came from Magdalena, Jesse's cellmate. After 2 days of deliberations on Tuesday, November 14th, the jury delivered its verdict. As the judge read the jury's decision, Jesse broke down in tears, aware that she faced the possibility of a mandatory life sentence. Outside the courthouse, the prosecutor expressed his condolences to Lynn's family, satisfied with the verdict. Anthony expressed immense gratitude to the detectives and prosecutors for their relentless pursuit of the truth. In his own words, thanks to them, he could confirm what he had always suspected, that something was not right with Jessie. The sentencing hearing took place on Friday, April 5, 2024. Accompanied by her new attorney, Jessie spoke for 2 hours about what she considered a flawed legal process, claiming she had not received effective defense. Nevertheless, after her testimony, the judge sentenced Jessie to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 30 years for the crime against Lynn. Additionally, she must serve 5 consecutive years for the 2 counts of theft, making her ineligible for parole until she is 80 years old. Furthermore, she was ordered to pay $386,000 in restitution through an escrow account for any money earned from interviews, book deals, movies, or documentaries related to the case. Present in the courtroom during the victim impact statements, Anthony had a few words for Jessie, wishing that her time behind bars would allow her to reflect on her actions. He said that, as he had hoped, her facade had finally ended and she could no longer deceive anyone. Although satisfied with the sentence, he expressed that it was impossible not to miss Lynn, who had been like an aunt to him. In honor of that love, Anthony plans to choose a monument where Lynn's remains can be laid to rest, seeking to provide her soul with the same tranquility and peace she always sought in life. Police immediately rushed to the scene of the crime, hoping to save 9-year-old Andrew and his 14-month-old sister, Naomi. An unknown man had committed a ruthless attack on the priest and his family. Leaving no traces behind, the criminal made it one of the detectives' most challenging cases in the detectives' careers. Fortunately, they managed to find witnesses who had seen everything. Their testimonies helped uncover the truth about what had really happened to the Hawkinsmith family. In 2013, in Danville, Kentucky, 35-year-old priest Michael Hawkinsmith, who had previously worked as a manager at a local pawn shop, had to take full control of the pawn shop due to the former owner's health condition. As a former priest, Michael had always been honest with people. He easily found common ground with others and was always willing to help. When he decided to get married, no one doubted his choice. Angie was his first love, and everyone saw her as a very sweet and kind girl. Michael literally worshipped the ground she walked on. When the couple had children, their relationship became even stronger. Together, they were a very happy family. As the Hawkinsmith family expanded, so did their business. The pawn shop, ABC Gold, games, and more became a successful family venture, attracting regular customers like broker Dan Smith, with whom they often conducted business on Fridays. Life seemed perfect for the Hawkinsmiths until one day in 2013, when an unknown man decided to disrupt their peaceful existence. 6 minutes after the phone call, police officers arrived at the scene of the crime. When they entered the building, their attention was immediately drawn to a large, bloody trail, which led them to Michael Hawkinsmith. Moments later, they found his 38-year-old wife, Angie. And on the other side of the counter, they discovered the third victim of the crime, 60-year-old broker Dan Smith. All 3 victims had gunshot wounds to the head and torso. A few minutes later, officers found Andrew Hawkinsmith and his little sister Naomi hiding in a closet. The officers' accounts indicated the unimaginable horror these young children had endured. Suddenly, the 9-year-old boy and his 14-month-old sister were left orphaned, having lost both parents. Upon examining the crime scene, police found 14 spent .22 caliber shell casings and 3 intact bullets, along with a briefcase that belonged to Dan Smith. The victim's personal belongings and all the cash in the register were left untouched, suggesting that robbery was not the motive for the crime. Unfortunately, there were no surveillance cameras in the pawn shop, posing a significant obstacle to the investigation. The police had no choice but to rely on finding potential witnesses to the crime. An employee of the nearby Rainbowy Cleaners was able to describe a car that had parked near the building that morning. It was a silver minivan driven by a large man with a thick beard. While one group of investigators searched the surrounding area, another informed the closest relatives about the tragedy that had befallen their loved ones. Michael's parents found it difficult to accept the circumstances that someone in their right mind could wish harm to their children. Nevertheless, they tried to find any positive aspect in the situation, and the fact that their grandchildren had survived could not but rejoice them. If they hadn't been for Andrew, they only, forget what it was worth. Soon, the tragic news reached the daughter of the third victim, Dan Smith. He was involved in buying precious metals and skillfully adapted to the specifics of his work, easily finding common ground with different people. His business involved handling large sums of cash, sometimes exceeding hundreds of thousands of dollars. This led the police to consider the theory that Dan Smith himself could have been the primary target of the criminal. Tracking the man's movements revealed that before he arrived at the ABC Gold, Games, and More pawn shop, he had visited Lawson's jewelry store in Harrodsburg, located 10 miles northeast of Danville. In the jewelry store, investigators found a surveillance camera positioned on the far wall to capture every visitor entering and exiting the store. They hoped that the recording would help them determine if anyone had been following Dan Smith. Smith entered the store at 8:16 in the morning, and there were no other customers in the building at the time. He was carrying the same briefcase that was later found at the ABC Gold, Games, and More pawn shop. After greeting the woman behind the counter with a smile, headed to the back of the store sometime later, Dan Smith reappeared on the footage, coming out from the back of the store, saying something to an elderly woman who had just entered, and then immediately leaving. It was a typical day in the life of the jewelry store. The external camera recording showed nothing suspicious. The police were left to helplessly monitor the man who had no idea he would soon be at the center of a tragic event. Meanwhile, 9-year-old Andrew Hawkinsmith was taken to the police station to give his testimony. Andrew described how he had been at the pawn shop with his parents when Dan Smith arrived carrying a bag full of money. While his father and Dan were talking, the stranger entered and immediately demanded the bag. According to the boy, Dan Smith immediately handed over his briefcase, after which the stranger shot him. My father asked him to stop, but he also shot him with a pistol similar to the one I play with, Andrew said. Meanwhile, the mother instructed Andrew to take Naomi to the back of the store and hide in the closet. Andrew took his little sister and hid. It was then that the criminal aimed the gun at Angie. I don't know who he is and why he did it, but it seems to me that the reason was money. The 9-year-old boy concluded. He described the stranger as a very tall man with a blonde beard that looked fake, matching the description provided by a witness from Rainbow Cleaners. To follow all possible leads, the police's next step was to thoroughly examine the business run by the Hawkinsmith family. It turned out that the ABC Gold, Games, and More pawn shop had another owner, Steve Devine. While he usually attended Friday deals with Dan Smith, he was absent on the tragic morning of September 20th. This information raised concerns, making determining his whereabouts a top priority. Steve Devine explained that he had developed an allergy that morning and was forced to cancel all his appointments, a story confirmed by his wife. The alibi and the fact that Steve Devine did not own a silver minivan helped to rule him out as a suspect. He also explained why there were no surveillance cameras in the pawn shop. According to him, the security system had been removed by the previous owner, Kenneth Allen Keith, and the new owners had not yet installed a replacement. 48-year-old Keith, like his deceased friend Michael Hawkinsmith, was a priest. Pastor Keith sold the pawn shop when he was diagnosed with brain cancer, but he remained the owner of another similar establishment, Gold Rush Buyers in Pulaski County, neighboring Danville's Boyle County. Michael's family revealed that he prayed for his friend every evening, hoping for his recovery. Their friendship, which began when Michael worked at a youth church camp, had lasted for 15 years. The Hawkinsmith family always held Pastor Keith in high regard, and for their son Andrew, he was like a beloved uncle. With no significant leads, investigators decided to try their luck in finding possible street surveillance systems near the ABC Gold, Games, and More pawn shop. They found a camera on the office building of the real estate office, Danville Rentals. The surveillance footage captured a silver minivan at 8:45 in the morning, but the image was too blurry to identify the license plate or the make of the vehicle. Once again, police had to rely on the witness's testimony from Rainbow Cleaners, which described the car as an old model with a distinctive square body shape. The car in the video clearly showed a square rear bumper that matched this description. The color, type, and shape of the car all indicated that the police had found the criminal's vehicle. They continued to search for surveillance systems farther and farther from the pawn shop. At 8:17 in the morning, the camera at the local Ephraim McDowell Hospital captured the same vehicle. And finally, investigators were able to determine that it was a silver Dodge minivan. Michael and Angela's family organized a candlelight vigil in their memory. Hundreds of compassionate people attended that evening, demonstrating the depth of love for their lost ones. Similarly, like the Hawkinsmith family, Dan Smith's close relatives were outraged that the whims of another had led to the loss of their loved one. Despite their grief, they chose not to let anger overshadow their other emotions and joined in the funeral proceedings. Meanwhile, the Danville Police Department appealed to the public for any information about the criminal or his vehicle. Immediately after this, on September 24th, the police received a call from Tracy Harold, a pastor in Warren, Michigan. He claimed to be a friend of Kenneth Keith and mentioned that during their last conversation, they touched on the topic of the murder in Danville. And at that moment, Mr. Keith seemed to change. Pastor Kenneth Allen informed his friend that on that particular day, he was driving to Danville for medicine for his wife. He also expressed a sense of guilt for what happened, as he had given Michael Hawkinsmith the opportunity to become the owner of his former business. Keith put forward the theory that Dan Smith himself could have been the main target of the attacker. Keith explained that Dan would come to him every Sunday to pawn all his gold, always carrying large sums of cash with him. Keith speculated that someone might have tracked Dan's route and ultimately targeted him, but there was more to the story. As it turned out, the pastor's relationship with the Hawkinsmith family was not as everyone had believed. These words raised suspicions, leading to Pastor Keith being added to the list of suspects. To verify his alibi, investigators decided to review the surveillance footage from the Good Neighbor Pharmacy, where, according to the pastor, he bought medicine for his wife. At 9:24 in the morning, a man entered the pharmacy, indeed Pastor Kenneth Allen Keith. But he looked nothing like the man who had committed the triple attack just minutes earlier. He was not wearing a green jacket or a beard, which were distinctive features of the assailant. However, this did not rule out his involvement in the attack. There was a 7-minute gap between Andrew Hawkinsmith's call to the police and the pastor's arrival at the pharmacy. The police decided to check if it was possible to travel from the crime scene to the Good Neighbor Pharmacy in such a short time. They found that the trip took about 5 minutes in total, so it was plausible to commit the murders, quickly get into a car, and reach the pharmacy to establish a solid alibi. The key clue was that Pastor Keith had an unregistered 2008 Dodge minivan, which was silver. However, all the evidence found was circumstantial, and it was not enough for an arrest. So investigators turned to Tracy Harold to participate in a series of fake phone calls aimed at the suspect. Luckily, Tracy agreed. During these calls, Pastor Keith finally revealed his true feelings towards the Hawkinsmith family. Then, what everyone had been waiting for happened. Keith began discussing details of the case that had not been made public. Following that, Pastor Kenneth Keith explained that he left Danville and returned to Somerset. He then took his car to the car wash to prepare it for a planned family vacation. At 10:50 in the morning, Keith was seen on camera walking down the hallway to the cashier's counter. With a noticeable smile, it seemed clear that he was not involved in the dreadful crime that occurred earlier that morning. The external camera footage covering the parking lot showed Pastor Chamath leaving the car wash in the same silver Dodge at 11:25, matching all the images previously obtained from various surveillance systems in Danville. At that point, they had enough evidence to arrest the suspect. He was offered a polygraph test to prove or alleviate his involvement in the pawn shop crime. But his response was rather unusual. Keith stated that he would not be able to pass the polygraph successfully because during his military service, he was tasked with eliminating 3 individuals. The investigators obtained a warrant to search Kenneth Allen Keith's pawn shop, where they discovered a fake beard and a significant amount of cash. The police could not find any legitimate explanation for how he acquired most of the money. They also found bundles of bills wrapped in a ribbon with the name of the bank that issued them, revealing Dan Smith as their client. Further investigation revealed that the money found in Keith's pawn shop had recently been withdrawn from the account of a dead broker. Additionally, several .22 caliber casings were found in Keith's pawn shop. According to ballistics analysis, They were fired from the same weapon used to shoot the parents of young Andrew and Naomi. Based on all the evidence found, Kenneth Allen Keith was charged with 3 counts of deliberate homicide and first-degree robbery. It turned out that Pastor Keith believed that Michael Hawkinsmith and Steve Devine had conspired to get rid of him from the business. Knowing that Dan Smith carried large sums of money, Keith decided to exact his revenge on the day of their planned meeting at the pound shop. Keith aimed to mislead law enforcement into thinking the crime was motivated by robbery. In reality, Michael Hawkinsmith and his partner, Steve Devine, had no involvement in the imagined conspiracy against Keith. During the investigation, no evidence of discreditable activities by Michael Hawkinsmith and Steve Devine was found. On September 20th, the criminal arrived in Danville in his silver Dodge Caravan. He circled the pawn shop for a while until he noticed Dan Smith's car parked nearby. The first victim was the broker himself, followed by Michael and then Angela Hawkinsmith. The pastor then took all the cash from Dan Smith's case and calmly left the crime scene, stopping at the Good Neighbor Pharmacy to be captured on its surveillance cameras and secure an alibi. His decision to go to the car wash was another attempt to remove traces and destroy any evidence that might have been left on his vehicle. In 2017, just before the trial, Kenneth Allen Keith pleaded guilty to all charges. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Before the trial, investigators obtained medical documents from the Veterans Hospital and discovered that the pastor had never had a brain tumor. How could someone who seemed so spiritually inclined commit such a heinous crime? Furthermore, how was he going to live with the knowledge of what he had done? 41-year-old Rose Marie Moniz lived in Bristol County, Massachusetts. On March 23, 2001, Rose's father entered her home to pick her up for a doctor's appointment. He found her body on the bathroom floor and called the police. Investigators found that her purse was emptied out on the floor and an undetermined amount of cash was stolen. The autopsy report described significant trauma to her head, including skull fractures. The weapons used to inflict the injuries were a seashell, fireplace poker, and a cast iron kettle. Because of the money stolen from her, police theorized that the motive was burglary. There was, however, no sign of forced entry into the home. This possibly meant that Rose knew her attacker. Investigators found DNA on the seashell, but DNA was not advanced enough yet to test it. In 2019, investigators with the DA's office and state police took another look at Rose's case. They figured that because the seashell's spiky exterior made contact with her, then the culprit most likely put his fingers inside the shell to hold it. Authorities then finally found sufficient DNA for them to create a DNA profile. They were then able to confirm that the DNA belonged to David Reed. He is Rose's half-brother. He also served as a pallbearer at her funeral. Officials say that he beat a woman on June 10, 2003, while she was seated in his truck. He then shoved her out of his vehicle, stole her pocketbook, and left her in New Bedford, Massachusetts. The woman pressed charges and police set out to find Reed. More than a month later, during a police chase, Reed rammed his truck into a law enforcement car, injuring an officer. Cops caught up, but he fled Massachusetts before the trial in 2004. Reed lived on the run for a decade in Florida, Hawaii, and Alabama. In 2015, authorities caught him, but the charges against him had to be dropped because the woman he beat passed away 6 months earlier, and there was not enough evidence against him. He could still be charged with attempting to flee from officers, ramming his truck into a police cruiser and bail jumping. He was sentenced to 3.5 to 4 years in prison. It was then that his DNA was taken and why they could later match it to the DNA found on the seashell. In January of 2022, officers arrested Reed for taking his half-sister's life, and they also brought back their case regarding the woman he beat. 63-year-old Helen Margaret Brooks lived in Apple Valley, California in 1985. She was a well-liked woman who modeled for Lolo's fashion boutique at the Apple Valley Inn. On July 5, 1985, Helen's friends and coworkers became alarmed after not hearing from her in a few days. They then went to her home in Apple Valley Gardens Apartments. Inside of her apartment, they found Helen's body. She had been strangled. Investigators collected DNA evidence from the scene. but were limited to the DNA technology of the time. Investigators learned that 37-year-old Robert Eugene Wortman met Helen in the days prior to her life being taken and was in her apartment between July 3rd and July 5th. Wortman was interviewed by investigators. He said that he had no knowledge of what happened to Helen and denied he went into her apartment. Investigators could not prove that he was responsible in any way, so the case went cold for many years. Over the years, several interviews and polygraph tests were conducted, but it did not bring investigators any closer to solving the case. In 2009, cold case detectives re-examined the case and submitted items for DNA testing. A DNA profile for the suspect was developed, but did not match anyone in the DNA database. In 2021, investigators partnered with the FBI and made use of more advanced DNA technology. Finally, in 2022, they were able to confirm that Robert Eugene Wortman was indeed responsible for what happened to Helen. They found that he had quite an extensive violent criminal history in the years since he ended Helen's life. In August 1985, Wortman was arrested on suspicion of attempting to assault a woman at the Cocky Bull restaurant and bar on Highway 395 in Victorville. In 1991, a jury convicted him of assaulting a different woman at a bar in Apple Valley. In 1995, Wortman passed away while in prison serving his 22-year sentence. Investigators are sure that he is involved in many other crimes, and it is now being investigated. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.